probe examined alleged links between the Trump campaign and Russia and led to the appointment of special counsel Robert Mueller, who in the end did not find any conspiracy between the Trump campaign and the Kremlin, while noting some Russians contacted the campaign. Mr. Trump posting, "The American public was scammed." As part of Durham's investigation, an FBI lawyer pleaded guilty to falsifying records in an application for a secret warrant to conduct surveillance on a Trump campaign aide, Carter Page. But after nearly 4 years, Durham's report does not find corruption or conspiracy or recommend any wholesale changes. Durham lost the only 2 criminal cases he brought to court, with juries acquitting these 2 men of lying to investigators. Durham's report follows this 2019 report by the Justice Department's Inspector General, which found that the FBI made mistakes, but was justified in opening the Trump investigation.
Well, thanks to Ken for that report.
Governor Ron DeSantis has fired another shot in the so-called culture war, signing a bill into law that stops Florida's public colleges from spending on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, often known as DEI.
DEI is better viewed as standing for discrimination, exclusion, and indoctrination.
Critics of the governor's policies say moves like this will likely make it harder to attract and support diverse talent at Florida's schools.
The Supreme Court on Monday ruled in favor of an Alabama death row inmate who requested an alternative method of execution. Kenneth Smith, who was convicted in a 1988 murder-for-hire case, requested the use of lethal gas for his execution, which was approved by the state in 2018. Smith argued that death by lethal injection would violate his 8th Amendment rights to be free of cruel and unusual punishment. A lower court already ruled in Smith's favor on the initial day of his execution last November. Officials called off the process after failing to administer the lethal injection drugs before the state's death warrant expired at midnight.
China has sentenced a 78-year-old American citizen to life in prison on spying charges. John Xingwan Lung was originally detained more than 2 years ago in the southeastern city of Suzhou. Yesterday, both the guilty verdict and the life sentence were handed down. The official court statement does not elaborate on the espionage accusations against Lung, who is also a permanent resident of Hong Kong. The U.S. State Department says they are aware of the case but did not comment further. Ties between the U.S. and China are already frayed. This latest news comes as President Biden prepares to travel to the region tomorrow.
Let's turn now to New Zealand, where a tragedy is unfolding at a hostel. At least 6 people are dead after a fire ripped through this 4-story building. Police say they can't confirm the exact death toll because people are still unaccounted for, but they believe there will be fewer than 10 victims. This hostel in Wellington is regularly used by the government for emergency accommodations.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wrapping up a journey across Europe. The leader of the war-stricken country has been meeting with heads of state and other leaders throughout the continent ahead of what's believed to be a long-anticipated counteroffensive against Russian forces. For more on this, we go to NBC's Chapman Bell. And Chapman, good morning. What did President Zelensky get out of his trip?
Good morning, Francis. Well, many are describing this European tour as kind of like a shopping trip before this long-awaited potential counteroffensive by Ukraine against Russia. In Germany, Zelensky meeting with the German Chancellor, arriving to full military honors. This on the heels of Germany announcing a new military aid package to Ukraine worth more than $3 billion, including tanks, much-needed ammunition, as well as anti-aircraft systems. Now, he also then visited the UK here in Britain, visiting with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. The UK pledging more air defense missiles as well as armed drones, and also these Storm Shadow cruise missiles, something that they've been asking for, that can attack deeper behind enemy lines to disrupt supply chains and depots of munitions. So this is a big advancement for Ukraine from the UK. He also visited Italy, visiting with the prime minister there, his first visit since this invasion began. Italy pledging their continued support for their fight against the Russians. And also while he was there, he met with the Pope, and Zelensky saying his focus with Pope Francis was on stopping military aggression and restoring peace. Now, also, he visited France on this tour, who pledged more light tanks, as well as armored vehicles, as well as more of these air defense systems. So a big tour before returning to Ukraine, trying to shore up more support as this long-awaited potential counteroffensive begins. Francis?
Right, and Chapman, talk about this. Moscow doesn't appear to be deterred by Zelensky's actions. What can you tell us about the reports of Russia's latest overnight strikes in Kyiv?
Well, Francis, yeah, overnight it's being described as an exceptionally intense attack by air, land, and sea. Now, Ukraine says that they were able to destroy all these attacks, repelled them all. And in addition to these missiles being launched, they also destroyed, they said, a couple of different types of drones, including armed drones as well as reconnaissance drones. But it does show that Moscow still has the ability to attack beyond the front lines. And they've been continued recently to up these attacks in recent days as this long-awaited counteroffensive potentially begins. I guess it does show that they have the ability to strike deeper into Ukraine, and the fight is not just in that eastern front, but it does highlight the importance of these air defense systems that Ukraine's been getting from several different countries, particularly on this last trip where he visited many countries around Europe. Francis?
Okay, Chapman, thank you.
Parts of the East Coast are bracing for some severe weather this week. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is here tracking some May showers in the forecast. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We've got some potential strong storms that we could see in parts of the mid-Atlantic through the day today. We're waking up to some thunderstorms in parts of Illinois and Missouri. A few showers stretched a little north of that. But here's one of the spots that we're going to watch for the flash flooding risk through the day today. We'll have multiple rounds of some showers, some thunderstorms with heavy rainfall rates. So that will include places like Lexington, Louisville, down south towards Knoxville, and of course out east as well. This is maybe an inch or two, up to 3 inches possible in some of these spots. You can see again stretching basically from the Midwest into parts of the mid-Atlantic and down towards the southeast too. There's a storm system that is also going to bring that chance for some strong storms. Up to 10 million people included in this, and it does once again include Knoxville to Boone, Roanoke, Charlotte, also included in that out west towards Nashville. The main threat is going to be those strong winds, but we'll also watch for some hail as well as a few tornadoes. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Warm temperatures still stretch from Scranton to New York and down through Philadelphia. Some showers expected today from Richmond to Roanoke, and more thunderstorms possible from Charlotte down through New Orleans. Temperatures will remain into the upper 80s, close to 90 for parts of the southeast, but unsettled this afternoon with showers and thunderstorms through Texas. And the warm temperatures will continue for a lot of folks, the Northeast as well as the Pacific Northwest, but we've got some changes to talk about too. We'll have all those details coming up, guys.
Check in with you in a bit. Thank you, Angie. Before a quick break, here's some incredible footage taken thousands of feet above the snowy Sierra Nevada. This little plane here isn't just for the view. It's full of scientists using a bird's vantage point to track the Golden State snowpack. The plane is equipped with a laser to precisely map the snow. The scientists will use the measurements to predict flooding threats once the snow begins to melt.
Stay with us. We are back in just 1 minute with some ways to save during your summer travels.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Summer is right around the corner, and for many Americans, that means summer vacations. But with rising costs from inflation, travel is looking a little different for many embarking on their journey. While the wealthy are splurging on trips, a Bankrate survey shows 80% of travelers say they're looking for ways to save some cash. 26% of vacationers plan to drive instead of flying this summer. That's up from 16% last year. This comes as gas prices and rental car costs have fallen since last year. And Bankrate found that 29% of travelers will choose cheaper accommodations or destinations compared to 22% last year. 26% will also be traveling fewer days.
Luxury jeweler Cartier is facing backlash after photos on their website showed an indigenous Amazon tribe that has been devastated by illegal gold mining. The Associated Press reports Cartier removed the pictures of the Yanomami tribe 2 months ago. Cartier says it was promoting preservation efforts for the Yanomami, but the AP claims those protection efforts never happened. Cartier says it doesn't buy gold that was illegally mined, but the Yanomami are urging people not to buy gold jewelry at all because demand for gold draws miners to their land.
Now to the restructuring at Vice Media Group. The company announced plans to file Chapter 11 bankruptcy on Monday. Once valued at over $5.5 billion, Vice says a group led by Soros Fund Management and Fortress Investment entered a $225 million bid to take over most of the media group's brands. The move comes at a tumultuous time for news outlets. Last month, BuzzFeed announced it would shutter its news division, and MTV News ended operations last week.
Still to come on Early Today, it's almost time to head back to Chicago. We'll bite into the new season of The Bear after the break.
And how soon the way of water will find its way to your TV at home.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, President.
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
This is coming from a place of wanting to start fresh and clean.
This is going to be a destination spot.
We drafted a quick term sheet.
We need more money.
Will you turn that thing off, please? How's that not making you insane?
I don't mind it.
Season 2 of The Bear is serving up a glimpse into the struggles of creating a fresh new restaurant from scratch. Carmi and his team are cooking up a destination spot complete with a chaos menu, but it looks like there may be chaos before the chef even gets to the kitchen. You can watch it all unfold on Hulu on June 22nd. I've heard so many great things about it. I love everything that FX cranks out, which is, you know, where The Bear comes from too, so it should be pretty good. I think this is my reminder to jump on it.
I think so too. And Jeremy Allen White there, the lead character, he's fantastic on Shameless, if you've ever seen that. But he won a SAG Award, a Golden Globe for his portrayal here on this show. So might be worth watching. Also might be worth watching here from the big screen to your living room, Avatar: The Way of the Water. It's going to be diving onto streaming platforms next month after a deal was signed for joint streaming rights. The film will debut on both Disney Plus and Max, formerly known as HBO Max. The record-breaking sci-fi film is set to hit both platforms on June 7th. Viewers can also stream for free through Amazon Prime Video. Avatar 3 is slated for release December of 2024. Now, big conundrum here, right? I have not seen this. The first one blew my mind in IMAX theaters. But I kind of missed the boat. I don't know if it's still showing here, because is this a movie you really want to watch at home?
Yeah, but the good part is, especially with kids and family, we can break it up. It's so long, right? So now we have some chance to pause. I got to jump on this. I missed it at the theaters with my family. Yeah. The first one's, at least we can knock it out and take the bathroom.
Oh, we haven't had the first one yet?
Not even that one. Okay. So it's going to be a full-on Avatar marathon.
It's a whole journey.
With the bathroom breaks at our control.
That should be fun.
All right, when we come back, Angie has your eye on your Tuesday forecast.
And still to come, a woman walking down the aisle says "I do" to herself.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The warmth continues out west. We'll deal with temperatures into the 90s for the Pacific Northwest today. Some strong storms possible from the mid-Atlantic. Heavy rain possible for parts of the southeast. Fire risk. We'll have low humidity, gusty winds for parts of the northeast still today, with some of these fire alerts still in effect for places like Boston. Meanwhile, temperatures ranging from the mid-60s in Cincinnati to just a little farther south. Nashville will hit 86 degrees today, but the cooler air filters in here in the short term. We'll end up into the 50s for Binghamton. Boston gets the low 60s for tomorrow. But check out Thursday morning. Temperatures into the 30s in Burlington and Binghamton. Boston will hit 50 degrees in the morning, so it'll be a chilly start to our Thursday.
We need those coats again in those parts. She's known for making history now after homemaking.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
A woman in Ohio is taking self-love to a whole new level. After a lifetime of spreading joy and being there for others, the 77-year-old celebrated herself in a ceremony at her retirement home. Ashley Kirkland from our Cincinnati affiliate tells us more about how Dottie Fideli took matters into her own hands.
I'm nervous.
Like any other bride, a day before her wedding,
I think it goes on like this.
Dorothy Fideli has nervous jitters.
I'm excited. This is something new for me. I'll leave my walker.
These halls and walls of O'Bannon Terrace retirement home in Goshen don't typically see many blushing brides or weddings.
I never thought I'd look this pretty in a bride thing. It's emotional for me.
How come?
Because this is something I've always wanted.
The 77-year-old, whose friends call her Dottie, will walk down the aisle to marry the love of her life, herself.
I have been with myself for 40 years. Something just came over me one day in church that you ought to do something special for yourself.
The mother of three and grandmother was married once in 1965 during a quick courthouse ceremony.
We just went to the test of the peace, and I went home and he went to work.
She was divorced after 9 years of marriage. Dottie says this time it's about something more.
Love is the most important thing in this world. And if you love God and love yourself, this world will be a field of roses. You were my voice when I couldn't speak.
And she wants others who wonder if it'll ever happen for them to know one thing.
Well, if it's not in the cards for them, then there's something out there that will make them happy and find themselves in life and fulfill their soul. Because you love me.
Our thanks to Ashley Kirkland for that wonderful story. I mean, look, she tried being married to someone else, right? So why not try to be married to someone that you know you love more than anyone else?
It's bound to work, right? You can't fight with anybody there. You know, there's not going to be any marital strife when it comes to that.
That's
All right,
right.
from lifestyle mogul to cover model, Martha Stewart has landed a historic new title. Here's our first look at Martha on the front of this year's Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. She told the Today Show host that her record-setting feature is a testament to good living and not aging. At 81 years old, she is the oldest cover model in the magazine's history. Also, you got Megan Fox, Kim Petras, and Brooks Nader also joined Stewart as this year's cover models. Good for them.
Yep, that is truly Martha Stewart living right there. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. See you tomorrow. Growing threats against members of Congress leads to a bat-wielding attacker injuring congressional staff in Virginia.
Lackluster revelations in the long-awaited Trump-Russia probe, why it's leaving more political implications than legal ones.
It was once valued at over $5 billion. Now Vice Media is struggling to find a financial lifeline.
And marking a major milestone, Sasha Obama letting her graduation cap fly high. It's Tuesday, May 16th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. Congressional leaders back at the negotiating table today in the hopes of finding a way to raise the debt ceiling. They are operating under a tight deadline for default, and the Treasury Department is turning up the pressure this week. Here with more is NBC's Drew Petrimo in D.C. And Drew, good morning. Where do things stand as the leaders meet today?
Well, good morning, Francis and Philip. You know, calling today's meeting critical would definitely be an understatement. Tensions are high as both sides dig in their heels. The president's comments yesterday seemed promising. President Biden said he's optimistic a deal can be reached before that June 1st deadline. However, House Republicans seem to have a different take on where those talks stand. Here's House Speaker Kevin McCarthy yesterday on the Hill.
We just had our secretary say June 1st we could run out of money. We only have so many days left. The president decided to wait 100 days before he would negotiate. So no, I don't think we're in a good place. I know we're not.
The House Speaker went on to criticize President Biden over planned overseas travel this week. He spoke to NBC News on the Hill, suggesting they'll need a deal by the end of the week to stop default. Today's meeting will bring the four leaders of Congress into a room where their staffs have been hard at work trying to find a path forward. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer echoed the president's positivity, promising that default is not an option. With the president leaving the country tomorrow and lawmakers still at odds, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen's June 1st deadline is closer than you might think. On Monday, Yellen wrote to all four congressional leaders, once again reminding them of the global consequences of an American default. She also talked about the impact that default would have here at home for American families already under pressure from inflation. House Republicans did pass a plan to increase the debt ceiling while also slashing federal spending, but that was quickly dismissed by Democrats. The White House and Democrats have pushed for a clean bill, something Republicans say is a non-starter. Now, we will be watching closely to see if there's any progress made today. For anyone who's counting out there, there's just 16 days until June. Guys.
Every day is crucial in this. Thank you, Drew.
At least 3 people were killed and 6 injured in a shooting in New Mexico. The suspected gunman was then shot dead by police. It happened in the northwest Four Corners part of the state. The 18-year-old suspect used at least 3 weapons, police say, including an AR-style rifle, firing at victims at random. At least 6 houses and 3 cars were hit by gunfire. Among the injured, 2 police officers. One of them is still hospitalized. A motive is under investigation. New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, in a statement, praised law enforcement's quick response, adding, quote, "My administration will not stop fighting the epidemic of gun violence from every angle possible."
Over 4 years since his appointment by the Trump Justice Department, Special Counsel John Durham on Monday issued his 300-page report on the origins of the FBI's investigation into potential collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia in 2016. NBC's Ken Delanian has more on the conclusions reached by Durham.
In his long-awaited report, the special counsel looking into the origins of the Trump-Russia investigation, blasting the FBI's performance as seriously deficient. John Durham concluding the Bureau was too quick to open an investigation into the Trump campaign in 2016 based on raw and uncorroborated information, while saying the FBI was much more cautious and skeptical about allegations against the Clinton campaign. Codenamed Crossfire Hurricane, the FBI probe examined alleged links between the Trump campaign and Russia and led to the appointment of special counsel Robert Mueller, who in the end did not find any conspiracy between the Trump campaign and the Kremlin, while noting some Russians contacted the campaign. Mr. Trump posting, "The American public was scammed." As part of Durham's investigation, an FBI lawyer pleaded guilty to falsifying records in an application for a secret warrant to conduct surveillance on a Trump campaign aide, Carter Page. But after nearly 4 years, Durham's report does not find corruption or conspiracy or recommend any wholesale changes. Durham lost the only 2 criminal cases he brought to court, with juries acquitting these 2 men of lying to investigators. Durham's report follows this 2019 report by the Justice Department's Inspector General, which found that the FBI made mistakes, but was justified in opening the Trump investigation.
And our thanks to Ken for that report.
A former Indianapolis police officer has pleaded guilty to a civil rights charge. Video from September 2021 appears to show the officer stomping on the head of Jermaine Vaughn, who was lying on his back handcuffed. Eric Huxley has pleaded guilty to federal charges. He faces up to 10 years in prison. Huxley's attorney declined to comment until after sentencing.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is wrapping up a journey across Europe. The leader of the war-stricken country has been meeting with heads of state and other leaders throughout the continent ahead of what's believed to be a long-anticipated counteroffensive against Russian forces. For more on this, we go to NBC's Chapman Bell. And Chapman, good morning. What did President Zelensky get out of this trip?
Good morning, Francis. Well, some are describing this European tour as a European shopping trip for Zelensky. Zelensky traveling to Germany, where he visited with the German chancellor, they had announced a fresh package of military aid to Ukraine, including tanks, much-needed ammunition, as well as anti-aircraft systems. Zelensky also visiting with President Macron in France. France has pledged more light tanks as well as armored vehicles and more air defense systems as well. He then visited here in the UK with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. The British government offering more air defense missiles and armed drones, as well as these Storm Shadow cruise missiles that allow Ukraine to attack further behind enemy lines than before. They say it's necessary to cut off supply chains as well as attack ammunition depots further behind enemy lines. Also visiting with Italy's prime minister. His first visit to that country since this invasion 2 Februaries ago began. The Italian prime minister pledging her support and Italy's support to Ukraine's ongoing defensive strategies against Russia. Also, while in Italy, he visited the Vatican and met with the Pope. Zelensky saying his focus with Pope Francis was stopping military aggression as well as restoring peace. So a lot of necessary visits before this expected counteroffensive to have for Ukraine to have the munitions they need, they say, to repel the Russian attack and regain lost ground, Francis.
And Chapman, how about how it's being received in Moscow? It doesn't appear to be deterred by Zelensky's actions. So what can you tell us about the reports of Russia's latest overnight strikes in Kyiv?
Well, the skies over Kyiv overnight lighting up. Ukraine calling it an exceptionally intense attack. But they've also said that they managed to stop and repel all the attacks launched from air, land, and sea, as well as drones, though it appears there was falling debris and there were some injuries, but none of the missiles, they say, hit their targets. And this shows why these air defense systems offered by these various countries are so key to Kyiv in stopping these attacks further behind enemy lines. So though it shows Russia is still determined to attack further and beyond than the Eastern Front. Francis?
All right. Chapman, thank you.
When the pandemic-era border restriction Title 42 ended, observers were expecting a surge in migrant crossings. Instead, the number of apprehensions have dropped by about half. The Biden administration says the numbers are proof that its policies are working. Our Drew Petrimo has this report.
On the southern border, tensions easing as the flow of migrants slows. In the 3 days before Title 42 was lifted, border officials averaged about 10,500 apprehensions per day. In the 3 days after, the daily average fell by more than half to just under 5,000.
They have gone down. My hope is they'll continue to go down, but we have a lot more work to do.
The Biden administration credits the decline to policy changes, creating new legal immigration pathways and strict requirements for asylum seekers. To qualify, most migrants must first apply for asylum in another country. If they're denied, they can then schedule an appointment on a new Border Patrol app to have their case heard in the U.S. Migrants caught crossing illegally can be barred from seeking asylum for at least 5 years.
Since Friday, hundreds of non-citizens, including Venezuelans, Cubans, and Nicaraguans, have already been returned to Mexico.
But in both border towns and major U.S. cities, officials are struggling to deal with the influx of migrants that came in before Title 42 was lifted.
We're at the breaking point, particularly with regards to resources in terms of capacity and space, as well as money.
In New York, hotels are being turned into migrant shelters. Along the border in El Paso, Texas, detention facilities are overcrowded and migrants sleep on the streets.
While we might see an ebb right now of individuals not coming, we can expect further spikes if we do not address those root causes. Experts say climate change, poverty, and violence in the developing world will continue to put pressure on the border. Drew Petrimo, NBC News, Washington.
Let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's got her eye on some severe weather this morning. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We continue to be tracking more scattered showers and thunderstorms this morning, with some thunderstorms draped through parts of southern Illinois. But we've got strong storms that will be possible until the later parts of today. Notice what happens here as we take a look at the mid-Atlantic. 10 million people are going to be included in this threat for severe weather through the afternoon hours today. It'll mainly include the hazards of wind, of course, the hail and the tornadoes. We can't rule those out, but the main impact will likely be those strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, including Knoxville to London. We will see the rain draped across parts of the mid-Atlantic and stretching down into the southeast as well. See some heavy rain that will lead us to the potential for some flooding across that part of the country through at least tomorrow. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. In the Northeast, temperatures end up into the low 80s. For Boston and New York, we'll deal with some showers across the mid-Atlantic and some thunderstorms possible for New Orleans to Mobile. Temperatures hitting 90 degrees in Jackson. Shreveport hits 85 with some thunderstorms possible into southern portions of Texas. And some cooler air on the way for parts of the Northeast. We'll talk about the temperature change coming our way coming up in just a bit, guys.
How about that? All right, Angie, talk to you in a bit. After the break, another news group plans a major restructuring.
And the stage is set for a high-stakes hearing on Silicon Valley Bank.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Restructuring is underway at Vice Media Group. The company announced plans to file Chapter 11 bankruptcy on Monday. Once valued at over $5.5 billion, Vice says a group led by Soros Fund Management and Fortress Investment has entered a $225 million bid to take over most of the media group's brands. The move comes at a tumultuous time for news outlets. Last month, BuzzFeed announced it would shutter its news division, and MTV News ended operations last week.
Former bank executives will be grilled on Capitol Hill today. 3 men who were leaders at the failed Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank will have a lot to answer when they are questioned by the Senate Banking Committee. CNBC's Arabila Gamede joins us now with a preview. And now, Arabila, what can we expect to hear today?
Yeah, so this will be a very interesting one. It might be the same as Greg Becker, in fact, right? So the CEO of the former CEO of the failed bank, Silicon Valley Bank, then even coming out with testimony yesterday from his side, really apologizing for the demise then of Silicon Valley Bank and really blaming it a whole lot more on rising interest rates, as well as the consistent withdrawals and the magnitude and velocity of those withdrawals being a little bit too much for the bank to handle, is what he basically said, apologizing to the entire industry, but also then rebuffed some of the wording that had come out from regulators. While they had said that they hadn't been able to manage that entire time when interest rates were continuing to go up, that management had not looked at things the right way when it comes to the rising interest rate environment, Greg Becker then went on to say that actually nobody could have understood or managed withdrawals of that magnitude and velocity, as well as rising interest rates. Let's remember that, of course, the Federal Reserve had actually gone on to say that inflation was in a transitory phase, so meaning it would only go up and go down quite swiftly after. But we've seen that it's actually remained stubbornly high, as well as the fact that interest rates wouldn't be going up by this rate. In fact, they thought that interest rates would remain pretty much stable at some stage as well. So perhaps that might be the sentiment even shared then from Signature Bank's former co-founder, as well as Chairman Scott Shea, who said to also have testimony today at around 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 2 o'clock GMT, as well as President Eric Howell. So that testimony going to be very significant for the market still. The banking crisis itself, parts of it still continuing in this market.
All right. Arabila Gamede, thank you so much.
Still to come, a 95-year-old veteran who chose to serve his country over graduation finally got his high school diploma.
And the Queen of Country is taking her throne on The Voice, replacing Blake Shelton's spot as coach.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, But it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
If you don't know, now you know. Reba is going to be in this chair next season on The Voice. It's official.
Do you mind? I still have a week left. If you don't mind, I'd like to...
No. So the wait is over to see who will be taking over Blake Shelton's chair on The Voice. NBC announced that country legend Reba McEntire, who served as a mentor earlier this season, will return in the fall as an official coach. She will sit alongside returning coaches John Legend, Niall Horan, and also Gwen Stefani. I know we're breaking out the couple, Gwen Stefani and Blake Shelton, as far as, you know, their partnership here on The Voice, but Reba's going to be so welcome.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's no stranger to television. She had a hit show for 6 seasons or so, but I am a bit confused there. Blake Shelton, who's been there forever, it seems like, he's leaving to spend more time with his family in one article that I read, but if Gwen Stefani is his family, right? And she's going to be on the show, so maybe they're going to take more time to, you know, take turns taking care of the stepkids or something.
Either way, she's so welcomed, and we got always ready for the Reba one-liners, too. So, you know, the little zingers one-liners will be ready for her on The Voice.
Yeah, not the last.
So welcome.
We're not the last we'll see of Blake Shelton. It seems like all of them kind of make a return every once in a while to perform, you know. All right, stay with us. Angie is still here tracking some temperatures from coast to coast. That's after the break.
And still to come, the Obama's youngest daughter gets her diploma.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me give you a hand.
Okay, I want to show you this incredible footage taken thousands of feet above the snowy Sierra Nevada. This little plane here isn't just for the view. It's full of scientists using a bird's vantage point to track the Golden State snowpack. The plane is equipped with a laser to precisely map the snow. Those scientists use the measurements to predict flooding threats once the snow begins to melt. All right, let's turn now to Angie to see. I don't know, we're talking about snow in some parts. Other areas, a little too much heat, I would think.
Yeah, the Pacific Northwest, they've been dealing with unprecedented heat, guys, and it's going to continue. You see these temperatures from Medford, 90 degrees today, 87 in Portland and Eugene. There's a little bit of relief coming their way. We're still going to hit the 90s for the next really couple of days in places like Medford, but Seattle will make it back to the mid-80s by Thursday, low 80s by Friday, so a little more normal for this time of year. Meanwhile, in the Northeast and stretching into Midwest, temperatures are kind of a mixed bag. We do start to see some cooler air filtering in, though, just in time for tomorrow, making our highs only 69 degrees in Philadelphia and 62 for Boston. But it's Thursday morning that you'll need an extra layer. I know a lot of people put their coats away, but the 30s, the 40s will be out there for Thursday morning.
Gotta swap it out after all this. All right, Angie, thank you. When we return, the pomp and circumstance one high school grad waited 78 years for.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day. I woke up smiling on my face. Okay, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We're back with a graduation nearly 80 years in the making. The 95-year-old World War II veteran finally got his high school diploma with a hero's welcome at the ceremony to boot. Asia Simone Smith from our Wichita affiliate has the story.
A big honor for anybody, but especially me.
A moment 78 years in the making.
Wilbur Noctegal as a 2023 graduate of Halstead High School.
Wilbur Noctegal would have been a graduate in Halstead High School's 1946 class, but he chose to serve his country during a crucial time.
The war was on. I wanted to be a part of the war.
Nachtigal joined the Marine Corps during World War II, holding the rank of Private First Class. For his selfless act, Halstead High gladly awarded him his long-awaited diploma.
This is really something special. I didn't expect this much, and I'm very proud that they gave that much to me.
Kind of the process I went through as I presented to our school board to make sure they were okay with it first, and there wasn't just a yes from them, it was a, well, why wouldn't we want to do that? And so just kind of a special thing for, obviously myself, but also for the kids.
As for Nachtigal's family, the news came as a surprise just a couple weeks ago.
It was wonderful. It meant a lot to him. He called us all up. He told us about it, and he said, hey, I'm graduating. And we're like, wait, what?
3 generations of his family were there to share the special moment, and they couldn't be more proud of all that he's accomplished.
He's very smart. He's very astute. He is a mechanic. He's helped this town. They used to all know where he lives. He knows everybody. So for him to have this honor is just such a beautiful thing.
And our thanks to Asia Simone Smith for that report. At 95, hey, you're still making those milestones, and that was a huge one.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not have a smile on your face after seeing that? He got to accomplish exactly what he wanted to. That's what he set out to do. And a big thank you for the service and the sacrifice he made. It is graduation season, so there is a big congratulations in order for Sasha Obama. She has graduated from the University of Southern California. It happened last week. The 21-year-old who started her college journey at the University of Michigan transferred to USC last year, where she earned her undergraduate degree in sociology. The Obamas, seen here, all smiles as Sasha walked across the stage to receive her diploma. The former president and former first lady attended the commencement ceremony along with their oldest daughter, Malia. So, I mean, what a college experience. After, getting in the White House at 7 years old, she grew up in front of all of our eyes, and here she is, all grown up.
If I were the Obamas, I'd be like, come back east, come back east. But she might stay out west in California. Malia's out there. So I know the heartbreak all parents have. Graduate, you're going to stay away from me. But congratulations.
That's right. They're growing, and I'm sure it's fun for them. All right, thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a good one.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, the clock is ticking. Time is running out for President Biden and congressional leaders to hammer out a deal on the debt limit. Now, experts warn no compromise could trigger a financial catastrophe. Where negotiations stand right now as the president gets ready to meet with lawmakers again today. Deadly shooting. This morning, 3 people are dead and 2 officers are recovering after police say a teenage gunman opened fire in a New Mexico neighborhood. What we're learning about the situation that unfolded and the victims. Under stress, the state of the economy is taking a major toll on Americans' mental health. A new survey found more than half of us are under greater stress because of rising costs. A mental health expert joins us this hour to break down the best ways to handle those money headaches. Plus, kicking off summer, Memorial Day, the unofficial start of the summer season, is quickly approaching. That means millions of Americans will be getting out of town, and it could be one of the busiest Memorial Day weekends in years. We have the ways you should prepare for your trip and the best and worst times to hit the road. We begin this morning with the fight over the debt ceiling in Washington. A pivotal meeting will take place today between President Biden and top congressional leaders at the White House. The U.S. is looking to avoid a potentially devastating default on its debt obligation, something that has never happened before. Now, in a new letter to Congress yesterday, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said the U.S. is still projected to hit that debt ceiling limit as early as June 1st. That's 2 weeks from Thursday. On Capitol Hill, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said little progress has been made during negotiations between both sides.
I still think we're far apart. It doesn't seem to me yet that they want it. It just seems that they want to look like they're in a meeting, but they're not talking anything serious. I think we've got to have a deal done by this weekend to be able to have a timeline to be able to pass it.
For the latest, we are again joined this morning by Team Allie, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and NBC News White House correspondent Ali Raffa. Yesterday, it was so nice, we decided to do it twice. Good morning to both of you. Ali Raffa, let's start with you. NBC News has now learned Vice President Harris is expected to take part in today's White House meeting. That's according to a source that's familiar with her plans. Now, that's notable because she was not in last week's meeting. So what should we know about the VP's participation today? Does that tell us anything?
Yeah, Joe, good morning. Well, Ali V and I, having both covered the 2020 campaign trail, will remember how often President Biden, then as a candidate, would talk about how valuable and how important it was for him to be former President Obama's right-hand man in critical meetings like the one we're going to see take part today. And this is essentially the president doing the same thing for his vice president, Kamala Harris. And this is sort of this part of this shift in strategy and optics that we're seeing since the president announced he's running for re-election. You're seeing Vice President Harris much more publicly visible. She's taking the lead on certain big issues for the administration, certainly reproductive rights, for example. So the president wants to be able to lead to this summit in Asia and subsequently Australia with faith and confidence that this is being handled and someone is taking the lead on this while he's going to be away. We know that White House officials are saying that he's going to be briefed daily on these talks as they're ongoing, but he will have a point person in D.C. handling this while he's going to be overseas. And sources familiar with these talks say that essentially Vice President Kamala Harris's role in the room is going to be sort of the voice of the American people to remind the top players in this room how catastrophic a debt default for the first time in American history would be for the average American.
And let's talk more about that default. Ali Vitale, Treasury Secretary Yellen reiterated the U.S. still on target to really hit that mark in a few weeks. We just heard a little from House Speaker McCarthy. Where does he stand right now? Does he see a path to compromise?
Yeah, look, that was part of my conversation, and I had several over the course of yesterday with Speaker McCarthy, and he continued to sound a pessimistic tone about where these talks and negotiations are right now. When we left town, along with lawmakers on Friday, there was almost a little bit of a mood of optimism, and you heard that echoed by President Biden over the weekend, but certainly the speaker coming in and immediately, first thing off the bat, on Monday morning, throwing cold water on the optimism of those talks, and then repeating throughout the day the fact that he needs to see more progress, and of course blaming the White House. Now, if you put that aside, I did ask Speaker McCarthy yesterday what he would need to feel a little bit better about the state of these talks. What could happen in the room this afternoon that would make him feel more optimistic? And his response was that he just needed to see progress. Now, we're tending to see a few progress points, Joe, around different pieces where there could be compromise, whether that's on work requirements for certain entitlement programs or it's around permitting reform. There's a few different avenues that this could go down on the spending front or on the legislating front. But again, until these principal players get in the room, which we'll see them do later today, it's hard to say that anything is fully on or off the table because they're the ones who decide.
So, Ali R., we know the White House issued some projections laying out the potential impact a default would have on the economy, bottom line. Those are some big impacts. And all this worry does really center around a debt ceiling bill. But really, this is about spending, specifically cutting spending. So explain to us the challenges that this has presented for the White House and the House Speaker, why we're really in this potential mess.
Yeah, well, not only are you seeing these two storylines play out between Speaker McCarthy and President Biden, one of them saying that these two sides are still pretty far apart. Then you have President Biden saying he's very optimistic, these talks are being productive. We're also seeing sort of a shift in which deadlines are observed by each side. President Biden and the other parties involved, besides Speaker McCarthy that we've heard, has said he's eyeing this weekend as his deadline. They are eyeing still that so-called X date of June 1st. So these different deadlines are being observed, and there's still, as Ali mentioned, these potential areas of common ground. But when you think of the differing sides and who's really drawing hard lines in the sand on what each side wants, there's a lot of work to get done in a very short period of time. Sources familiar with these talks say that the White House staffers have drawn a hard line in the sand on things like budget cuts, spending cuts to the Inflation Reduction even enact cuts to federal programs like SNAP, Medicaid, student debt relief. Budget caps are also in the mix as well. You have Republicans seeking as many as 10 years of those, Democrats seeking around 2 years. So what sort of common ground and negotiations are met in this meeting is going to be critical, Joe.
And Allie V, very quickly, where do congressional Democrats stand in this standoff right now?
Squarely behind the White House and President Biden. And look, unity has been something that they have regularly trumpeted throughout this process. Moderates and progressives alike have said that they're proud of the way that they've been able to stand behind the White House and try to bolster President Biden's negotiating position. Ultimately, whenever there is a deal, moderate Democrats will, of course, on the House side, come along and vote for this because they know not only does it look good in their home districts, but also it's the deal that the White House and the president have negotiated. We're so far from that point at this point, but at the same time, we're watching on the Republican side, McConnell throw his weight fully behind McCarthy, allowing him to lead these negotiations. And then you have Schumer and Jeffries on the Democratic side, fully standing behind the White House and President Biden, continuing to enforce the red lines that Allie was just talking about, and the places where they see negotiation ability and the places that they don't.
All right. Sadly, we have to break up the Allies right now. Allie Raffa, thank you for your reporting this morning. Allie Vitale, stick around for our next story. That's because we are going to stay on Capitol Hill. Today, the former top executives of the failed Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank are going to face some tough questions from lawmakers over their bank's collapses. We're going to hear from Greg Becker, the former CEO of SVB, along with former Signature Bank executives Scott Shea and Eric Howell. All are scheduled to testify before the Senate Banking Committee. It is the first time they have spoken in public about the bank's failure. So let's bring back Allie Vitale to give us a preview of the hearing today. Allie, this is the first time lawmakers are going to have the chance to really grill the three executives following these bank failures. How do we expect this to play out?
Yeah, look, this is something that lawmakers, especially those on the Senate Banking Committee, led on the Democratic side by Senator Sherrod Brown, they've been hankering for this for many months since we saw those banks collapse. The fact now that they're getting these former presidents and CEOs in front of their committee is important, and I think that it really only predicts fireworks. These are people who this committee has wanted to talk to, has wanted to pose tough questions to, and it's not just going to be after they met with top regulators just a few weeks ago, and we'll meet again this week to talk about the ways that this problem can be avoided going forward. But they are going to be very clear in their questioning here to the banking CEOs, many of whom feel have been given too much free rein and need to be reined in.
I mean, these executives, they've been criticized for failing to address really risk management issues that were previously flagged by regulators. So that's probably almost certainly going to come up in the hearing today. Yeah. Do we have any idea how these former execs are going to respond to all that?
Yeah, in part, we know that some of them are coming with a more apologetic tone. All of them have been with the banks that they were part of for many years. And so they're expected to focus on the families that they let down, the households that they let down, as well as the household names, in the words of one of these statements that we've gotten an early look at. And it does present the idea that they may go more of the emotional route, while senators will go more of the regulation and financial route, which of course makes sense in terms of appealing your defense in front of the American public. But nevertheless, the concern on Capitol Hill that's been permeating over these last few weeks, Joe, around the idea that more banks could collapse, even as they're beginning to negotiate these debt ceiling deals, all of these things are linked together in the mind of lawmakers. And so you're likely to see one issue bleed into the other in this hearing as well, as we talk about the general landscape of the American economy right now with these banking presidents and CEOs who have been on the more negative end of it in recent weeks, as they've been the banks that have failed.
Allie, one more quick question while we have you. The House Financial Services Committee is set to hear from top federal bank regulators today. That's a separate hearing. What are we watching for there?
Yeah, similar themes that we saw when the Senate Banking Committee had top regulators before them. This is a conversation about not only what went wrong from regulators' perspectives, but what they can do going forward from a legislative perspective to make sure that something like this, the banking collapses that we've seen in recent weeks, especially for medium-sized banks, can be regulated against, and that the economy can be shored up against, so that we don't do this a few months from now, a few years from now. It's bad for everybody if that happens.
Most definitely. All right, Allie, thank you for everything this morning. morning. As always, we appreciate your reporting and context for everything. Let's stick in Washington, but head to the Supreme Court, where justices have agreed to weigh in on a case that is tied to former President Trump. This is a long-running legal battle. Some Democratic lawmakers want to get their hands on documents that are related to the ownership of the former Trump International Hotel in Washington. Now, Trump has said he handed over day-to-day control of the hotel to his two eldest sons during his presidency. 17 congressional Democrats first tried to sue the federal government over the documents. In 2017, they cited a potential conflict of interest caused by Trump leasing the building while he was president, saying that raised ethical questions. NBC News legal analyst Ali Savalos, just kidding, Danny Savalos, joins us now to break down this case. So, I mean, Danny, this is a complicated one. The big picture issue has always been, you know, did people stay in this hotel to curry favor with the president? But this really isn't even, we're not even there yet. This is really just some Democrats trying to get this process going. Why is it they're suing? Why has this taken so long?
You bring up such a good point. Let's say these members of Congress prevail and they get the documents. This is information from 2016. The president they were investigating is no longer even the president, although he might be the president again. So this is really very similar to what's called a FOIA request. Any one of us, not just members of Congress, can write on a piece of paper to an executive branch or an executive agency and say, we would like some documents. Now, what the agency does with that, whether they deny it or they stick it in a file cabinet and get to it in 5 years, that's another question. But there's a 1928 law that allows a minority, 7 members of the House, to make this kind of request. And what happened was the GSA, the General Services Administration, actually treated it like a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information Act request. And they turned over most of the documents that they were looking for. But this appeal really is about fleshing out the contours of this 1928 law and what can be requested. Originally, the district court, the lowest court, said these members don't have standing because they're saying they're injured, but they're saying they're injured as members of Congress. And that's not really an injury. But the appeals court said, no, 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 that's not how it works. If this is like a Freedom of Information Act request, then these members of Congress are harmed just the way you and I are harmed when the government denies our Freedom of Information Act request. And I actually litigate FOIA requests. I file suit on them when and if an agency refuses the documents that I'm requesting. So the Circuit Court of Appeals, I think, got it right because, yes, there is standing, because what standing could there be if you can't sue when the government doesn't give you the documents that you're requesting?
So this is no longer the Trump administration. It's now the Biden administration. What's stopping them from just handing over these documents to the Democrats?
It's such an awkward situation where the next administration has to enforce something that an administration before it that they may totally disagree with. They have a difficult policy decision to make. So for whatever reason, the Biden administration has decided they are going to try and enforce this or carry on what the Trump administration did in opposing or carrying on this litigation. So that is a political decision to make, but it is important to flesh out what are the limits of these laws, whether it be FOIA or this 1928 law that forces the government to hand over documents. I mean, maybe I'm a little biased, but I think Freedom of Information Act requests are so important, especially to journalists like you, to get information from a government that wouldn't otherwise be willing to come forward and voluntarily hand it over. Although I suspect that these members of Congress got their FOIA requests looked at a lot faster than you and I when we send them in to a government agency. I'm sure you have experience with that.
I wonder why that would be. Real quickly here, if the Democrats do get these documents, then what could happen? Could this be more legal trouble for the former president?
Maybe, but here's what we're talking about. We're talking about documents, most of which they've already gotten. Whatever the remainder is, maybe something dramatic, but at best it will tell us what that hotel, which is no longer even a Trump hotel.
It's a Waldorf Astoria now.
Yes, it's a Waldorf Astoria. And now we'll find out, I guess, what folks were doing in that hotel in 2016, whether or not maybe they were trying to curry favor with a president who's no longer even the president.
All right, Danny Savalos helping us break down this complicated issue. We appreciate it. Thank you. At least 3 people were killed, 6 others injured in a shooting in New Mexico. Police say the gunman suspected of carrying out the attack was, quote, confronted and killed on the scene. Officials say he was 18 years old and had multiple weapons. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the latest.
shooting off about 50 shots, possibly still going on.
Gunfire erupting Monday morning in Farmington, New Mexico, about 200 miles northwest of Santa Fe.
I have eyes on the suspect. He's walking south. He's wearing all black. Told he's got automatic weapon.
Where police saying the suspect roamed through an area of up to a quarter of a mile, firing at least 3 different weapons, including an AR-15.
At this point, it appears to be purely random. At least 6 houses and 3 cars were shot in the course of the event as a suspect randomly fired at whatever entered his head to shoot at.
3 people were killed and 6 others injured, including 2 police officers, now in stable condition. The 18-year-old suspect seen here before he was shot and killed by police. The governor and mayor praising law enforcement, saying it took just 5 minutes to stop the shooter, adding that quick response likely saved countless lives. Jolene Robledo was home with her baby daughter when she heard the shots.
And it went from pop, pop, pop to pop, 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 pop. And I freaked out because I knew then that it was gunshots, and I just grabbed my daughter. We just barricaded in between the washer and the dryer.
Her 1-year-old's bedroom window and wall pierced by bullets. 5 Democratic lawmakers from New Mexico issuing a joint statement saying, in part, today is a painful reminder that we must do more. We are committed to fighting for sensible gun safety measures that will keep New Mexicans safe. There have been 225 mass shootings in 2023 alone, according to the Gun Violence Archive, which includes any shooting with at least 4 victims. This morning, another community in the U.S. left reeling.
It's heartbreaking for the victims, absolutely heartbreaking for the victims who are just going about their everyday life.
Our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin for that report. Police have not released the identities of the victims or the suspect, and so far have not indicated what the teenage gunman's motive may have been. This morning, we are learning new details about an attack at a congressman's office in Virginia. Officials say a man with a metal baseball bat entered the office of Congressman Jerry Connolly, then assaulted 2 people on his staff, including an intern. It was her first day on the job. Police say both victims have been released from the hospital. The suspect has been identified as Juan Catron Pham. Now, he is in custody and faces a couple charges, including aggravated malicious wounding. Police say it is unclear what the motive may have been for that attack. The Mid-Atlantic is gearing up for severe weather today. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us with that. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. We've got some showers and some thunderstorms that are already working through parts of the Ohio Valley and headed into the Mid-Atlantic later today. And we have some flooding concerns that we'll be watching through the day today, as well as those severe storms that you mentioned. Let's talk about exactly where the heaviest of the rain is right now. Southern portions of Indiana and Illinois, stretching into parts of Missouri as well. But again, this is going to start to shift to the east. So we'll have a widespread area that could see some heavy and really impressive rainfall rates here by the time this is all said and done. Notice the areas that are going to have that slight risk for flash flooding today. That does include Lexington, Louisville, Evansville. Even places like St. Louis could see some of this flash flooding extending out towards the East Coast as well. Localized amounts of up to 3 inches, so no surprise that we could see some concerns for that flooding through the day today. Here's the other amounts that we could expect. It does extend down into parts of the southeast over the next day or so, where we could pick up another half an inch, or even up to, again, 3 inches by the time this system starts to work its way out to the east. With that, we'll also see the potential for some strong storms to develop, and they could become severe. We'll have all hazards on deck for this. That means that the 10 million people included in these shaded areas, that has the folks there have the potential to see most likely the strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, but also large hail is a possibility up to 1 inch. And we aren't going to rule out a couple of tornadoes too, and it extends in that same kind of area. So not just the heavy rain threat, but also the potential for some of these stronger storms. Let's switch gears and talk temperatures, because we've got some changes on the way, and it does include places that have been running really warm for the past couple of days. Still going to head to the low 80s in New York today, but as we get into tomorrow, temperatures start to drop. Will now be below normal. Places like Philly will hit the upper 60s. Binghamton ends up at 53 degrees, running 14 degrees below normal for this time of year. And do not forget the jackets on Thursday morning. You'll need them. Temperatures in places like Buffalo, 35 degrees. We could see some frost advisories with this. We could also see a couple of record lows being broken and temperatures into the low 40s for places like Boston. Spring will be spring, Joe.
It couldn't stick around with summer weather forever,
Exactly.
I suppose, right? All right, thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, Russia launches a new attack on Ukraine's capital city. We're going to be live in Kyiv next with the steps Ukraine took to defend itself overnight, plus the new support the country is getting from across Europe as fighting intensifies. Also this morning, the FBI criticized for launching the Trump-Russia investigation, what a special counsel investigation concluded. Next.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The results are in after a 4-year investigation into the FBI's decision to examine possible ties between Russia and Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. The 300-page report was released yesterday by special counsel John Durham. In it, he criticizes the FBI, accusing the agency of acting negligently by opening the investigation based on vague and insufficient information. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joined us now with more on this. So, Ken, pretty damning report here by special counsel Durham. Walk us through some of his key findings and key criticisms.
Good morning, Joe. I would say it was damning in its language, but not necessarily in its conclusions. Durham criticized the FBI. He repeated a lot of criticisms that have been aired for years now about the way they handled some of the evidence and the way they pursued some national security warrants in that Trump-Russia investigation. But he never came out and said that the FBI should not have opened that investigation, which they did after a Trump aide, if you recall, told an Australian diplomat that the Russians had offered to help the Trump campaign by releasing damaging information about his opponent, Hillary Rodham Clinton. But Durham does spend 300 pages really lambasting the FBI for being too credulous about evidence that was brought potentially from Clinton supporters, and for not carefully considering its actions in opening this major investigation into a political campaign. But his investigation contradicted the findings of the Department of Justice Inspector General, which decided back in 2019, after looking at this whole matter, that the FBI was in fact justified in opening this investigation. Both investigations found no evidence of political bias, Joe.
So what's the FBI's response to all this? And also, how is the former president responding?
Right. So the FBI is saying, look, we made changes years ago in response to that IG investigation that I mentioned. They've essentially overhauled how they're handling national security investigations. They've made a number of changes, and they say that if those reforms had been in place in 2016, a lot of these missteps wouldn't have happened. Trump, of course, the former president, is proclaiming that this report vindicates his longstanding view that he was framed by the so-called deep state, that the American public was scammed. That's not at all what this report says. In fact, this report does not vindicate what Trump has been claiming. John Durham found no corruption, no conspiracy, and no evidence that the FBI acted with political bias, Joe.
So the ramifications here are likely far more political than legal, even though this was a special counsel investigation. I mean, looking forward, Ken, what are the possible implications of this report?
No, you're absolutely right, Joe. And what's interesting about this is it's not just Trump Republicans, but Republicans of all stripes are very skeptical about the FBI right now. It's an interesting time in American politics. Usually the Republicans are the law and order party. And this report plays right into that. And that can make the job of every FBI agent harder, whether they're investigating fraud, bank robberies, or terrorist plots, Joe.
All right. Ken Delaney. Ken, thank you so much.
You bet.
Overnight in Ukraine, Russia launched a new air attack on the capital, Kyiv. Ukrainian officials say they shot down all the missiles, which are said to have included multiple hypersonic missiles. There were no casualties reported. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Kyiv. Molly, good to have you with us. Tell us more about this attack and how Ukraine's air defenses held up, especially against those hypersonic missiles.
Yeah, Joe, good to be with you. And they held up big picture very, very well if you ask the Ukrainian Air Force this morning. So just to run you through what we saw and what we heard last night, it was actually my first night in town around 3 a.m. We were all woken up to these explosions, to these thuds, which were interceptions. The Air Force this morning, Joe, ran us through the numbers. They say 18 missiles total from the north, south, east, and west. 6 hypersonic Kinzhal missiles launched by aircraft. Those are the hypersonic, really some of the most modern missiles in Moscow's arsenal that you just mentioned. 9 cruise missiles launched from the Black Sea, 3 land-based missiles, and 9 drones. Again, these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles that were launched from aircraft, these are missiles that Moscow has bragged about, that they have spoken about in the last couple of years as impossible to intercept. Now, the Ukrainian Air Force has not been specific about what parts of their air defense systems shot down which weapons and which missiles this morning, but we do know the American Patriot air defense systems, which were delivered last month, Joe, are a key part and very strategic part of Ukraine's air defenses that kept this capital city safe overnight.
And Molly, I mean, this latest attack comes as President Zelensky really wraps up his Europe tour, which was aimed at shoring up military support. We know he met with Britain's prime minister yesterday. Fighter jets, one of the main issues that were discussed there, right?
Yeah, and it was also kind of the top agenda item when he visited the UK back in February, a visit I covered, Joe, when President Zelensky also met with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. They have been pounding away at this issue of fighter jets to Ukraine for the last several months. But take a quick listen to both President Zelensky and the Prime Minister yesterday in their press conference, and I'll talk to you on the back end.
We spoke about the jets, very important topic for us because we can't control the sky. We want to create this jets coalition, and I'm very positive with it.
One thing we will be doing, starting actually relatively soon, is training of Ukrainian pilots. We're ready to implement those plans in relatively short order, which will mean that we're training Ukrainian citizens to become absolutely combat-ready aircraft pilots.
And Joe, training, of course, one piece of this very important puzzle to President Zelensky. And actually, the French president, Emmanuel Macron, gave an interview to a French outlet where he also suggested solidarity with Rishi Sunak's plan. He says, we have also opened the door to training pilots alongside several other European countries, which are also ready. I believe the negotiations with the Americans are ongoing. And Joe, just to be very clear, it is no accident that President Zelensky pushes the UK so hard. The UK has really been out in front, been a leader, and one that European countries and the Americans have followed in the last year and a half.
And Molly, on top of the fighter jets, we understand Britain is also supplying Ukraine with long-range missiles. Explain to us why that is so important and how the Kremlin's responding.
That's exactly right. And again, they have been out in front. They have been a leader among NATO allies and Western allies, providing Ukraine with really the most modern technology. So what we know yesterday, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak announced long-range attack drones with a range of more than 200 kilometers, about 125 miles. And that actually, Joe, comes on the heels of the delivery of the Storm Shadow cruise missiles, which have a range of more than 250 kilometers, about 155 miles. These are the kind of ranges that the Ukrainians have been asking Western allies, have been asking the UK for since the beginning of the war, and they say this is what is going to make the difference, especially in that battle that we have been following so closely down in Bakhmut. As you can imagine, the Kremlin and the Russian Foreign Ministry very unhappy about this. Actually, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov spoke about this yesterday. He says, we take this news extremely negatively, Joe. I think that's probably an understatement. He says, I repeat, this cannot have any significant or fundamental impact on the course of this special military operation. This leads to further retaliatory actions and so on, which means that for Ukraine, this makes the situation much more complicated, Joe. It is no surprise, it is no coincidence that the capital city saw its biggest Russian attack in weeks last night.
All right, and Molly Hunter just arriving there in Kyiv. Thank you for your reporting. Please stay safe. Now for other headlines from around the world this morning, starting with more on that devastating cyclone that hit Myanmar. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lubanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. At least 6 people have so far died and another 700 were injured after this powerful cyclone made landfall in Myanmar on Monday. Another 1,000 people trapped by seawater 12 feet deep had to be evacuated by rescuers. By midday on Monday, Cyclone Mocha weakened to a tropical depression, but the water did not recede fast enough, and many areas along the coastline remain flooded under 5 feet of water. The search and rescue continues. Now let's go to Ecuador, where on Tuesday, lawmakers started the procedure to impeach and remove the president, Guillermo Lasso, who is accused of embezzlement. This is the second time the opposition tries to impeach the president, but last year it didn't get enough votes. The president denies the allegations moved against him and may try instead to dissolve parliament and govern by decree until the next presidential elections. And finally, let's head to Spain, where an Irish firefighter and a rescue team happened to be in the right place at the right time. They were heading to Malaga airport after attending a conference in Seville when on the highway they saw a motorcyclist lying on the road after a collision with a car. They stopped the car, blocked off part of the road and turned into professional firefighters and paramedics. The patient is now in intensive care and is recovering, but had it not been for the team who arrived by chance within 60 seconds of the collision, he may have died from his injuries. Now, just imagine how grateful that motorcyclist must be, Joe.
He must be incredibly grateful. All right, Claudio, thanks for bringing us that story. We appreciate it. Coming up, more young people are becoming politically active. That is having a major impact on their mental health. How experts say people can be a voice for change without it impacting their mental well-being. You're watching Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We are back with our weekly mental health check-in. This week, we're taking a closer look at the impact of activism on younger generations. Plus, inflation might be creeping down, but Americans are still stressed over money. This morning, we have tips on how to manage that anxiety. Let's bring in psychotherapist Nero Feliciano for more on these headlines. She's also the author of This Book Won't Make You Happy, but we are happy to have Nero with us. Good morning. Let's start out with activism burnout. So in 2020, we remember millions of people took to the streets to protest a number of issues, from police brutality to racism. Of course, COVID was going on right then. But just 1 year later now, 60% of students say their advocacy work is harming their mental health. So what's leading to this burnout? Is there a way to be an advocate without sacrificing your mental health?
Absolutely, Joe. One thing we know is protests bring up negative emotions. It creates a very polarizing situation in that we feel like we have to win this battle. It creates a lot of hatred towards the opponent or the organization that we're protesting. So if we're feeling burned out, if we're feeling apathetic in trying to help the situation in this way, there is an answer, and that is actually volunteering. So instead of just voicing our opposition, we can think of how can we actually help the situation. For example, instead of protesting issues that affect the homeless, go and volunteer at a place that benefits the homeless, a soup kitchen. Instead of just voicing opposition towards a certain political leader, help people get to the polls, drive them there, help them access transportation. And we know giving back through connection releases the trifecta of happiness hormones, dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin. So certainly will improve our mental health and help us prevent burnout.
Let's talk about the economy. A new survey from Bankrate found 52% of people listed money as their biggest concern that takes a toll on their mental health. So how can we handle this stress of an uncertain economy?
Definitely a stressor, not just personally for mental health, but also in relationships. One, we want to ask the question, is this a problem I need to solve today? Because often the anxiety puts us in a worst case scenario. Think about, what can I do today to make a difference? Maybe it's focusing on savings. Maybe it's talking to someone who can help us financially plan. We have to look at what we can control versus what we can't control. And that brings down some of the anxiety when we know that we actually have advocacy in this situation. And talk to someone who's good with managing money. Talk to someone who can help you. Make the time to think about a plan that involves short-term and long-term steps. And that, again, brings it back to our control and should alleviate some of that anxiety.
You mentioned relationships. Let's talk specifically about friendships. For many, that's the most important bond in their life, but it doesn't mean it comes without drama. Some people even experience something known as friendship anxiety. So what exactly does that look like, and how can we better our friendship so there is no anxiety involved?
Joe, most important determinant of our well-being is our connection. And anxiety around friendships can be twofold. And what I like to say is it a me problem or is it a you problem? First of all, we have to see what's triggering us. Are we worried about friends not being there for us or criticizing us or judging us? That might be our own self-esteem issue. We have to challenge the negative thoughts that we're having in that situation. If our friends are friends that drain us, if we feel like we're being used by them, that necessitates setting boundaries, really evaluating that friendship and thinking, is this the best thing for me? How do I feel when I spend time with them? Maybe that even involves investing time with other friends and letting go of some friendships that aren't healthy.
All right, Nero Feliciano, making us happy this morning and giving us some good advice. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Never
Good
too
to
late.
see you.
Good to see you. It is never too late to walk on that graduation stage. 2 World War II veterans are proving just that after missing their own ceremonies many years ago to serve our country. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist has that story.
In a procession of teenage tassels, pomp, and circumstance, one graduating senior at Halstead High School in Kansas stands out.
Yeah, big honor for anybody, but especially me.
Senior citizen Wilbur Nachtigal is 95. He was set to graduate in the class of 1946, but service to his country in World War II called him away from his home in Kansas.
The war was on. He wanted to be a part of the war.
Wilbur joined the Marines, missing out on his chance to finish his high school education and walk across this stage. Also missing out on his college graduation 8 decades ago in Iowa.
Mr. Taylor, would you come on up to stage?
Centenarian Fred Taylor, another member of the Greatest Generation.
Fred left Cornell College in February of 1943 to serve our country flying fighter planes during World War II. 80 years later, he is, at this very moment, taking the steps to finish what he never got the opportunity to do, to be on this stage.
Fred sharing this message to the younger Cornell College graduates.
Get into the career that you really like and do your best and stick with it and be kind to other people.
8 decades after the class of 1943 commencement he missed, we are very proud to officially present Mr. Frederick Taylor with his Cornell College degree.
To award a diploma to Mr. Wilbur Nachtigal as a 2023 graduate of Halstead High School.
As Wilbur rolls up to his graduation, the ceremony a surprise to his family.
It was wonderful. It meant a lot to him. He called us all up. He told us about it, and he said, "Hey, I'm graduating." And we're like, "Wait, what?"
Like all Halstead High School graduates, Wilbur got a standard issue graduation photo holding his diploma, but also this special shot. Wilbur overjoyed to share this moment with 3 generations of his family.
This is really something special. I didn't expect this much, and I'm very proud that they gave that much to me.
Our thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that story. The U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs says of the 16 million Americans who served in World War II, nearly 200,000 are still alive as of last year. Coming up, the summer travel season is approaching, and if you're looking to get out of town Memorial Day weekend, there are still some deals out there. A travel expert joins us to break those down next.
Scotty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. Now for your financial headlines, part of the NFL postseason is heading to streaming. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. That's right. So the NFL strikes a one-year deal with NBC Universal to carry a playoff game exclusively on Peacock this season. The game will be in primetime on Saturday, January 13th, and that's during wildcard weekend. Playoffs games have been streamed before, but this is the first time one will only be available through streaming. The markets of the two teams in the game will be able to watch on a local station. Peacock has been spending heavily on sports to drive growth and currently shows Premier League soccer, college football, Major League Baseball, and the Olympics. Amazon plans to add a search product similar to ChatGPT to its online store, rivaling efforts by Google and Microsoft to integrate AI features into their search engines. Bloomberg reports that Amazon's ambitions have appeared in recent job postings for engineers. Conversational search could reshape Amazon's core retail business. More than half of shoppers say they start product searches on Amazon. That's a higher share than Google. Business lunches are coming back, and it's a signal that some pre-pandemic habits are returning to normal. Data from OpenTable shows the number of seated diners at noon on weekdays increased every month between January and April versus last year. Chicago, Philadelphia, Seattle, and Atlanta also saw gains, and Google searches for business lunch have hit their highest level in the past decade in recent months. And OpenTable says overall dining demand remains relatively stable, Joe.
You know, interestingly, I talked to a bartender recently who said Fridays and Saturdays are kind of dead, but Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays are just big
So what does that tell you?
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Thanks, Silvana. Appreciate it. Memorial Day weekend is around the corner. AAA is predicting nearly 43 million people will be packing their bags for some holiday travel. So what do you need to know to make sure you're ready to hit the road? Going travel expert Katie Nastro is joining us to make sure we have everything we need to know before taking off. Katie, good morning. So I'm guessing this is more of a driving holiday over a flying holiday. What are your best tips for people as they get set to hit the road for Memorial Day weekend?
Sure, yeah. I mean, we are definitely going to see an unprecedented amount of people traveling, whether they're hitting the friendly skies or hitting the road. For road travelers specifically, this is actually some good news, a bit of good news for your wallet. Gas prices are down about 21% versus last year. So, and they are actually expected to become cheaper as we go into the summer. So this is really good news if you're looking for a really long road trip that you've been kind of putting off, because we remember those sticker shock prices that we saw last summer. So this is good news, definitely to report. So anyone looking to hit the road, don't worry, your wallet can be thankful.
That is some good news. So I feel like as we've emerged from the worst of the pandemic, every year travel numbers seem to go up during these key holidays. How about this year? How many more people are going to be traveling this Memorial Day weekend compared with last Memorial Day weekend?
Sure. You know, we're anticipating the highest number of travelers that we've seen since maybe even pre-pandemic. And I'm not a betting woman, but I would say that this might even break some records. I know that AAA is expecting an 11% increase in air travelers versus last year, and then a 5.5% percentage increase since 2019. So again, really going to be a record-breaking, or expected to be a record-breaking year. And you know, when you're looking at TSA numbers alone, we're seeing day-to-day numbers nearly identical to 2019. But if you combine the first 4 months of 2023, look at that sum versus 2019, we've actually already surpassed 2019 numbers, and that's during a low season. So if it's trending in that upward direction, we're definitely going to be expecting from Memorial Day onwards a lot of travelers about.
People want to get out. So, you know, it's a week and a half away. I'm guessing most people have made their plans, maybe not everyone. So for those who are still trying to figure it out, any tips for last-minute travelers? Are there any deals out there you can snag?
Sure. So I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You know, the best deals that we saw were really available a few months ago, but I can commiserate with anyone who waits till the last minute. You're busy, things happen. I myself should take my own advice and book a little bit sooner. But for anyone who hasn't booked yet, there are some deals to be had. For instance, New York down to Charleston, 188 round trip. Or maybe you want to hit that island life and head out to Bermuda, 320 round trip from New York. And this is actually a great time to get to Bermuda before that humidity really sets in. Yeah. Maybe you want to go from Dallas over to Vegas, 218 round trip. Or maybe you're somewhere in the middle of the country. Maybe you're in Denver. You want to go to New York City, which is a fabulous time of the year, 178 round trip to hit the Big Apple. So there are definitely deals to be had, but the biggest piece of advice, definitely book sooner than later. A day out, a ticket purchased a day out versus a week out, definitely more expensive. So you do not want to wait.
Always some good advice there. And I can tell you the tourists are definitely back here in New York right now. All right, Katie Nastro, thank you so much. Appreciate your tips. Coming up, are you looking for a new place to live? A new list is out breaking down the best places to live in the U.S. And if you want to live in the top city, you're going to need a winter jacket. We have the top 5 coming up next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. She is already an entrepreneur, kitchen icon, friend of Snoop Dogg. Well, now at age 81, Martha Stewart can add another title, swimwear model. Stewart just became the oldest woman to pose for the swimsuit cover of Sports Illustrated. She was given 3 months to get ready for the suit, said she did Pilates and avoided a few plates of pasta. She broke the news to our friends on the Today Show, later calling it an opportunity of a lifetime on her Instagram page, writing, "My motto has always been, when you're through changing, you're through." Stewart is one of 4 cover stars for this year's magazine annual swimsuit edition, along with Megan Fox, Kim Petras, and Brooks Nader. Congratulations to all of them.
And to Martha Stewart for inspiring so many with that. Finally this hour, if you are planning to move into a new home, whether that be down the street or maybe across the country, we have some inspiration for you. This year's U.S. News and World Report rankings of the best places to live in the U.S. is out. Here to reveal that list for us is U.S. News and Report real estate editor and expert Devin Thorsby. Devin, good to have you with us. So before we reveal this year's best places to live, tell us how you put together these rankings.
The best places to live considers the factors people consider most important when it comes to finding the right fit for their next hometown. So we look at affordability, overall quality of life, desirability, whether people want to move there and actually are moving there, as well as the job market.
So let's not keep folks waiting anymore. Tell us, what are, in your mind, the best places to live in the U.S.? Do we see any major changes this year, say, compared with last year's top 10?
We do see some changes, and we have a new number 1 this year. At number 5, we have Sarasota, Florida. Number 4 is Boulder, Colorado, which in past years has been number 1 itself. Number 3 is Raleigh and Durham, North Carolina. Number 2 is Huntsville, Alabama, which was number 1 last year. And number 1 this year, which might be a surprise to some people, is Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Wow, I've lived in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I didn't know that was going to be number 1 on the list. What are the main reasons Green Bay is number 1?
Green Bay offers a lot of affordability, which is a big deal for a lot of people, especially if they're planning to move across the country. That and the fact that it offers a lot of quality of life. People are happy living in Green Bay. And while the weather might deter some people, I think if you don't like cold winters, don't move to Green Bay. But the people who do live there seem to like it a lot and don't mind getting out in winter.
You do get that cold weather coming off of Lake Michigan. But I will say, though it has been a very long time, I had a great apartment there. It was only like $600 a month at the time. So not a bad bargain at all. All right. So there were other rankings put together by U.S. News, including the safest places to live and the most affordable. Where should we be looking there?
In the safest category, which is based on data we look at from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the top 5 actually includes 4, I think, Florida metro areas. So that's number 1 is Naples, Florida, followed by Port St. Lucie, Florida, Fort Myers, Florida. At number 4, we have Portland, Maine, and then Lakeland, Florida.
So what role did the economy, especially right now, where we're sort of in this period dealing with inflation, uncertainty about a recession, how did that play into the rankings this year?
As part of affordability, we have always looked at housing costs. So the median rent or mortgage payments combined with the cost of property taxes and utilities. And because inflation has impacted everyone across the U.S. this year, we also wanted to look at how the cost of goods and services compare to other metro areas. So we incorporated that price parity as well, which has affected to some extent the affordability rankings.
We just have 15 seconds here, but I know you surveyed Americans. What were just the most important qualities they were looking for?
Affordability is a big one, as well as quality of life. I think especially post-pandemic, people want to make sure that they're going to be happy where they live.
All right, Devin Thorsby, thanks so much. By the way, if you're going to move to Green Bay, you have to be a Packers fan, because that is definitely a priority there. All right, thanks, Devin. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, final report. After 4 years, we are getting our first look at the Trump-era special counsel investigation, looking into the origins of the FBI's Trump-Russia investigation. The Bureau facing serious criticism that it acted without evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia, how the FBI is responding and the reaction from both sides of the aisle. Baseball bat attack. One man is under arrest after a brutal assault on the office of a U.S. congressman. The attack sending 2 staffers to the hospital, one of them an intern on her first day. What we've learned about the suspect's background and the new video showing the disturbing moments before the attack. Borders slow down after reaching record levels. The swell of migrants along the southern border is easing, with illegal crossings dropping by nearly half. But with processing centers being pushed to the max, communities are struggling to keep up. We are on the ground with the impact being felt across the country. And sorry, not sorry, there is a growing push for women to stop over-apologizing.
Apologized to coffee tables I bumped into and then laughed when I realized it. Some friends tell me to stop apologizing so much. Inevitably, I reply, I know, I'm sorry.
Not everyone is on board, so what experts say is behind the verbal tick and why it can sometimes kick things off on the wrong foot for all of us. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday. We begin this hour with that report by Special Counsel John Durham looking into the FBI's probe, which looked into potential ties between Russia and former President Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. The report accused the FBI of acting negligently by opening the investigation based on insufficient and vague information, but it did not produce any blockbuster revelations of criminal conduct. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with more on this. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. In this 306-page report, Special Counsel John Durham excoriates the FBI for what he says is being too credulous with accepting information that some of which came from politically tainted sources, including that infamous Steele dossier, and also just not thoroughly vetting some of the information that it used to open this counterintelligence investigation that blossomed into the Trump-Russia investigation conducted by Special Counsel Robert Mueller. But as you said, this report did not live up to what former President Trump said that it would. He called it the crime of the century. He expected that people were going to go to jail over this. Really, only 2 criminal cases were brought by this special counsel, and both resulted in acquittals by juries. And no major allegations of corruption, conspiracy, or even acting with political bias were brought by the special counsel against the FBI. Everyone acknowledges the FBI made mistakes in this investigation. That was the conclusion of a 2019 Inspector General report. The FBI saying it made a lot of changes since then, and that some of these missteps could not happen today, Joe.
You put together a report on this. Let's take a look at that package right now.
This morning, the investigation that followed a political firestorm around the 2016 election.
A horrible, horrible, disgusting witch hunt.
Finally wrapping up ahead of the next one. Republicans saying it exposed serious wrongdoing by the FBI.
The FBI has an awful lot of work to do.
While Democrats calling it a rehash that didn't live up to its billing.
The investigation, the investigators by Durham revealed little to nothing.
Mr. Trump on his Truth Social website saying the American public was scammed. But the report, though highly critical of the FBI, did not back up Mr. Trump's claims that he was framed by a corrupt deep state conspiracy.
I think it's a political crime of the century.
In fact, Special Counsel John Durham did not find corruption or even actions motivated by politics. Durham was tapped by Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, to look into whether FBI officials abused their powers when they opened an investigation in 2016, codenamed Crossfire Hurricane, looking into allegations the Trump campaign had colluded with the Russian government. That eventually led to the appointment of Special Counsel Robert Mueller, who in the end did not find a conspiracy between Trump and the Kremlin.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
Although Mueller did find a Trump campaign eager to accept help from Russians. Durham's report criticized what he called seriously deficient mistakes by the FBI, adding the Bureau was much more cautious and skeptical about allegations against the Clinton campaign. All potential fodder for Trump as he mounts another campaign for president.
And Joe, the FBI said in a statement that they've made a number of changes to the way they approach national security investigations that would prevent some of these missteps from happening again. And there's also a new rule that says the Attorney General has to approve any investigation into a national political campaign. Joe.
All right, Ken Delaney. And Ken, thank you so much. Turning now to that violent baseball bat attack in Virginia. A man wielding a metal bat assaulted 2 staffers at the office of Congressman Jerry Connolly. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us from Fairfax, Virginia with the latest on this. Ryan, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. And we do have good news. Those 2 staffers who were injured in the attack yesterday have both been released from the hospital. Their boss, Jerry Connolly, telling us that he believes that they will recover from their physical injuries. But what he is worried about is the trauma that they experienced in this office here behind me.
Someone has been struck with a bat.
This morning, police are trying to determine why a man entered Democratic Congressman Jerry Connolly's Virginia office and attacked two of his staffers with a metal baseball bat. The same man, police believe, is seen in this new surveillance footage, chasing another woman nearby just minutes earlier. Authorities say the suspect then showed up at Connolly's office, looking for the lawmaker. And when he learned the congressman wasn't there, he went off, hitting two of Connolly's staffers.
One of the staffers who was injured, she's an intern, and today was her first day.
The staffers treated and released at a local hospital.
You could absolutely tell that the people inside were scared. They were hiding.
Federal investigators searching the home of 49-year-old suspect, Juan Ka Tran Pham, who has a history of run-ins with police. In 2022, court documents show he was charged with assaulting and attempting to disarm an officer during what prosecutors described as a mental health crisis. The charges were later dropped when Pham complied with treatment. Pham also filed a $29 million handwritten lawsuit against the CIA last year, claiming he'd been wrongfully imprisoned and alleging he'd been, quote, brutally tortured from the fourth dimension. This latest assault comes as attacks against members of Congress and their families have skyrocketed. Just last month, Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger telling lawmakers the number of threats had increased 400% over the last 6 years.
I worry about the normalization of violence in our politics. I've got a strong and resilient staff. They're committed to their mission, and they're not going to be deterred by this kind of tragic incident.
And Congressman Connolly now says that he and his office will review security here in their district. He's already working with Capitol Police to try and find fixes for what happened here yesterday. He said that he's worried not only for the safety of his staff, but for the general public who enter into these doors every single day. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. Now the latest on the standoff over the debt ceiling in Washington. We are just weeks away from a potentially crippling debt default if no deal is reached on Capitol Hill. President Biden is expected to host a crucial meeting today at the White House with congressional leaders with the hopes of reaching an agreement. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen issued a new warning yesterday saying the U.S. could still default as soon as June 1st. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now with the latest on all this. Garrett, good morning to you. So just remind us, where do we stand on negotiations as we head into this critical meeting today?
Joe, I've never been less excited to get to June and the summer because right now it seems like they're still basically nowhere. Lawmakers and the president are hoping to get in a room today and decide on at least the parameters for negotiation that the White House says still isn't even a negotiation. Now, Kevin McCarthy, every time he spoke to reporters yesterday, seemed less and less optimistic about the state of things. I want to play for you some of what he told us yesterday and then give you the White House's view of things on the other side. Here's McCarthy.
The only body in all of Congress are the Republicans who raised the debt ceiling. And we did it way in advance before Janet Yellen told us when the deadline was, because we didn't want to be here. So no, I don't think we're in a good place. I know we're not.
Now, President Biden has been much more publicly optimistic about this, but the White House and the lawmakers close to the process have basically said these negotiations, discussions, whatever you want to call them, have begun to center around just a couple things, making permitting for things like energy and infrastructure projects a little bit easier, spending caps on future spending, and maybe trying to claw back some unspent pandemic money. That may be what this all comes down to at the end of the day, Joe.
So, Garrett, as we've reported, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen wrote another letter to Congress yesterday, basically reiterating the same point. The U.S. could default on its debt obligations in a couple weeks from Thursday. Remind us what's at stake here. And also, this really isn't a situation where they could reach a deal on May 31st and everything's hunky-dory, right?
No, that's right. I mean, it's going to take some time to pass into law whatever deal gets reached. So you got to almost back time this by a week or two to be sure that you don't accidentally stumble across that deadline. And this is different than a government shutdown. The effects here could be far more wide-ranging. First of all, you'd see delayed payments for things like Social Security checks, veterans benefits, your tax return money. If you haven't gotten it yet, don't expect it after June 1st if we're in default. You'd also see interest rate spikes. That could hurt you if you're trying to buy a car or build a house. And then your retirement savings would take a hit, as would, frankly, the rest of the markets. So we've never been in this situation before, Joe, there's almost like a bias against even thinking about how bad it could be. But that's the reality, according to economists across the political spectrum.
And Garrett, NBC News has learned Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be part of today's meeting at the White House. That's according to a source familiar with her plans. What should we know about her role today? Does that tell us anything about this process right now?
Well, it's interesting because one of the things we've heard from the Republicans involved in this process is they'd like to see the negotiating group get smaller, not bigger. They think that would be helpful in coming to an actual deal. But what our White House folks are saying, what the sources they're talking to are saying, is that the vice president's getting involved in part so she can be a more active participant in the messaging around this issue, kind of laying out the risks, the necessity of reaching some kind of deal, of raising the debt ceiling, particularly while the president's out of the country, which is a trip that's supposed to begin tomorrow, Joe, and nobody knows exactly whether he'll still go or for how long, to Japan and to Australia if these negotiations that may or may not be negotiations heat up or get stuck. The president could be needed back here in the States to push this thing across the finish line, too.
Yeah, a lot of White House journalists are wondering if they're about to embark on a long overseas trip or if they're just going to stay in Washington.
It's a
and
mileage
watch
run to nowhere,
negotiations.
basically.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Garrett, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Turning now to the war in Ukraine, Russia carried out another wave of airstrikes on Kyiv overnight, but Ukrainian officials say they shot down all the missiles and drones. This latest attack comes after President Zelensky wrapped up his European tour. As he wraps that tour up, NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Kyiv. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. And not just another wave, according to Ukrainian officials, the biggest attack on the capital in weeks, 18 missiles in all. And as you say this morning, the Ukrainian Air Force, they say their air defenses, which include an American-supplied Patriot defense system, shot down every single missile.
Overnight, a massive wave of Russian attacks aimed at Ukraine's capital, the biggest in weeks. Ukraine's Air Force says Russia targeted Kyiv with at least 18 missiles from the north, south, and east. And Ukraine's air defense systems shooting down even the most advanced Russian weapons, including 6 hypersonic Kinzhal missiles launched from aircraft, 9 cruise missiles launched from the Black Sea, 3 land-based missiles, and 9 drones, all destroyed, according to the Air Force. The defense minister calling it another unbelievable success for the Ukrainian Air Forces, adding, "Thank you to our Air Force service members and our partner states who invested in securing the skies over Ukraine and all of Europe." The overnight attack comes on the heels of fresh military investment from Western allies.
Повертаємось додому з новими оборонними пакетами. Більше нової, більше потужної зброї для фронту, більше захисту для наших людей, більше політичної підтримки.
President Zelensky speaking on his way home after his successful European tour. But Zelensky's priority remains fighter jets and increased support from the U.S.
Дякую, Британії, за домовленість міри. Ми продовжуємо працювати і над коаліцією винищувачів.
Down south, just off the front line, Ukraine is training troops as fast as they can. We expect the counteroffensive to start, and we are ready, this soldier says. Ready, another soldier adds, to finally end this war. These last 4 days in the bitterly contested town of Bakhmut, controlled largely by the Russian Wagner Group, have seen the first major battlefield gains for Ukraine in months. Momentum the Ukrainians hope that will drive their coming offensive.
Now, Joe, this morning and really for the last several days, the focus is still absolutely on Bakhmut, and the Ukrainians say they are turning the tide here. We are chasing an unverified video that has emerged where the Wagner Group chief, Yevgeny Prigozhin, claims that American soldier has died in Bakhmut. NBC News has not verified this claim, has not verified this video. We are chasing this. We have reached out to all U.S. officials to get more information on this, Joe.
All right, Molly Hunter reporting from Kyiv. Molly, thank you so much. Now to the U.S.-Mexico border, where the number of migrants crossing into this country has dropped dramatically in the days after the end of Title 42 restrictions. But processing centers are still over capacity, and they're struggling to accommodate people who have already made it into border cities. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is in San Diego with the latest.
This morning, the Border Patrol continues to release thousands of migrants into the U.S. following the end of the public health order known as Title 42. Massive processing centers designed to hold 18,000 migrants are being pushed to their limits, according to DHS officials. One administration official telling NBC News those released most recently have been vetted, have court dates, and have passed credible fear screenings, the first step in claiming asylum. But court documents show DHS released over 2,500 migrants without court dates just after Title 42 ended Friday. The numbers overwhelming shelters and cities alike, nearly in half since Title 42 expired, though that's compared to the record-breaking surges of last week. The administration says stricter punishments under Title 8, the section of U.S. law dealing with immigration that was in place before Title 42 and is now being enforced again, is slowing the flow. This teen from Guatemala says she was turned back and told to apply for asylum at a port of entry. But Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says the numbers don't tell the full story.
They've reduced the number of people waiting in line because they gave everybody in line a pass.
It comes as busloads and trainloads of migrants keep arriving in cities nationwide. In New York City, some asylum seekers are now being housed in school gymnasiums.
They didn't really tell the parents anything until the kids came home and said something later on in the day. That's when we got notified.
This morning, a humanitarian crisis being felt far beyond the southern border.
Our thanks to Miguel Almaguer for that report. Migrants who cross the border illegally now face a 5-year bar on returning to the U.S. and possible criminal charges. Time now for a check on your Morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. We've got a heat wave still going strong in parts of the Pacific Northwest. That's where we've had multiple 90-degree days for a lot of cities, Medford being one of those. We're going to end up at 90 degrees again today. Low 80s for Seattle, but still, these numbers are way above normal for where they should be for this time of year. It's going to last a little while longer. We'll have a bit of relief in some spots. Notice by Friday, Seattle gets back down to about 80 degrees, but hits the mid-80s for Wednesday and Thursday. Still going strong with the 90s, or at least close to 90 for Medford through the next couple of days, so we could continue to see these record-breaking highs in some spots. Meanwhile, in the Northeast and in the Midwest, we have kind of a mixed bag. We're going to be into the 80s for Chicago today. Cincinnati hits 68 degrees, 82 degrees for New York, so running a little above normal, but that doesn't last for long. We'll slowly but surely start to see these temperatures coming down. And by the time we get into tomorrow, we'll see temperatures into the 50s for parts of New England, 68 degrees in Philadelphia. Out towards Detroit and Chicago, we'll hang out into those low to mid 60s for our afternoon temperatures. But it's Thursday morning that'll really get your attention. It's not going to feel all that warm like it has for days and days. We're going to start to bring these temperatures down, and in some spots, we could be dealing with frost advisories. Not great for those plants, especially those early buds that we've already seen in the gardening that I'm sure you've done on these warmer afternoons. Cleveland will end up at 41 degrees in the morning hours, 42 for Bridgeport, 42 for Boston. So just prepare for that on Thursday morning with an extra layer. You'll need it. Now, the fire alerts are still up for some of these major cities. Boston, Newport, Providence, Hartford, all included in that because we've got some gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour, and we've also got the low humidity, so we will look for that to stick with us through the day today. Meanwhile, in the mid-Atlantic, we have the potential to see some strong storms. There's 10 million people included in this. The risk is mainly going to be those strong winds, so gusts up to 60 miles per hour, but we won't rule out the potential for some large hail as well as those tornadoes in this area. Places like Knoxville, Boone, London all have that better chance to see that. But again, Nashville included in that, Chattanooga as well. Looking at the radar, you can see some of the heavy rain that is going to work through that similar area that I just mentioned. That's where we have the potential for some flooding concerns. We've already seen an active early morning hour with some thunderstorms there, but the potential for some flooding rains is going to be there here through at least the next couple of days. Here's the flash flood risk for today, where you see that darker blue, better chance to see the flash flooding, and you'll notice why. We have localized amounts up to 3 inches when we have rainfall rates that are kind of impressive like that, and all that rain happening in a really short period of time. Flooding, of course, something that we'll have to watch for. Going across the southeast, though, over the next couple of days, this will be through Wednesday. What we'll have to deal with, notice there's a widespread area stretching from really Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, all the way into the southeast, including major cities like Atlanta, Asheville, Raleigh. We'll see those highest amounts, though, places like Kentucky. That's where we'll see those amounts upwards of 1, maybe 2 inches. inches up to 3 inches. So it'll be a couple of days where we'll have to watch for the flash flooding concern, Joe, as well as the severe storms and the temperature changes to come by Thursday for folks in the Northeast. We've got it all going on.
All right, yeah, these high temps aren't sticking around forever, I guess. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Coming up, Americans are keeping their cars longer than ever. The sticker shock that has so many putting the brakes on buying a new car. And tragedy on the beach. A bride hit and killed on the day of her wedding. Police say by a drunk driver. The new details emerging about that incident next.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
This morning, new developments in that deadly crash that killed a South Carolina bride on her wedding night. The groom was seriously injured. Authorities just released more details about the crash and the woman who they say was driving under the influence before she slammed into the couple's golf cart. Now we're hearing from the bride's family, trying to come to grips with their tragic loss. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Been more than 2 weeks since the Miller family gathered for a beachside ceremony to celebrate the wedding of their beloved Samantha.
My first thought was Sam finally has all the love that she's ever wanted. There was so much happiness.
This weekend, they returned to the same spot for a beachside tribute to the 34-year-old South Carolina bride. Sam, to friends and family, she was killed by an alleged drunk driver last month, just hours after taking her wedding vows. The last person Sam spoke with before the car crashed into their golf cart was her new husband.
She looked at him on the golf cart and said, "I want this day to last forever."
Lisa, you knew when you heard the sirens that something terrible had happened.
I did. I don't know how I did. I'm like, something happened to Sam. I literally screamed it.
Also still grieving Sam's husband, Eric. Hundreds of people joined Eric and the family Saturday, paddling out into the ocean and placing flowers with Sam's name on them into the water to honor her memory. As Eric recovers from injuries sustained in the crash and her family picks up the pieces, new details are emerging about the incident. A recent police report includes this image showing the golf cart that carried the bride and groom, along with 2 other family members, tangled with the car that hit them. The driver of that car was 25-year-old Jamie Koborowski, who, according to a toxicology report, had a blood alcohol level more than 3 times the legal limit.
What would be justice for you, Lisa?
Ooh, that's a tough question. A lot of people refer to it as an accident, and we feel like it's not an accident. She made that conscious decision, so it's not an accident.
GoFundMe started by both families have raised nearly $800,000. A life cut short and a story touching and breaking hearts.
Our thanks to Stephanie Gosk for that report. The driver of that car remains in jail awaiting trial. Her lawyers responded to NBC News with a statement reading in part, "We simply ask that there not be a rush to judgment. Our court system is founded upon principles of justice and mercy, and that is where all facts will come to light." Let's take a look at what's making headlines around the world this morning, starting with a deadly fire at a hostel in New Zealand. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, authorities in New Zealand say that at least 6 people have died after a fire broke out in that hostel in the city of Wellington. Now more than 50 people were rescued, but the fear is that the death toll may rise as 11 people are still unaccounted for. Firefighters were called at about midnight local time and found the top level of the building ablaze. The cause of the fire is still unknown. Let's go to Japan, where Tuesday dozens of activists demonstrated in Fukushima against plans to release into the sea water from the nuclear plant severely damaged by a tsunami and earthquake in 2011. Officials say that the previously highly radioactive water from the plant will be filtered and diluted with large amounts of seawater before it's released into the sea. But some scientists and the activists say the long-term impact to the environment and to people is still unknown. And let's end this short tour of the world in Nigeria, where a chef managed to cook for 100 hours, setting a new record for the longest hours non-stop cooking. In that time, the chef, Hilda Baki, cooked dozens of Nigerian dishes, including soups, stews, and rice, with people coming to cheer for her through the day and night. Now, the previous record was held by an Indian chef who cooked non-stop for only 87 hours in 2019. But the Guinness World of Records say they need to review all the evidence first before officially confirming the record. But I fear, Joe, that all that evidence was eliminated by the people who ate the food.
That is a very good point, but congratulations to her. You know, it takes me about 100 hours to make one meal, so I should maybe consider entering the contest. And I look about that tired when I'm done. So, all right. Claudio, thanks so much. Coming up, failure to launch. Why a plan to move U.S. Space Command to Alabama could be stuck on the launch pad. Next.
Monday.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Voters in Jacksonville, Florida are heading to the polls this morning to vote for their next mayor. It is a hotly contested race. Democrat Donna Deegan, a former news anchor, is facing off against Republican Daniel Davis, a local official. And the results could serve as a bellwether, telling us how 2024 presidential candidates will fare in the state. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Jacksonville. So, Shaq, it's Election Day. Where does the race stand as voters head to the polls there today?
Well, if you look at the polls, things are extremely close. Both sides describing this essentially as a jump ball as we head into Election Day. You mentioned that this is a race that has been extremely contentious, and you've seen ads, millions of dollars in ad spending on both sides. You have Democrat Donna Deegan. She's known for her charitable giving. She was a television anchor here in Jacksonville, so she's pretty popular in terms of being well known in this area, going up against Republican Daniel Davis. He's a longtime local official in this area. So two well-known figures going up for this contested race.
So Jacksonville is a battleground area in a state that at least a few years ago was considered a pretty big battleground state when it comes to presidential politics. On a bigger scale, the results could be pretty far-reaching. Tell us what's at stake here, why we've sent you there to cover this one.
Well, this will really help determine whether Democrats can still win in the state of Florida, specifically in areas where they had success previously. If you look at Jacksonville, specifically Duval County, this is an area where Democrats won in 2018 statewide races. President Biden won it in 2020, and then came Governor DeSantis' re-election effort. And you saw that ground that Democrats have really completely evaporate. And I want you to listen to what I heard from both party chairs about why this race is something they're both investing in heavily and watching extremely closely.
Duval County is a battleground. It is an epic battleground, and in a microcosm, it epitomizes the great struggle between the right and the left that's been involving our nation for years now.
Jacksonville is one of the last major large cities, not only in this state, but in the country that still has a Republican incumbent. This is a true opportunity for us to get a Democrat elected to this office for the first time in 8 years.
Jacksonville is Florida's largest city. It's one of the few major cities across the country that's currently run by Republicans. Democrats feel like they have an opportunity here. Now is the moment to see if they can capitalize on it.
So, Shaq, I know you spoke with chairs of Republican and Democrats in Duval County. What issues are they saying voters are most concerned about right now?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. When you talk to Republicans and Democrats, especially officials, you usually hear different things, different topics that are being brought up. That was not the case when I talked to both party chairs here in Jacksonville. Listen to some of those conversations.
They're concerned about public safety. Public safety is a very important issue in Jacksonville. They're also concerned about affordable housing and the cost of living.
Crime, housing affordability, and infrastructure spending are probably the biggest issues that we have here locally. Jacksonville has the unfortunate benefit of being the murder capital of this state.
It's almost as if they were reading from the same script there. Of course, both of the candidates have different solutions, different policy prescriptions to address those issues. But in terms of what's on the top of voters' minds as they go into the polls or polling locations like the one behind me, there's broad consensus on what those issues are and what's their main focus.
And Shaq, have national politics played into this local race at all? Have you seen that in any of the rhetoric or any of the concerns from voters?
Absolutely. You know, it's very similar to what we were talking about a couple of months ago during the midterm elections. The big thing that you're hearing, and you heard both party chairs mention the issue of crime, mention the issue of public safety. Well, you have Donna Deegan being accused of wanting to defund the police because of her attendance at some Black Lives Matter rallies a couple of years ago. You have Daniel Davis saying that he wants to help fund police. He wants to back police and add more police officers to the beat. So that national messaging of defunding the police and support for police departments, that has made its way into this local race. The one issue that hasn't been brought up, and this is interesting in both conversations with the party chairs, is the issue of abortion. That's one that we talked about extensively over the course of the midterm elections as we were covering it here in Florida and elsewhere in the country. But that was not a top issue that those officials brought up. It's important to note that that is a policy that's run at a state level and not a city level. But the fact that that has not made its way into the debate as much as it has in many other elections, that is definitely notable, Joe.
Yeah, and as you saw firsthand just a few weeks ago in Wisconsin, granted that was the state Supreme Court, but that was the huge issue there. Shaq, do we expect we could have the final results by the end of the night tonight?
That is the hope. You know, both sides say this will be extremely close, that this will be a tight race as we get into the evening. One official put it to me as a guess that even if his side wins, that it'll be a 52 to 48% race. So that means things could come up close. We could be waiting late into the night. But here in Florida, they do count votes fairly quickly. They've been processing those early votes for some time now. So we should expect to have a result by the end of the night. But one thing that you're hearing from both sides, and it's almost like they continue to say the same things. You don't see that too often, but they both say that this is a battleground. They call it a knife fight. They say this is going to be that hand-to-hand combat. They feel like it's really going to come down to those final few votes, and it's going to come down to who shows up today, because they have early voting numbers. That gap between Democrats and Republicans with early voting is actually tighter than it has been in previous elections. So that means both sides have been participating in early voting, and both sides will be showing up to really flood the polls and have their voices heard in this very contentious and very tight election, Joe.
All right, Shaq in Jacksonville, thank you so much. If you're planning to drive on Memorial Day weekend, you'll probably notice more older cars on the road, maybe even a little duct tape. It's because drivers are now keeping their vehicles longer. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock tells us why so many Americans are putting the brakes on buying a new car.
With demand for vehicles in overdrive, new data shows Americans keeping their cars and smaller trucks for a record 12.5 years. While they're lasting longer, they're also more expensive, which is why South Florida mechanic Nick Osborne is still holding onto a 2007 SUV. Under normal circumstances, would you still be driving around in this?
No way. I would already replace this car.
The father of 5, swapping out an engine with 200,000 miles for one with a mere 100,000, a short-term fix that fits his family's budget. Do you feel safe driving this?
No, not at all. 200,000 miles, no. You know, and then my kids are in it. I'm not sure if I feel too safe with 200,000 miles. You know, but do I have a choice? No, I don't have a choice.
It's the impact of years of pandemic-fueled shortages, supply disruptions, and heightened demand. The average used car payment is more than $560, and for new vehicles, nearly $730. According to one group, that's up more than $250 a month compared to just 5 years ago. Industry analysts say pricing, higher interest rates, and greater reliability of newer cars all play a role.
Someone going into the market for the first time in a while, they're going to be shocked as to how high the prices are for both new and used cars.
A byproduct of this trend, auto repair shops are seeing way more customers.
Even with high mileage, they're keeping the car.
Yeah. We've seen an average car go from anywhere between 80 to 90,000 miles, now over 100, 150,000.
Many hoping to ride out this tidal wave of demand, like Nick.
I wish I could afford a minivan right now with a lot less mileage.
When the road to ownership is a little smoother. Sam Brock, NBC News, Miami.
All right, coming up, it could be the future of public transit. We are climbing on board with a new fleet of driverless buses as they hit the road. Stay with us.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. It's time for our CNBC Money Minute. New numbers show Americans are not holding back when it comes to spending. CNBC's Savannah now joins us with that and other money headlines. Savannah, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yes, so Americans continue to rack up debt. A report from the New York Federal Reserve shows that total consumer debt hit a record high in the first 3 months of this year, topping $17 trillion. Now, that's despite a sharp pullback in mortgage lending. New home loans peaked above $1.2 trillion in 2021, but have been falling since as the Fed has hiked interest rates. The average rate for a 30-year mortgage is now about 6.4%. Elon Musk says he must now approve all new hires at Tesla. In an email to staff seen by CNBC, Musk expressed concern about the company's current practices. Reports say staffers are reading the email as either a soft hiring freeze or a signal Musk is shifting his focus back to Tesla now that he's named a new CEO of Twitter. Musk has generally been involved in approving hiring and budgets since becoming Tesla CEO in 2008. OpenAI plans to release a new open source model to the public. Open source means the code is open to anyone to modify the model for any reason for their specific purpose. The move comes as OpenAI, that's the company behind ChatGPT, is facing competition from Meta and others. The information reports OpenAI is unlikely to release a product that's competitive with ChatGPT, as that's the company's primary way of making money, which is through selling access to the technology, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much. And let's keep talking about AI. Microsoft is quickly moving forward with the implementation of its latest artificial intelligence technology. Now, some of its household software brands like Bing, Excel, and Word will be using tech like ChatGPT to help users carry out their day-to-day tasks. CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin spoke one-on-one with Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella about the partnership and controversy surrounding this emerging use of tech. Here's part of that conversation.
We're moving from the autopilot era of AI to co-pilot era of AI. Yes, it's moving fast, but moving fast in the right direction. Moving fast where humans are more in control.
What scares you about this?
What, I'll call it, societal choices do we make given this new technology? We definitely want the benefits of this technology, and we want to mitigate the unintended consequences.
How is this going to change education and the idea of what people, the next generation, are going to have to know, need to know?
I think we will adjust to work with these tools. Critical thinking will still be very much what humans do, but I think that there is an opportunity for us to retool ourselves with new tools.
You can watch the rest of that conversation and more on this topic when Special Edition with Andrew Ross Sorkin, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, airs tonight at 10:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now. Well, you've heard of self-driving cars. How about self-driving buses? Over in Scotland, a community is experimenting with the idea in what's thought to be the first route of its kind in the world. NBC's Matt Bradley has that story.
The wheels on this bus go round and round like any other. But the steering wheel seems to have a mind of its own. This bus has declared its autonomy and it enters into service. Is this the first in the world?
So we believe it's the most advanced in the world. There have been other autonomous buses, but we believe this is the first registered timetable service where we're making a commitment to passengers that we're going to be there on time delivering a public service.
5 of these buses will patrol a 14-mile route across Edinburgh's Forth Road Bridge. A bus every 30 minutes, reaching speeds of up to 50 miles an hour, serving as many as 10,000 passengers per week. But this is still very much an experiment. So for now, this driverless bus does have a driver. He's here just making sure everything is safe, and there's another member of staff here taking tickets. That's 2 employees, twice as many as was needed before. The idea is to eventually free the driver from babysitting the bus, but right now, that's illegal. Stagecoach, the company running this experiment, is hoping the law will change soon.
And when the technology is completely signed off and we're allowed to take the safety driver out of the cab, they'll be able to move around the saloon, engage with passengers, check tickets, keep the service accessible, that kind of thing.
As far as drivers are concerned, autonomous buses are sophisticated and safe.
You ever had any close calls?
No, I haven't. No.
Are you worried that you could?
No, not really. The technology, I think, is brilliant. It stays in its lane, it brakes. When it senses other traffic, the only thing you've maybe got to worry about is other motorists not knowing what they're going to do.
The bus itself does most of the work, with some high-tech help. So when you say a sensor, is that these things right here?
Yeah, so that's one of them. That's a LiDAR. That's for the closer range detection.
So if the technology has arrived, the real problem is still humans, pedestrians, drivers. By behaving unpredictably, they're the ones who are standing in the way of wider adoption of this technology.
The biggest barrier with autonomous vehicles is dealing with people, especially in urban environments, where people are making decisions of their own, sometimes stretching the rules just a little bit so that they can get by and collaborate with each other.
But the humans of Edinburgh aren't all ready to board the bus.
They say it'd be safer by reducing human error.
But then, I don't know, I've seen the movies and the robots something always happens.
And will you be happy about it?
No.
No. You're scared?
Let your life in the hand of a machine that could have faults. Yeah, so far it proved that, yes, human error exists, but it's less than machinery for the moment.
They may have a point. Accidents involving autonomous vehicles have happened.
Ain't nobody in it. This is crazy.
And in San Francisco, this driverless car sped off after it was pulled over by police. In February, American safety officials pushed Tesla to recall more than 360,000 full self-driving cars because of unsafe driving and road violations.
What do you say to people who are worried that this is unsafe?
I say that we've got a vetted safety case there that has gone through millions of miles of testing, and there will always be the safety driver there ready to intervene.
So if you're worried about autonomous technology, maybe think of it this way. These drivers never have a bad day. They never get distracted. And these sensors never blink. But experiments like this one are as much about calming the public as they are about testing the tech.
We still understand that we need to ensure that the public come with us on this, and that they're convinced that this technology is safe and has benefits for everyone. So I think there's still work to be done on that side of it, but the technology is ready now.
Our thanks to Matt Bradley for that report. Despite all of this being experimental, if it works, the same technology could be rolled out in 4 more UK cities. Coming up, a heads up for chronic apologizers. Why some experts say it's time to get over apologizing. Next.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We're back now with an update on the Tony Awards. It looked like the awards would not make it to TV after the Writers Guild rejected a strike waiver from producers of the show. Well, now it looks like there is a chance the show might go on. The Tony Awards Productions is updating its ceremony to meet requests from the WGA. In response, the Guild no longer has plans to picket the show. Now, there's still no confirmation on whether Ariana DeBose would host. Bottom line, these new developments open the door to the possibility that musical lovers will get to see their favorite Broadway stars on the small screen in some form or fashion. Stay tuned. Well, if you've already apologized for something that wasn't your fault this morning, you're not alone. And I'm sorry. Studies show it is a particular problem for women. Well, now there is a new push to dial it back. Today, anchor Jenna Bush-Hager takes an unapologetic look.
Stop saying this word if you want to be more respected. Word sorry.
Are women over apologizing?
Sorry. Do you have a minute?
From Pantene commercials to Netflix's The Diplomat, there's growing push to say sorry. I'm not sorry.
You just said I'm so sorry.
I am sorry.
But you didn't do it.
Well, I'm still sorry.
Don't apologize for things that aren't your fault.
Yes, I'm sorry.
For what?
Experts say that verbal tick can get things off on the wrong foot.
Often starts with, hey, I'm sorry to bother you, or I'm so sorry I have to do this. So we kind of give the excuse before we give the reasoning, which discounts a lot of what they have to say afterwards. Because now I'm kind of like, well, what are you apologizing for?
Tish Harrison Warren, a fellow Austinite and a priest in the Anglican Church, recently wrote about saying sorry for the New York Times.
I was raised in the South, where women are often conditioned to apologize compulsively. I've apologized to coffee tables I bumped into and then laughed when I realized it. Some friends tell me to stop apologizing so much. Inevitably, I reply, I know, I'm sorry.
You and I both grew up in Texas, and there definitely was an emphasis on manners and definitely learning to say please and thank you, but also sorry. Did you have to wrestle with sort of where we were raised in this notion as well?
Yeah, definitely. And because I think women in the South do apologize more. It's a cultural thing. There's times when it can be a way to kind of shrink ourselves or try to disappear this, that you're apologizing for instance, like having feelings and thoughts and opinions in the world.
One study found that women apologize more than men because they report committing more offenses. But Pastor Warren is quick to note, just because men apologize less doesn't mean women should too.
It's another way of saying, well, the way women speak or do things is wrong. And so if men say sorry less than women, which is statistically true, the solution then was not like, well, maybe men need to say I'm sorry a bit more. It's that women need to say I'm sorry less.
Being kind and being empathetic and being humble are definitely things that sometimes we can miss.
There's a humanity that needs to be recognized, that part of it is with things like please and thank you and I'm sorry, and just basic kind of respect in the way we speak.
Tish concludes maybe it's okay to not be sorry for saying sorry.
I'm still not quite willing to let go of I'm sorry. I know I apologize too much, and at the end of the day, I think I'd rather err that way than not say sorry enough. And if that is wrong, which it may be, I'm very sorry.
Jenna, thank you so much for that discussion. We do have some advice for you. Experts say if you are saying sorry as sort of a verbal tick more than an actual apology, try saying thank you instead. For example, instead of saying, sorry, I'm late, you can say, thank you for waiting for me. We thank you for joining us, and we hope you're not sorry about that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, the clock is ticking. Time is running out for President Biden and congressional leaders to hammer out a deal on the debt limit. Now, experts warn no compromise could trigger a financial catastrophe. Where negotiations stand right now as the president gets ready to meet with lawmakers again today. Deadly shooting. This morning, 3 people are dead and 2 officers are recovering after police say a teenage gunman opened fire in a New Mexico neighborhood. What we're learning about the situation that unfolded and the victims. Under stress, the state of the economy is taking a major toll on Americans' mental health. A new survey found more than half of us are under greater stress because of rising costs. A mental health expert joins us this hour to break down the best ways to handle those money headaches. Plus, kicking off summer, Memorial Day, the unofficial start of the summer season, is quickly approaching. That means millions of Americans will be getting out of town, and it could be one of the busiest Memorial Day weekends in years. We have the ways you should prepare for your trip and the best and worst times to hit the road. We begin this morning with the fight over the debt ceiling in Washington. A pivotal meeting will take place today between President Biden and top congressional leaders at the White House. The U.S. is looking to avoid a potentially devastating default on its debt obligation, something that has never happened before. Now, in a new letter to Congress yesterday, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said the U.S. is still projected to hit that debt ceiling limit as early as June 1st. That's 2 weeks from Thursday. On Capitol Hill, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said little progress has been made during negotiations between both sides.
I still think we're far apart. It doesn't seem to me yet that they want it. It just seems that they want to look like they're in a meeting, but they're not. They're not talking anything serious. I think we've got to have a deal done by this weekend to be able to have a timeline to be able to pass it.
For the latest, we are again joined this morning by Team Allie, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and NBC News White House correspondent Ali Raffa. Yesterday, it was so nice, we decided to do it twice. Good morning to both of you. Ali Raffa, let's start with you. NBC News has now learned Vice President Harris is expected to take part in today's White House meeting. That's according to a source that's familiar with her plans. Now, that's notable because she was not in last week's meeting. So what should we know about the VP's participation today? Does that tell us anything?
Yeah, Joe, good morning. Well, Ali V and I, having both covered the 2020 campaign trail, will remember how often President Biden, then as a candidate, would talk about how valuable and how important it was for him to be former President Obama's right-hand man in critical meetings like the one we're going to see take part today. And this is essentially the president doing the same thing for his vice president, Kamala Harris. And this is sort of this part of this shift in strategy and optics that we're seeing since the president announced he's running for re-election. You're seeing Vice President Harris much more publicly visible. She's taking the lead on certain big issues for the administration, certainly reproductive rights, for example. So the president wants to be able to lead to this summit in Asia and subsequently Australia with faith and confidence that this is being handled and someone is taking the lead on this while he's going to be away. We know that White House officials are saying that he's going to be briefed daily on these talks as they're ongoing, but he will have a point person in D.C. handling this while he's going to be overseas. And sources familiar with these talks say that essentially Vice President Kamala Harris's role in the room is going to be sort of the voice of the American people to remind the top players in this room how catastrophic a debt default for the first time in American history would be for the average American.
And let's talk more about that default. Ali Vitale, Treasury Secretary Yellen reiterated the U.S. still on target to really hit that mark in a few weeks. We just heard a little from House Speaker McCarthy. Where does he stand right now? Does he see a path to compromise?
Yeah, look, that was part of my conversation, and I had several over the course of yesterday with Speaker McCarthy, and he continued to sound a pessimistic tone about where these talks and negotiations are right now. When we left town, along with lawmakers on Friday, there was almost a little bit of a mood of optimism, and you heard that echoed by President Biden over the weekend, but certainly the speaker coming in and immediately, first thing off the bat, on Monday morning, throwing cold water on the optimism of those talks, and then repeating throughout the day the fact that he needs to see more progress and, of course, blaming the White House. Now, if you put that aside, I did ask Speaker McCarthy yesterday what he would need to feel a little bit better about the state of these talks. What could happen in the room this afternoon that would make him feel more optimistic? And his response was that he just needed to see progress. Now, we're tending to see a few progress points, Joe, around different pieces where there could be compromise, whether that's on work requirements for certain entitlement programs or it's around permitting reform. There's a few different avenues that this could go down on the spending front or on the legislating front. But again, until these principal players get in the room, which we'll see them do later today, it's hard to say that anything is fully on or off the table because they're the ones who decide.
So, Aliar, we know the White House issued some projections laying out the potential impact a default would have on the economy. Bottom line, those are some big impacts. And all this worry does really center around a debt ceiling bill. But really, this is about spending, specifically cutting spending. So explain to us the challenges that this has presented for the White House and the House Speaker, why we're really in this potential mess.
Yeah, well, not only are you seeing these two storylines play out between Speaker McCarthy and President Biden, one of them saying that these two sides are still pretty far apart. Then you have President Biden saying he's very optimistic. These talks are being productive. We're also seeing sort of a shift in which deadlines are observed by each side. President Biden and the other parties involved, besides Speaker McCarthy that we've heard, has said he's eyeing this weekend as his deadline. They are eyeing still that so-called X date of June 1st. So these different deadlines are being observed, and there's still, as Ali mentioned, these potential areas of common ground. But when you think of the differing sides and who's really drawing hard lines in the sand on what each side wants, there's a lot of work to get done in a very short period of time. Sources familiar with these talks say that the White House staffers have drawn a hard line in the sand on things like budget cuts, spending cuts to the Inflation Reduction Act, cuts to federal programs like SNAP, Medicaid, student debt relief. Budget caps are also in the mix as well. You have Republicans seeking as many as 10 years of those, Democrats seeking around 2 years. So what sort of common ground and negotiations are met in this meeting is going to be critical, Joe.
And Ali V, very quickly, where do congressional Democrats stand in this standoff right now?
Squarely behind the White House and President Biden. And look, unity has been something that they have regularly trumpeted throughout this process. Moderates and progressives alike have said that they're proud of the way that they've been able to stand behind the White House and try to bolster President Biden's negotiating position. Ultimately, whenever there is a deal, moderate Democrats will, of course, on the House side, come along and vote for this because they know not only does it look good in their home districts, but also it's the deal that the White House and the president have negotiated. We're so far from that point at this point, but at the same time, we're watching on the Republican side, McConnell throw his weight fully behind McCarthy, allowing him to lead these negotiations. And then you have Schumer and Jeffries on the Democratic side, fully standing behind the White House and President Biden, continuing to enforce the red lines that Ali was just talking about, and the places where they see negotiation ability and the places that they don't.
All right. Sadly, we have to break up the alleys right now. Ali Rafa, thank you for your reporting this morning. Ali Vitale, stick around for our next story. That's because we are going to stay on Capitol Hill. Today, the former top executives of the failed Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank are going to face some tough questions from lawmakers over their bank's collapses. We're going to hear from Greg Becker, the former CEO of SVB, along with former Signature Bank executives Scott Shea and Eric Howell. All are scheduled to testify before the Senate Banking Committee. It is the first time they have spoken in public about the bank's failure. So let's bring back Ali Vitale to give us a preview of the hearing today. Ali, this is the first time lawmakers are going to have the chance to really grill the three executives following these bank failures. How do we expect this to play out?
Yeah, look, this is something that lawmakers, especially those on the Senate Banking Committee, led on the Democratic side by Senator Sherrod Brown, they've been hankering for this for many months since we saw those banks collapse. The fact now that they're getting these former presidents and CEOs in front of their committee is important, and I think that it really only predicts fireworks. These are people who this committee has wanted to talk to, has wanted to pose tough questions to, and it's not just going to be after they met with top regulators just a few weeks ago, and we'll meet again this week to talk about the ways that this problem can be avoided going forward. But they are going to be very clear in their questioning here to the banking CEOs, many of whom feel have been given too much free rein and need to be reined in.
I mean, these executives, they've been criticized for failing to address really risk management issues that were previously flagged by regulators. So that's probably almost certainly going to come up in the hearing today.
Yeah.
Do we have any idea how these former execs are going to respond to all that?
Yeah, in part, we know that some of them are coming with a more apologetic tone. All of them have been with the banks that they were part of for many years. And so they're expected to focus on the families that they let down, the households that they let down, as well as the household names, in the words of one of these statements that we've gotten an early look at. And it does present the idea that they may go more of the emotional route, while senators will go more of the regulation and financial route, which of course makes sense in terms of appealing your defense in front of the American public. But nevertheless, the concern on Capitol Hill that's been permeating over these last few weeks, Joe, around the idea that more banks could collapse, even as they're beginning to negotiate these debt ceiling deals, all of these things are linked together in the mind of lawmakers. And so you're likely to see one issue bleed into the other in this hearing as well, as we talk about the general landscape of the American economy right now, with these banking presidents and CEOs who have been on the more negative end of it in recent weeks, as they've been the banks that have failed.
Allie, one more quick question while we have you. The House Financial Services Committee is set to hear from top federal bank regulators today. That's a separate hearing. What are we watching for there?
Yeah, similar themes that we saw when the Senate Banking Committee had top regulators before them. This is a conversation about not only what went wrong from regulators' perspectives, but what they can do going forward from a legislative perspective to make sure that something like this, the banking collapses that we've seen in recent weeks, especially for medium-sized banks, can be regulated against, and that the economy can be shored up against, so that we don't do this a few months from now, a few years from now. It's bad for everybody if that happens.
Most definitely. All right, Allie, thank you for everything this morning. As always, we appreciate your reporting and context for everything. Let's stick in Washington, but head to the Supreme Court, where justices have agreed to weigh in on a case that is tied to former President Trump. This is a long-running legal battle. Some Democratic lawmakers want to get their hands on documents that are related to the ownership of the former Trump International Hotel in Washington. Now, Trump has said he handed over day-to-day control of the hotel to his two eldest sons during his presidency. 17 congressional Democrats first tried to sue the federal government over the documents. In 2017, they cited a potential conflict of interest caused by Trump leasing the building while he was president, saying that raised ethical questions. NBC News legal analyst Ali Ceballos, just kidding, Danny Ceballos, joins us now to break down this case. So, I mean, Danny, this is a complicated one. The big picture issue has always been, you know, did people stay in this hotel to curry favor with the president? But this really isn't even, we're not even there yet. This is really just some Democrats trying to get this process going. Why is it they're suing? Why has this taken so long?
You bring up such a good point. Let's say these members of Congress prevail and they get the documents. This is information from 2016. The president they were investigating is no longer even the president, although he might be the president again. So this is really very similar to what's called a FOIA request. Any one of us, not just members of Congress, can write on a piece of paper to an executive branch or an executive agency and say, we would like some documents. Now, what the agency does with that, whether they deny it or they stick it in a file cabinet and get to it in 5 years, that's another question. But there's a 1928 law that allows a minority 7 members of the House to make this kind of request. And what happened was the GSA, the General Services Administration, actually treated it like a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information Act request. And they turned over most of the documents that they were looking for. But this appeal really is about fleshing out the contours of this 1928 law and what can be requested. Originally, the district court, the lowest court, said these members don't have standing because they're saying they're injured, but they're saying they're injured as members of Congress. And that's not really an injury. But the appeals court said, no, that's not how it works. If this is like a Freedom of Information Act request, then these members of Congress are harmed just the way you and I are harmed when the government denies our Freedom of Information Act request. And I actually litigate FOIA requests. I file suit on them when and if an agency refuses the documents that I'm requesting. So the Circuit Court of Appeals, I think, got it right because, yes, there is standing, because what standing could there be if you can't sue when the government doesn't give you the documents that you're requesting?
So this is no longer the Trump administration. It's now the Biden administration. What's stopping them from just handing over these documents to the Democrats?
It's such an awkward situation where the next administration has to enforce something that an administration before it that they may totally disagree with. They have a difficult policy decision to make. So for whatever reason, the Biden administration has decided they are going to try and enforce this or carry on what the Trump administration did in opposing or are carrying on this litigation. So that is a political decision to make, but it is important to flesh out what are the limits of these laws, whether it be FOIA or this 1928 law that forces the government to hand over documents. I mean, maybe I'm a little biased, but I think Freedom of Information Act requests are so important, especially to journalists like you, to get information from a government that wouldn't otherwise be willing to come forward and voluntarily hand it over. Although I suspect that these members of Congress got their FOIA requests looked at a lot faster than you and I when we send them in to a government agency. I'm sure you have experience with that.
I wonder why that would be. Real quickly here, if the Democrats do get these documents, then what could happen? Could this be more legal trouble for the former president?
Maybe, but here's what we're talking about. We're talking about documents, most of which they've already gotten. Whatever the remainder is, maybe something dramatic, but at best it will tell us what that hotel, which is no longer even a Trump hotel.
It's a Waldorf Astoria.
It's it's a Waldorf Astoria, and now we'll find out, I guess, what folks were doing in that hotel in 2016, and whether or not maybe they were trying to curry favor with a president who's no longer even the president.
All right, Danny Savalos helping us break down this complicated issue. We appreciate it. Thank you. At least 3 people were killed, 6 others injured in a shooting in New Mexico. Police say the gunman suspected of carrying out the attack was, quote, confronted and killed on the scene. Officials say he was 18 years old and had multiple weapons. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the latest.
Shooting off about 50 shots, possibly still going on.
Gunfire erupting Monday morning in Farmington, New Mexico, about 200 miles northwest of Santa Fe.
I have eyes on the suspect. He's walking south. He's wearing all black. Always got automatic weapons.
Where police saying the suspect roamed through an area of up to a quarter of a mile, firing at least 3 different weapons, including an AR-15.
At this point, it appears to be purely random. At least 6 houses and 3 cars were shot in the course of the event as the suspect randomly fired at whatever entered his head to shoot at.
3 people were killed and 6 others injured, including 2 police officers, now in stable condition. The 18-year-old suspect seen here before he was shot and killed by police. The governor and mayor praising law enforcement, saying it took just 5 minutes to stop the shooter, adding that quick response likely saved countless lives. Jolene Robledo was home with her baby daughter when she heard the shots.
And it went from pop, pop, pop to pop, 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 pop. And I freaked out because I knew then that it was gunshots, and I just grabbed my daughter. We just barricaded in between the washer and the dryer.
Her 1-year-old's bedroom window and wall pierced by bullets. 5 Democratic lawmakers from New Mexico issuing a joint statement saying, in part, today is a painful reminder that we must do more. We are committed to fighting for sensible gun safety measures that will keep New Mexicans safe. There have been 225 mass shootings in 2023 alone, according to the Gun Violence Archive, which includes any shooting with at least 4 victims. This morning, another community in the U.S. left reeling.
It's heartbreaking for the victims, absolutely heartbreaking for the victims who are just going about their everyday life.
Our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin for that report. Police have not released the identities of the victims or the suspect, and so far have not indicated what the teenage gunman's motive may have been. This morning, we are learning new details about an attack at a congressman's office in Virginia. Officials say a man with a metal baseball bat entered the office of Congressman Jerry Connolly, then assaulted 2 people on his staff, including an intern. It was her first day on the job. Police say both victims have been released from the hospital. The suspect has been identified as Juan Catron Pham. Now, he is in custody and faces a couple charges, including aggravated malicious wounding. Police say it is unclear what the motive may have been for that attack. The Mid-Atlantic is gearing up for severe weather today. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with that. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. We've got some showers and some thunderstorms that are already working through parts of the Ohio Valley and headed into the Mid-Atlantic later today. And we have some flooding concerns that we'll be watching through the day today, as well as those severe storms that you mentioned. Let's talk about exactly where the heaviest of the rain is right now. Southern portions of Indiana and Illinois, stretching into parts of Missouri as well. But again, this is going to start to shift to the east. So we'll have a widespread area area that could see some heavy and really impressive rainfall rates here by the time this is all said and done. Notice the areas that are going to have that slight risk for flash flooding today. That does include Lexington, Louisville, Evansville. Even places like St. Louis could see some of this flash flooding extending out towards the East Coast as well. Localized amounts of up to 3 inches, so no surprise that we could see some concerns for that flooding through the day today. Here's the other amounts that we could expect. It does extend down into parts of the southeast over the next day or so, where we could pick up another half an inch, or even up to, again, 3 inches by the time this system starts to work its way out to the east. With that, we'll also see the potential for some strong storms to develop, and they could become severe. We'll have all hazards on deck for this. That means that the 10 million people included in these shaded areas, that has the folks there have the potential to see most likely the strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, but also large hail is a possibility up to 1 inch. And we aren't going to rule out a couple of tornadoes too, and it extends in that same kind of area. So not just the heavy rain threat, but also the potential for some of these stronger storms. Let's switch gears and talk temperatures, because we've got some changes on the way, and it does include places that have been running really warm for the past couple of days. Still going to head to the low 80s in New York today, but as we get into tomorrow, temperatures start to drop. Will now be below normal. Places like Philly will hit the upper 60s. Binghamton ends up at 53 degrees, running 14 degrees below normal for this time of year. And do not forget the jackets on Thursday morning. You'll need them. Temperatures in places like Buffalo, 35 degrees. We could see some frost advisories with this. We could also see a couple of record lows being broken, and temperatures into the low 40s for places like Boston. Spring will be spring, Joe.
You know, it couldn't stick around with summer weather forever,
Exactly.
I suppose, right? All right, thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, Russia launches a new attack on Ukraine's capital city. We're going to be live in Kyiv next with the steps Ukraine took to defend itself overnight, plus the new support the country is getting from across Europe as fighting intensifies. Also this morning, the FBI criticized for launching the Trump-Russia investigation, what a special counsel investigation concluded. Next.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las
From
Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from
Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
The results are in after a 4-year investigation into the FBI's decision to examine possible ties between Russia and Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. The 300-page report was released yesterday by special counsel John Durham. In it, he criticizes the FBI, accusing the agency of acting negligently by opening the investigation based on vague and insufficient information. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with more on this. So, Ken, pretty damning report here by special counsel Durham. Walk us through some of his key findings and key criticisms.
Good morning, Joe. I would say it was damning in its language, but not necessarily in its conclusions. Durham criticized the FBI. He repeated a lot of criticisms that have been aired for years now about the way they handled some of the evidence and the way they pursued some national security warrants in that Trump-Russia investigation. But he never came out and said that the FBI should not have opened that investigation, which they did after a Trump aide, if you recall, told an Australian diplomat that the Russians had offered to help the Trump campaign by releasing damaging information about his opponent, Hillary Rodham Clinton. But Durham does spend 300 pages really lambasting the FBI for being too credulous about evidence that was brought potentially from Clinton supporters and for not carefully considering its actions in opening this major investigation into a political campaign. But his investigation contradicted the findings of the Department of Justice Inspector General, which decided back in 2019, after looking at this whole matter, that the FBI was in fact justified in opening this investigation. Both investigations found no evidence of political bias, Joe.
So what's the FBI's response to all this, and also how is the former president responding?
Right. So the FBI is saying, look, we made changes years ago in response to that IG investigation that I mentioned. They've essentially overhauled how they're handling national security investigations. They've made a number of changes, and they say that if those reforms had been in place in 2016, a lot of these missteps wouldn't have happened. Trump, of course, the former president, is proclaiming that this report vindicates his longstanding view that he was framed by the so-called deep state, that the American public was scammed. That's not at all what this report says. In fact, this report does not vindicate what Trump has been claiming. John Durham found no corruption, no conspiracy, and no evidence that the FBI acted with political bias, Joe.
So the ramifications here are likely far more political than legal, even though this was a special counsel investigation. I mean, looking forward, Ken, what are the possible implications of this report?
No, you're absolutely right, Joe. And what's interesting about this is it's not just Trump Republicans, but Republicans of all stripes are very skeptical about the FBI right now. It's an interesting time in American politics. Usually the Republicans are the law and order party. And this report plays right into that. And that can make the job of every FBI agent harder, whether they're investigating fraud, bank robberies, or terrorist plots, Joe.
All right. Ken Delaney. And Ken, thank you so much.
You bet.
Overnight in Ukraine, Russia launched a new air attack on the capital, Kyiv. Ukrainian officials say they shot down all the missiles, which are said to have included multiple hypersonic missiles. There were no casualties reported. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Kyiv. Molly, good to have you with us. Tell us more about this attack and how Ukraine's air defenses held up, especially against those hypersonic missiles.
Yeah, Joe, good to be with you. And they held up big picture very, very well if you ask the Ukrainian Air Force this morning. So just to run you through what we saw and what we heard last night, it was actually my first night in town around 3 a.m. We were all woken up to these explosions, to these thuds, which were interceptions. The Air Force this morning, Joe, ran us through the numbers. They say 18 missiles total from the north, south, east, and west. 6 hypersonic Kinzhal missiles launched by aircraft. Those are the hypersonic, really some of the most modern missiles in Moscow's arsenal that you just mentioned. 9 cruise missiles launched from the Black Sea, 3 land-based missiles, and 9 drones. Again, these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles that were launched from aircraft, these are missiles that Moscow has bragged about, that they have spoken about in the last couple of years as impossible to intercept. Now, the Ukrainian Air Force has not been specific about what parts of their air defense systems shot down which weapons and which missiles this morning, but we do know the American Patriot air defense systems, which were delivered last month, Joe, are a key part and very strategic part of Ukraine's air defenses that kept this capital city safe overnight.
And Molly, I mean, this latest attack comes as President Zelensky really wraps up his Europe tour, which was aimed at shoring up military support. We know he met with Britain's prime minister yesterday. Fighter jets, one of the main issues that were discussed there, right?
Yeah, and it was also kind of the top agenda item when he visited the UK back in February, a visit I covered, Joe, when President Zelensky also met with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. They have been pounding away at this issue of fighter jets to Ukraine for the last several months. But take a quick listen to both President Zelensky and the Prime Minister yesterday in their press conference, and I'll talk to you on the back end.
We spoke about the jets, very important topic for us because we can't control the sky. We want to create this jets coalition, and I'm very positive with it.
One thing we will be doing, starting actually relatively soon, is training of Ukrainian pilots. We're ready to implement those plans in relatively short order, which will mean that we're training Ukrainian citizens to become absolutely combat-ready aircraft pilots.
And Joe, training, of course, one piece of this very important puzzle to President Zelensky. And actually, the French president, Emmanuel Macron, gave an interview to a French outlet where he also suggested solidarity with Rishi Sunak's plan. He says, we have also opened the door to training pilots alongside several other European countries, which are also ready. I believe the negotiations with the Americans are ongoing. And Joe, just to be very clear, it is no accident that President Zelensky pushes the UK so hard. The UK has really been out in front, been a leader, and one that European countries and the Americans have followed in the last year and a half.
And Molly, on top of the fighter jets, we understand Britain is also supplying Ukraine with long-range missiles. Explain to us why that is so important and how the Kremlin's responding.
That's exactly right. And again, they have been out in front. They have been a leader among NATO allies and Western allies, providing Ukraine with really the most modern technology. So what we know yesterday, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak announced long-range attack drones with a range of more than 200 kilometers, about 125 miles. And that actually, Joe, comes on the heels of the delivery of the Storm Shadow cruise missiles, which have a range of more than 250 kilometers, about 155 miles. These are the kind of ranges that the Ukrainians have been asking Western allies, have been asking the UK for since the beginning of the war, and they say this is what is going to make the difference, especially in that battle that we have been following so closely down in Bakhmut. As you can imagine, the Kremlin and the Russian Foreign Ministry very unhappy about this. Actually, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov spoke about this yesterday. He says, we take this news extremely negatively, Joe. I think that's probably an understatement. He says, I repeat, this cannot have any significant or fundamental impact on the course of this special military operation. This leads to further retaliatory actions and so on, which means that for Ukraine, this makes the situation much more complicated, Joe. It is no surprise, it is no coincidence that the capital city saw its biggest Russian attack in weeks last night.
All right, Molly Hunter just arriving there in Kyiv. Thank you for your reporting. Please stay safe. Now for other headlines from around the world this morning, starting with more on that devastating cyclone that hit Myanmar. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. At least 6 people have so far died and another 700 were injured after this powerful cyclone made landfall in Myanmar on Monday. Another 1,000 people trapped by seawater 12 feet deep had to be evacuated by rescuers. By midday on Monday, Cyclone Mocha weakened to a tropical depression, but the water did not recede fast enough, and many areas along the coastline remain flooded under 5 feet of water. The search and rescue continues. Now let's go to Ecuador, where on Tuesday, lawmakers started the procedure to impeach and remove the president, Guillermo Lasso, who is accused of embezzlement. This is the second time the opposition tries to impeach the president, but last year it didn't get enough votes. The president denies the allegations moved against him and may try instead to dissolve parliament and govern by decree until the next presidential elections. And finally, let's head to Spain, where an Irish firefighter and a rescue team happened to be in the right place at the right time. They were heading to Malaga airport after attending a conference in Seville when on the highway they saw a motorcyclist lying on the road after a collision with a car. They stopped the car, blocked off part of the road and turned into professional firefighters and paramedics. The patient is now in intensive care and is recovering, but had it not been for the team who arrived by chance within 60 seconds of the collision, he may have died from his injuries. Now, just imagine how grateful that motorcyclist
Must be, Joe.
He must be incredibly grateful. All right, Claudio, thanks for bringing us that story. We appreciate it. Coming up, more young people are becoming politically active. That is having a major impact on their mental health. How experts say people can be a voice for change without it impacting their mental well-being. You're watching Morning News Now.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are back with our weekly mental health check-in. This week, we're taking a closer look at the impact of activism on younger generations. Plus, inflation might be creeping down, but Americans are still stressed over money. This morning, we have tips on how to manage that anxiety. Let's bring in psychotherapist Nero Feliciano for more on these headlines. She's also the author of This Book Won't Make You Happy, but we are happy to have Nero with us. Good morning. Let's start out with activism burnout. So in 2020, we remember millions of people took to the streets to protest a number of issues, from police brutality to racism. Of course, COVID was going on right then. But just 1 year later now, 60% of students say their advocacy work is harming their mental health. So what's leading to this burnout? Is there a way to be an advocate without sacrificing your mental health?
Absolutely, Joe. One thing we know is protests bring up negative emotions. It creates a very polarizing situation in that we feel like we have to win this battle. It creates a lot of hatred towards the opponent or the organization that we're protesting. So if we're feeling burned out, if we're feeling apathetic in trying to help the situation in this way, there is an answer, and that is actually volunteering. So instead of just voicing our opposition, we can think of how can we actually help the situation. For example, instead of protesting issues that affect the homeless, go and volunteer at a place that benefits the homeless, a soup kitchen. Instead of just voicing opposition towards a certain political leader, help people get to the polls, drive them there, help them access transportation. And we know giving back through connection releases the trifecta of happiness hormones, dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin. So certainly will improve our mental health and help us prevent burnout.
Let's talk about the economy. A new survey from Bankrate found 52% of people listed money as their biggest concern that takes a toll on their mental health. So how can we handle this stress of an uncertain economy?
Definitely a stressor, not just personally for mental health, but also in relationships. One, we want to ask the question, is this a problem I need to solve today? because often the anxiety puts us in a worst case scenario. Think about, what can I do today to make a difference? Maybe it's focusing on savings. Maybe it's talking to someone who can help us financially plan. We have to look at what we can control versus what we can't control. And that brings down some of the anxiety when we know that we actually have advocacy in this situation. And talk to someone who's good with managing money. Talk to someone who can help you. Make the time to think about a plan that involves short-term and long-term steps. And that, again, brings it back to our control and should alleviate some of that anxiety.
You mentioned relationships. Let's talk specifically about friendships. For many, that's the most important bond in their life, but it doesn't mean it comes without drama. Some people even experience something known as friendship anxiety. So what exactly does that look like, and how can we better our friendships so there is no anxiety involved?
Joe, most important determinant of our well-being is our connection. And anxiety around friendships can be twofold. And what I like to say is it a me problem or is it a you problem? First of all, we have to see what's triggering us. Are we worried about friends not being there for us or criticizing us or judging us? That might be our own self-esteem issue. We have to challenge the negative thoughts that we're having in that situation. If our friends are friends that drain us, if we feel like we're being used by them, that necessitates setting boundaries, really evaluating that friendship and thinking, is this the best thing for me? How do I feel when I spend time with them? Maybe that even involves investing time with other friends and letting go of some friendships that aren't healthy.
All right, Nero Feliciano, making us happy this morning and giving us some good advice. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
it is
you,
never
Joe.
too late. Good to see you. It is never too late to walk on that graduation stage. 2 World War II veterans are proving just that after missing their own ceremonies many years ago to serve our country. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist has that story.
In a procession of teenage tassels, pomp, and circumstance, one graduating senior at Halstead High School in Kansas stands out.
Yeah, big honor for anybody, but especially me.
Senior citizen Wilbur Nachtigal is 95. He was set to graduate in the class of 1946, but service to his country in World War II called him away from his home in Kansas.
The war was on. Wanted to be a part of the war.
Wilbur joined the Marines, missing out on his chance to finish his high school education and walk across this stage. Also missing out on his college graduation 8 decades ago in Iowa.
Mr. Taylor, would you come on up to stage?
Centenarian Fred Taylor, another member of the Greatest Generation.
Fred left Cornell College in February of 1943 to serve our country flying fighter planes during World War II. 80 years later, he is, at this very moment, taking the steps to finish what he never got the opportunity to do, to be on this stage.
Fred sharing this message to the younger Cornell College graduates.
Get into the career that you really like and do your best and stick with it and be kind to other people.
8 decades after the class of 1943 commencement he missed, we are very proud to officially present Mr. Frederick Taylor with his Cornell College degree.
Halstead High School is now able to award a diploma to Mr. Wilbur Nachtigal as a 2023 graduate of Halstead High School.
As Wilbur rolls up to his graduation, the ceremony a surprise to his family.
It was wonderful. It meant a lot to him. He called us all up. He told us about it, and he said, hey, I'm graduating. And we're like, wait, what?
Like all Halstead High School graduates, Wilbur got a standard issue graduation photo holding his diploma, but also this special shot. Wilbur overjoyed to share this moment with 3 generations of his family.
This is really something special. I didn't expect this much, and I'm very proud that they gave that much to me.
Our thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that story. The U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs says of the 16 million Americans who served in World War II, nearly 200,000 are still alive as of last year. Coming up, the summer travel season is approaching, and if you're looking to get out of town Memorial Day weekend, there are still some deals out there. A travel expert joins us to break those down next.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las From Vegas. Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Now for your financial headlines, part of the NFL postseason is heading to streaming. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. That's right. So the NFL strikes a one-year deal with NBC Universal to carry a playoff game exclusively on Peacock this season. The game will be in primetime on Saturday, January 13th, and that's during wildcard weekend. Playoffs games have been streamed before, but this is the first time one will only be available through streaming. The markets of the two teams in the game will be able to watch on a local station. Peacock has been spending heavily on sports to drive growth and currently shows Premier League soccer, college football, Major League Baseball, and the Olympics. Amazon plans to add a search product similar to ChatGPT to its online store, rivaling efforts by Google and Microsoft to integrate AI features into their search engines. Bloomberg reports that Amazon's ambitions have appeared in recent job postings for engineers. Conversational search could reshape Amazon's core retail business. More than half of shoppers say they start product searches on Amazon. That's a higher share than Google. Business lunches are coming back. And it's a signal that some pre-pandemic habits are returning to normal. Data from OpenTable shows the number of seated diners at noon on weekdays increased every month between January and April versus last year. Chicago, Philadelphia, Seattle, and Atlanta also saw gains. And Google searches for business lunch have hit their highest level in the past decade in recent months. And OpenTable says overall dining demand remains relatively stable, Joe.
You know, interestingly, I talked to a bartender recently who said Fridays and Saturdays are kind of dead, but Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays are just big
So what does that
business
tell you?
these days. Exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Thanks, Silvana. Appreciate it. Memorial Day weekend is around the corner. AAA is predicting nearly 43 million people will be packing their bags for some holiday travel. So what do you need to know to make sure you're ready to hit the road? Going travel expert Katie Nastro is joining us to make sure we have everything we need to know before taking off. Katie, good morning. So I'm guessing this is more of a driving holiday over a flying holiday. What are your best tips for people as they get set to hit the road for Memorial Day weekend?
Sure, yeah. I mean, we are definitely going to see an unprecedented amount of people traveling, whether they're hitting the friendly skies or hitting the road. For road travelers specifically, this is actually some good news, a bit of good news for your wallet. Gas prices are down about 21% versus last year. And they are actually expected to become cheaper as we go into the summer. So this is really good news if you're looking for a really long road trip that you've been kind of putting off, because we remember those sticker shock prices that we saw last summer. So this is good news, definitely to report. So anyone looking to hit the road, don't worry, your wallet can be thankful.
That is some good news. So I feel like as we've emerged from the worst of the pandemic, every year travel numbers seem to go up during these key holidays. How about this year? How many more people are going to be traveling this Memorial Day weekend compared with last Memorial Day weekend?
Sure. You know, we're anticipating the highest number of travelers that we've seen since maybe even pre-pandemic. And I'm not a betting woman, but I would say that this might even break some records. I know that AAA is expecting an 11% increase in air travelers versus last year, and then a 5.5% percentage increase since 2019. So again, really going to be a record-breaking, or expected to be a record-breaking year. And you know, when you're looking at TSA numbers alone, we're seeing day-to-day numbers nearly identical to 2019. But if you combine the first 4 months of 2023, look at that sum versus 2019, we've actually already surpassed 2019 numbers, and that's during a low season. So if it's trending in that upward direction, we're definitely going to be expecting from Memorial Day onwards a lot of travelers about.
People want to get out. So, you know, it's a week and a half away. I'm guessing most people have made their plans, maybe not everyone. So for those who are still trying to figure it out, any tips for last-minute travelers? Are there any deals out there you can snag?
Sure. So I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You know, the best deals that we saw were really available a few months ago, but I can commiserate with anyone who waits till the last minute. You're busy, things happen. I myself should take my own advice and book a little bit sooner. But for anyone who hasn't booked yet, there are some deals to be had. For instance, New York down to Charleston, 188 round trip. Or maybe you want to hit that island life and head out to Bermuda, 320 round trip from New York. And this is actually a great time to get to Bermuda before that humidity really sets in. Yeah. Maybe you want to go from Dallas over to Vegas, 218 round trip. Or maybe you're somewhere in the middle of the country. Maybe you're in Denver. You want to go to New York City, which is a fabulous time of the year, you know, 178 round trip to hit the Big Apple. So there are definitely deals to be had, but the biggest piece of advice, definitely book sooner than later. A day out, a ticket purchased a day out versus a week out, definitely more expensive. So you do not want to wait.
Always some good advice there. And I can tell you the tourists are definitely back here in New York right now. All right, Katie Nastro, thank you so much. Appreciate your tips. Coming up, are you looking for a new place to live? A new list is out breaking down the best places to live in the U.S. And if you want to live in the top city, you're going to need a winter jacket. We have the top 5 coming up next.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes?
How you doing, Lester?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. She is already an entrepreneur, kitchen icon, friend of Snoop Dogg. Well, now at age 81, Martha Stewart can add another title, swimwear model. Stewart just became the oldest woman to pose for the swimsuit cover of Sports Illustrated. She was given 3 months to get ready for the suit, said she did Pilates and avoided a few plates of pasta. She broke the news to our friends on the Today Show, later calling it an opportunity of a lifetime on her Instagram page, writing, "My motto has always been, when you're through changing, you're through." Stewart is one of 4 cover stars for this year's magazine annual swimsuit edition, along with Megan Fox, Kim Petras, and Brooks Nader. Congratulations to all of them, and to Martha Stewart for inspiring so many with that. Finally this hour, if you are planning to move into a new home, whether that be down the street or maybe across the country, we have some inspiration for you. This year's U.S. News and World Report rankings of the best places to live in the U.S. is out. Here to reveal that list for us is U.S. News and Report real estate editor and expert Devin Thorsby. Devin, good to have you with us. So before we reveal this year's best places to live, tell us how you put together these rankings.
The best places to live considers the factors people consider most important when it comes to finding the right fit for their next hometown. So we look at affordability, overall quality of life, desirability, whether people want to move there and actually are moving there, as well as the job market.
So let's not keep folks waiting anymore. Tell us, what are, in your mind, the best places to live in the U.S.? Do we see any major changes this year, say, compared with last year's top 10?
We do see some changes, and we have a new #1 this year. At number 5, we have Sarasota, Florida. Number 4 is Boulder, Colorado, which in past years has been #1 itself. Number 3 is Raleigh and Durham, North Carolina. Number 2 is Huntsville, Alabama, which was #1 last year. And #1 this year, which might be a surprise to some people, is Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Wow, I've lived in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I didn't know that was going to be #1 on the list. What are the main reasons Green Bay is #1?
Green Bay offers a lot of affordability, which is a big deal for a lot of people, especially if they're planning to move across the country. That and the fact that it offers a lot of quality of life. People are happy living in Green Bay. And while the weather might deter some people, I think if you don't like cold winters, don't move to Green Bay. But the people who do live there seem to like it a lot and don't mind getting out in winter.
You do get that cold weather coming off of Lake Michigan. But I will say, though it has been a very long time, I had a great apartment there. It was only like $600 a month at the time. So not a bad bargain at all. All right. So there were other rankings put together by U.S. News, including the safest places to live and the most affordable. Where should we be looking there?
In the safest category, which is based on data we look at from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the top 5 actually includes 4, I think, Florida metro areas. So that's #1 is Naples, Florida, followed by Port St. Lucie, Florida, Fort Myers, Florida. At #4, we have Portland, Maine, and then Lakeland, Florida.
So what role did the economy, especially right now, where we're sort of in this period dealing with inflation, uncertainty about a recession, how did that play into the rankings this year?
As part of affordability, we have always looked at housing costs. So the median rent or mortgage payments combined with the cost of property taxes and utilities. And because inflation has impacted everyone across the U.S. this year, we also wanted to look at how the cost of goods and services compare to other metro areas. So we incorporated that price parity as well, which has affected to some extent the affordability rankings.
We just have 15 seconds here, but I know you surveyed Americans. What were just the most important qualities they were looking for?
Affordability is a big one, as well as quality of life. I think especially post-pandemic, people want to make sure that they're going to be happy where they live.
All right, Devin Thorsby, thanks so much. By the way, if you're going to move to Green Bay, you have to be a Packers fan because that is definitely a priority there. All right, thanks, Devin. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, final report. After 4 years, we are getting our first look at the Trump-era special counsel investigation, looking into the origins of the FBI's Trump-Russia investigation. The Bureau facing serious criticism that it acted without evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia, how the FBI is responding and the reaction from both sides of the aisle. Baseball bat attack. One man is under arrest after a brutal assault on the office of a U.S. congressman. The attack sending 2 staffers to the hospital, one of them an intern on her first day. What we've learned about the suspect's background and the new video showing the disturbing moments before the attack. Border slowdown. After reaching record levels, the swell of migrants along the southern border is easing, with illegal crossings dropping by nearly half. But with processing centers being pushed to the max, communities are struggling to keep up. We are on the ground with the impact being felt across the country. And sorry, not sorry, there is a growing push for women to stop over-apologizing.
I apologized to coffee tables I bumped into and then laughed when I realized it. Some friends tell me to stop apologizing so much. Inevitably, I reply, I know, I'm sorry.
Not everyone is on board, so what experts say is behind the verbal tick and why it can sometimes kick things off on the wrong foot for all of us. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday. We begin this hour with that report by Special Counsel John Durham looking into the FBI's probe, which looked into potential ties between Russia and former President Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. The report accused the FBI of acting negligently by opening the investigation based on insufficient and vague information, but it did not produce any blockbuster revelations of criminal conduct. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now with more on this. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. In this 306-page report, Special Counsel John Durham excoriates the FBI for what he says is being too credulous with accepting information that some of which came from politically tainted sources, including that infamous Steele dossier, and also just not thoroughly vetting some of the information that it used to open this counterintelligence investigation that blossomed into the Trump-Russia investigation conducted by Special Counsel Robert Mueller. But as you said, this report did not live up to what former President Trump said that it would. He called it the crime of the century. He expected that people were going to go to jail over this. Really, only 2 criminal cases were brought by this special counsel, and both resulted in acquittals by juries. And no major allegations of corruption, conspiracy, or even acting with political bias were brought by the special counsel against the FBI. Everyone acknowledges the FBI made mistakes in this investigation. That was the conclusion of a 2019 Inspector General report. The FBI saying it made a lot of changes since then, and that some of these missteps could not happen today, Joe.
You put together a report on this. Let's take a look at that package right now.
This morning, the investigation that followed a political firestorm around the 2016 election.
A horrible, horrible, disgusting witch hunt.
Finally wrapping up ahead of the next one. Republicans saying it exposed serious wrongdoing by the FBI.
The FBI has an awful lot of work to do.
While Democrats calling it a rehash that didn't live up to its billing.
The investigation, the investigators by Durham revealed little to nothing.
Mr. Trump on his Truth Social website saying the American public was scammed. But the report, though highly critical of the FBI, did not back up Mr. Trump's claims that he was framed by a corrupt deep state conspiracy.
I think it's a political crime of the century.
In fact, Special Counsel John Durham did not find corruption or even actions motivated by politics. Durham was tapped by Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, to look into whether FBI officials abused their powers when they opened an investigation in 2016, codenamed Crossfire Hurricane, looking into allegations the Trump campaign had colluded with the Russian government. That eventually led to the appointment of Special Counsel Robert Mueller, who in the end did not find a conspiracy between Trump and the Kremlin.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
Although Mueller did find a Trump campaign eager to accept help from Russians. Durham's report criticized what he called seriously deficient mistakes by the FBI, adding the Bureau was much more cautious and skeptical about allegations against the Clinton campaign. All potential fodder for Trump as he mounts another campaign for president.
And Joe, the FBI said in a statement that they've made a number of changes to the way they approach national security investigations that would prevent some of these missteps from happening again. And there's also a new rule that says the Attorney General has to approve any investigation into a national political campaign. Joe.
All right, Ken Delaney. And Ken, thank you so much. Turning now to that violent baseball bat attack in Virginia. A man wielding a metal bat assaulted two staffers at the office of Congressman Jerry Connolly. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us from Fairfax, Virginia with the latest on this. Ryan, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. And we do have good news. Those two staffers who were injured in the attack yesterday have both been released from the hospital. Their boss, Jerry Connolly, telling us that he believes that they will recover from their physical injuries. But what he is worried about is the trauma that they experienced in this office here behind me.
Someone has been struck with a bat.
This morning, police are trying to determine why a man entered Democratic Congressman Jerry Connolly's Virginia office and attacked two of his staffers with a metal baseball bat. The same man, police believe, is seen in this new surveillance footage, chasing another woman nearby just minutes earlier. Authorities say the suspect then showed up at Connolly's office, looking for the lawmaker. And when he learned the congressman wasn't there, he went off, hitting two of Connolly's staffers.
One of the staffers who was injured, she's an intern, and today was her first day.
The staffers treated and released at a local hospital.
You could absolutely tell that the people inside were scared. They were hiding.
Federal investigators searching the home of 49-year-old suspect, Juan Ka Tran Pham, who has a history of run-ins with police. In 2022, court documents show he was charged with assaulting and attempting to disarm an officer during what prosecutors described as a mental health crisis. The charges were later dropped when Pham complied with treatment. Pham also filed a $29 million handwritten lawsuit against the CIA last year, claiming he'd been wrongfully imprisoned and alleging he'd been, quote, brutally tortured from the fourth dimension. This latest assault comes as attacks against members of Congress and their families have skyrocketed. Just last month, Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger telling lawmakers the number of threats had increased 400% over the last 6 years.
I worry about the normalization of violence in our politics. I've got a strong and resilient staff. They're committed to their mission, and they're not going to be deterred by this kind of tragic incident.
And Congressman Connolly now says that he and his office will review security here in their district. He's already working with Capitol Police to try and find fixes for what happened here yesterday. He said that he's worried not only for the safety of his staff, but for the general public who enter into these doors every single day. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. Now the latest on the standoff over the debt ceiling in Washington. We are just weeks away from a potentially crippling debt default if no deal is reached on Capitol Hill. President Biden is expected to host a crucial meeting today at the White House with congressional leaders with the hopes of reaching an agreement. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen issued a new warning yesterday saying the U.S. could still default as soon as June 1st. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now with the latest on all this. Garrett, good morning to you. So just remind us, where do we stand on negotiations as we head into this critical meeting today?
Joe, I've never been less excited to get to June and the summer because right now it seems like they're still basically nowhere. Lawmakers and the president are hoping to get in a room today and decide on at least the parameters for negotiation that the White House says still isn't even a negotiation. Now, Kevin McCarthy, every time he spoke to reporters yesterday, seemed less and less optimistic about the state of things. I want to play for you some of what he told us yesterday and then give you the White House's view of things on the other side. Here's McCarthy.
The only body in all of Congress are the Republicans who raised the debt ceiling. And we did it way in advance before Janet Yellen told us when the deadline was, because we didn't want to be here. So no, I don't think we're in a good place. I know we're not.
Now, President Biden has been much more publicly optimistic about this, but the White House and the lawmakers close to the process have basically said these negotiations, discussions, whatever you want to call them, have begun to center around just a couple things, making permitting for things like energy and infrastructure projects a little bit easier, spending caps on future spending, and maybe trying to claw back some unspent pandemic money. That may be what this all comes down to at the end of the day, Joe.
So, Garrett, as we've reported, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen wrote another letter to Congress yesterday, basically reiterating the same point. The U.S. could default on its debt obligations in a couple weeks from Thursday. Remind us what's at stake here. And also, this really isn't a situation where they could reach a deal on May 31st and everything's hunky-dory, right?
No, that's right. I mean, it's going to take some time to pass into law whatever deal gets reached. So you got to almost back time this by a week or two to be sure that you don't accidentally stumble across that deadline. And this is different than a government shutdown. The effects here could be far more wide-ranging. First of all, you'd see delayed payments for things like Social Security checks, veterans benefits, your tax return money. If you haven't gotten it yet, don't expect it after June 1st if we're in default. You'd also see interest rate spikes. That could hurt you if you're trying to buy a car or build a house. And then your retirement savings would take a hit, as would, frankly, the rest of the markets. So we've never been in this situation before, Joe. There's almost like a bias against even thinking about how bad it could be. But that's the reality, according to economists across the political spectrum.
And Garrett, NBC News has learned Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be part of today's meeting at the White House. That's according to a source familiar with her plans. What should we know about her role today? Does that tell us anything about this process right now?
Well, it's interesting because one of the things we've heard from the Republicans involved in this process is they'd like to see the negotiating group get smaller, not bigger. They think that would be helpful in coming to an actual deal. But what our White House folks are saying, what the sources they're talking to are saying, is that the vice president's getting involved in part so she can be a more active participant in the messaging around this issue, kind of laying out the risks, the necessity of reaching some kind of deal, of raising the debt ceiling, particularly while the president's out of the country, which is a trip that's supposed to begin tomorrow, Joe, and nobody knows exactly whether he'll still go or for how long, to Japan and to Australia if these negotiations that may or may not be negotiations heat up or get stuck. The president could be needed back here in the States to push this thing across the finish line, too.
Yeah, a lot of White House journalists are wondering if they're about to embark on a long overseas trip or if they're just going to stay in Washington.
It's a
and
mileage
watch
run to nowhere,
negotiations.
basically. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Garrett, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Turning now to the war in Ukraine, Russia carried out another wave of airstrikes on Kyiv overnight, but Ukrainian officials say they shot down all the missiles and drones. This latest attack comes after President Zelensky wrapped up his European tour. As he wraps that tour up, NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Kyiv. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. And not just another wave, according to Ukrainian officials, the biggest attack on the capital in weeks, 18 missiles in all. And as you say this morning, the Ukrainian Air Force, they say their air defenses, which include an American-supplied Patriot defense system, shot down every single missile.
Overnight, a massive wave of Russian attacks aimed at Ukraine's capital, the biggest in weeks. Ukraine's Air Force says Russia targeted Kyiv with at least 18 missiles from the north, south, and east. And Ukraine's air defense systems shooting down even the most advanced Russian weapons, including 6 hypersonic Kinzhal missiles launched from aircraft, 9 cruise missiles launched from the Black Sea, 3 land-based missiles, and 9 drones, all destroyed, according to the Air Force. The defense minister calling it another unbelievable success for the Ukrainian Air Forces, adding, "Thank you to our Air Force service members and our partner states who invested in securing the skies over Ukraine and all of Europe." The overnight attack comes on the heels of fresh military investment from Western allies.
Повертаємось додому з новими оборонними пакетами.
більше нової, більше потужної зброї для фронту, більше захисту для наших людей, більше політичної підтримки.
President Zelensky speaking on his way home after his successful European tour. But Zelensky's priority remains fighter jets and increased support from the U.S.
Дякую Британії за домовленість. Ми продовжуємо працювати і над коаліцією винищувачів.
Down south, just off the front line, Ukraine is training troops as fast as they can. We expect the counteroffensive to start, and we are ready, this soldier says. Ready, another soldier adds, to finally end this war. These last 4 days in the bitterly contested town of Bakhmut, controlled largely by the Russian Wagner Group, have seen the first major battlefield gains for Ukraine in months. Momentum the Ukrainians hope that will drive their coming offensive.
Now, Joe, this morning and really for the last several days, the focus is still absolutely on Bakhmut, and the Ukrainians say they are turning the tide here. We are chasing an unverified video that has emerged where the Wagner Group chief, Yevgeny Prigozhin, claims that American soldier has died in Bakhmut. NBC News has not verified this claim, has not verified this video. We are chasing this. We have reached out to all U.S. officials to get more information on this, Joe.
All right, Molly Hunter reporting from Kyiv. Molly, thank you so much. Now to the U.S.-Mexico border, where the number of migrants crossing into this country has dropped dramatically in the days after the end of Title 42 restrictions. But processing centers are still over capacity, and they're struggling to accommodate people who have already made it into border cities. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is in San Diego with the latest.
This morning, the Border Patrol continues to release thousands of migrants into the U.S. following the end of the public health order known as Title 42. Massive processing centers designed to hold 18,000 migrants are being pushed to their limits, according to DHS officials. One administration official telling NBC News those released most recently have been vetted, have court dates, and have passed credible fear screenings, the first step in claiming asylum. But court documents show DHS released over 2,500 migrants without court dates just after Title 42 ended Friday. The numbers overwhelming shelters and cities alike. The Biden administration is touting that illegal crossings have fallen nearly in half since Title 42 expired, though that's compared to the record-breaking surges of last week. The administration says stricter punishments under Title 8, the section of U.S. law dealing with immigration that was in place before Title 42 and is now being enforced again, is slowing the flow. This teen from Guatemala says she was turned back and told to apply for asylum at a port of entry. But Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says the numbers don't tell the full story.
They've reduced the number of people waiting in line because they gave everybody in line a pass.
It comes as busloads and trainloads of migrants keep arriving in cities nationwide. In New York City, some asylum seekers are now being housed in school gymnasiums.
They didn't really tell the parents anything until the kids came home and said something later on in the day. That's when we got notified.
This morning, a humanitarian crisis being felt far beyond the southern border.
Our thanks to Miguel Almaguer for that report. Migrants who cross the border illegally now face a 5-year bar on returning to the U.S. and possible criminal charges. Time now for a check on your Morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. We've got a heat wave still going strong in parts of the Pacific Northwest. That's where we've had multiple 90-degree days for a lot of cities. Medford being one of those. We're going to end up at 90 degrees again today. Low 80s for Seattle, but still, these numbers are way above normal for where they should be for this time of year. It's going to last a little while longer. We'll have a bit of relief in some spots. Notice by Friday, Seattle gets back down to about 80 degrees, but hits the mid-80s for Wednesday and Thursday. Still going strong with the 90s, or at least close to 90 for Medford through the next couple of days, so we could continue to see these record-breaking highs in some spots. Meanwhile, in the Northeast and in the Midwest, we have kind of a mixed bag. We're going to be into the 80s for Chicago today. Cincinnati hits 68 degrees, 82 degrees for New York, so running a little above normal, but that doesn't last for long. We'll slowly but surely start to see these temperatures coming down. And by the time we get into tomorrow, we'll see temperatures into the 50s for parts of New England, 68 degrees in Philadelphia, out towards Detroit and Chicago, we'll hang out into those low to mid 60s for our afternoon temperatures. But it's Thursday morning that'll really get your attention. It's not going to feel all that warm like it has for days and days. We're going to start to bring these temperatures down, and in some spots, we could be dealing with frost advisories. Not great for those plants, especially those early buds that we've already seen in the gardening that I'm sure you've done on these warmer afternoons. Cleveland will end up at 41 degrees in the morning hours, at 42 for Bridgeport, 42 for Boston. So just prepare for that on Thursday morning with an extra layer. You'll need it. Now, the fire alerts are still up for some of these major cities. Boston, Newport, Providence, Hartford, all included in that because we've got some gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour, and we've also got the low humidity. So we will look for that to stick with us through the day today. Meanwhile, in the mid-Atlantic, we have the potential to see some strong storms. There's 10 million people included in this. The risk is mainly going to be those strong winds, so gusts up to 60 miles per hour, but we won't rule out the potential for some large hail as well as those tornadoes in this area. Places like Knoxville, Boone, London all have that better chance to see that. But again, Nashville included in that, Chattanooga as well. Looking at the radar, you can see some of the heavy rain that is going to work through that similar area that I just mentioned. That's where we have the potential for some flooding concerns. We've already seen an active early morning hour with some thunderstorms there, but the potential for some flooding rains is going to be there here through at least the next couple of days. Here's the flash flood risk for today. Where you see that darker blue, better chance to see the flash flooding, and you'll notice why. We have localized amounts up to 3 inches when we have rainfall rates that are kind of impressive like that, and all that rain happening in a really short period of time. Flooding, of course, something that we'll have to watch for. Going across the southeast, though, over the next couple of days, this will be through Wednesday. What we'll have to deal with, notice there's a widespread area stretching from really Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, all the way into the southeast, including major cities like Atlanta, Asheville, Raleigh. We'll see those highest amounts, though, places like Kentucky. That's where we'll see those amounts upwards of 1, maybe 2 inches, up to 3 inches. So it'll be a couple of days where we'll have to watch for the flash flooding concern, Joe, as well as the severe storms and the temperature changes to come by Thursday for folks in the Northeast. We've got it all going on.
All right, yeah, these high temps aren't sticking around forever, I guess. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Coming up, Americans are keeping their cars longer than ever. The sticker shock that has so many putting the brakes on buying a new car. And tragedy on the beach. A bride hit and killed on the day of her wedding. Police say by a drunk driver. The new details emerging about that incident next.
We're back now from Las Vegas, from Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We're back now from Las Vegas, from Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. This morning, new developments in that deadly crash that killed a South Carolina bride on her wedding night. The groom was seriously injured. Authorities just released more details about the crash and the woman who they say was driving under the influence before she slammed into the couple's golf cart. Now we're hearing from the bride's family, trying to come to grips with their tragic loss. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Been more than 2 weeks since the Miller family gathered for a beachside ceremony to celebrate the wedding of their beloved Samantha.
My first thought was Sam finally has all the love that she's ever wanted. There was so much happiness.
This weekend, they returned to the same spot for a beachside tribute to the 34-year-old South Carolina bride. Sam, to friends and family, she was killed by an alleged drunk driver last month, just hours after taking her wedding vows. The last person Sam spoke with before the car crashed into their golf cart was her new husband.
She looked at him on the golf cart and said, "I want this day to last forever."
Lisa, you knew when you heard the sirens that something terrible had happened.
I did. I don't know how I did. I'm like, something happened to Sam. I literally screamed it.
Also still greeting Sam's husband, Eric. Hundreds of people joined Eric and the family Saturday, paddling out into the ocean and placing flowers with Sam's name on them into the water to honor her memory. As Eric recovers from injuries sustained in the crash and her family picks up the pieces, new details are emerging about the incident. A recent police report includes this image showing the golf cart that carried the bride and groom along with 2 other family members, tangled with the car that hit them. The driver of that car was 25-year-old Jamie Koborowski, who, according to a toxicology report, had a blood alcohol level more than 3 times the legal limit.
What would be justice for you, Lisa?
Whew, that's a tough question. A lot of people refer to it as an accident, and we feel like it's not an accident. She made that conscious decision, so it's not an accident.
GoFundMe started by both families have raised nearly $800,000. A life cut short and a story touching and breaking hearts.
Our thanks to Stephanie Gosk for that report. The driver of that car remains in jail awaiting trial. Her lawyers responded to NBC News with a statement reading in part, "We simply ask that there not be a rush to judgment. Our court system is founded upon principles of justice and mercy, and that is where all facts will come to light." Let's take a look at what's making headlines around the world this morning, starting with a deadly fire at a hostel in New Zealand. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, authorities in New Zealand say that at least 6 people have died after a fire broke out in that hostel in the city of Wellington. Now more than 50 people were rescued, but the fear is that the death toll may rise as 11 people are still unaccounted for. Firefighters were called at about midnight local time and found the top level of the building ablaze. The cause of the fire is still unknown. Let's go to Japan, where Tuesday dozens of activists demonstrated in Fukushima against plans to release into the sea water from the nuclear plant severely damaged by a tsunami and earthquake in 2011. Officials say that the previously highly radioactive water from the plant will be filtered and diluted with large amounts of seawater before it's released into the sea. But some scientists and the activists say the long-term impact to the environment and to people is still unknown. And let's end this short tour of the world in Nigeria, where a chef managed to cook for 100 hours, setting a new record for the longest hours non-stop cooking. In that time, the chef, Hilda Baki, cooked dozens of Nigerian dishes, including soups, stews and rice, with people coming to cheer for her through the day and night. Now, the previous record was held by an Indian chef who cooked non-stop for only 87 hours in 2019. But the Guinness World of Records say they need to review all the evidence first before officially confirming the record. But I fear, Joe, that all that evidence was eliminated by the people who ate the food.
That is a very good point, but congratulations to her. You know, it takes me about 100 hours to make one meal, so I should maybe consider entering the contest. And I look about that tired when I'm done. So, all right. Claudio, thanks so much. We'll have more morning news now, just after the break.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France. Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Voters in Jacksonville, Florida are heading to the polls this morning to vote for their next mayor. It is a hotly contested race. Democrat Donna Deegan, a former news anchor, is facing off against Republican Daniel Davis, a local official. And the results could serve as a bellwether, telling us how 2024 presidential candidates will fare in the state. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Jacksonville. So, Shaq, it's Election Day. Where does the race stand as voters head to the polls there today?
Well, if you look at the polls, things are extremely close. Both sides describing this essentially as a jump ball as we head into Election Day. You mentioned that this is a race that has been extremely contentious, and you've seen ads, millions of dollars in ad spending on both sides. You have Democrat Donna Deegan. She's known for her charitable giving. She was a television anchor here in Jacksonville, so she's pretty popular in terms of being well known in this area. Going up against Republican Daniel Davis. He's a longtime local official in this area. So two well-known figures going up for this contested race.
So Jacksonville is a battleground area in a state that at least a few years ago was considered a pretty big battleground state when it comes to presidential politics. On a bigger scale, the results could be pretty far-reaching. Tell us what's at stake here, why we've sent you there to cover this one.
Well, this will really help determine whether Democrats can still win in the state of Florida, specifically in areas where they had success previously. If you look at Jacksonville, specifically Duval County, this is an area where Democrats won in 2018 in statewide races. President Biden won it in 2020, and then came Governor DeSantis' re-election effort. And you saw that ground that Democrats have really completely evaporate. And I want you to listen to what I heard from both party chairs about why this race is something they're both investing in heavily and watching extremely closely.
Duval County is a battleground. It is an epic battleground. And in a microcosm, it epitomizes the great struggle between the right and the left that's been involving our nation for years now.
Jacksonville is one of the last major large cities, not only in this state, but in the country, that still has a Republican incumbent. This is a true opportunity for us to get a Democrat elected to this office for the first time in 8 years.
Jacksonville is Florida's largest city. It's one of the few major cities across the country that's currently run by Republicans. Democrats feel like they have an opportunity here. Now is the moment to see if they can capitalize on it.
So, Shaq, I know you spoke with chairs of Republican and Democrats in Duval County. What issues are they saying voters are most concerned about right now?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. When you talk to Republicans and Democrats, especially officials, you usually hear different things, different topics that are being brought up. That was not the case when I talked to both party chairs here in Jacksonville. Listen to some of those conversations.
They're concerned about public safety. Public safety is a very important issue in Jacksonville. They're also concerned about affordable housing and the cost of living.
Crime, housing affordability, and infrastructure spending are probably the biggest issues that we have here locally. Jacksonville has the unfortunate benefit of being the murder capital of this state.
It's almost as if they were reading from the same script there. Of course, both of the candidates have different solutions, different policy prescriptions to address those issues. But in terms of what's on the top of voters' minds as they go into the polls or polling locations like the one behind me, there's broad consensus on what those issues are and what's their main focus.
And Shaq, have national politics played into this local race at all? Have you seen that in any of the rhetoric or any of the concerns from voters?
Absolutely. You know, it's very similar to what we were talking about a couple of months ago during the midterm elections. The big thing that you're hearing, and you heard both party chairs mention the issue of crime, mention the issue of public safety. Well, you have Donna Deegan being accused of wanting to defund the police because of her attendance at some Black Lives Matter rallies a couple of years ago. You have Daniel Davis saying that he wants to help fund police. He wants to add, he wants to back police and add more police officers to the beat. So that national messaging of defunding the police and support for police departments, that has made its way into this local race. The one issue that hasn't been brought up, and this is interesting in both conversations with the party chairs, is the issue of abortion. That's one that we talked about extensively over the course of the midterm elections as we were covering it here in Florida and elsewhere in the country. But that was not a top issue that those officials brought up. It's important to note that that is a policy that's run at a state level and not a city level. But the fact that that has not made its way into the debate as much as it has in many other elections, that is definitely notable, Joe.
Yeah, and as you saw firsthand just a few weeks ago in Wisconsin, granted that was the state Supreme Court, but that was the huge issue there. Shaq, do we expect we could have the final results by the end of the night tonight?
That is the hope. You know, both sides say this will be extremely close, that this will be a tight race as we get into the evening. One official put it to me as a guess that even if his side wins, that it'll be a 52 to 48% race. So that means things could come up close. We could be waiting late into the night. But here in Florida, they do count votes fairly quickly. They've been processing those early votes for some time now. So we should expect to have a result by the end of the night. But one thing that you're hearing from both sides, and it's almost like they continue to say the same things. You don't see that too often, but they both say that this is a battleground. They call it a knife fight. They say this is going to be that hand-to-hand combat. They feel like it's really going to come down to those final few votes, and it's going to come down to who shows up today, because they have early voting numbers. That gap between Democrats and Republicans with early voting is actually tighter than it has been in previous elections. So that means both sides have been participating participating in early voting, and both sides will be showing up to really flood the polls and have their voices heard in this very contentious and very tight election, Joe.
All right, Shaq in Jacksonville, thank you so much. If you're planning to drive on Memorial Day weekend, you'll probably notice more older cars on the road, maybe even a little duct tape. It's because drivers are now keeping their vehicles longer. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock tells us why so many Americans are putting the brakes on buying a new car.
With demand for vehicles in overdrive, new data shows Americans keeping their cars and smaller trucks for a record 12.5 years. While they're lasting longer, they're also more expensive, which is why South Florida mechanic Nick Osborne is still holding onto a 2007 SUV. Under normal circumstances, would you still be driving around in this?
No way. I would already replace this car.
The father of 5, swapping out an engine with 200,000 miles for one with a mere 100,000, a short-term fix that fits his family's budget. Do you feel safe driving this?
No, not at all. 200,000 miles, no. You know, and then my kids are in it. I'm not sure if I feel too safe with 200,000 miles. You know, but do I have a choice? No, I don't have a choice.
It's the impact of years of pandemic-fueled shortages, supply disruptions, and heightened demand. The average used car payment is more than $560, and for new vehicles, nearly $730. According to one group, that's up more than $250 a month compared to just 5 years ago. Industry analysts say pricing, higher interest rates, and greater reliability of newer cars all play a role.
Someone going into the market for the first time in a while, they're going to be shocked as to how high the prices are for both new and used cars.
A byproduct of this trend, auto repair shops are seeing way more customers.
Even with high mileage, they're keeping the car.
Yeah. We've seen an average car go from anywhere between 80 to 90,000 miles, now over 100, 150,000.
Many hoping to ride out this tidal wave of demand, like Nick.
I wish I could afford a minivan right now with a lot less mileage.
When the road to ownership is a little smoother. Sam Brock, NBC News, Miami.
All right, coming up, it could be the future of public transit. We are climbing on board with a new fleet of driverless buses as they hit the road. Stay with us.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It's time for our CNBC Money Minute. New numbers show Americans are not holding back when it comes to spending. CNBC's Savannah now joins us with that and other money headlines. Savannah, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, so Americans continue to rack up debt. A report from the New York Federal Reserve shows that total consumer debt hit a record high in the first 3 months of this year, topping $17 trillion. Now, that's despite a sharp pullback in mortgage lending. New home loans peaked above $1.2 trillion in 2021, but have been falling since as the Fed has hiked interest rates. The average rate for a 30-year mortgage is now about 6.4%. Elon Musk says he must now approve all new hires at Tesla. In an email to staff seen by CNBC, Musk expressed concern about the company's current practices. Reports say staffers are reading the email as either a soft hiring freeze or a signal Musk is shifting his focus back to Tesla now that he's named a new CEO of Twitter. Musk has generally been involved in approving hiring and budgets since becoming Tesla CEO in 2008. OpenAI plans to release a new open source model to the public. Open source means the code is open to anyone to modify the model for any reason for their specific purpose. The move comes as OpenAI, that's the company behind ChatGPT, is facing competition from Meta and others. The information reports OpenAI is unlikely to release a product that's competitive with ChatGPT, as that's the company's primary way of making money, which is through selling access to the technology, Joe.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much. And let's keep talking about AI. Microsoft is quickly moving forward with the implementation of its latest artificial intelligence technology. Now, some of its household software brands like Bing, Excel, and Word will be using tech like ChatGPT to help users carry out their day-to-day tasks. CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin spoke one-on-one with Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella about the partnership and controversy surrounding this emerging use of tech. Here's part of that conversation.
We're moving from the autopilot era of AI to co-pilot era of AI. Yes, it's moving fast, but moving fast in the right direction. Moving fast where humans are more in control.
What scares you about this?
What, I'll call it, societal choices do we make given this new technology? We definitely want the benefits of this technology, and we want to mitigate the unintended consequences.
How is this going to change education and the idea of what people, the next generation, are going to have to know, need to know?
I think we will adjust to work with these tools. Critical thinking will still be very much what humans do, but I think that there is an opportunity for us to retool ourselves with new tools.
You can watch the rest of that conversation and more on this topic when Special Edition with Andrew Ross Sorkin, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, airs tonight at 10:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now. Well, you've heard of self-driving cars. How about self-driving buses? Over in Scotland, a community is experimenting with the idea in what's thought to be the first route of its kind in the world. NBC's Matt Bradley has that story.
The wheels on this bus go round and round like any other. But the steering wheel seems to have a mind of its own. This bus has declared its autonomy and it enters into service.
Is this the first in the world?
So we believe it's the most advanced in the world. There have been other autonomous buses, but we believe this is the first registered timetable service where we're making a commitment to passengers that we're going to be there on time, delivering a public service.
5 of these buses will patrol a 14-mile route across Edinburgh's Forth Road Bridge. A bus every 30 minutes, reaching speeds of up to 50 miles an hour, serving as many as 10,000 passengers per week. But this is still very much an experiment. So for now, this driverless bus does have a driver. He's here just making sure everything is safe, and there's another member of staff here taking tickets. That's 2 employees, twice as many as was needed before. The idea is to eventually free the driver from babysitting the bus, but right now, that's illegal. Stagecoach, the company running this experiment, is hoping the law will change soon.
And when the technology is completely signed off and we're allowed to take the safety driver out of the cab, they'll be able to move around the saloon, engage with passengers, check tickets, keep the service accessible, that kind of thing.
As far as drivers are concerned, autonomous buses are sophisticated and safe.
You ever had any close calls?
No, I haven't. No.
Are you worried that you could?
No, not really. The technology, I think, is brilliant. It stays in its lane, it brakes. When it senses other traffic, the only thing you've maybe got to worry about is other motorists not knowing what they're going to do.
The bus itself does most of the work, with some high-tech help.
So when you say a sensor, is that these things right here?
Yeah, so that's one of them. That's a LiDAR. That's for the closer range detection.
So if the technology has arrived, the real problem is still humans, pedestrians, drivers. By behaving unpredictably, they're the ones who are standing in the way of wider adoption of this technology.
The biggest barrier with autonomous vehicles is dealing with people, especially in urban environments, where people are making decisions of their own, sometimes stretching the rules just a little bit so that they can get by and collaborate with each other.
But the humans of Edinburgh aren't all ready to board the bus.
They say it'd be safer by reducing human error.
But then, I don't know, I've seen the movies and the robots something always happens.
And will you be happy about it?
No.
No. You're scared?
Let your life in the hand of a machine that could have faults. Yeah, so far it proved that, yes, human error exists, but it's less than machinery for the moment.
They may have a point. Accidents involving autonomous vehicles have happened.
Ain't nobody in it. This is crazy.
And in San Francisco, this driverless car sped off after it was pulled over by police. In February, American safety officials pushed Tesla to recall more than 360,000 full self-driving cars because of unsafe driving and road violations.
What do you say to people who are worried that this is unsafe?
I say that we've got a vetted safety case there that has gone through millions of miles of testing, and there will always be the safety driver there ready to intervene.
So if you're worried about autonomous technology, maybe think of it this way. These drivers never have a bad day. They never get distracted. And these sensors never blink. But experiments like this one are as much about calming the public as they are about testing the tech.
We still understand that we need to ensure that the public come with us on this, and that they're convinced that this technology is safe and has benefits for everyone. So I think there's still work to be done on that side of it, but the technology is ready now.
Our thanks to Matt Bradley for that report. Despite all of this being experimental, if it works, the same technology could be rolled out in 4 more UK cities. Coming up, a heads up for chronic apologizers. Why some experts say it's time to get over apologizing. Next.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, Only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone. Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names. Only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
We're back now with an update on the Tony Awards. It looked like the awards would not make it to TV after the Writers Guild rejected a strike waiver from producers of the show. Well, now it looks like there is a chance the show might go on. The Tony Awards Productions is updating its ceremony to meet requests from the WGA. In response, the Guild no longer has plans to picket the show. Now, there's still no confirmation on whether Ariana DeBose would host. Bottom line, these new developments open the door to the possibility that musical lovers will get to see their favorite Broadway stars on the small screen in some form or fashion. Stay tuned. Well, if you've already apologized for something that wasn't your fault this morning, you're not alone. And I'm sorry. Studies show it is a particular problem for women. Well, now there is a new push to dial it back. Today, anchor Jenna Bush-Hager takes an unapologetic look.
Stop saying this word if you want to be more respected. Word sorry.
Are women over apologizing?
Sorry. Do you have a minute?
From Pantene commercials to Netflix's The Diplomat, there's growing push to say sorry. I'm not sorry.
You just said I'm so sorry.
I am sorry.
But you didn't do it.
Well, I'm still sorry.
Don't apologize for things that aren't your fault.
Yes, I'm sorry.
For what?
Experts say that verbal tick can get things off on the wrong foot.
Often starts with, hey, I'm sorry to bother you, or I'm so sorry I have to do this. So we kind of give the excuse before we give the reasoning, which discounts a lot of what they have to say afterwards. Because now I'm kind of like, well, what are you apologizing for?
Tish Harrison Warren, a fellow Austinite and a priest in the Anglican Church, recently wrote about saying sorry for the New York Times.
I was raised in the South, where women are often conditioned to apologize compulsively. I've apologized to coffee tables I bumped into and then laughed when I realized it. Some friends tell me to stop apologizing so much. Inevitably, I reply, I know, I'm sorry.
You and I both grew up in Texas, and there definitely was an emphasis on manners and definitely learning to say please and thank you, but also sorry. Did you have to wrestle with sort of where we were raised in this notion as well?
Yeah, definitely. And because I think women in the South do apologize more. It's a cultural thing. There's times when it can be a way to kind of shrink ourselves or try to disappear this, that you're apologizing for instance, like having feelings and thoughts and opinions in the world.
One study found that women apologize more than men because they report committing more offenses. But Pastor Warren is quick to note, just because men apologize less doesn't mean women should too.
It's another way of saying, well, the way women speak or do things is wrong. And so if men say sorry less than women, which is statistically true, the solution then was not like, well, maybe men need to say I'm sorry a bit more. It's that women need to say I'm sorry less.
Being kind and being empathetic and being humble are definitely things that sometimes we can miss.
There's a humanity that needs to be recognized, that part of it is with things like please and thank you and I'm sorry, and just basic kind of respect in the way we speak.
Tish concludes maybe it's okay to not be sorry for saying sorry.
I'm still not quite willing to let go of I'm sorry. I know I apologize too much, and at the end of the day, I think I'd rather err that way than not say sorry enough. And if that is wrong, which it may be, I'm very sorry.
Jenna, thank you so much for that discussion. We do have some advice for you. Experts say if you are saying sorry as sort of a verbal tick more than an actual apology, try saying thank you instead. For example, instead of saying sorry, I'm late, you can say thank you for waiting for me. We thank you for joining us, and we hope you're not sorry about that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, final report. After 4 years, we are getting our first look at the Trump-era special counsel investigation, looking into the origins of the FBI's Trump-Russia investigation. The Bureau facing serious criticism that it acted without evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia, how the FBI is responding and the reaction from both sides of the aisle. Baseball bat attack. One man is under arrest after a brutal assault on the office of a U.S. congressman. The attack sending 2 staffers to the hospital, one of them an intern on her first day. What we've learned about the suspect's background and the new video showing the disturbing moments before the attack. Border slowdown. After reaching record levels, the swell of migrants along the southern border is easing, with illegal crossings dropping by nearly half. But with processing centers being pushed to the max, communities are struggling to keep up. We are on the ground with the impact being felt across the country. And sorry, not sorry, there is a growing push for women to stop over-apologizing.
I apologized to coffee tables I bumped into and then laughed when I realized it. Some friends tell me to stop apologizing so much. Inevitably, I reply, I know, I'm sorry.
Not everyone is on board, so what experts say is behind the verbal tick and why it can sometimes kick things off on the wrong foot for all of us. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday. We begin this hour with that report by Special Counsel John Durham looking into the FBI's probe, which looked into potential ties between Russia and former President Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. The report accused the FBI of acting negligently by opening the investigation based on insufficient and vague information, but it did not produce any blockbuster revelations of criminal conduct. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now with more on this. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. In this 306-page report, Special Counsel John Durham excoriates the FBI for what he says is being too credulous with accepting information that some of which came from politically tainted sources, including that infamous Steele dossier, and also just not thoroughly vetting some of the information that it used to open this counterintelligence investigation that blossomed into the Trump-Russia investigation conducted by Special Counsel Robert Mueller. But as you said, this report did not live up to what former President Trump said that it would. He called it the crime of the century. He expected that people were going to go to jail over this. Really, only 2 criminal cases were brought by this special counsel, and both resulted in acquittals by juries. And no major allegations of corruption, conspiracy, or even acting with political bias were brought by the special counsel against the FBI. Everyone acknowledges the FBI made mistakes in this investigation. That was the conclusion of a 2019 Inspector General report. The FBI saying it made a lot of changes since then and that some of these missteps could not happen today, Joe.
You put together a report on this. Let's take a look at that package right now.
This morning, the investigation that followed a political firestorm around the 2016 election.
A horrible, horrible, disgusting witch hunt.
Finally wrapping up ahead of the next one. Republicans saying it exposed serious wrongdoing by the FBI.
The FBI has an awful lot of work to do.
While Democrats calling it a rehash that didn't live up to its billing.
The investigation, the investigators by Durham revealed little to nothing.
Mr. Trump on his Truth Social website saying the American public was scammed. But the report, though highly critical of the FBI, did not back up Mr. Trump's claims that he was framed by a corrupt deep state conspiracy.
I think it's a political crime of the century.
In fact, Special Counsel John Durham did not find corruption or even actions motivated by politics. Durham was tapped by Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, to look into whether FBI officials abused their powers when they opened an investigation in 2016, codenamed Crossfire Hurricane, looking into allegations the Trump campaign had colluded with the Russian government. That eventually led to the appointment of Special Counsel Robert Mueller, who in the end did not find a conspiracy between Trump and the Kremlin.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
Although Mueller did find a Trump campaign eager to accept help from Russians. Durham's report criticized what he called seriously deficient mistakes by the FBI, adding the Bureau was much more cautious and skeptical about allegations against the Clinton campaign. All potential fodder for Trump as he mounts another campaign for president. And Joe, the FBI said in a statement that they've made a number of changes to the way they approach national security investigations that would prevent some of these missteps from happening again. And there's also a new rule that says the Attorney General has to approve any investigation into a national political campaign. Joe.
All right, Ken Delaney. And Ken, thank you so much. Turning now to that violent baseball bat attack in Virginia. A man wielding a metal bat assaulted two staffers at the office of Congressman Jerry Connolly. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us from Fairfax, Virginia with the latest on this. Ryan, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. And we do have good news. Those two staffers who were injured in the attack yesterday have both been released from the hospital. Their boss, Jerry Connolly, telling us that he believes that they will recover from their physical injuries. But what he is worried about is the trauma that they experienced in this office here behind me.
Someone has been struck with a bat.
This morning, police are trying to determine why a man entered Democratic Congressman Jerry Connolly's Virginia office and attacked two of his staffers with a metal baseball bat. The same man, police believe, is seen in this new surveillance footage, chasing another woman nearby just minutes earlier. Authorities say the suspect then showed up at Connolly's office, looking for the lawmaker. And when he learned the congressman wasn't there, he went off, hitting two of Connolly's staffers.
One of the staffers who was injured, she's an intern, and today was her first day.
The staffers treated and released at a local hospital.
You could absolutely tell that the people inside were scared. They were hiding.
Federal investigators searching the home of 49-year-old suspect, Juan Ka Tran Pham, who has a history of run-ins with police. In 2022, court documents show he was charged with assaulting and attempting to disarm an officer during what prosecutors described as a mental health crisis. The charges were later dropped when Pham complied with treatment. Pham also filed a $29 million handwritten lawsuit against the CIA last year, claiming he'd been wrongfully imprisoned and alleging he'd been, quote, brutally tortured from the fourth dimension. This latest assault comes as attacks against members of Congress and their families have skyrocketed. Just last month, Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger telling lawmakers the number of threats had increased 400% over the last 6 years.
I worry about the normalization of violence in our politics. I've got a strong and resilient staff. They're committed to their mission, and they're not going to be deterred by this kind of tragic incident.
And Congressman Connolly now says that he and his office will review security here in their district. He's already working with Capitol Police to try and find fixes for what happened here yesterday. He said that he's worried not only for the safety of his staff, but for the general public who enter into these doors every single day. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. Now to the latest on the standoff over the debt ceiling in Washington. We are just weeks away from a potentially crippling debt default if no deal is reached on Capitol Hill. President Biden is expected to host a crucial meeting today at the White House with congressional leaders with the hopes of reaching an agreement. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen issued a new warning yesterday saying the U.S. could still default as soon as June 1st. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now with the latest in all this. Garrett, good morning to you. So just remind us, where do we stand on negotiations as we head into this critical meeting today?
Joe, I've never been less excited to get to June and the summer because right now it seems like they're still basically nowhere. Lawmakers and the president are hoping to get in a room today and decide on at least the parameters for negotiation that the White House says still isn't even a negotiation. Now, Kevin McCarthy, every time he spoke to reporters yesterday, seemed less and less optimistic about the state of things. I want to play for you some of what he told us yesterday and then give you the White House's view of things on the other side. Here's McCarthy.
The only body in all of Congress are the Republicans who raised the debt ceiling. And we did it way in advance before Janet Yellen told us when the deadline was, because we didn't want to be here. So no, I don't think we're in a good place. I know we're not.
Now, President Biden has been much more publicly optimistic about this, but the White House and the lawmakers close to the process have basically said these negotiations, discussions, whatever you want to call them, have begun to center around just a couple things, making permitting for things like energy and infrastructure projects a little bit easier, spending caps on future spending, and maybe trying to claw back some unspent pandemic money. That may be what this all comes down to at the end of the day, Joe.
So, Garrett, as we've reported, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen wrote another letter to Congress yesterday basically reiterating the same point. The U.S. could default on its debt obligations in a couple weeks from Thursday. Remind us what's at stake here. And also, this really isn't a situation where they could reach a deal on May 31st and everything's hunky-dory, right?
No, that's right. I mean, it's going to take some time to pass into law whatever deal gets reached. So you got to almost back time this by a week or two to be sure that you don't accidentally stumble across that deadline. And this is different than a government shutdown. The effects here could be far more wide-ranging. First of all, you'd see delayed payments for things like Social Security checks, veterans benefits, your tax return money. If you haven't gotten it yet, don't expect it after June 1st if we're in default. You'd also see interest rate spikes. That could hurt you if you're trying to buy a car or build a house. And then your retirement savings would take a hit, as would, frankly, the rest of the market. So we've never been in this situation before, Joe. There's almost like a bias against even thinking about how bad it could be. But that's the reality, according to economists across the political spectrum.
And Garrett, NBC News has learned Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be part of today's meeting at the White House. That's according to a source familiar with her plans. What should we know about her role today? Does that tell us anything about this process right now?
Well, it's interesting because one of the things we've heard from the Republicans involved in this process is they'd like to see the negotiating group get smaller, not bigger. They think that would be helpful in coming to an actual deal. But what our White House folks are saying, what the sources they're talking to are saying, is that the vice president's getting involved in part so she could be a more active participant in the messaging around this issue, kind of laying out the risks, the necessity of reaching some kind of deal, of raising the debt ceiling, particularly while the president's out of the country, which is a trip that's supposed to begin tomorrow, Joe, and nobody knows exactly whether he'll still go or for how long, to Japan and to Australia if these negotiations that may or may not be negotiations heat up or get stuck. The president could be needed back here in the States to push this thing across the finish line, too.
Yeah, a lot of White House journalists are wondering if they're about to embark on a long overseas trip or if they're just going to stay in Washington.
It's a
and watch
mileage
some
run to nowhere,
negotiations.
basically. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Garrett, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Turning now to the war in Ukraine, Russia carried out another wave of airstrikes on Kyiv overnight, but Ukrainian officials say they shot down all the missiles and drones. This latest attack comes after President Zelensky wrapped up his European tour. As he wraps that tour up, NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Kyiv. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. And not just another wave, according to Ukrainian officials, the biggest attack on the capital in weeks, 18 missiles in all. And as you say this morning, the Ukrainian Air Force, they say their air defenses, which include an American-supplied Patriot defense system, shot down every single missile.
Overnight, a massive wave of Russian attacks aimed at Ukraine's capital, the biggest in weeks. Ukraine's Air Force says Russia targeted Kyiv with at least 18 missiles from the north, south, and east. And Ukraine's air defense systems shooting down even the most advanced Russian weapons, including 6 hypersonic Kinzhal missiles launched from aircraft, 9 cruise missiles launched from the Black Sea, 3 land-based missiles, and 9 drones, all destroyed, according to the Air Force. The defense minister calling it another unbelievable success for the Ukrainian Air Forces, adding, "Thank you to our Air Force service members and our partner states who invested in securing the skies over Ukraine and all of Europe." The overnight attack comes on the heels of fresh military investment from Western allies.
Повертаємось додому з новими оборонними пакетами. Більше нової, більше потужної зброї для фронту, більше захисту для наших людей, більше політичної підтримки.
President Zelensky speaking on his way home after his successful European tour. But Zelensky's priority remains fighter jets and increased support from the U.S.
Дякую, Британії, за домовленість міри. Ми продовжуємо працювати і над коаліцією винищувачів.
Down south, just off the front line, Ukraine is training troops as fast as they can. We expect the counteroffensive to start, and we are ready, this soldier says. Ready, another soldier adds, to finally end this war. These last 4 days in the bitterly contested town of Bakhmut, controlled largely by the Russian Wagner Group, have seen the first major battlefield gains for Ukraine in months. Momentum the Ukrainians hope that will drive their coming offensive.
Now, Joe, this morning and really for the last several days, the focus is still absolutely on Bakhmut, and the Ukrainians say they are turning the tide here. We are chasing an unverified video that has emerged where the Wagner Group chief, Yevgeny Prigozhin, claims that American soldier has died in Bakhmut. NBC News has not verified this claim, has not verified this video. We are chasing this. We have reached out to all U.S. officials to get more information on this, Joe.
All right, Molly Hunter reporting from Kyiv. Molly, thank you so much. Now to the U.S.-Mexico border, where the number of migrants crossing into this country has dropped dramatically in the days after the end of Title 42 restrictions. But processing centers are still over capacity, and they're struggling to accommodate people who have already made it into border cities. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is in San Diego with the latest.
This morning, the Border Patrol continues to release thousands of migrants into the U.S. following the end of the public health order known as Title 42. Massive processing centers designed to hold 18,000 migrants are being pushed to their limits, according to DHS officials. One administration official telling NBC News those released most recently have been vetted, have court dates, and have passed credible fear screenings, the first step in claiming asylum. But court documents show DHS released over 2,500 migrants without court dates just after Title 42 ended Friday. The numbers overwhelming shelters and cities alike. The Biden administration is touting that illegal crossings have fallen nearly in half since Title 42 expired, though that's compared to the record-breaking surges of last week. The administration says stricter punishments under Title 8, the section of U.S. law dealing with immigration that was in place before Title 42 and is now being enforced again, is slowing the flow. This teen from Guatemala says she was turned back and told told to apply for asylum at a port of entry. But Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says the numbers don't tell the full story.
They've reduced the number of people waiting in line because they gave everybody in line a pass.
It comes as busloads and trainloads of migrants keep arriving in cities nationwide. In New York City, some asylum seekers are now being housed in school gymnasiums.
They didn't really tell the parents anything until the kids came home and said something later on in the day. That's when we got notified.
This morning, a humanitarian crisis being felt far beyond the southern border.
Our thanks to Miguel Almaguer for that report. Migrants who cross the border illegally now face a 5-year bar on returning to the U.S. and possible criminal charges. Time now for a check on your Morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. We've got a heat wave still going strong in parts of the Pacific Northwest. That's where we've had multiple 90-degree days for a lot of cities. Medford being one of those. We're going to end up at 90 degrees again today. Low 80s for Seattle, but still, these numbers are way above normal for where they should be for this time of year. It's going to last a little while longer. We'll have a bit of relief in some spots. Notice by Friday, Seattle gets back down to about 80 degrees, but hits the mid-80s for Wednesday and Thursday. Still going strong with the 90s, or at least close to 90 for Medford through the next couple of days, so we could continue to see these record-breaking highs in some spots. Meanwhile, in the Northeast and in the Midwest, we have kind of a mixed bag. We're going to be into the 80s for Chicago today. Cincinnati hits 68 degrees, 82 degrees for New York, so running a little above normal, but that doesn't last for long. We'll slowly but surely start to see these temperatures coming down. And by the time we get into tomorrow, we'll see temperatures into the 50s for parts of New England, 68 degrees in Philadelphia. Out towards Detroit and Chicago, we'll hang out into those low to mid 60s for our afternoon temperatures. But it's Thursday morning that'll really get your attention. It's not going to feel all that warm like it has for days and days. We're going to start to bring these temperatures down. And in some spots, we could be dealing with frost advisories. Not great for those plants, especially those early buds that we've already seen in the gardening that I'm sure you've done on these warmer afternoons. Cleveland will end up at 41 degrees in the morning hours, 42 for Bridgeport, 42 for Boston. So just prepare for that on Thursday morning with an extra layer. You'll need it. Now, the fire alerts are still up for some of these major cities. Boston, Newport, Providence, Hartford, all included in that because we've got some gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour, and we've also got the low humidity, so we will look for that to stick with us through the day today. Meanwhile, in the mid-Atlantic, we have the potential to see some strong storms. There's 10 million people included in this. The risk is mainly going to be those strong winds, so gusts up to 60 miles per hour, but we won't rule out the potential for some large hail as well as those tornadoes in this area. Places like Knoxville, Boone, London all have that better chance to see that. But again, Nashville included in that, Chattanooga as well. Looking at the radar, you can see some of the heavy rain that is going to work through that similar area that I just mentioned. That's where we have the potential for some flooding concerns. We've already seen an active early morning hour with some thunderstorms there, but the potential for some flooding rains is going to be there here through at least the next couple of days. Here's the flash flood risk for today. Where you see that darker blue, better chance to see the flash flooding, and you'll notice why. We have localized amounts up to 3 inches when we have rainfall rates that are kind of impressive like that, and all that rain happening in a really short period of time. Flooding, of course, something that we'll have to watch for. Going across the southeast, though, over the next couple of days, this will be through Wednesday. What we'll have to deal with, notice there's a widespread area stretching from really Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, all the way into the southeast, including major cities like Atlanta, Asheville, Raleigh. We'll see those highest amounts, though, places like Kentucky. That's where we'll see those amounts upwards of 1, maybe 2 inches, up to 3 inches. So it'll be a couple of days where we'll have to watch for the flash flooding concern, Joe, as well as the severe storms and the temperature changes to come by Thursday for folks in the Northeast. We've got it all going on.
All right, yeah, these high temps aren't sticking around forever, I guess. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Coming up, Americans are keeping their cars longer than ever. The sticker shock that has so many putting the brakes on buying a new car. And tragedy on the beach. A bride hit and killed on the day of her wedding. Police say by a drunk driver. The new details emerging about that incident next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes. How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. This morning, new developments in that deadly crash that killed a South Carolina bride on her wedding night. The groom was seriously injured. Authorities just released more details about the crash and the woman who they say was driving under the influence before she slammed into the couple's golf cart. Now we're hearing from the bride's family, trying to come to grips with their tragic loss. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Been more than 2 weeks since the Miller family gathered for a beachside ceremony to celebrate the wedding of their beloved Samantha.
My first thought was Sam finally has all the love that she's ever wanted. There was so much happiness.
This weekend, they returned to the same spot for a beachside tribute to the 34-year-old South Carolina bride. Sam, to friends and family, she was killed by an alleged drunk driver last month, just hours after taking her wedding vows. The last person Sam spoke with before the car crashed into their golf cart was her new husband.
She looked at him on the golf cart and said, "I want this day to last forever."
Lisa, you knew when you heard the sirens that something terrible had happened.
I did. I don't know how I did. I'm like, something happened to Sam. I literally screamed it.
Also still grieving, Sam's husband, Eric. Hundreds of people joined Eric and the family Saturday, paddling out into the ocean and placing flowers with Sam's name on them into the water to honor her memory. As Eric recovers from injuries sustained in the crash and her family picks up the pieces, new details are emerging about the incident. A recent police report includes this image showing the golf cart that carried the bride and groom, along with 2 other family members, tangled with the car that hit them. The driver of that car was 25-year-old Jamie Koborowski, who, according to a toxicology report, had a blood alcohol level more than 3 times the legal limit.
What would be justice for you, Lisa?
Ooh, that's a tough question. A lot of people refer to it as an accident, and we feel like it's not an accident. She made that conscious decision, so it's not an accident.
GoFundMe started by both families have raised nearly $800,000. A life cut short and a story touching and breaking hearts.
Our thanks to Stephanie Gosk for that report. The driver of that car remains in jail awaiting trial. Her lawyers responded to NBC News with a statement reading in part, "We simply ask that there not be a rush to judgment. Our court system is founded upon principles of justice and mercy, and that is where all facts will come to light." Let's take a look at what's making headlines around the world this morning, starting with a deadly fire at a hostel in New Zealand. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other international headlines. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, authorities in New Zealand say that at least 6 people have died after a fire broke out in that hostel in the city of Wellington. Now more than 50 people were rescued, but the fear is that the death toll may rise as 11 people are still unaccounted for. Firefighters were called at about midnight local time and found the top level of the building ablaze. The cause of the fire is still unknown. Let's go to Japan, where Tuesday, dozens of activists demonstrated in Fukushima against plans to release into the sea water from the nuclear plant severely damaged by a tsunami and earthquake in 2011. Officials say that the previously highly radioactive water from the plant will be filtered and diluted with large amounts of seawater before it's released into the sea. But some scientists and the activists say the long-term impact to the environment and to people is still unknown. And let's end this short tour of the world in Nigeria, where a chef managed to cook for 100 hours, setting a new record for the longest hours non-stop cooking. In that time, the chef, Hilda Baki, cooked dozens of Nigerian dishes, including soups, stews, and rice, with people coming to cheer for her through the day and night. Now, the previous record was held by an Indian chef who cooked non-stop for only 87 hours in 2019. But the Guinness World of Records say they need to review all the evidence first before officially confirming the record. But I fear, Joe, that all that evidence was eliminated by the people who ate the food.
That is a very good point, but congratulations to her. You know, it takes me about 100 hours to make one meal, so I should maybe consider entering the contest. And I look about that tired when I'm done. So, all right. Claudio, thanks so much. We'll have more morning news now, just after the break.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. This is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. Voters in Jacksonville, Florida are heading to the polls this morning to vote for their next mayor. It is a hotly contested race. Democrat Donna Deegan, a former news anchor, is facing off against Republican Daniel Davis, a local official. And the results could serve as a bellwether, telling us how 2024 presidential candidates will fare in the state. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Jacksonville. So, Shaq, it's Election Day. Where does the race stand as voters head to the polls there today?
Well, if you look at the polls, things are extremely close. Both sides describing this essentially as a jump ball as we head into Election Day. You mentioned that this is a race that has been extremely contentious, and you've seen ads, millions of dollars in ad spending on both sides. You have Democrat Donna Deegan. She's known for her charitable giving. She was a television anchor here in Jacksonville, so she's pretty popular in terms of being well known in this area. Going up against Republican Daniel Davis. He's a longtime local official in this area. So two well-known figures going up for this contested race.
So Jacksonville is a battleground area in a state that at least a few years ago was considered a pretty big battleground state when it comes to presidential politics. On a bigger scale, the results could be pretty far-reaching. Tell us what's at stake here, why we've sent you there to cover this one.
Well, this will really help determine whether Democrats can still win in the state of Florida, specifically in areas where they had success previously. If you look at Jacksonville, specifically Duval County, this is an area where Democrats won in 2018 statewide races. President Biden won it in 2020, and then came Governor DeSantis' re-election effort. And you saw that ground that Democrats have really completely evaporate. And I want you to listen to what I heard from both party chairs about why this race is something they're both investing in heavily and watching extremely closely.
Duval County is a battleground. It is an epic battleground, and in a microcosm, it epitomizes the great struggle between the right and the left that's been involving our nation for years now.
Jacksonville is one of the last major large cities, not only in this state, but in the country, that still has a Republican incumbent. This is a true opportunity for us to get a Democrat elected to this office for the first time in 8 years.
Jacksonville is Florida's largest city. It's one of the few major cities across the country that's currently run by Republicans. Democrats feel like they have an opportunity here. Now is the moment to see if they can capitalize on it.
So, Shaq, I know you spoke with chairs of Republican and Democrats in Duval County. What issues are they saying voters are most concerned about right now?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. When you talk to Republicans and Democrats, especially officials, you usually hear different things, different topics that are being brought up. That was not the case when I talked to both party chairs here in Jacksonville. Listen to some of those conversations.
They're concerned about public safety. Public safety is a very important issue in Jacksonville. They're also concerned about affordable housing and the cost of living.
Crime, housing and affordability, and infrastructure spending are probably the biggest issues that we have here locally. Jacksonville has the unfortunate benefit of being the murder capital of this state.
It's almost as if they were reading from the same script there. Of course, both of the candidates have different solutions, different policy prescriptions to address those issues. But in terms of what's on the top of voters' minds as they go into the polls or polling locations like the one behind me, there's broad consensus on what those issues are and what's their main focus.
Shaq, have national politics played into this local race at all? Have you seen that in any of the rhetoric or any of the concerns from voters?
Absolutely. You know, it's very similar to what we were talking about a couple of months ago during the midterm elections. The big thing that you're hearing, and you heard both party chairs mention the issue of crime, mention the issue of public safety. Well, you have Donna Deegan being accused of wanting to defund the police because of her attendance at some Black Lives Matter rallies a couple of years ago. You have Daniel Davis saying that he wants to help fund police. He wants to back police and add more police officers to the beat. So that national messaging of defunding the police and support for police departments, that has made its way into this local race. The one issue that hasn't been brought up, and this is interesting in both conversations with the party chairs, is the issue of abortion. That's one that we talked about extensively over the course of the midterm elections as we were covering it here in Florida and elsewhere in the country. But that was not a top issue that those officials brought up. It's important to note that that is a policy that's run at a state level and not a city level. But the fact that that has not made its way into the debate as much as it has in many other elections, that is definitely notable, Joe.
Yeah, and as you saw firsthand just a few weeks ago in Wisconsin, granted that was the state Supreme Court, but that was the huge issue there. Shaq, do we expect we could have the final results by the end of the night tonight?
That is the hope. You know, both sides say this will be extremely close, that this will be a tight race as we get into the evening. One official put it to me as a guess that even if his side wins, that it'll be a 52 to 48% race. So that means things could come up close. We could be waiting late into the night. But here in Florida, they do count votes fairly quickly. They've been processing those early votes for some time now. So we should expect to have a result by the end of the night. But one thing that you're hearing from both sides, and it's almost like they continue to say the same things. You don't see that too often, but they both say that this is a battleground. They call it a knife fight. They say this is going to be that hand-to-hand combat. They feel like it's really going to come down to those final few votes, and it's going to come down to who shows up today, because they have early voting numbers. That gap between Democrats and Republicans with early voting is actually tighter than it has been in previous elections. So that means both sides have been participating in early voting, and both sides will be showing up to really flood the polls and have their voices heard in this very contentious and very tight election, Joe.
All right, Shaq in Jacksonville, thank you so much. If you're planning to drive on Memorial Day weekend, you'll probably notice more older cars on the road, maybe even a little duct tape. It's because drivers are now keeping their vehicles longer. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock tells us why so many Americans are putting the brakes on buying a new car.
With demand for vehicles in overdrive, new data shows Americans keeping their cars and smaller trucks for a record 12.5 years. While they're lasting longer, they're also more expensive, which is why South Florida mechanic Nick Osborne is still holding onto a 2007 SUV. Under normal circumstances, would you still be driving around in this?
No way. I would already replace this car.
The father of 5, swapping out an engine with 200,000 miles for one with a mere 100,000, a short-term fix that fits his family's budget. Do you feel safe driving this?
No, not at all. 200,000 miles, no. You know, and then my kids are in it. I'm not sure if I feel too safe with 200,000 miles. You know, but do I have a choice? No, I don't have a choice.
It's the impact of years of pandemic-fueled shortages, supply disruptions, and heightened demand. The average used car payment is more than $560, and for new vehicles, nearly $730. According to one group, that's up more than $250 a month compared to just 5 years ago. Industry analysts say pricing, higher interest rates, and greater reliability of newer cars all play a role.
Someone going into the market for the first time in a while, they're going to be shocked as to how high the prices are for both new and used cars.
A byproduct of this trend, auto repair shops are seeing way more customers.
Even with high mileage, they're keeping the car.
Yeah. We've seen an average car go from anywhere between 80 to 90,000 miles, now over 100, 150,000.
Many hoping to ride out this tidal wave of demand, like Nick.
I wish I could afford a minivan right now with a lot less mileage.
When the road to ownership is a little smoother. Sam Brock, NBC News, Miami.
All right, coming up, it could be the future of public transit. We are climbing on board with a new fleet of driverless buses as they hit the road. Stay with us.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. It's time for our CNBC Money Minute. New numbers show Americans are not holding back when it comes to spending. CNBC's Savannah now joins us with that and other money headlines. Savannah, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, so Americans continue to rack up debt. A report from the New York Federal Reserve shows that total consumer debt hit a record high in the first 3 months of this year, topping $17 trillion. Now, that's despite a sharp pullback in mortgage lending. New home loans peaked above $1.2 trillion in 2021, but have been falling since as the Fed has hiked interest rates. The average rate for a 30-year mortgage is now about 6.4%. Elon Musk says he must now approve all new hires at Tesla. In an email to staff seen by CNBC, Musk expressed concern about the company's current practices. Reports say staffers are reading the email as either a soft hiring freeze or a signal Musk is shifting his focus back to Tesla now that he's named a new CEO of Twitter. Musk has generally been involved in approving hiring and budgets since becoming Tesla CEO in 2008. OpenAI plans to release a new open source model to the public. Open source means the code is open to anyone to modify the model for any reason for their specific purpose. The move comes as OpenAI, that's the company behind ChatGPT, is facing competition from Meta and others. The information reports OpenAI is unlikely to release a product that's competitive with ChatGPT, as that's the company's primary way of making money, which is through selling access to the technology, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much. And let's keep talking about AI. Microsoft is quickly moving forward with the implementation of its latest artificial intelligence technology. Now, some of its household software brands like Bing, Excel, and Word will be using tech like ChatGPT to help users carry out their day-to-day tasks. CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin spoke one-on-one with Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella about the partnership and controversy surrounding this emerging use of tech. Here's part of that conversation.
We're moving from the autopilot era of AI to co-pilot era of AI. Yes, it's moving fast, but moving fast in the right direction. Moving fast where humans are more in control.
What scares you about this?
What, I'll call it, societal choices do we make given this new technology? We definitely want the benefits of this technology, and we want to mitigate the unintended consequences.
How is this going to change education and the idea of what people, the next generation, are going to have to know, need to know?
I think we will adjust to work with these tools. Critical thinking will still be very much what humans do, but I think that there is an opportunity for us to retool ourselves with new tools.
You can watch the rest of that conversation and more on this topic when Special Edition with Andrew Ross Sorkin, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, airs tonight at 10:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now. Well, you've heard of self-driving cars. How about self-driving buses? Over in Scotland, a community is experimenting with the idea in what's thought to be the first route of its kind in the world. NBC's Matt Bradley has that story.
The wheels on this bus go round and round like any other. But the steering wheel seems to have a mind of its own. This bus has declared its autonomy and it enters into service. Is this the first in the world?
So we believe it's the most advanced in the world. There have been other autonomous buses, but we believe this is the first registered timetable service where we're making a commitment to passengers that we're going to be there on time, delivering a public service.
5 of these buses will patrol a 14-mile route across Edinburgh's Forth Road Bridge. A bus every 30 minutes, reaching speeds of up to 50 miles an hour, serving as many as 10,000 passengers per week. But this is still very much an experiment. So for now, this driverless bus does have a driver. He's here just making sure everything is safe, and there's another member of staff here taking tickets. That's 2 employees, twice as many as was needed before. The idea is to eventually free the driver from babysitting the bus, but right now, that's illegal. Stagecoach, the company running this experiment, is hoping the law will change soon.
When the technology is completely signed off and we're allowed to take the safety driver out the cab, they'll be able to move around the saloon, engage with passengers, check tickets, keep the service accessible, that kind of thing.
As far as drivers are concerned, autonomous buses are sophisticated and safe.
You ever had any close calls?
No, I haven't. No.
Are you worried that you could?
No, not really. The technology, I think, is brilliant. It stays in its lane, it brakes. When it senses other traffic, the only thing you've maybe got to worry about is other motorists not knowing what they're going to do.
The bus itself does most of the work, with some high-tech help. So when you say a sensor, is that these things right here?
Yeah, so that's one of them. That's a LiDAR. That's for the closer range detection.
So if the technology has arrived, the real problem is still humans, pedestrians, drivers. By behaving unpredictably, they're the ones who are standing in the way of wider adoption of this technology.
The biggest barrier with autonomous vehicles is dealing with people, especially in urban environments, where people are making decisions of their own, sometimes stretching the rules just a little bit so that they can get by and collaborate with each other.
But the humans of Edinburgh aren't all ready to board the bus. They say it'd be safer by reducing human error.
But then, I don't know, I've seen the movies and the robots something always happens.
And will you be happy about it?
No.
No. You're scared?
To let your life in the hand of a machine that could have faults. Yeah, so far it proved that, yes, human error exists, but it's less than machinery for the moment.
They may have a point. Accidents involving autonomous vehicles have happened.
Ain't nobody in it. This is crazy.
And in San Francisco, this driverless car sped off after it was pulled over by police. In February, American safety officials pushed Tesla to recall more than 360,000 full self-driving cars because of unsafe driving and road violations.
What do you say to people who are worried that this is unsafe?
I say that we've got a vetted safety case there that has gone through millions of miles of testing, and there will always be the safety driver there ready to intervene.
So if you're worried about autonomous technology, maybe think of it this way. These drivers never have a bad day. They never get distracted. And these sensors never blink.
But experiments like this one are as much about calming the public as they are about testing the tech.
We still understand that we need to ensure that the public come with us on this, and that they're convinced that this technology is safe and has benefits for everyone. So I think there's still work to be done on that side of it, but the technology is ready now.
Our thanks to Matt Bradley for that report. Despite all of this being experimental, if it works, the same technology could be rolled out in 4 more UK cities. Coming up, a heads up for chronic apologizers. Why some experts say it's time to get over apologizing. Next.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it at night.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it at night.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We're back now with an update on the Tony Awards. It looked like the awards would not make it to TV after the Writers Guild rejected a strike waiver from producers of the show. Well, now it looks like there is a chance the show might go on. The Tony Awards Productions is updating its ceremony to meet requests from the WGA. In response, the Guild no longer has plans to picket the show. Now, there's still no confirmation on whether Ariana DeBose would host. Bottom line, these new developments open the door to the possibility that musical lovers will get to see their favorite Broadway stars on the small screen in some form or fashion. Stay tuned. Well, if you've already apologized for something that wasn't your fault this morning, you're not alone. and I'm sorry. Studies show it is a particular problem for women. Well, now there is a new push to dial it back. Today, anchor Jenna Bush-Hager takes an unapologetic look.
Stop saying this word if you want to be more respected. Word sorry.
Are women over apologizing?
Sorry. Do you have a minute?
From Pantene commercials to Netflix's The Diplomat, there's growing push to say sorry. I'm not sorry.
You just said I'm so sorry.
I am sorry.
But you didn't do it.
Well, I'm still sorry.
Don't apologize for things that aren't your fault.
Yes, I'm sorry.
For what?
Experts say that verbal tick can get things off on the wrong foot.
Often starts with, hey, I'm sorry to bother you, or I'm so sorry I have to do this. So we kind of give the excuse before we give the reasoning, which discounts a lot of what they have to say afterwards. Because now I'm kind of like, well, what are you apologizing for?
Tish Harrison Warren, a fellow Austinite and a priest in the Anglican Church, recently wrote about saying sorry for the New York Times.
I was raised in the South, where women are often conditioned to apologize compulsively. I've apologized to coffee tables I bumped into and then laughed when I realized it. Some friends tell me to stop apologizing so much. Inevitably, I reply, I know, I'm sorry.
You and I both grew up in Texas, and there definitely was an emphasis on manners and definitely learning to say please and thank you, but also sorry. Did you have to wrestle with sort of where we were raised in this notion as well?
Yeah, definitely. And because I think women in the South do apologize more. It's a cultural thing. There's times when it can be a way to kind of shrink ourselves or try to disappear this, that you're apologizing for instance, like having feelings and thoughts and opinions in the world.
One study found that women apologize more than men because they report committing more offenses. But Pastor Warren is quick to note, just because men apologize less doesn't mean women should too.
It's another way of saying, well, the way women speak or do things is wrong. And so if men say sorry less than women, which is statistically true, the solution then was not like, well, maybe men need to say I'm sorry a bit more. It's that women need to say I'm sorry less.
Being kind and being empathetic and being humble are definitely things that sometimes we can miss.
There's a humanity that needs to be recognized, that part of it is with things like please and thank you and I'm sorry, and just basic kind of respect in the way we speak.
Tish concludes maybe it's okay to not be sorry for saying sorry.
I'm still not quite willing to let go of I'm sorry. I know I apologize too much, and at the end of the day, I think I'd rather err that way than not say sorry enough. And if that is wrong, which it may be, I'm very sorry.
Jenna, thank you so much for that discussion. We do have some advice for you. Experts say if you are saying sorry as sort of a verbal tick more than an actual apology, try saying thank you instead. For example, instead of saying sorry, I'm late, you can say thank you for waiting for me. We thank you for joining us, and we hope you're not sorry about that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Zinklea Asamoah. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today's Tuesday, May 16th, senseless shooting. 3 people were killed, 6 others hurt in an attack near a Methodist church in New Mexico. Police say the gunman was 18 years old and armed with multiple weapons. The latest on the investigation into yet another mass shooting.
Close call. A fisherman in Hawaii says he's grateful to be alive after he came face to face with a 10-foot tiger shark. How he escaped after the predator took a bite out of his boat.
Getting up to speed, one of the nation's leading voices on artificial intelligence is testifying today on Capitol Hill. The possible path that lawmakers are now considering to regulate this fast-moving technology.
The birds and the bees. Parents have been dispelling the story of the stork for decades, but should you approach the topic differently, specifically if your child is in the LGBTQ community? Our parenting expert is here with tips on how to be inclusive when giving your kid the talk.
That's going to be a great conversation.
Yeah, excited to get to that one.
We are so happy you can be with us. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with 3 people who are now dead after a mass shooting in New Mexico.
Yes, 6 others were injured, including 2 police officers, after an 18-year-old man opened fire as he walked around for about a quarter of a mile. Police shot and killed the shooter, who they say was armed with multiple weapons and shooting randomly at homes and cars in the city of Farmington, about 200 miles northwest of Santa Fe.
Police calling the scene chaotic, saying the shooter roamed the area, firing at least 3 different weapons. The governor and mayor are praising law enforcement right now and their response, saying it took just 5 minutes for them to stop the shooter and prevent further harm. We have NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joining us now. Rahema, a terrifying idea of a person just walking down the street, apparently firing into homes and cars randomly. Take us through what happened and what we know about the shooter at this hour.
Good morning. It indeed is a horrifying situation that's become all too familiar. We have some video of the 18-year-old suspect seen before he was shot and killed by police. Authorities say, as you point out, he didn't seem to be targeting any one place in particular over the quarter of a mile distance that he roamed, with 3 different types of weapons. One of them, they say, was an AR-style weapon. Why he had them, what was he doing, we're still not clear about that. His identity has not been revealed to us, as is the case with the 3 victims who were killed as well.
And Rahema, of course, we want to center those victims. What more can you tell us about who they were, those 3 people?
We know that they were all women, and they were all women who were in their 70s. One state representative, or former state rep, he said he knew one of the women, that she leaves behind 5 children. But they have not publicly commented yet. Authorities haven't said yet anything more about the identities of the women, where exactly, why exactly they might have been killed in this rampage. So many questions, as is common in instances like this. At a shooting, then an investigation, we start to begin to get information of one layer after another about what happened on Monday morning, just yesterday.
And Rahema, briefly here, talk to us more about the police response. Obviously, they got there extremely quickly. What happened? How did they stop this from becoming much worse?
What we know is that within 5 minutes from the time that the officers got the call, they responded, and the suspected shooter was dead. They say that they heard the gunfire as they approached. These officers did not hesitate. They went right towards the line of fire, and they were able to put down this suspect. They are being heralded as heroes by the governor and the mayor and other law enforcement for doing their job and doing it rapidly. Guys?
Yeah, those first responders, so critical. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis, thank you so much.
Zinkley, in just a few hours, President Biden is set to meet with congressional leaders once again to try and hammer out a deal to raise the debt ceiling. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the U.S. could run out of money to pay its bills as soon as June 1st. Now, if that happens, she says it would cause a financial catastrophe. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa is following it all for us. Ali, good to see you. So this morning we have Secretary Yellen issuing another stark warning. She says a default would cause, quote, widespread suffering for everyday Americans. Break down what exactly is at stake here, Ali.
Yeah, Vicki, it may sound dramatic to some people to say that really the stakes could not be higher, but that really is the case because we have never defaulted on our debts. So there's really no playbook for how to prepare for that possibility. And you heard Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen talk about that this morning, warning of how potentially catastrophic this could be if the U.S. were to default on its debts. Listen here.
More than 7 million Americans lose their jobs, and the unemployment rate surges to over 8%, and $10 trillion in household wealth is wiped out. Now, if that sounds catastrophic, that's because it is.
So if the U.S. has to decide which bills to pay and not pay, that means that federal assistance, federal payments could be frozen, things like Social Security, Medicare. It could mean that more than 8 million jobs, that's an estimate we're hearing, could be cut from the U.S. workforce. And borrowing costs like higher interest rates and mortgage rates could go up even higher than they already are. So this would be just devastating to what is already a very sensitive economy, Vicki.
and it would probably throw the markets into chaos too, Ali. So Speaker McCarthy is saying that they're going to need to get a deal done by this weekend, not June 1st. They don't have time to wait because they need to get it through Congress. President Biden is scheduled to travel to Japan tomorrow for the G7 summit. Is he still planning to go?
So the plan is, as of now, to keep that travel schedule, to still go to that summit in Japan and then subsequently Australia after that. And that's because White House officials are saying it's key to keep these plans in place because there's a national security piece to this. You know, if he doesn't go to these summits, it could potentially sow the seeds of doubt among these world leaders that will be at these summits that the U.S. and the president is not financially reliable. So there's no doubt that the president is hoping that there's going to be enough progress in just the framework of these talks today to be able to leave tomorrow confident that when he comes back, there's still not much work to be done.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, thank you.
Vicki, we're going to turn now to the seas. A fisherman in Hawaii narrowly escaped the jaws of a massive tiger shark while he was out kayaking. He tells NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz he's lucky to be alive.
Hey there, yeah. So by now we've seen this video, but what we did not know was that the island that you see in that video is more than a mile away. Scott Haraguchi says he was out trying to find something big, like a yellowfin tuna. But he never imagined he'd see something even bigger try to shake a chunk out of his boat, all while his camera was rolling.
Scott Haraguchi was fishing in a kayak off the coast of Oahu when he got the surprise of a lifetime.
Ah! Tiger shark! Tiger shark ran me.
I hear this whooshing sound that sounds like a boat turned off its motor and is heading towards me. I thought it was a turtle.
But it was definitely not a turtle. Watch again in slow motion as a tiger shark Haraguchi thinks was about 10 feet long and a few hundred pounds rams his small boat with tremendous force.
If it wanted to, could have punctured my kayak and sunk it or continued to harass me and knock me in the water.
It wasn't until watching the GoPro video at home that Haraguchi realized just how fortunate he was to escape the predator unharmed.
I realized it was a shark. But I didn't realize how close its face and teeth had come to me. I think I luckily hit it in the eye or near the eye, so it swam off and didn't want any more kicks in the face from me.
There have been at least 4 recorded shark attacks in Hawaii so far this year. The highest number of shark bites in the world typically happen in Florida. 13-year-old Ella Reed unfortunately made that list last week. The soon-to-be 8th grader telling Hoda and Savannah about her encounter with a bull shark off the Florida coast near her home.
I was just doing everything I could to get it off me.
Reed, who ultimately needed 19 stitches, suffered bites on her torso, arm, finger, and knee, but managed to fight the shark off.
I didn't even mean to hit it in the nose. I was just trying to hit it, like, anywhere.
Back in Hawaii, Haraguchi says he's grateful to be alive.
I've never had a shark attack me or approach me that way. It's miraculous that I didn't get knocked over.
A narrow escape giving this fisherman a whale of a tale to share.
Now, he says he saw a seal in that same area just a little before the attack happened. So he thinks that the shark might have injured the seal, was coming back around, confused the kayak with the seal. But here's the kicker. As for whether he's done with the ocean for a bit after this, the answer is no. He was back in the water a little bit later today, and you just got to hope he realizes he's going to need a bigger boat.
We like what you did there, Gotti.
He's definitely going to need a bigger boat.
Oh, my gosh. Zinkley, they're always back in the ocean. You notice? Like, they're always like, I'm not afraid. I'm going back in. All right.
Power to them.
Yes. We're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. On Monday, we told you how Amazon is using artificial intelligence to deliver your packages faster. Well, now the company is reportedly adding a powerful ChatGPT-style search to its online store.
All right. To dig into this, we're joined by Deirdre Boza, co-anchor of Tech Check on CNBC. Hey, Deirdre.
Hey, I'm still kind of reeling over that shark video, but let me get to Amazon. We don't have those details yet, but it is going to be adding AI to Amazon search, and that would give customers better results. So instead of getting several products that just match keywords, the results would be customized to their specific needs, and this would rival efforts by Google and Microsoft that have already integrated AI features into their search engines. Conversational search could reshape Amazon's core retail business. Already more than half of shoppers say they start product searches on Amazon, and that is a higher share than Google. So that's where the e-commerce field is. Meantime, Wells Fargo has agreed to pay $1 billion to settle a class action lawsuit related to its fake account scandal. Court documents show the bank settled the suit brought by shareholders who claim management overstated progress in cleaning up the bank's practices. And finally, the NFL and CNBC parent NBC Universal, they have struck a one-year deal to carry a playoff game exclusively on Peacock this season. The game will be in primetime on Saturday, January 13th during Wild Card Weekend. The markets of the two teams in the game will still be able to watch on a local station. But guys, big tech, streaming platforms, digital platforms are all getting in on this shift.
I was going to say just another reason to get on Peacock, eh?
You know what else you can see on Peacock,
Exactly.
right, Deirdre? NBC News Daily.
That's right. That's right. Deirdre Boza, thank you so much.
Coming up, 2 congressional staff members were attacked with a metal baseball bat Monday. We have the latest on their conditions. You are watching NBC News Daily.
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome back. We're hearing from the family of the South Carolina bride that was killed just hours after saying her wedding vows. NBC News national correspondent Stephanie Gosk spoke with the mother and sister of the bride, who say one of the brightest days of their lives quickly became the darkest.
It's been more than 2 weeks since the Miller family gathered for a beachside ceremony to celebrate the wedding of their beloved Samantha.
My first thought was Sam finally has all the love that she's ever wanted. There was so much happiness.
This weekend, they returned to the same spot for a beachside tribute to the 34-year-old South Carolina bride. Sam, to friends and family, she was killed by an alleged drunk driver last month, just hours after taking her wedding vows. The last person Sam spoke with before the car crashed into their golf cart was her new husband.
She looked at him on the golf cart and said, "I want this day to last forever."
Lisa, you knew when you heard the sirens that something terrible had happened.
I did. I don't know how I did. I'm like, something happened to Sam. I literally screamed it.
Also still grieving, Sam's husband, Eric. Hundreds of people joined Eric and the family Saturday, paddling out into the ocean and placing flowers with Sam's name on them into the water to honor her memory. As Eric recovers from injuries sustained in the crash and her family picks up the pieces, new details are emerging about the incident. A recent police report includes this image showing the golf cart that carried the bride and groom, along with 2 other family members, tangled with the car that hit them. The driver of that car was 25-year-old Jamie Koborowski, who, according to a toxicology report, had a blood alcohol level more than 3 times the legal limit.
What would be justice for you, Lisa?
Ooh, that's a tough question. A lot of people refer to it as an accident, and we feel like it's not an accident. She made that conscious decision, so it's not an accident.
GoFundMe started by both families have raised nearly $800,000. A life cut short and a story touching and breaking hearts. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
So sad. A man accused of attacking 2 congressional staffers with a baseball bat inside their office has refused to appear for his arraignment in Virginia today. Police arrested the suspect yesterday after they say he entered Democratic Congressman Jerry Connolly's Fairfax office and assaulted 2 staffers inside with a metal bat, and he also damaged some computers during that attack. The congressman was not in his office at the time. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali joins us now with the details. Ali, talk to us about how this incident unraveled. We know the suspect lives in that area and has a history of mental illness and criminal activity. Do we know yet if this was politically motivated?
Yeah, that's right, Vicki. And this is a story that you and I were talking about in real time as it was unfolding yesterday. Now, of course, we know that even though the suspect failed to show up, we know a little bit more about what the charges are that he could be facing going forward, including specific to the accident, to the incident in Connolly's office, 1 count of aggravated malicious wounding and 1 count of malicious wounding, as well as a count of destruction of property and 1 count of a hate crime, that from destruction of a windshield before he actually entered the congressman's office. And we're hearing now from Connolly himself, as well as other staff on the Hill, just an outpouring of support here and concern, especially as we've seen things like this and threats like this against lawmakers on the rise in recent years.
On that note, Ali, talk to us about security, because this looks like it was an open office where constituents can easily walk in. You know, nobody's guarding the door. What does this mean for security measures moving forward for our Congress members?
Well, look, it's important to note that this was not the office here at the Capitol. Of course, this is a building that's heavily fortified from Capitol Police, and the offices here, you have to almost go through a magnetometer to check before you even walk in. So think of it like TSA's pre-check security. But at the same time, this is a district office, and of course, the congressman himself wasn't there, but he gives us a little bit more information last night in terms of who was there and what the toll is on his staff. Watch.
I've been in office in one form or another in Northern Virginia for 29 years, and I've never had an office with a violent episode of any kind. And one of the staffers who was injured, she's an intern, and today was her first day.
And we were talking about this yesterday, Vicki, how emotional this intern on her first day at work there being hit in the side by a metal bat. Of course, we know that another senior aide was also hit with a metal bat. He was hit in the head. So again, very traumatizing for the staff in that office, the staff up here on Capitol Hill. As everyone says, this should never have happened.
Absolutely. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali. Ali, thank you so much.
Later this hour, multiple congressional committees are planning to hold hearings to address artificial intelligence. But will that be enough to regulate the fast-moving tech? You're watching NBC News Daily.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
With the price of cars still sky high, many drivers are now opting to repair their older vehicles instead of paying big bucks for a new one. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock helps us navigate the bumpy roads of the auto industry.
With demand for vehicles in overdrive, new data shows Americans keeping their cars and smaller trucks for a record 12 and a half years. While they're lasting longer, they're also more expensive, which is why South Florida mechanic Nick Osborne is still holding onto a 2007 SUV. Under normal circumstances, would you still be driving around in this?
No way. I would already replace this car.
The father of 5, swapping out an engine with 200,000 miles for one with a mere 100,000, a short-term fix that fits his family's budget. Do you feel safe driving this?
No, not at all. 200,000 miles, no. You know, and then my kids are in it. I'm not sure if I feel too safe with 200,000 miles. You know, but do I have a choice? No, I don't have a choice.
It's the impact of years of pandemic-fueled shortages, supply disruptions, and heightened demand. The average used car payment is more than $560, and for new vehicles, nearly $730. According to one group, that's up more than $250 a month compared to just 5 years ago. Industry analysts say pricing, higher interest rates, and greater reliability of newer cars all play a role.
Someone going into the market for the first time in a while, they're going to be shocked as to how high the prices are for both new and used cars.
A byproduct of this trend, auto repair shops are seeing way more customers.
Even with high mileage, they're keeping the car.
Yeah. We've seen an average car go from anywhere between 80 to 90,000 miles, now over 100, 150,000.
Many hoping to ride out this tidal wave of demand, like Nick.
I wish I could afford a minivan right now with a lot less mileage.
When the road to ownership is a little smoother. Sam Brock, NBC News, Miami.
Well, Vicki, the plans to move U.S. Space Command's headquarters to Alabama may be on pause. According to 2 U.S. officials, the White House is delaying the move because of Alabama's restrictive abortion laws. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby joins us now from the Pentagon to dig into this. So, Courtney, first off, can you just walk us through why abortion, a public health issue, is causing this delay for the military, especially since this decision to move Space Command was actually made years ago before the Dobbs decision ever even came down?
Yeah, you're right. So the decision to move to headquarters Space Command in Alabama was made by President Trump literally in the last days before he left office in January of 2021. Well, when the Biden administration came in, they ordered a review of the decision to move Space Command there. There already has been a presence, Space Command, in Colorado Springs, and they wanted to look at whether the decision-making process was adequate. So both the U.S. Department of Defense Inspector General and the GAO both conducted reviews and found that the decision-making process had been adequate, even if there were some things that they called into question. Ultimately, they both found that Huntsville, Alabama was the correct place to choose based off the criteria. That being said, then the White House ordered the Secretary of the Air Force, Frank Kendall, late last year in 2022 to conduct another review. And that's where we are now. That review is still ongoing, according to officials. But in the meantime, Space Command continues to grow out in Colorado. They're still building there. And according to the head of Spacecom, General Dickinson, they'll be fully operationally capable by the end of this year. They're in place in Colorado. So that gets us to the abortion question. According to the officials we spoke with, there is some concern or belief that the White House, the Biden administration, has decided to continue to delay any decision to move Space Command to Huntsville because of this restricted abortion policy. They're concerned because there's no military hospital there for the 1,400 roughly personnel who would be moved there under Space Command, that women and dependents wouldn't have access to some reproductive care and would have to leave the state. That's according to these officials we spoke with, St. Clair.
That's a really helpful breakdown, Courtney. So I wonder then, if the president decides to keep Space Command in Colorado, sounds like that may be happening, what does that mean for this military branch and future projects?
So there are a bunch of members of the U.S. military, senior leaders, who actually are in favor of keeping it in Colorado. They claim that they're concerned about any kind of an operational pause. But the reality is, this is a headquarters that they would be moving to Alabama. So they could maintain their operations even if they were to move it to another location.
All right, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubey, thank you so much.
And coming up next, a special counsel now says the FBI rushed to investigate ties between Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign and Russia. The key takeaways from the report coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
12:30, we are back on this Tuesday. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. Making news right now, the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine is no longer available in the United States. CDC officials say all remaining doses expired last week, and providers have been instructed to dispose of any remaining shots. Nearly 19 million Americans received the J&J vaccine throughout the pandemic. FDA officials recommended pausing the vaccine last year after it was linked to a rare blood clot disorder.
The federal government is attempting to get back nearly $7 million from Navy retirees due to a recently discovered payment error. U.S. officials say the government was giving out larger checks than were due for the last 4 years. More than 1,200 retirees will see cuts to their monthly benefit payments, and some may get a bill for as much as $70,000.
And the Biden administration is putting nearly $11 billion toward bringing affordable clean energy to rural communities. Officials say electric companies in these areas will be able to apply for the funding through 2 federal programs. This is the largest round of federal funding for rural areas since President Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal.
Wow. Well, overnight, Russia launched a massive wave of attacks targeting Ukraine's capital city, Kyiv.
Yeah, Russia launched at least 18 missiles from nearly every direction. It's considered to be the biggest attack in weeks. Ukrainian officials say they stopped every single one. Their defense minister calling it an unbelievable success.
NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Kyiv. So, Molly, tell us more about these attacks in Kyiv and what it's like there now and the other regions that were hit but then, were successfully defended.
Vicki Zinkley, good to be with you. And you just said kind of the big picture here, and certainly what we're hearing from Ukrainian officials is that it was a massive success for Ukraine's air defenses and for the recently acquired and recently deployed Western air defenses, particularly the U.S.-supplied Patriot defense system. As you mentioned, at least 18 missiles, and of those, at least 6 hypersonic Kinzhal missiles that were fired from aircrafts. Now, those are hypersonic missiles. We have heard Moscow brag about those, some of the most modern weapons in Moscow's arsenal. Now, we did hear from an Air Force spokesperson earlier today who said what was different about this attack. And guys, we heard it last night at 3 a.m. We heard those interceptions, massive explosions, big thuds in the sky as the air defenses took out the missiles. He said what was different was the density and the fact that they were all fired simultaneously in a very, very short amount of time above the capital. But according to Ukrainian officials, massive success. All 18 were downed and no one was killed.
I mean, a true success, Molly. It's not lost on me that these attacks, though, come as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky returns home with new weapons funding from European allies after that surprise trip there. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, not lost on you, Zinkley, and certainly no surprise, no coincidence. This attack happened as President Zelensky was literally on the train returning to Kyiv after his European tour. I can run you through a couple of the highlights from his trips to Germany, to France, and to the UK. From Germany, $3 billion of military aid. That includes air defense system. That includes Leopard tanks. From France, additional equipment. And from the UK, that's where he was Monday, meeting with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Not only did he acquire pledges for long-range weapons, but also he got Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, there to commit to training fighter pilots. Zinkley, we've talked for months how at the top of President Zelensky's agenda is actually fighter jets. Well, he did get the UK, and then last night, France, actually, French President Emmanuel Macron also committed to training Ukrainian fighter pilots.
Yeah, really critical military funding for Ukraine. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
Zinkley, after 4 years of work, Special Counsel John Durham has finally released his report on whether the FBI mishandled its probe of the 2016 Trump campaign and Russia. Here's one of the key takeaways. The FBI rushed to investigate Trump and relied too much on raw, unanalyzed, and uncorroborated intelligence. That coming from the report. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. So, Ken, 300 pages. It's a scathing report. It says the FBI and DOJ, quote, failed to uphold their important mission of strict fidelity to law. So break down what else we should be taking away from this report, and are we really expecting any changes or impact from the findings?
Well, Vicki, that's the thing. There has been impact based on the mistakes that the FBI made in the Russia investigation, because in 2019, the Department of Justice Inspector General issued a scathing report highlighting those mistakes, and the FBI says they've made a number of changes. So what's interesting about this Durham report is Durham is the special counsel. His job was to look for criminality, because people, Trump and people around Trump, were alleging that the FBI broke the law, that there was corruption, that they framed Donald Trump. John Durham didn't find any of that. The only 2 cases he brought to court, he charged people with lying to the FBI. Both of them were acquitted. There was one case that came from the Inspector General of an FBI lawyer who pleaded guilty to falsifying a record and an application for surveillance. That person got probation. That's the only conviction that John Durham got, the only criminal misconduct that he found in this entire affair. Now, he does raise some important criticisms of the FBI, which parallel in many cases the criticisms that the Inspector General raised. But the FBI's position is, thank you very much. We've already made a lot of changes to respond to that. What Durham doesn't say is that it was inappropriate for the FBI to open that investigation based on a tip from an Australian diplomat. And he doesn't find that the FBI acted out of political bias, Vicki.
Ken, talk to us about how this report could impact the agency's credibility moving forward, and also what are lawmakers saying today?
So that's actually the distressing aspect of this, because it's become such a political football. It's such a partisan issue. And so Republicans of all stripes, whether pro-Trump Republicans or even Trump opponents, are uniformly criticizing the FBI today and citing this report and saying that the FBI can't be trusted. And it's very frustrating for FBI officials. Most of the leadership of the FBI was not in place when a lot of these mistakes were made. And their position is, we've tried to reform the Bureau. We've tried to make changes in response U.S. But it seems like half the country, millions of Americans, remain distrustful of the FBI, and that's going to be a problem for FBI agents, whether they're investigating bank fraud or a terrorist attack, Vicki.
Yeah, having that trust and accountability is key when it comes to the public perception. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Well, Vicki, in climate news, experts say the U.S. has experienced nearly 100 severe weather events in the last 5 years, and it's all making weather forecasting more critical than ever. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick has the details from a new weather platform that's launching a first-of-its-kind technology. Hey, Diana, what can you tell us about this technology?
Well, Zinkley, Tomorrow.io is a company that just confirmed it quietly launched the first commercially built weather radar satellite ever last month, and it's about to launch a second, changing weather forecasting capabilities globally.
We're going to create a significant revolution when it comes to weather forecasting and climate modeling, and be able to help the National Hurricane Center hopefully have better hurricane forecasting, and help insurance companies insure farmers in India and Brazil, and help airlines fly from JFK to London in a much safer route and wasting less fuel.
3, 2, 1.
Before the SpaceX launch of Tomorrow.io's satellite, the U.S. had just one atmospheric radar weather satellite operated by NASA. The lag time for its information could be 3 days or more. Alphabet said he intends to launch more than 24 over the next 2 years, in combination with sensor microwave technology, creating a constellation that he claims will sample every point on Earth nearly every hour. Tomorrow started as a software company, uploading hundreds of weather data points to show clients specifically how future weather would impact operations, supply chains, and employees. Major clients now include Delta, United, JetBlue, Fox Sports, Uber, Google Cloud, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, and the U.S. Air Force, among many others. That list will likely grow as the expanded radar data feeds new AI models.
Because if you don't have radar data, either from the ground or from space, then by definition, the initial conditions of the model are just wrong. And you cannot train the model to get to a higher level of accuracy.
Tomorrow.io has more than $200 million in funding. Combining its existing software with the new radar satellites could be a game changer for global resilience and even global economies in the face of climate change. And Clay?
Pretty impressive. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick, thank you so much. Turning now to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are holding a hearing on artificial intelligence and Congress's role in regulating it.
Yeah, one of the nation's leading voices on AI, Sam Altman, is testifying before a Senate Judiciary Subcommittee to help get Washington up to speed on this rapidly evolving technology. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now from Capitol Hill, where it's all going down. Steve, so the man who's testifying, Sam Altman, he's the CEO of the company that created ChatGPT. What is he telling Congress about the technology's abilities and its reach at this point?
Yeah, Vicki. So Altman's saying basically we're here so you guys, Congress, can regulate us. He's basically saying we know this technology can be transformative and scary and we can't understand it, and coming up with his own ideas for what that regulation should look like. Have a listen to what he said.
We believe that the benefits of the tools we have deployed so far vastly outweigh the risks, but ensuring their safety is vital to our work. And we make significant efforts to ensure that safety is built into our systems at all levels.
So safety is a big thing here that he's talking about, Vicki, and also that was something expressed across the panel of experts that were there with Altman, basically saying we need to get ahead of this now before it becomes too dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, that's so important. And Steve, it's not lost on me. Congress has been historically slow to act on issues around technology innovation. For instance, it's 2023. They're talking about social media, debating how to handle it. But Facebook came around about 20 years ago.
It's hard to believe, yeah.
Quite some time. So
exactly.
So how likely is it that they'll be able to get ahead of the 8 ball on AI and actually create relevant, responsible legislation?
Yeah. I'm going to try not to sound like a cynic, but it's hard not to when just what you described happened. In fact, that was a theme of the hearing that took place right behind me, them saying, the senators admitting, hey, we didn't get this right with social media. We were too slow to act. The European Union acted for us. We got to get this one right so we don't fall into the same position again. That said, I don't know what's stopping them from making any action on social media today, but they're not. So one would be excused if they were a little cynical looking at this, saying, is anything actually tangible going to come out with this, or are other regulators around the world going to take action first? EU, by the way, already has a law in the works.
It's true. They're a good framework for all this. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac, thank you.
Well, talking about puberty with your kids, it can be awkward, but experts say it is an important conversation. We'll have expert advice on the best way to have these discussions straight ahead. More NBC News Daily right after this.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we're back with an important topic. More than half of American parents were raised thinking that sex was taboo. This is according to one poll survey. But a majority still agree that talking about sex should happen sooner rather than later, even if that may not be how they grew up.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that same survey also revealed 1 in 4 parents say that having conversations about sex with their children does feel awkward. But experts say the long-term benefits for kids, especially those still exploring their sexual identity, could outweigh the discomfort. Here with some advice to talk to your kids about sex-related topics is the founder of Great Conversations, Julie Metzger. Julie, thank you for being here with us. I know they call you the puberty lady because you have over 30 years of experience actually helping families have conversations about puberty, a process everyone goes through. So when should parents start talking to their kids about it, and what should they be prioritizing?
Well, let's just assume that all kids, no matter how old they are interested in how their bodies work and whether they're working well. So you could be 2 years old and ask that same question, but that developmentally might change in what specifically you're interested in as you grow older.
And so let's talk about how you have that conversation. What are some techniques for having that chat?
Well, I think the first thing we need to think about is this is multiple conversations. So you don't need to think that you have to fit it all in a car ride, a 6-hour car ride on a family road trip. That this is something that you build over time, almost like building a house, where you lay a foundation of an affirming, supportive environment where you're genuinely interested in hearing how their kids see themselves and to check in with them. and ask what they mean by that and tell me more, so that we give them an opportunity to express some of their thoughts or their ideas, remembering that kids are trying on ideas as they explore them out loud with you. So we don't have to think, oh my gosh, they think this and that will mean that. And then all of a sudden you've got their life figured out all the way till they're 80. They're exploring, creating in a safe space, trying on ideas and learning through experiences and your example.
Like letting them lead the conversation.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I mean, to that point of exploration, should parents talk about puberty differently based on their kids' sexual identity? Do you have any tips for starting those conversations?
Well, first, I think it's super important to know for all parents that it's a natural thing developmentally for our kids to experiment and explore gender and sexuality. In other words, all of a sudden trying different clothing or an imaginative play. You play the daddy horse, I play the mommy horse. Maybe the roles are changed. People kind of develop and explore through play and through trying on ideas. So that's normal and an important part of the way kids develop. And then when we show an authentic interest in who they are and how they express themselves, it gives them room to begin to shape those ideas for themselves. And that if we can create a safe and affirming environment for that, that's where kids really thrive.
I love that. And letting them lead and seeing, like, tell me more and seeing what they're curious about so you can explain the next thing and not jumping to, like, you know, when they're 80 years old, all the conclusions. What about what we shouldn't be saying or doing when talking about puberty with our kids, especially if they're still exploring their sexuality? I know some, like, you don't want to be disparaging about anything, right?
Well, first, when our kids, if our kids were to say, I'm not sure I'm a boy, or I'm not sure as a girl, or if there's something sort of boldly stated like that, part of our kind of approach could be one of curiosity instead of running down the road with that idea. So that we have an opportunity to say, I'd like to hear more about that, or what else do you notice about that, and tell me more about that. That what makes it challenging is when we can instantly box our kids into our own fear. I don't know that I can take that on, you being a different gender than what we have all thought all along the way. So I'm in my fear, I'm going to respond and close it in. Instead, kind of stand with open hands and open mind and check in with our own biases and our own fears. So that we come to the situation where we can explore more fully. But number one thing is, there are a lot of people that think that children shouldn't talk about gender or sexuality, and that's just not true, and that's just not shown in the research data at all. Kids are sexual beings, and they're learning about gender all around them, from a magazine in the checkout of the grocery stand to the way we express gender in our home and our friends. It's around us all the time, and they're soaking that in, right? So once we box it in with, you're too young to know this, you're too young to hear this.
It can really make a difference to have these conversations. Julie Metzger, thank you so much for this, and thanks for everyone for tuning in. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm sorry. Well, word on the street is women say that more than men. According to a study by Sage Journals, the report says women more often say I'm sorry and apologize in an effort to appear more compassionate and less combative.
Yeah, guilty. But some experts say apologizing too much can negatively impact your self-esteem and also how much people respect you. Today, co-host Jenna Bush-Hager digs into whether over-apologizing is a bad thing.
Stop saying this word if you want to be more respected. Word sorry.
Are women over-apologizing?
Sorry. Do you have a minute?
From Pantene commercials to Netflix's The Diplomat, there's growing push to say sorry. I'm not sorry.
You just said I'm so sorry. I am sorry. But you didn't do it. Well, I'm still sorry. Don't apologize for things that aren't your fault. Yes, I'm sorry. For what?
Experts say that verbal tick can get things off on the wrong foot.
Often starts with, hey, I'm sorry to bother you, or I'm so sorry I have to do this. So we kind of give the excuse before we give the reasoning, which discounts a lot of what they have to say afterwards. Because now I'm kind of like, well, what are you apologizing for?
Tish Harrison Warren, a fellow Austinite and a priest in the Anglican Church, recently wrote about saying sorry for the New York Times.
I was raised in the South, where women are often conditioned to apologize compulsively. I've apologized to coffee tables I bumped into and then laughed when I realized it. Some friends tell me to stop apologizing so much. Inevitably, I reply, I know, I'm sorry.
You and I both grew up in Texas, and there definitely was an emphasis on manners and definitely learning to say please and thank you, but also sorry. Did you have to wrestle with sort of where we were raised in this notion as well?
Yeah, definitely. And because I think women in the South do apologize more. It's a cultural thing. There's times when it can be a way to kind of shrink ourselves or try to disappear this, that you're apologizing for instance, like having feelings and thoughts and opinions in the world.
One study found that women apologize more than men because they report committing more offenses. But Pastor Warren is quick to note, just because men apologize less doesn't mean women should too.
It's another way of saying, well, the way women speak or do things is wrong. And so if men say sorry less than women, which is statistically true, the solution then was not like, well, maybe men need to say I'm sorry a bit more. It's that women need to say I'm sorry less.
Being kind and being empathetic and being humble are definitely things that sometimes we can miss.
There's a humanity that needs to be recognized, that part of it is with things like please and thank you and I'm sorry, and just basic kind of respect in the way we speak.
Tish concludes maybe it's okay to not be sorry for saying sorry.
I'm still not quite willing to let go of I'm sorry. I know I apologize too much, and at the end of the day, I think I'd rather err that way than not say sorry enough. And if that is wrong, which it may be, I'm very sorry.
Jenna Bush-Hager, NBC News.
Oh, that's such an important report. I think a lot of us say it maybe too much, but practice makes perfect.
Yes, be sorry, not sorry. I think it's good to know, to be aware and to be intentional, and you don't want to apologize to diminish yourself.
Yes.
But when an apology is due, that's okay too.
That's a
right?
good word. Words matter.
Yeah.
Well, let's turn now to what's trending now. The final album from Canadian singer Gordon Lightfoot, who died earlier this month at 84 years old, is set to be released this summer. The album, called At Royal Albert Hall, will feature a live concert performance at the London venue from 2016. This will be Lightfoot's fourth live album. It drops on July 14th.
The Peabody Awards will not be returning this year due to the Hollywood writers' strike. The Scrapped Awards show would have been the first in-person ceremony since before the pandemic in 2019. In a statement, the organization says it's disappointed to not be able to celebrate this year's powerful stories.
And the world of Pandora is heading to a living room near you. James Cameron's Avatar: The Way of Water will be released on streaming next month. The film earned over $2 billion, yes, with a B, in the box office, becoming the third highest grossing movie in global history. It will be released on Disney Plus and HBO Max on June 7th.
Well, I heard some people who saw it in 3D loved it. You feel so immersed in the world, but even seeing it on our tiny monitor,
it still looks
impressive.
Cool. Too bad you can't wear the glasses on your own home screen. At least not yet.
Not yet. That's true. I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Zinklea Savoy. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. Thanks for being with us. The news continues right after this.
Back now from Las Vegas,
from Seattle, Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Everyone, thanks for being with us. I'm Zinklea Savoy.
So good to have you. I'm Vicky Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, May 16th. Deadly rampage. Police say an 18-year-old gunman opened fire at random homes in New Mexico, killing 3 people and injuring 6 others. More on the quick response by law enforcement that local officials say saved countless lives.
Bat attack. A man wielding a metal baseball bat stormed the district office of a U.S. congressman and attacked 2 staffers, one of them an intern on her first day on the job. What we know about the alleged attacker and his claims against the CIA.
Overnight air raid, loud explosions boomed over Kyiv as Ukrainian air defenses managed to shoot down 18 Russian missiles aimed at the capital city. What it means for Ukraine's much anticipated counteroffensive.
Worth a shot. Scientists at the National Institutes of Health are testing a universal flu vaccine that could make annual shots obsolete. We have a doctor here to explain how the new vaccination could provide long-term immunity.
I could get behind that.
Oh, I have 3 little girls who would love to not have an annual flu shot. That's for sure.
We'll get to that a bit later. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start today with 3 people now dead after another mass shooting.
6 others are now injured, including 2 police officers, after an 18-year-old man opened fire as he walked for about a quarter of a mile through a neighborhood in New Mexico.
Yeah, this is what the aftermath of that looked like what law enforcement is calling a chaotic situation. Police say the shooter was armed with multiple weapons and shot randomly into homes and cars.
It all happened in the city of Farmington, New Mexico. That's about 200 miles northwest of Santa Fe, home to about 50,000 people. The governor and mayor there praising law enforcement for stopping the shooting in just 5 minutes. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now. Rahema, walk us through this scary situation. What do we know at this point about the shooter, and how was law enforcement able to get there so quickly?
What we know is that authorities say that a 911 call came into this community at 10:57 yesterday, Monday morning. It was a call of an active shooter. At that point, another American community was on the verge of a devastating day. We have video of what authorities say is that 18-year-old suspect seen before he was shot and killed by police. We don't know much more about this victim. We know authorities say he was carrying at least 3 weapons, one of them an AR-style weapon. And the point of what happened here is maybe it's a teaching moment for authorities. They say that police responded, and within 5 minutes, the shooter was put down. They're investigating now to try and answer that devastating question of why did this happen at all?
Or did he?
Yeah, that speed is so critical in incidents like this. And Rahema, I mean, what are we learning about the victims? Was this random?
According to police, it was. They say that the shooter was going throughout this community over a quarter of a mile, shooting at cars and houses. In the interim, we know that 3 people were killed, 3 women. Authorities say they were in their 70s. 1 woman left behind, 5 children. We also know that there were 6 people injured, 2 police officers. We're told that the officers are in stable condition, but we don't have any information about the other 4, the civilians who were injured in this tragic shooting that happened yesterday morning. And yet another American community has been thrown into the depths of devastation as they try and figure out, once again, why is this happening?
Yeah, yet another community. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis, thank you.
Zinkley, the suspect charged with assaulting 2 congressional staffers with a metal baseball bat inside their office yesterday, refused to show up at his arraignment today. The incident took place at Virginia Democratic Congressman Jerry Connolly's 11th District headquarters. Connolly was not there in the office at the time of this attack. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us with the very latest on this. So, Ryan, a Fairfax County judge still filed criminal charges against the suspect despite his absence in court this morning. What are the charges he's facing at this point, and what do we know about him?
Yeah, that's right, Vicki. This suspect facing 4 different charges, 3 of them felonies, another a misdemeanor, and it's a part of 2 incidents that took place yesterday, one in addition to that attack on the congressional office. So these are a look at the counts. The felony counts, 1 count of aggravated malicious wounding. That was from the incident at the congressman's office. Another count of malicious wounding from the congressman's office, and then another felony for destruction of property, and that happened at an earlier incident where the suspect's accused of approaching a woman in a car, asking if she was white, and then smashing the window with that same baseball bat. He was also given a misdemeanor count for a hate crime because of asking her if she was white at that time. There was actually surveillance video that shows the man chasing that woman away from her car shortly after the incident took place. This is an individual that we're learning had a long history of run-ins with police. He was charged with a number of counts back in January. Those charges were dropped, though, and he was put in a mental health treatment program. Obviously, those problems persist after this incident that we saw yesterday. And even though this could be a mental health situation, Vicki, it is still really startling for members of Congress because he was specifically looking for the congressman when he went into his office yesterday. Vicki?
Well, Ryan, we are hearing from lawmakers, both parties, talking out to condemn this act. What have we heard from Representative Connolly himself, and does he think that this was somehow politically motivated?
You know, Congressman Connolly has been very concerned about the mental health of the suspect in this case, and he's been reluctant to actually come right out and call it a politically motivated attack. Listen to what he said about what happened at his office yesterday.
In an office in one form or another in Northern Virginia for 29 years, and I've never had an office with a violent episode of any kind. And one of the staffers who was injured, she's an intern, and today was her first day.
Yeah, that intern working on her first day. Both of the individuals that were hurt in this attack have been released from the hospital. They're expected to recover from their physical injuries. Vicky, the congressman's more worried about the trauma that they suffered yesterday.
Yeah, we are hoping that they have a speedy recovery and that they feel safe enough to go back to work. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, thank you.
Well, Vicki, let's turn now to the seas. A fisherman in Hawaii says he's lucky to be alive after a shockingly close encounter with a tiger shark while kayaking, all of which he caught on camera. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz has more.
Hey there, yeah. So by now we've seen this video, but what we did not know was that the island that you see in that video is more than a mile away. Scott Haraguchi says he was out trying to find something big, like a yellowfin tuna, but he never imagined he'd see something even bigger try to take a chunk out of his boat, all while his camera was rolling.
Scott Haraguchi was fishing in a kayak off the coast of Oahu when he got the surprise of a lifetime.
Ah! Tiger shark! Tiger shark ran me.
I hear this whooshing sound that sounds like a boat turned off its motor and is heading towards me. I thought it was a turtle.
But it was definitely not a turtle. Watch again in slow motion as a tiger shark Haraguchi thinks was about 10 feet long and a few 100 pounds rams his small boat with tremendous force.
If it wanted to, it could have punctured my kayak and sunk it or continue to harass me and knock me in the water.
It wasn't until watching the GoPro video at home that Haraguchi realized just how fortunate he was to escape the predator unharmed.
I realized it was a shark, but I didn't realize how close its face and teeth had come to me. I think I luckily hit it in the eye or near the eye, so it swam off and didn't want any more kicks in the face from me.
There have been at least 4 recorded shark attacks in Hawaii so far this year. The highest number of shark bites in the world typically happen in Florida. 13-year-old Ella Reed unfortunately made that list last week. The soon-to-be 8th grader telling Hoda and Savannah about her encounter with a bull shark off the Florida coast near her home.
I was just doing everything I could to get it off me.
Reed, who ultimately needed 19 stitches, suffered bites on her torso, arm, finger, and knee, but managed to fight the shark off.
I didn't even mean to hit it in the nose. I was just trying to hit it, like, anywhere.
Back in Hawaii, Haraguchi says he's grateful to be alive.
I've never had a shark attack me or approach me that way. It's miraculous that I didn't get knocked over.
A narrow escape, giving this fisherman a whale of a tale to share.
Now, he says he saw a seal in that same area just a little before the attack happened. So he thinks that the shark might have injured the seal, was coming back around, confused the kayak with the seal. But here's the kicker. As for whether he's done with the ocean for a bit after this, the answer is no. He was back in the water a little bit later today, and you just got to hope he realizes he's going to need a bigger boat.
He's definitely going to need a bigger boat.
That
NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz, thank you.
A great Jaws reference because it really literally looked like video from the Jaws movie.
I could never.
Yeah. Well, we're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Apple will soon let you create a digital voice that sounds just like you. I'm not sure. Well, this is kind of taking a weird turn. It will allow iPhones, iPads to make digital recreations of your voice for use in in-person conversations and phone or FaceTime. This sounds like not good.
I have a lot of questions.
No,
so let's
right.
get some answers with CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. So Dom, explain how this will work exactly and how does it work? How will we be able to use it?
Dom, we're scared.
Zinkley, Vicki, I'm scared as well, and I got some answers, but even more questions after, this story. The technology is called live speech, and it's going to require a user to record 15 minutes of audio to generate their voice on the device itself. Now, Apple said the technology would create a synthesized voice that sounds a lot like a user, part of a broader suite of accessibility features, including improvements targeted at visually or cognitively impaired users. So that's the plus side of things, but of course we can think of some of the nefarious uses as well. Meantime, financial technology group Zeps, which owns money transfer brands WorldRemit and SendWave, is laying off 420 employees. That's about a quarter of its total workforce. The London-based company said it was implementing what it called workforce optimization to account for duplication of roles after 2 of its companies merged. The reductions will mainly impact Zeps customer care, and engineering teams as it looks to shift those operations from multiple countries into a more centralized hub. And finally, Target is trying to drive grocery sales as consumers have backed off spending on discretionary stuff. Only a fifth of the retailer's sales came from grocery last year. Compare that to 60% at Walmart. Target has tried to stand out by selling its own unique food and beverage items, improving its fresh food options, and appealing to shoppers seeking convenience. Guys, back over to you.
All right, Target. I bought a grocery or two from Target.
Oh, definitely. It's nice to have that one-stop shop. Going back to the Apple thing, that makes sense, Dom, when you talk about it from an accessibility, standpoint, helping users who have impairments makes total sense. But yeah, you can really see how it can take a turn for disguising people or impersonating people.
It can be used for good or not so good.
And it's the broader conversation around AI as well, right, guys? So everything else.
Absolutely. Dom Chu, thank you.
Well, the debate over AI, as we were just talking about, it is now in D.C. Lawmakers are grilling a key figure behind the emerging and somewhat controversial technology. We'll tell you all about it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Well, just a few minutes ago, the CEO of the company that created ChatGPT finished testifying on Capitol Hill before a panel of senators. They're looking to learn about artificial intelligence, and they want to know more about how to regulate it.
Yeah, it's a tall order, especially for Congress, which is historically slow to act on issues of technology and innovation.
NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong joins us now from Capitol Hill. So, Scott, what did Sam Altman, one of the leading voices on AI right now, what did he tell the Senate subcommittee about the technology, and what are lawmakers saying? Do they even understand, and can they wrap their minds around enough to propose legislation?
Yeah, they are definitely playing catch up on when it comes to artificial intelligence. But that was part of the reason for bringing in Sam Altman to Capitol Hill for his first appearance here in D.C. Now, Altman defended ChatGPT. He defended AI. He said it can be a force for good. There are numerous benefits for artificial intelligence and these emergent technologies. However, he also was encouraging regulation for the government to step in. And perhaps one idea he had was to require these companies to take out licenses if they are to deploy these high-powered AI systems to the public. Take a listen to Altman himself in his own words.
GPT-4 is more likely to respond helpfully and truthfully and refuse harmful requests than any other widely deployed model of similar capability. However, we think that regulatory intervention by governments will be critical to mitigate the risks of increasingly powerful models.
And there you heard Altman. Now, one of the most striking examples of AI was in the opening remarks where Richard Blumenthal, the senator from Connecticut, used voice cloning technology to provide his opening comments that were written by ChatGPT itself. It was a fascinating example of this new technology.
All right, NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong. Scott, thanks so much.
Thank you. For more on this, we're joined by founder and CEO of Humane Intelligence, Ramon Chowdhury. Thank you so much for being here. So first off, what kind of regulation does AI need, and is it in the interest of companies to actually comply?
Actually, companies are interested in identifying how to address harms because people don't want to use products that are harmful. So the kinds of regulation we need are the ones that protect individual security, privacy, and also society at large.
Ramon, there's a conference later this summer, right, where it's like a mass hacking event in Las Vegas where a bunch of smart people are going to get together and try to figure out and test the limits of AI. What are you hoping they're going to accomplish? Like, can we rein in this technology somehow and put guardrails on it?
Absolutely. So this August 9th to 11th, DEF CON, which is the largest hacker conference in the world, will be hosting something called AI Village, and we're hosting what's known as a red teaming exercise. So thousands of people will be coming to Las Vegas in order to hack and find problems with these models. I'm part of a team that's working to create this exercise. It's a competition, so the person who gets the most points wins. But also we're using that to give meaningful feedback to policymakers, to companies, and also share with the public.
So important. I mean, what do you hope they learn from your work?
Well, I hope they can test the limits of what's possible and what's not possible with the technology and how we can identify specific ways to give feedback just as regular people.
In your view as an expert in this area, what do you think is the scariest or most harmful aspect of AI?
I worry quite a bit about misinformation flooding social media. Today, more and more people get their news on different apps and platforms. I worry a lot about synthetic data, synthetic information, realistic and fake histories being created.
Oh, wow.
And of course, we're talking about artificial intelligence, but the reality is humans created this technology. Why is that so significant when we're thinking about regulating AI?
Well, I think sometimes there's a lot of mystery around AI, this idea that it's magical or it's alive, and it's not. None of that is true. As you mentioned, human beings make artificial intelligence, human beings decide what to do with it, and people can be regulated.
We can't just throw up our hands and say, well, it's AI, right? You're saying this is something that is under our purview and our control if we do it smartly.
It absolutely is.
What are things you consider, real quick, when you're developing AI or this kind of technology?
I specifically think through who's going to use it and what do they want to use it for. Ultimately, we're supposed to be making things that help people and help society. So that should be first and foremost in how we design it.
Yeah, Ramon Chowdhury, thank you so much for this. Really insightful.
Thank you, Ramon. Florida teacher's classroom movie puts her under investigation. Why she claims she never intended to ignite controversy with her choice of movie. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
With the price of cars still sky high, many drivers are now opting to repair their older vehicles instead of paying big bucks for a new one. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock helps us navigate the bumpy roads of the auto industry.
With demand for vehicles in overdrive, new data shows Americans keeping their cars and smaller trucks for a record 12.5 years. While they're lasting longer, they're also more expensive, which is why South Florida mechanic Nick Osborne is still holding onto a 2007 SUV. Under normal circumstances, would you still be driving around in this?
No way. I would already replace this car.
The father of 5 swapping out an engine with 200,000 miles for one with a mere 100,000, a short-term fix that fits his family's budget. Do you feel safe driving this?
No, not at all. 200,000 miles, no. You know, and then my kids are in it. I'm not sure if I feel too safe with 200,000 miles. You know, but do I have a choice? No, I don't have a choice.
It's the impact of years of pandemic-fueled shortages, supply disruptions, and heightened demand. The average used car payment is more than $560, and for new vehicles, nearly $730. According to one group, that's up more than $250 a month compared to just 5 years ago. Industry analysts say pricing, higher interest rates, and greater reliability of newer cars all play a role.
Someone going into the market for the first time in a while, they're going to be shocked as to how high the prices are for both new and used cars.
A byproduct of this trend, auto repair shops are seeing way more customers.
Even with high mileage, they're keeping the car. Yeah.
We've seen an average car go from anywhere between 80 to 90,000 miles, now over 100, 150,000.
Many hoping to ride out this tidal wave of demand, like Nick.
I wish I could afford a minivan right now with a lot less mileage.
When the road to ownership is a little smoother. Sam Brock, NBC News, Miami.
Well, Vicki, the plans to move U.S. Space Command's headquarters to Alabama may be on pause. According to 2 U.S. officials, the White House is delaying the move because of Alabama's restrictive abortion laws. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now from the Pentagon to dig into this. So, Courtney, first off, can you just walk us through why abortion, a public health issue, is causing this delay for the military, especially since this decision to move Space Command was actually made years ago before the Dobbs decision ever even came down?
Yeah, you're right. So the decision to move to headquarters Space Command in Alabama was made by President Trump literally in the last days before he left office in January of 2021. Well, when the Biden administration came in, they ordered a review of the decision to move Space Command there. There already has been a presence, Space Command, in Colorado Springs, and they wanted to look at whether the decision-making process was adequate. So both the U.S. Department of Defense Inspector General and the GAO both conducted reviews and found that the decision-making process had been adequate, even if there were some things that they called into question. Ultimately, they both found that Huntsville, Alabama was the correct place to choose based off the criteria. That being said, then the White House ordered the Secretary of the Air Force, Frank Kendall, late last year in 2022 to conduct another review. And that's where we are now. That review is still ongoing, according to officials. But in the meantime, Space Command continues to grow out in Colorado. They're still building there. And according to the head of Spacecom, General Dickinson, they'll be fully operationally capable by the end of this year. They're in place in Colorado. So that gets us to the abortion question. According to the officials we spoke with, there is some concern or belief that the White House, the Biden administration, has decided to continue to delay any decision to move Space Command to Huntsville because of this restricted abortion policy. They're concerned because there's no military hospital there for the 1,400 roughly personnel who would be moved there under Space Command, that women and dependents wouldn't have access to some reproductive care and would have to leave the state. That's according to these officials we spoke with, St. Clair.
That's a really helpful breakdown, Courtney. So I wonder then, if the president decides to keep Space Command in Colorado, sounds like that may be happening, what does that mean for this military branch and future projects?
So there are a bunch of members of the U.S. military, senior leaders, who actually are in favor of keeping it in Colorado. They claim that they're concerned about any kind of an operational pause. But the reality is, this is a headquarters that they would be moving to Alabama. So they could maintain their operations even if they were to move it to another location.
All right, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby, thank you so much.
And coming up next, a special counsel now says the FBI rushed to investigate ties between Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign and Russia. The key takeaways from the report coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
and Guatemala City, from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
We are so happy to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn, making news right now. Call it a Granite State switcheroo. 3 New Hampshire Republicans are now backing Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for president. This almost 3 weeks after endorsing former President Donald Trump. State Representatives Brian Cole, Lisa Smart, and Deborah DeSimone are flipping their support. This all comes as DeSantis is expected to announce his candidacy in just a couple weeks.
Well, almost 220,000 Jeep Cherokee SUVs are being recalled worldwide due to fire hazards. Certain 2014 to 2016 models have possible electrical shorts in the liftgate control computer that can catch fire even when off. The company is advising owners to park their vehicles outside and away from other cars. They're in the process of developing a fix for the problem.
President Biden's annual financial disclosure reports show his personal finances didn't change much between 2021 and 2022. The White House released the report showing the president and first lady's assets totaling between just over $1 million and $2.57 million. President Biden's income from book royalties fell to just under $3,000.
Well, time is running out today for President Biden and congressional leaders to reach a deal. And it's all around raising the national debt limit. Both sides are set to meet again later this afternoon.
This morning, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned if Congress does not act soon, more than 7 million Americans could lose their jobs. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now. So, Garrett, Secretary Yellen is saying that the U.S. could run out of money to pay its bills as soon as June 1st. That is 16 days away. So first, let's talk about how the default could impact average Americans on top of those job losses we just mentioned.
Well, the simplest way is if you're expecting any kind of money from the government, you might be waiting quite a while for it. That could be anything from your tax return to Social Security payments to veterans benefits. If the government cannot make payments on things like its debt, it probably isn't also sending out your money. Now, there's the follow-on effects here that could happen, too. As part of those job losses, you would expect to see the stock market take a dip. Borrowing costs would go up. If you've got a car note or if you're trying to buy or build a house, expect to see those rates skyrocket as well. Look, this has never happened before. We have not ever dealt with a default. So some of this, we're just kind of staring into the abyss here a little bit. But by and large, you're hearing the Treasury Secretary describe economic suffering on a level we've not seen before.
And Garrett, how optimistic are both sides about reaching a deal, especially right now as President Biden is expected to travel to Japan for the G7 summit?
Well, their public comments have been miles apart here. Speaker McCarthy up on the Hill has been really negative about the prospects of a deal for the last couple of days, saying that they're way behind where they need to be to get this done in time, that the White House hasn't taken it seriously. And, oh, by the way, Speaker McCarthy has suggested perhaps the president's timing on this foreign trip isn't so great. Here's some of what he told reporters earlier today.
Look, the president is the president of the United States. He can make that decision one way or another, but all I know is we got 16 more days to go. I don't think I'd spend 8 days somewhere out of the country. I think the country wants an American president focused on solving American problems. That's exactly what the House is doing.
Now, for his part, President Biden's been much more optimistic in his public comments, including over the weekend. And, he's in a better position to know. He's going to ultimately have to sign anything that's going to get through both chambers and get to his desk. This meeting today, I think, will be critical, at least to see if the parties can even agree on the scope of the negotiations that they're having. Remember, up until now, the White House has never even called this a negotiation on the debt ceiling. I think we've sort of reached the point where those semantics get put aside, and now we're in a situation where the parties really have to agree on even the scope of the conversations they're having. We'll be watching very closely what everyone says when they walk out of the White House sometime around 4 this afternoon.
Yeah,
Ladies.
all eyes on this one. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake, thank you.
Well, overnight, Russia launched a massive wave of attacks targeting Ukraine's capital city, Kyiv.
Yeah, Russia launched at least 18 missiles from nearly every direction. It's considered to be the biggest attack in weeks. Ukrainian officials say they stopped every single one. Their defense minister calling it an unbelievable success.
NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Kyiv. So, Molly, tell us more about these attacks in Kyiv and what it's like there now and the other regions that were hit but then, were successfully defended.
Vicki, Zingley, good to be with you. And you just said kind of the big picture here. And certainly what we're hearing from Ukrainian officials is that it was a massive success for Ukraine's air defenses and for the recently acquired and recently deployed Western air defenses, particularly the U.S. supplied Patriot defense system. As you mentioned, at least 18 missiles. And of those, at least 6 hypersonic Kinzhal missiles that were fired from aircrafts. Now, those are hypersonic missiles. We have heard Moscow brag about those. Some of the most modern weapons in Moscow's arsenal. Now, we did hear from an Air Force spokesperson earlier today who said what was different about this attack. And guys, we heard it last night at 3 a.m. We heard those interceptions, massive explosions, big thuds in the sky as the air defenses took out the missiles. He said what was different was the density and the fact that they were all fired simultaneously in a very, very short amount of time above the capital. But according to Ukrainian officials, massive success. All 18 were downed and no one was killed.
I mean, a true success, Molly. It's not lost on me that these attacks, though, come as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky returns home with new weapons funding from European allies after that surprise trip there. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, not lost on you, Zinkley, and certainly no surprise, no coincidence. This attack happened as President Zelensky was literally on the train returning to Kyiv after his European tour. I can run you through a couple of the highlights from his trips to Germany, to France, and to the UK. From Germany, $3 billion of military aid. That includes air defense system. That includes Leopard tanks. From France, additional equipment. And from the UK, that's where he was Monday, meeting with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Not only did he acquire pledges for for long-range weapons, but also he got Rishi Sunak, the prime minister there, to commit to training fighter pilots. And Clay, we've talked for months how at the top of President Zelensky's agenda is actually fighter jets. Well, he did get the UK, and then last night, France, actually, French President Emmanuel Macron also committed to training Ukrainian fighter pilots.
Yeah, really critical military funding for Ukraine. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
Zinkley, lawmakers are reacting today after special counsel John Durham released his long-awaited report on whether the FBI mishandled its investigation into the 2016 Trump campaign and Russia. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney breaks down what the report found.
The investigation that followed a political firestorm around the 2016 election.
A horrible, horrible, disgusting witch hunt.
Finally wrapping up ahead of the next one. Republicans saying it exposed serious wrongdoing by the FBI.
The FBI has an awful lot of work to do.
While Democrats calling it a rehash that didn't live up to its billing.
The investigation, the investigators by Durham revealed little to nothing.
Mr. Trump on his Truth Social website saying the American public was scammed. But the report, though highly critical of the FBI, did not back up Mr. Trump's claims that he was framed by a corrupt deep state conspiracy.
I think it's a political crime of the century.
In fact, special counsel John Durham did not find corruption or even actions motivated by politics. Durham was tapped by Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, to look into whether FBI officials abused their powers when they opened an investigation in 2016, codenamed Crossfire Hurricane, looking into allegations the Trump campaign had colluded with the Russian government. That eventually led to the appointment of special counsel Robert Mueller, who in the end did not find a conspiracy between Trump and the Kremlin.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
Although Mueller did find a Trump campaign eager to accept help from Russians. Durham's report criticized what he called seriously deficient mistakes by the FBI, adding the Bureau was much more cautious and skeptical about allegations against the Clinton campaign. All potential fodder for Trump as he mounts another campaign for president.
Our thanks to Ken Delaney for that report. Zinkley?
Well, Vicki, a fifth-grade teacher in Florida is under fire for reportedly showing a PG-rated Disney movie featuring an openly gay character. The educator is under investigation by the Florida Department of Education after one student's parent complained to school officials. Take a look. A fifth-grade Florida teacher is speaking out.
I just wanted to come here and tell you my truth, my story about what actually happened.
Jenna Barbie says she's under investigation by the Florida Department of Education for showing Disney's animated movie Strange World to her class at Winding Waters.
Is a character in the movie LGBTQ? Absolutely. Is that why I showed it? No.
The 2022 movie is an animated comedy adventure about a family of explorers overcoming differences. It features a romantic side plot between two male characters.
Didn't see that coming.
On TikTok, Barbie says she played the movie after a morning of standardized testing, adding that parents did sign permission slips allowing PG films to be shown without any restrictions.
I thought it would be a great time to give them a brain break by showing a movie that related to what we were learning about in school. Other fifth-grade classes did this as well.
In a May 5th letter from the state's Department of Education, seen by NBC News, the DOE appears to deem the teacher's action as, quote, inappropriate conduct. The letter also instructs any potential witnesses or individuals with relevant documents to submit them to the designated office within 2 weeks. This incident comes as Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis continues restricting curriculum on race and sexuality, including the 2022 so-called Don't Say Gay bill, also known as the Parental Rights in Education law. In Barbie's case, the press secretary for the Florida Department of Education tells NBC News in part, "We can neither confirm nor deny that the department has a pending investigation regarding the referenced individual," adding, "I understand that the individual in question has discussed her case publicly. However, we will not allow politics and media pressure to dictate our process." Barbie says she's being targeted by a school board member.
The reason I was turned in is because one of the split students was a school board member's daughter.
At last week's school board meeting, she identified the school board member as Shannon Rodriguez. Rodriguez responded during the board meeting, accusing Barbie of stripping the innocence of her 10-year-old child, adding that the teacher did not get the movie approved by the school.
Where were the protocols that are supposed to be in place? This is concerning the movie that was played for my daughter in her classroom.
NBC News reached out to Rodriguez for comment, but has not heard back. In a statement, the Hernando School District acknowledged the romantic side plot in the film, saying in part, in the future, this movie will not be shown. The school administration and the district's professional standards department is currently reviewing the matter to see if further corrective action is required. Teacher Barbie says she's concerned for her fifth graders, who she says were pulled out of class to answer questions from the DOE investigator.
And for those of you who are throwing hate my way without knowing me or my true intentions, you may learn a thing or two from that movie.
And it's important to add, many online now are calling for the Disney Corporation, which actually produced the film, to back this teacher, both legally and financially. Time will tell, but this is just the latest in a slew of targeted education assaults.
Is she still employed as this is under investigation?
It's ongoing, ongoing investigation, so time will tell on this one.
Wow, thanks, Nicolay. Well, coming up, a much talked about clinical trial could change flu season as we know it. How the technology and science are coming together. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
A potential game changer in the fight against the flu is now being tested by the National Institutes of Health.
Yeah, it's a universal flu vaccine, which will protect against a large number of flu strains and provide long-term immunity. That means you wouldn't have to get a jab every year. And as pharmaceutical companies try to predict which strain will be the most dominant, this could be really critical.
Urgent Care Medical Director Dr. Bio Curry-Winchell joins us now. Great to see you, Doctor. So tell us more about this vaccine and how exactly it would work.
Vaccine and the fact that you only have to get it once universal instead of having it every year. However, there are things that we have to look at. You know, in the past, the effectiveness of the vaccines haven't always been the best. So one thing that we have to consider, will this one-time shot really allow us to have a true level of protection as we had before with the once-a-year shot?
And doctor, I know there are some years the flu vaccine is not as effective because it doesn't necessarily protect against the dominant strain that year. Of course, scientists have to sort of figure out what they think will be the dominant strain. So how will this vaccine improve effectiveness and also allow us to avoid getting that shot every year?
Well, what they're looking at is what is the most effective way to protect us. And that's really looking at the strains that are most dominant. And so by having that one shot, the hope is it will save lives. But again, to your point, in the past, we've had strains that weren't effective. So I would encourage everyone to really think about the best choice as far as longevity of protection. And it's still important that we keep a close eye on the data of this report. Yes, it's a great thing, but we have to look at it more closely.
Dr. Curry-Winchell, how soon could we actually see a universal flu vaccine on the market for us? And secondly, is this the type of thing that could prevent a future pandemic?
So it looks like it might be happening in a matter of maybe months or years. That depends upon, of course, the data, the strains that they're using and testing. Now, this could definitely prevent a pandemic. We know so many lives are lost every year from the flu, and having a vaccine to prevent it is so helpful. But how do we get more people to adopt it and take the vaccine? And this is one step forward in having a one-time shot that could really help us in the future.
Wow. One time. That's really encouraging news.
My arm is happy to hear that one.
Dr. Bio Curry-Winchell, thank you so much.
Thank you. And turning now to weather, nearly 14 million people are at risk for hail and possible tornadoes.
Meanwhile, dangerous heat is gripping the Pacific Northwest. Temperatures are climbing 15 degrees higher than normal there. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. So, Bill, what are the main concerns today here in the Mid-Atlantic? Let's start there.
Yeah, let's start with severe weather, of course. That's where you have the immediate threat when you deal with possibility of tornadoes or damaging wind or even large hail. And we do have our first severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This goes from areas just south of Lexington, pretty much from Bowling Green over here into areas around Bristol. This will be moving through this region all afternoon into the early evening. That's why it doesn't expire until 8 p.m. this evening. It's with this line right in here. And right on cue, we already have had some severe thunderstorm warnings. And now we actually have a tornado warning on this line just to the east of Elizabethtown. So we'll keep an eye on this. Again, this is just Doppler indicated, but it's just a sign the atmosphere is primed for some significant severe weather. Definitely damaging wind, but even the possibility of isolated tornadoes. And here's our severe risk region. Those storms are right here currently, and then eventually they'll plow their way into Virginia and North Carolina later on this evening. So again, isolated tornadoes, but a lot of wind damage likely with these storms.
I mean, 14 million people at risk. What about out west? When will people feel relief from this record heat wave they're feeling?
Yeah, this has been incredible for the month of May. So in Seattle, they've had record highs 4 days in a row. Portland has had 4 days in a row of 90-plus temperatures, and that's never happened before in the month of May. So this is like midsummer heat in the Pacific Northwest, heading now what we call the middle of spring. So today is slightly cooler. It's not record high territory, but we're still 12 degrees warmer than we should be in Seattle. Portland near 90 once again, 20 degrees warmer. And though it's not just in areas towards the, what we'd say towards the coast or just west of the Cascades, even into areas here inland, still going to be very warm today. And as we head towards the end of this week, we cool down a little bit, and then it gets very warm towards next weekend. So we're going to talk more about this into the upcoming weekend, more record highs.
All right, more record highs. Here
All
we
right,
go.
Bill Cairns, thank you so much, Bill.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Well, the list of online dating terms, it keeps growing. So there's ghosting. I think, I know what that one is.
We know that.
Breadcrumbing, maybe you can figure that one out, right? Leading somebody on, right? Soft launching, but now there's something called revenge blocking.
Well, what is revenge blocking, you ask? Well, it's when one user reports another user after a bad experience. The move gets them banned from dating apps entirely.
Wow.
NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis shows us how daters are dealing with this problem.
Dating apps. They've changed the way people connect and fall in love, partly because the way people interact has changed.
I work from home and I'm an online student, so I don't really meet people outside in the real world.
But now online dating is also changing the way we hold people accountable, known as dating revenge. It refers to waves of users reporting their exes for anything from documented misconduct to virtual exchanges, causing emotional distress, often referred to as love bombing. Some people say they've been booted from the apps entirely, although it's not always clear why, but they've made complaints to the Better Business Bureau over it. In some cases, it completely stops their online dating life. We haven't reviewed the content of her messages, but Erin Charaba, a 36-year-old woman in Washington state, says that is what happened to her.
I was banned for about 9 months.
She believes it started after an unpleasant exchange with a man.
He messages me with some vulgar stuff and then mentions that I did not respond to him on Plenty of Fish.
I was having issues getting past their terms of service.
She thought that was the end of it. It wasn't.
And then there was another guy that had asked to go to my house, and I told him no. Right after that, within like 12 hours, I found out I was blocked.
As you can see here, Erin got an email saying she was banned from Plenty of Fish for violating community guidelines and terms of use. It did not include specific details of why she was banned. We know that Plenty of Fish is owned by Match Group. She was also banned from Tinder and Hinge. We reached out to the apps for comment, but didn't hear back. Plenty of Fish's policy states all banned accounts are carefully reviewed before the decision is made. Bumble, a dating app with 40 million users, which is not owned by Match Group, is trying to address this problem.
We do have an opportunity for anyone who feels that they were incorrectly removed from the app to inquire about why they were blocked, and we can then provide them with some additional information to hopefully help them learn about what may have happened in that process.
And some dating experts say it goes deeper than just hurt feelings.
It can be really hard for on your mental health if you are revenge blocked.
It's so hard, she says, because online dating is how many people are getting together. In fact, a recent study in 2019 shows that almost 40% of heterosexual couples met their partner online, almost double the number in just one decade.
If you just take that away from somebody, it can be really challenging, especially if their mental health isn't in an amazing state to begin with. And so it's just not right. It's really messed up.
In spite of the setbacks, Erin remained a believer, and she says it paid off for her.
I actually ended up getting back on 2 months after I was reinstated and met my partner.
Getting back to dating meant getting back online, where these days the game is played. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
Wow, so much has changed these days in how we talk, AI, how we date.
Oh my gosh, well, you were saying soft launching. Explain that one.
Yeah, soft launching, if you don't know, it's when you reveal you're in a relationship subtly. Maybe you don't show your partner, but you show their hand. There's all kinds of terms these days.
As opposed to the full launch, like we're together.
As opposed to a full couple photo, in case you were wondering.
I was wondering. Thank you for clearing that up. So many terms.
Now, let's get to what's trending right now. The Duchess of Sussex is set to attend her first public event since skipping King Charles III's coronation. Meghan Markle will receive one of the Miss Foundation's Women of Vision Awards tonight in New York. They point to her podcast that explores breaking barriers that hold women back. The organization is the oldest women's foundation in the United States.
The NFL is teaming up with Peacock to exclusively air a playoff game on the streaming platform. This is a first for the NFL. We are a long way from finding out who will be in that game, but we already know it will be the Saturday night game on Wild Card Weekend. The game will also air on the local NBC stations of those two teams involved.
And we have a new look at season 2 of the popular FX Hulu show, The Bear. You can see that lead actor Jeremy Allen White won a Golden Globe for his portrayal of Carmi in season 1. All episodes of the new season will drop on June 22nd. So tune in on Hulu.
I hear that's a really good one. I haven't started it yet.
Neither have I. We'll get to it.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Zing Clay. You're watching Daily.
Going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zing Clay. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, May 16th, motive for murder. The search for answers after a teenage gunman goes on a killing spree in New Mexico. What we're learning about the arsenal of weapons he had and how police finally ended the violent rampage.
Targeted, a man wielding a baseball bat breaks into a congressman's office, attacking staffers. What we're learning about the victim's condition and the suspect's past.
Open questions. One of the top executives in artificial intelligence testifying before Congress. The biggest threats he says AI could pose and what needs to be done to protect all of us.
And it's all the wage, how to help your teen score a summer job and make it count beyond the paycheck.
Welcome, everyone. It is 11 a.m. in San Diego, 1 p.m. in Oklahoma City, 2 p.m. in New York.
That's right. Thanks for being with us today. We begin this hour in New Mexico, where a community is left shaken by a deadly gunman's rampage. Investigators are poring over an expansive crime scene in the northwestern part of the state. That's where a teenage gunman killed 3 people and injured 6 others. Among the injured, 2 police officers, one of whom is still hospitalized. Police killed the shooter just minutes after the attack unfolded.
The number and frequency of mass shootings in America this year is hard to wrap your head around. The Gun Violence Archive now says there have been 225 shootings in 2023. That's more mass shootings than days in the year so far. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is following this story out of New Mexico for us. Rahema, what do we know about those who were killed in Farmington and the other people who are still in the hospital?
Kate and Clay, what we know is that there were a total of 6 people who were injured in this, including 2 officers, and they remain in the hospital. There were 3 people who were killed. The 4th, of course, was the suspect himself. But of the 3 people killed, we know it was 3 women. We were told by authorities they were 70 years old, and 1 woman leaves behind 5 children. It's devastating, people in this community, that this was so random, so unexpected, and so much like many other shootings that have occurred in this country. This person was going at about a quarter of a mile distance, shooting at cars and homes. Listen to what one woman said about what happened when the bullets were flying into her house.
It went from pop, pop, pop to pop, 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 and I freaked out because I knew then that it was gunshots, and I just grabbed my daughter. We just barricaded in between the washer and the dryer.
All they could do was hope that they would be okay, and thankfully they were. Kate, Clay?
Rahima, I mean, just devastating to hear about the impact of this on the families. Have we learned anything about the suspect and the possible motive?
What they're saying about the suspect is that he is 18 years old, that he was carrying at least 3 weapons, one of which they believe to be an AR-style weapon. Beyond that, authorities have not said very much at all about what was going on with him. They're really searching to try and figure out a motive. As we said before, the authorities say that this attack seemed to be very random. It wasn't targeting a particular house, not a school, a restaurant, or a church or anything of that nature. But this person, whom you can see in the video, they say was walking around, and they believe that that's a gun that he has in his hand. He was just shooting randomly at anything that he set his sights on.
Yeah, it's just so disturbing. Rahima Ellis, thank you.
Well, lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the people who worked for them say they are very concerned about their safety. On Monday, a man wielding a bat attacked 2 staffers inside the district office of Virginia Congressman Jerry Connolly. Those staffers are now out of the hospital, and the suspect is in custody. Today, the U.S. Capitol Police Chief testified on the Hill, saying lawmakers and their staffers are increasingly becoming targets for potential violence.
One of the biggest challenges we face today is dealing with the sheer increase in the number of threats against the members of Congress. It's gone up over 400% over the last 6 years.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is in Washington outside the Capitol for us. So, Ryan, what do we know about this suspect, and what sort of charges is he facing right now?
The suspect right now, Zinkley, is facing 4 different charges, 3 of them felonies, 1 a misdemeanor, and they stem from 2 different incidents. There was, of course, the incident that took place in the congressman's office, and then a separate incident that took place just before, where he is accused of going up to a woman who was in a car, asking if she was white, and then smashing her windshield with that same metal bat that was used in the attack on the congressman's office. In fact, there was security video footage showing the suspect chasing the woman in the car later in the day. Now, as you point out, the suspect did not show up for his arraignment today. It was scheduled to take place inside the jail. It was going to be via video conference. So he was brought up on those charges through the judge without him being without being there for the actual arraignment. And Zinkley, to your point, this is something that has made members of Congress very worried. They are all in a situation where in their district offices, they do not have the same level of security that they do here on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, Ryan, I mean, understandably, many of them are worried. We heard from the Capitol Police Chief, who we should note was scheduled to testify before the attack, but essentially in their remarks really underscored the growing threat. So what exactly is being done to keep these lawmakers as well as their staff safe? I know you said they don't have the same level of security as you might see in Washington.
Yeah. Well, just think about it, Zinkley. It's a monumental task, right? 535 members of both the House and Senate, when they go off to their home districts, which cover every square inch of the United States, it would be impossible to give them all round-the-clock security without an investment in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And this is something that is bipartisan. Congressman Connolly, in fact, told us that he's had both Republicans and Democrats come up and express their concern about what happened in his district. Take a listen.
I was, really mobbed on the floor by Republicans and Democrats who easily related to what happened to me today. Like, well, we don't have security. We don't have the kind of security we have up here in the Capitol at the district level.
And Speaker McCarthy said that he is committed to providing whatever security members need in their home offices. They are given the ability to invest in security systems in their district office at no cost to their staff budgets. But there have been some members who feel that's not enough and have even gone into their campaign coffers or even their own personal funds to pay for security so they can remain safe when they're not here in Washington. Zinkley?
Ryan Nobles, thank you so much.
Debt limit negotiations are set to get underway at the White House later today, but top lawmakers from both parties are digging in their heels.
I'll be glad to sit in at the White House to support Speaker McCarthy and to urge President Biden to start operating in reality.
Nobody should say, unless you do this, then we default, because the consequences will be devastating for America.
NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is with us from Capitol Hill. Sahil, the Treasury Secretary says the deadline to avoid default could be as soon as June 1st. That's 2 weeks from now. What are you hearing today as the Speaker heads to the White House?
Well, Kate, it's a very precarious moment on Capitol Hill right now. Speaker McCarthy is dialing down expectations ahead of this meeting, saying bluntly to reporters yesterday that negotiations are not in a good place. He says he wishes things would have started much earlier, whereas Democrats are insisting on their red line that the debt limit simply needs to be increased, that paying the country's bills is not negotiable. Now, this crucial meeting that's happening in about an hour at the White House, the name of the game is going to be to find some process, to create some process that can satisfy both parties' red lines, where Republicans can say they're winning concessions on the debt limit. Democrats can say, no, we're negotiating on the budget, which is what they always wanted to do. Those are the 4 bullet points that Republicans are insisting on as part of a debt limit increase, at least as part of a broader deal. Some of these are more likely to happen. COVID relief funds, recapturing that should be relatively easy. Permitting reform, details pending. There's a bipartisan desire to do that. The other 2 are much more complicated, Kate. Spending cuts. What spending are they going to cut? Republicans aren't saying that right now. Democrats are very skeptical that they can agree on a top line number that slashes federal spending and ultimately get to a bipartisan agreement on that, specifically when it comes to the defense versus non-defense money. The idea of tougher work requirements for federal aid programs, which Republicans are insisting on, is meeting real Democratic pushback. They say work requirements already exist. They don't want to take away benefits from already struggling low-income people. That's where things stand now. Remains to be seen whether this meeting in an hour at the White House is going to lead to any breakthroughs.
Can I clarify one thing? What's permitting process?
The permitting reform that they're talking about is changing the process by which infrastructure and energy projects are authorized. They want to simplify and streamline that process.
Gotcha. And so what happens if they don't reach a deal with all of these nitpicky things they're trying to work out? What are the potential consequences?
Huge, grave consequences. The U.S. has never in its history defaulted on the debt. It could spark a recession. It could have massive consequences around the world. Let's put up a graphic here. You see that on the screen. It could mean delayed payments for various government activities. It could mean interest rates spike. It could mean retirement accounts take a hit. The U.S. dollar weakens. It might mean the federal government has to make excruciating, impossible decisions, like whether to fund Social Security or the TSA. Nobody really wants to go there, Kate. The question is, can they figure out a deal in time?
All right, I know you'll be watching. Sahil Kapoor, thank you. A second women's professional soccer league is set to kick off, and Home Depot's sales situation, a bit of a fixer-upper.
All right. Well, Christina Partsinevelos joins us now to talk more about this with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Oh, I love a good pun. But I got to talk about a very serious story first. The U.S. Virgin Islands issued a subpoena to Tesla's CEO Elon Musk on Monday in the Jeffrey Epstein lawsuit. The U.S. territory is seeking documents for that government's lawsuit against J.P. Morgan Chase over sex trafficking by the bank's longtime customer, Jeffrey Epstein. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon is due to be deposed in the case on May 26. Home Depot posting its worst revenue miss in about 20 years. The home improvement retailer said cold weather and falling lumber prices led to the disappointing results. Home Depot is also lowering its sales forecast as consumers delay large projects and buy fewer big-ticket items like patio sets and grills. And a second professional women's soccer league is set to launch next year. Pending approval by U.S. Soccer, the USL Super League plans to kick off in August 2024 with about 10 to 12 teams, which would nearly double the number of professional women's soccer teams in the United States. Good move.
Well, I love it.
Yeah, I love to see that. And I know with Home Depot during COVID, their sales just soared. I took up fixing up things.
Did you?
Flipping furniture.
Were you painting?
But we don't have time anymore. Right?
Does that mean both of you have decided you're just not going to do any of those DIY projects?
I don't know, but I will say I haven't bought a new patio set. I'm one of those people putting everything off right now.
Christina Partsenevelos, thank you.
Thanks. Coming up, how a fisherman who came face to face with a shark survived this frightening encounter.
Plus, what lawmakers on Capitol Hill are demanding from a top AI exec. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
A fisherman in a kayak coming face to face with a massive tiger shark off the coast of Hawaii. The terrifying encounter all caught on camera. Now he's telling the story to NBC's Gotti Schwartz.
Scott Haraguchi was fishing in a kayak off the coast of Oahu when he got the surprise of a lifetime.
Ah! Tiger shark! Tiger shark ran me.
I hear this whooshing sound that sounds like a boat turned off its motor and is heading towards me. I thought it was a turtle.
But it was definitely not a turtle. Watch again in slow motion as a tiger shark Haraguchi thinks was about 10 feet long and a few 100 pounds rams his small boat with tremendous force.
If it wanted to, it could have punctured my kayak and sunk it or continue to harass me and knock me in the water.
It wasn't until watching the GoPro video at home that Haraguchi realized just how fortunate he was to escape the predator unharmed.
I realized it was a shark, but I didn't realize how close its face and teeth had come to me. I think I luckily hit it in the eye or near the eye, so it swam off and didn't want any more kicks in the face from me.
There have been at least 4 recorded shark attacks in Hawaii so far this year. The highest number of shark bites in the world typically happen in Florida. 13-year-old Ella Reed unfortunately made that list last week. The soon-to-be 8th grader telling Hoda and Savannah about her encounter with a bull shark off the Florida coast near her home.
I was just doing everything I could to get it off me.
Reed, who ultimately needed 19 stitches, suffered bites on her torso, arm, finger, and knee, but managed to fight the shark off.
I didn't even mean to hit it in the nose. I was just trying to hit it, like, anywhere.
Back in Hawaii, Haraguchi says he's grateful to be alive.
I've never had a shark attack me or approach me that way. It's miraculous that I didn't get knocked over.
A narrow escape giving this fisherman a whale of a tale to share. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Well, Kate, a teacher in Florida is facing intense scrutiny, all because she says she showed her 5th grade students a Disney movie featuring an openly gay character. Now she says she's under investigation by her school and the state's Department of Education after one student's parent complained.
A 5th grade Florida teacher is speaking out.
I just wanted to come here and tell you my truth, my story about what actually happened.
Jenna Barbie says she's under investigation by the Florida Department of Education for showing Disney's animated movie Strange World to her class at Winding Waters.
Is a character in the movie LGBTQ? Absolutely. Is that why I showed it? No.
The 2022 movie is an animated comedy adventure about a family of explorers overcoming differences. It features a romantic side plot between 2 male characters.
Didn't see that coming.
On TikTok, Barbie says she played the movie after a morning of standardized testing, adding that parents did sign permission slips allowing PG films to be shown without any restrictions.
I thought it would be a great time to give them a brain break by showing a movie that related to what we were learning about in school. Other 5th grade classes did this as well.
In a May 5th letter from the state's Department of Education, seen by NBC News, the DOE appears to deem the teacher's action as, quote, inappropriate conduct. The letter also instructs any potential witnesses or individuals with relevant documents to submit them to the designated office within 2 weeks. This incident comes as Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis continues restricting curriculum on race and sexuality, including the 2022 so-called Don't Say Gay bill, also known as the Parental Rights in Education law. In Barbie's case, the press secretary for the Florida Department of Education tells NBC News in part, "We can neither confirm nor deny that the department has a pending investigation regarding the referenced individual," adding, "I understand that the individual in question has discussed her case publicly. However, we will not allow politics and media pressure to dictate our process." Barbie says she's being targeted by a school board member.
The reason I was turned in is because one of the split students was a school board member's daughter.
At last week's school board meeting, she identified the school board member as Shannon Rodriguez. Rodriguez responded during the board meeting, accusing Barbie of stripping the innocence of her 10-year-old child, adding that the teacher did not get the movie approved by the school.
Where were the protocols that are supposed to be in place? This is concerning the movie that was played for my daughter in her classroom.
NBC News reached out to Rodriguez for comment, but has not heard back. In a statement, the Hernando School District acknowledged the romantic side plot in the film, saying in part, "In the future, this movie will not be shown." The school administration and the district's professional standards department is currently reviewing the matter to see if further corrective action is required. Teacher Barbie says she's concerned for her 5th graders, who she says were pulled out of class to answer questions from the DOE investigator.
And for those of you who are throwing hate my way without knowing me or my true intentions, you may learn a thing or two from that movie.
And it's worth adding that many people online now, Kate, are calling for Disney, which produced the film, to back this teacher both legally and financially.
Well, that brings up the whole Disney versus DeSantis thing.
Yep.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The busy summer travel season is upon us, with Memorial Day weekend fast approaching. The number of people planning a getaway expected to be well above pre-pandemic levels. So if you're going by plane, train, or automobile, what are some good things to know ahead of the rush? NBC's Vicki Nguyen is with us now with some great tips. Let's start with how many people are going to be out there traveling this Memorial Day?
Yeah, Kate, good to be with you. And they are going by plane, train, and automobile. Automobile being the biggest one. AAA is estimated 37.1 million people will hit the roads for Memorial Day in 10 days. The good news here is gas prices are down almost $1 from where they were at this time last year, right around $3.53 a gallon. So that's great. If you're flying, expect it to be the busiest since 2005. We're talking about 3.4 million people who are going to take to the skies for Memorial Day. And even busing and trains, 1.9 million. That's up 20% from last year. So wherever you go, however you go, expect a lot of company.
It sounds like it. All right, so if you're hitting the road, if you're doing a road trip, checklist for what we need.
You got 10 days to make an appointment with the mechanic if your car needs any kind of maintenance. If that check engine light has been on for a while, you want to get that taken care of right now. AAA has a great checklist. Remember your tires, the right air pressure. That's going to help you with gas mileage as well. Check the air in your spare tire. People often forget about that. And top off all the fluids. And make sure in your trunk you have a good emergency kit that has flares, a flashlight, and a first aid kit with medicines and bandages that are up to date.
And road snacks.
Yes, road snacks, so important, and water. Yes.
Okay, what about by plane? Any last-minute deals on airfare? Is it too late? Are we out of luck?
We talked to Chris Elliott and Mark Elwood, some of our travel experts, and they say, look, if you're going to a hot spot like in Orlando, a Vegas, a New York City, you're going to pay a premium. But check with regional airlines. For example, New York City, people think JFK or LaGuardia, Newark maybe. Well, think about iSlip. There's airlines, the Southwest flies into Long Island, right? Or White Plains, which is a little north of New York City. Sometimes you can find a deal with the smaller regional airports, so do that when you're on Kayak or Google Flights. You can look for the package deals, hotels, and flights. Just know that if you have to unwind that, it can be harder to cancel, so read the fine print on those.
Good tip.
And if you can save your Memorial Day Monday and maybe tack it onto a weekend in June, you'll save a lot that way. The first couple weeks of June, much cheaper than Memorial Day or July 4th.
So don't go on Memorial Day at all.
Yeah,
just do it in June instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good tip. All right, Vicki, you always have all the answers. Appreciate it so much.
Great to be with you, Kate.
Well, speaking of travel, as many of us know, it's a long road to car ownership. And now new data show Americans are holding on to their older vehicles for longer than ever. You can blame the trend mostly on pandemic shortages, but that's not the only reason. NBC's Sam Brock takes us closer.
With demand for vehicles in overdrive, new data shows Americans keeping their cars and smaller trucks for a record 12.5 years. While they're lasting longer, they're also more expensive, which is why South Florida mechanic Nick Osborne is still holding onto a 2007 SUV. Under normal circumstances, would you still be driving around in this?
No way. I would already replace this car.
The father of 5, swapping out an engine with 200,000 miles for one with a mere 100,000, a short-term fix that fits his family's budget. Do you feel safe driving this?
No, not at all. 200,000 miles, no. You know, and then my kids are in it. I'm not sure if I feel too safe with 200,000 miles. You know, but do I have a choice? No, I don't have a choice.
It's the impact of years of pandemic-fueled shortages, supply disruptions, and heightened demand. The average used car payment is more than $560, and for new vehicles, nearly $730. According to one group, that's up more than $250 a month compared to just 5 years ago. Industry analysts say pricing, higher interest rates, and greater reliability of newer cars all play a role.
Someone going into the market for the first time in a while, they're going to be shocked as to how high the prices are for both new and used cars.
A byproduct of this trend, auto repair shops are seeing way more customers.
Even with high mileage, they're keeping the car.
Yeah. We've seen an average car go from anywhere between 80 to 90,000 miles, now over 100, 150,000.
Many hoping to ride out this tidal wave of demand, like Nick.
I wish I could afford a minivan right now with a lot less mileage.
When the road to ownership is a little smoother. Sam Brock, NBC News, Miami.
driver at the wheel. Could it be the future of public transit? Is it safe? You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this. Don't go away.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Massive Russian airstrikes hit Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, overnight, one of the biggest aerial assaults in months. Ukrainian defenses thwarted the air attack, shooting down all 18 missiles, demonstrating Ukraine's growing capability to defend itself against aerial weapons. No major injuries were reported, and it was the 8th time this month that Russian air raids targeted the capital.
We've got video now of a dramatic emergency landing when part of a 747's landing gear snapped off during touchdown on Sunday. You can see the landing gear fall and bounce from the ground. The cargo plane was bound for Chicago but got turned back to Luxembourg when the crew noticed the landing gear had failed to retract. No one on board the plane or on the ground was injured, and the incident now under investigation. Wow.
And meet a chef in Nigeria who may have just broken the world record for number of hours spent cooking. Hilda Basi racked up 100 hours in the kitchen, crushing the previous record of nearly 88 hours. As you can see, the crowd went wild when she hit that big milestone. Basi says she did it to show how determined Nigerians are and to highlight the work of young African women. My family's West African, Kate, so I know that food was good. Guinness has yet to make the record official.
Okay, but there were fireworks and everything.
I mean, hey.
I love that. The Biden administration says the number of migrants crossing into the U.S. from Mexico is steadily dropping, but shelters away from the southern border are at capacity, and frustration is starting to boil over. Hotels and schools have become shelters in New York City. Parents are not happy about that, but the mayor's office says they're running out of options. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is following the story. Gabe, it's not just parents who are voicing concern, even some kids are. What's going on?
Yeah, that's right, Kate. Well, many places across the country, including like cities like Denver and Chicago, are now dealing with this growing migrant crisis. Well, now you're looking at a video from this morning in Williamsburg, New York, where parents and children protested a proposed plan that the Mayor Eric Adams has floated to house migrants in freestanding school gyms. Take a listen to what some of those students had to say earlier today.
We support asylum seekers not on school grounds. We support asylum seekers not on school grounds.
You hear that right there, them saying, we support asylum seekers, but not at school. Again, the mayor says that this program is not quite here yet, but as the city deals with a larger migrant influx, so far dealing with more than 65,000 migrants in New York City so far, the mayor has said that the city has had to take drastic steps. And by next year, Kate, the city is expected to pay more than $4 billion to house and care for these migrants, Kate.
Yeah, it's been a big controversy around New York. I know you also spoke with migrants in New York City, the people that actually are coming here and cross the border. What did they tell you?
Well, that's right. And this comes as news that a new migrant emergency shelter will be started at the Roosevelt Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. The video you're looking at there is from the Row Hotel, just steps from Times Square. And last week, I spoke with some of the migrants who were there about how long they had spent there. Take a listen.
It's very difficult because people come for the reason of having your kids be well, give them a better future. And to get here sick and not be able to do anything about it in that moment, that's just painful for one to go through.
So again, Kate, this has been going on now for several months, as you mentioned, but frustration is boiling over. And the frustration from Mayor Eric Adams, who has blasted the Biden administration for not doing enough to help New York City, is now intensifying. There are legal battles with several surrounding counties about migrants being bused there. But again, as you saw, now those latest protests from parents and even children about potential plans to house these migrants at school gyms, Kate.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
There's growing criticism following that new report involving the FBI and the origins of the Trump-Russia investigation. The special counsel ordered to look into the case is accusing the FBI of negligently opening the investigation based on vague and insufficient information. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now to dig into this. So, Ken, first, can you just talk to us about the key findings of this report and why is this relevant right now?
Well, Zinkley, the biggest revelation is the lack of a finding that anyone did anything wrong criminally, because this is a prosecutor, after all, not an auditor. His job was to investigate whether crimes were committed, and at the end of a 4-year, $6 million investigation, he found none. He brought 2 cases to court, and both of the men were acquitted of lying to investigators. So that's a big revelation. He did criticize the way the FBI handled the evidence in this case and some decisions that were made by the FBI. A lot of those criticisms mirrored revelations that emerged from a 2019 Inspector General report, and the FBI is saying that it addressed a lot of those issues back then. Durham took it a little bit further. He said that the FBI was guilty of confirmation bias. In other words, that a lot of investigators believed there was an issue with Trump and Russia, and so they interpreted the evidence favorable to that in a way that led them to continue the investigation, and they weren't skeptical enough. But this is hardly the stuff of the crime of the century, which is what Donald Trump said he expected Durham to uncover.
And Ken, you pointed it out, right? The FBI, made a number of changes in the past few years in response to how it handled the initial steps of that 2016 investigation. Can you tell us more about that?
They did, because the FBI was found to have been very sloppy, in particular with the way it justified getting what are very intrusive surveillance warrants against American citizens. And so they've overhauled that process. They now have to meet a heavier burden. There are more lawyers involved. There are more steps. There's more supervision. And also the way they open sensitive investigations, there's more rigor around that, and more senior people have to approve that. So those are some of the things they are doing to try to make sure these mistakes don't happen again.
And Ken, notably, Republicans have largely praised this new report, saying it means that the original 2016 FBI investigation into Trump was essentially, in their words, baseless. How is the former president responding right now?
Yeah, he's saying that the American public was scammed, but in fact, there's nothing in this report that refutes what the Inspector General found back in 2019, which was that while the FBI made mistakes, they were justified in opening that counterintelligence investigation, even though ultimately Special Counsel Robert Mueller found that there was no formal coordination between the Trump campaign and Russia. Zinkley.
All right, important reporting, Ken Delanian. Thank you.
You bet.
Artificial intelligence took center stage today in a high-stakes hearing on Capitol Hill as Congress tries to grapple with what to do about the revolutionary technology. Sam Altman, the CEO of the company that developed ChatGPT, issued a dire warning.
My worst fears are that we, the field, the technology, the industry, cause significant harm to the world.
Harm to the world. CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston's been following this for us. Julia, what did we hear from Altman on the promise and the pitfalls of AI?
Well, look, on the upside, he said this could be a printing press moment and have the same impact in terms of offering these new tools to the world that would ultimately have a great positive benefit. But on the downside, he said if things go wrong, they could go really wrong. And he talked about concerns, including the fact that people might be manipulated. It might impact the outcome of elections. Take a listen.
We believe that the benefits of the tools we have deployed so far vastly outweigh the risks, but ensuring their safety is vital to our work. And we make significant efforts to ensure that safety is built into our systems at all levels.
So that was this key thing here, is how do you ensure that safety is built in at all levels? He talked about working on that with OpenAI, but there's also this question about how to make sure that AI in general is not used particularly to spread disinformation or misinformation, and particularly when it comes to voting.
And as the hearing goes on, Julia, are we hearing any more tense interactions, or is there any sense that action might be taken by Congress, that maybe legislation could be an answer?
You know, it was interesting because it didn't feel very tense compared to some of the hearings that I have covered with TikTok or with Mark Zuckerberg, then from Facebook. Now, of course, he runs Meta. But I think what it really felt like was a learning experience for so many of the senators, the sense that they really want to figure out the best way to regulate this. Sam Altman said he understands that regulation is not just an inevitability, but necessary. And he talked about some of the key ways to do it. And then on the other hand, we heard from some of the senators about some of their initiatives, including mandating transparency. Transparency was one word we heard over and over, particularly when it came to that issue of elections, this idea of this bill mandating transparency if AI is used in political advertising. So that was one example that came up.
All right, Julia Borston tracking that. Thank you.
Well, there's growing speculation today that the Biden administration is thinking about halting its plans to move U.S. Space Command headquarters to Alabama. The reason, according to some defense and congressional officials, is at least in part due to the state's restrictive abortion laws. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby is following this for us. So, Courtney, I know the White House says politics actually is not the driving factor here, but let's look at the subtext. Walk us through the timeline and how this all came to be.
So President Trump in January of 2021 announced that the Space Command headquarters would go to Huntsville, Alabama. Soon after the Biden administration came into office, literally only days later, there was a review ordered to look into the decision-making process because President Trump came out and said that he was the one who had made this decision, and there was concerns in the new administration that it may have been made for political reasons. So the Defense Department's IG, Inspector General, and the GAO both conducted reviews, assessments of the decision-making process, and while they found there may have been some things that could have been buttoned up a little bit more, ultimately they both found that the decision to send Space Command to Huntsville was the correct one based on the criteria that they looked at. Well, after that occurred, and those reviews, by the way, were done about a year ago. After that, the White House asked the Air Force Secretary Frank Kendall to conduct another review or assessment that was it began late last year into the decision-making process in the same time. And what's critical to remember here, Zinkley, is that during this time, Space Command continues to stand up in Colorado, where it already is. We heard from the commander, or the head of U.S. Space Command, General Dickinson, who said that they will be fully mission capable by the end of this year in Colorado. So as according to these officials, essentially the White House, the Biden administration has said, look, halt all the decision-making process for now. And in the meantime, they're going to continue to stand it up in Colorado, as opposed to Huntsville, where it was supposed to go.
All right, Courtney Kuby, thank you so much.
Coming up, how to help teenagers find a summer job that gives them more than just spending money.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Quite the colorful celebration in Spain. Fans of the Barcelona Football Club crammed the streets for an epic victory parade.
Forza Barça, Barcelona won the La Liga title for the 27th time. This is their first win since 2019 and the first since their star player Lionel Messi left the club. They know how to throw a party.
No kidding.
I lived there once. I saw a party like that. It's everywhere. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. In today's Modern Parenting, a new report says the pace of hiring is declining, but young people who want a summer job should still be able to find them.
Hopefully, according to a Pew Research Center survey, in 2021, nearly 37% of U.S. teens had a paying job for at least part of the summer, making that the highest teen summer employment rate since 2008. Joining us now, editor-in-chief at Investopedia, Caleb Silver. Caleb, we were talking in the break about our first jobs. Maybe we'll get to that. But let's talk about the benefits of getting young people into a summer job. And when do you, as parents, when do you start pushing for that?
Yeah, I think you should start pushing as soon as they're legally able to work. Why? Because learning how to work with other people, learning how to work a systematic, structured job environment is very important. Think about what we do every day. We work with people, right? We deal with people. We solve problems. That's what jobs are really all about. And there are plenty of opportunities for young people to get to work and build that experience, even in something like a restaurant or as a lifeguard, part of a team, having the responsibility, learning how money is made and where it comes from, super important.
Is it 15, 16 in most states?
Yeah, 15, 16 in most states. You can apply for a work permit through the state. If you're in a school, especially public schools, they help you do that so you can get your working papers.
So if you are legally allowed to work, who's hiring right now? What kind of industry should you go for? I know, like, Kate's first job was doing business, some cleaning in office. I might be glamorizing it. I was working in a corn maze. Like, what does it look like right now?
Yeah, I was bussing tables, and those jobs are always available. Bus people can find summer jobs for 2 months, 3 months sometimes. Also, retail, they hire a lot of temporary workers. That means going in there and folding those clothes, refolding those, learning how the register works, learning how the point of sale system works. Of course, lifeguards, camp counselors, but internships, research assistants, these are all jobs you can do. And then you can start your own thing if you want to have a gig economy job, mowing lawns, babysitting, walking dogs. It's all different, but you can put together your own sort of little mini career this summer that sets you up for next summer and beyond.
Yeah, one of my kids is a lifeguard, and I know, at least in New York, there's a real shortage of lifeguards right now, so that's a good place to look.
And a good skill to have.
It's a first experience for kids with bosses, right? And with how to work and get to work on time. How do parents best support that and set them up for success?
Yeah, well, it's a lot about transparency, talking about your own work and your own work experience, but also just the showing up part is so important. I think somebody once said 90% of it is just showing up on time, being energetic, being present, showing your bosses that you're the type of person that wants to solve problems and get into it. That's super important. But also talking to them about how money works, right? They're going to get their first paychecks thinking they're going to make a certain amount. They're going to see those payroll deductions come out of there, and they're going to be like, what happened? I thought I was making $500. I got $300. Make sure they understand why that's happening, where that money goes. Super important just for the future.
No, it's such critical learning. I know we had hourly rates up earlier. It's like $13 an hour for some jobs. I wonder, though, for those kind of jobs, does it really benefit young people's resumes? How should they be thinking about that when it comes to long-term career goals?
I think about it as a hiring manager yourself. You want to see this staircase of ascending leadership, more responsibility every summer or every job you take, managing a little bit more people, learning new skills. All of it's important. I remember it took me a long time to take busboy off my resume and restaurant waiter and restaurant manager. I did that for 12 years because that was a definitive experience for me and actually helped me in broadcasting, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah, I believe it. How do we help our kids without micromanaging our kids and doing it for them?
Yeah.
Asking for a friend.
I was going to say.
Yeah, good question, because kids need that motivation, sometimes especially getting into the workforce, very intimidating. So making sure they have a schedule, and getting a job is a job in and of itself. So what is the structure for that? Who are you talking to? What's the network? How many calls have you made today? Have you followed up? All those things are important. Getting that job, and then once you're in that job, getting to that next job. So teaching them those skills is where it's at.
We all know this firsthand. Work is hard. So what if they want to quit? What should you do as a parent?
Yeah, I mean, quitting is a very difficult thing to talk about, but if you want them to learn how to break through those experiences that sometimes don't feel right, but if they're in a negative work environment, that's not good for them either. They'll never want to work again. So talking about why and what's next and what's behind those decisions, that's really important too. All of these things contribute to what we call the emotional intelligence part of it, right? And that is such a big part for professionals when we get into the workplace, working with other people, having a boss, having responsibilities, working beyond and into deadlines, all that's super important. So getting them ready for that, that's where it starts.
One final thought. What's the one thing parents forget to talk about with their kids or ask their kids about summer jobs?
Sometimes their own jobs in and of themselves, talking about their own experiences. But in terms of those summer jobs, talking about the value of experience and how it's going to set you up no matter what. Like I said, I started in the restaurant business. I ended up in the news business. Very, very different. But a lot of those skills translated for me. I'm sure your first jobs translated for you in some way.
Yeah,
responsibility.
And lead with vulnerability. Thanks for being here, Caleb Silver, and thanks for watching. There's more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily. Thank you.
everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
You've heard about self-driving cars, right? What about self-driving buses?
Well, in Scotland, these buses are being billed as the future of public transport. NBC's Matt Bradley got on board to see how it all works.
The wheels on this bus go round and round like any other. But the steering wheel seems to have a mind of its own. This bus has declared its autonomy, and today it enters into service.
Is this the first in the world? So we believe it's the most advanced in the world. There have been other autonomous buses, but we believe this is the first registered timetable service where we're making a commitment to passengers that we're going to be there on time delivering a public service.
5 of these buses will patrol a 14-mile route across Edinburgh's Forth Road Bridge. A bus every 30 minutes, reaching speeds of up to 50 miles an hour, serving as many as 10,000 passengers per week. But this is still very much an experiment.
So for now, this driverless bus does have a driver. He's here just making sure everything is safe, and there's another member of staff here taking tickets. That's 2 employees, twice as many as was needed before.
The idea is to eventually free the driver from babysitting the bus, but right now, that's illegal. Stagecoach, the company running this experiment, is hoping the law will change soon.
And when the technology is completely signed off and we're allowed to take the safety driver out the cab, they'll be able to move around the saloon, engage with passengers, check tickets, keep the service accessible, that kind of thing.
As far as drivers are concerned, autonomous buses are sophisticated and safe.
You ever had any close calls?
No, I haven't. No.
Are you worried that you could?
No, not really. The technology, I think, is brilliant. It stays in its lane, it brakes. When it senses other traffic, the only thing you've maybe got to worry about is other motorists not knowing what they're going to do.
The bus itself does most of the work, with some high-tech help.
So when you say a sensor, is that these things right here?
Yeah, so that's one of them. That's a LiDAR. That's for the closer range detection.
So if the technology has arrived, the real problem is still humans, pedestrians, drivers. By behaving unpredictably, they're the ones who are standing in the way of wider adoption of this technology.
The biggest barrier with autonomous vehicles is dealing with people, especially in urban environments, where people are making decisions of their own, sometimes stretching the rules just a little bit so that they can get by and collaborate with each other.
But the humans of Edinburgh aren't all ready to board the bus.
They say it'd be safer by reducing human error.
But then, I don't know, I've seen the movies and the robots something always happens.
And will you be happy about it?
No.
No. You're scared?
Let your life in the hand of a machine that could have faults. Yeah, so far it proved that, yes, human error exists, but it's less than machinery for the moment.
They may have a point. Accidents involving autonomous vehicles have happened.
Ain't nobody in it. This is crazy.
And in San Francisco, this driverless car sped off after it was pulled over by police. In February, American safety officials pushed Tesla to recall more than 360,000 full self-driving cars because of unsafe driving and road violations.
What do you say to people who are worried that this is unsafe? I say that we've got a vetted safety case there that has gone through millions of miles of testing, and there will always be the safety driver there ready to intervene. So if you're worried about autonomous technology, maybe think of it this way. These drivers never have a bad day. They never get distracted. And these sensors never blink.
But experiments like this one are as much about calming the public as they are about testing the tech.
We still understand that we need to ensure that the public come with us on this, and that they're convinced that this technology is safe and has benefits for everyone. So I think there's still work to be done on that side of it, but the technology is ready now.
Matt Bradley, NBC News.
Fascinating. Well, a 77-year-old from Ohio is taking the meaning of self-love to a whole new level.
Yeah, Dottie Fideli married herself over the weekend. The mother of 3 and grandmother was married once in 1965. She said this ceremony was a second chance for her to do something to make her happy.
I have been with myself for 40 years. Something just came over me one day in church that you ought to do something special for yourself. Love is the most important thing in this world. And if you love God and love yourself, this world will be a field of roses.
Dottie said it was emotional for her that day. Her message, shift the focus to what will fulfill your soul and make you happy.
I think that's a message we can all get behind. Thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, May 16th, 2023, motive for murder. The search for answers after a teenage gunman goes on a killing spree in New Mexico. What we're learning about the arsenal of weapons he had and how police finally ended the violent rampage.
Touching tribute, the widow of the bride killed by a suspected drunk driver hours after their wedding is speaking out how he's honoring her memory 2 weeks after her death.
Lost and found, an Illinois girl reunited with her father nearly 6 years after allegedly being abducted by her mother. And how a Netflix series helped lead to the reunion.
And health alert, the CDC warning of a potential Mpox resurgence. What doctors say you need to know ahead of the summer.
We begin this hour with America's latest deadly mass shooting, this time in New Mexico. Investigators there are examining evidence in a large crime scene in the city of Farmington, where a teenage gunman killed 3 people and injured 6 others. Among those hurt are 2 police officers, one of whom is still in the hospital at this hour.
Yeah, police confronted the shooter and killed him minutes into the attack. Mass shootings have been happening with alarming frequency this year. There have been 225 mass shootings over 136 days so far in 2023. A mass shooting is defined by the Gun Violence Archive as an incident when 4 or more people are hurt. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis is following this story for us. So, Rahima, what do we know about those who were killed and the conditions of those who survived but are still hurt?
Hi there. We don't know a whole lot about those who were injured or who were killed. Authorities are expected to hold a news conference later this afternoon, and we certainly hope that we'll get more information then. But at this point, as you mentioned, we do know that of the victims, 2 police officers were shot. One remains in the hospital. The other was able to go home. And of those who were killed, we know there were 3 70-year-old women, one who left 5 children behind. And of the victims are also those who may not have been pierced by bullets. But the horror of what happened there certainly is wounding them as well. Listen to one woman who managed to get out of this alive.
It went from pop, pop, pop to pop, 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 pop. And I freaked out because I knew then that it was gunshots, and I just grabbed my daughter. We just barricaded in between the washer and the dryer.
So it's just incredible when you hear the sound from this woman talking about how she heard these gunshots, and just imagine what might have been going through her mind as she's trying to figure out how does she keep her family safe.
Yeah, you can only imagine. Rahima, what are police saying about the suspect, a possible motive?
This is a big part of what's going on here. The suspect we know is an 18-year-old man, that he was walking through about a quarter-mile area of the community, just randomly shooting at cars, at houses, like at this woman's house. And why did he do this? We understand that authorities have also been questioning his family to try and find out if they could reveal some sort of a motive. Maybe we will get some answers to all of this. As I say, a news conference is scheduled with authorities a little bit later this afternoon. A lot of questions we all have for them. Hopefully, they'll have some answers. Kate Sinclair?
We know you'll stay on it. Rahima Ellis, thank you.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the people who work for them are very concerned about their safety today. On Monday, a man wielding a bat attacked 2 staffers inside the district office of Virginia Congressman Jerry Connolly. Those staffers are now out of the hospital. The suspect is in custody. Today, the U.S. Capitol Police Chief testified on the Hill, saying lawmakers and their staffs are becoming bigger targets for potential violence.
One of the biggest challenges we face today is dealing with the sheer increase in the number of threats against the members of Congress. It's gone up over 400% over the last 6 years.
NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles is on Capitol Hill for us. Ryan, what do we know about the suspect? What sort of charges is he facing now?
Katie's facing 4 different charges. 3 of them are felonies, and they stem from 2 different incidents that took place yesterday. In addition to the attack on the congressman's office, which is he is accused of, this same suspect is accused of approaching a woman in a car, asking if she was white, and then smashing the window of that car with that same bat that was used in the attack on the congressman's office. He was also seen chasing her on surveillance video later in the day. As a result, it was 3 felony charges of malicious wounding, then an additional charge relating to the hate crime, which stemmed from the prior incident. This is an individual with a history of mental health problems. He was arrested back in January. Those charges were ultimately dismissed, and he was put into a mental health program. Congressman Connolly, I just spoke to him a few minutes ago. He acknowledged that he believed that this was a mental health situation. Regardless, Kate, it does still show how vulnerable these offices are for members of Congress, particularly back in their home districts.
Yeah, Ryan, I want to note that the Capitol Police Chief, we mentioned he was scheduled to testify before the attack, but he did go ahead and testify. It underscores the growing threats. What's being done to keep lawmakers and their staffers and their families safe?
Yeah, the Capitol Police Chief saying this is his biggest challenge right now, a 400% increase in these threats against members of Congress. And they're doing everything they can to try and harden these district offices. And Congressman Connolly told us that this is a problem for not just Democrats, but Republicans as well. Take a listen.
I was, really mobbed on the floor by Republicans and Democrats who easily related to what happened to me today. Like, well, we don't have security. We don't have the kind of security we have up here in the Capitol at the district level.
This isn't an easy solution, Kate. There are 535 members of Congress, and one of the things they want to be is as accessible as possible to their constituents. They want their offices to be open because part of their work is helping them with federal programs and different federal agencies and troubles that they may have. Congressman Connolly told me today he's trying to find that balance right now, but right now he's most concerned about his staffers and their recovery.
Yeah.
Kate?
Big part of the work is constituent relations. Ryan Nobles, thank you.
America may just be 2 weeks away from a potential debt default, but top lawmakers from both parties are no closer to a compromise.
I'll be glad to sit in at the White House to support Speaker McCarthy and to urge President Biden to start operating in reality.
Nobody should say, unless you do this, then we default, because the consequences will be devastating for America.
NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa is in Washington for us. So, Ali, I know the Treasury Secretary says a deadline to avoid default could come as soon as June 1st, just a few weeks away. So what are you hearing today as Speaker McCarthy heads to the White House?
Yes, and Clay, I'm glad you brought up the timing piece of this, because the timing has become so critical, as a matter of fact, that just a few minutes ago in today's White House press briefing, we heard White House officials strongly hint that the president's week-long overseas trip that was supposed to cover 3 countries could be trimmed short of 2 of those stops. Those officials saying that the rest of that trip is being reevaluated after the president goes to Japan for the G7 summit. And White House officials have said from the beginning that the president remains clear-eyed and realistic about this. He doesn't expect a done deal coming out of today's meeting. He simply expects there to be progress in finding common ground with Republicans on some of the things that we're hearing these conversations pertain to. Things like finding common ground on permitting reform, clawing back unspent COVID funds. Those seem to be the most likely areas of agreement, because the White House has drawn a hard line for Republicans on things like spending cuts to their Democratic priorities, as well as adding work requirements to federal aid programs. So there is a lot to squeeze in, not just in today's meeting, but in the 2 weeks before that so-called June 1st X date. And it's looking like potentially the president could be trimming that trip down short to be able to get all of this done before then.
Yeah, Ali, I mean, the president shortening his trip is no small thing. The stakes are high here, and I know there's been a lot of talk about the potential consequences of a default. What sort of impact would that have beyond Capitol Hill on just everyday people?
Yeah, Zane Clay, really the stakes could not be higher, because this would be unprecedented, the United States defaulting on its debt. So because it's never happened before, there's really no playbook on how to prepare for it. We do know that if the U.S. was not able to pay its debts and it had to decide what to pay and what not to pay, the results could be catastrophic. We know that federal benefits like Social Security could be frozen. Interest and mortgage rates could rise even higher than they already are. There are estimates that more than 7 million Americans could lose their jobs, and the U.S. dollar would be severely weakened, which would, of course, have global effects. So Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned even this morning that these results would be absolutely catastrophic if the U.S. were to default on its debts for the first time in history, St. Clay.
All right, we know you'll stay on this one. Ali Rafa, thank you. Let's turn now to some financial news. Thousands of Jeeps are being recalled, and it's Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, and Taco Bell is fighting for Taco Tuesday.
Okay, Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Morgan.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, Amazon is continuing to push forward in AI technology. The e-commerce giant is looking to add a ChatGPT-style search to its online store. It has already listed job postings with these ambitions. The move rivals Microsoft and Google's efforts to infuse their searches with AI. Stellantis recalling nearly 220,000 Jeep Cherokees. This is because they could catch on fire even when engines are off. The recall affects the power lift gates on certain Cherokees from the 2014 through 2016 model years. The company warns the SUVs should be parked outdoors until it can figure out a fix. The car maker says it is not aware of any injuries. And Taco Bell is fighting to, quote-unquote, liberate the Taco Tuesday trademark. The taco chain filing a petition with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to cancel the trademark, which is owned by rival Taco John's. It's been owned by Taco John's for 34 years. Since Taco John's owns the trademark, other restaurants and companies must seek permission to use Taco Tuesday in branding and advertising. And of course, guys, we're getting this news on what else? A Tuesday.
Wait, so it's like trademark?
Yes.
Like you can't...
Taco Tuesday,
Yes.
you gotta ask for permission to use it, right, Morgan?
Yes, from this Wyoming-based, much smaller chain called Taco John's. And apparently, according to the reports, they're very litigious about this, and they own the trademark in 49 of the 50 states.
Well,
not New Jersey, apparently.
Okay, don't tell them I've been using Taco Tuesday for my whole life. Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you. And coming up, what one of the victims of that deadly outlet mall rampage is saying about the terrifying ordeal.
Plus, how a Netflix series helped bring a young girl home 6 years after she was allegedly abducted.
today.
In Texas, the memorial to honor the victims of the Allen Outlet Mall shooting now being removed. The city's fire department is taking down the tributes just 10 days after a gunman opened fire there. 8 people were killed, including 3 children. Several others were injured in that attack. The signs, the flowers, the stuffed animals will all be given to the families of the victims there. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now. Morgan, the hospital where several of the victims are still recovering, they gave an update today. What did we learn?
Yeah, Cable, we had a chance to hear from Mr. Irvin Walker. He was one of the 10 individuals wounded when that gunman opened fire at the Outlet Malls on that visit Saturday. We're actually standing here outside of the hospital where he's been treated over the last several days and week or so. Kate, he was very clear to say that he felt the impact of the bullet fragments before he realized there was ever even a threat or a shooter on the premises. And doctors were there to essentially attest to the fact that had one of those fragments gone just a little bit farther, less than a centimeter even, he may not be here with us today. They shared even more about how they were prepared for that incredible response when those victims started to arrive from first responders. Take a listen.
The bullet was about this close to his heart and to his subclavian artery. Either of, if either of those fragments had gotten any deeper, he may not be here. He could not have possibly not been here today.
I continue thanking people in advance for using their expertise to repair my body, my spirit, my hope. And, that mindset, I think, got me through.
Of the 10 people who were wounded in that Allen Mall shooting, Kate, 4 of those patients still remain here at the hospital with no doubt a long road of recovery ahead. Kate?
Wow. And Morgan, I know we're hearing some of the 911 calls from that day. They're chilling.
They absolutely are. And I think, Kate, an important note as you listen to these calls coming in is that everyone's experience was wildly different in that chaos. And you can hear it in their voices when they spoke to the dispatchers. Take a listen.
Are you? Mom just got shot. Okay, where at? Mom's collapsed.
Allen 911, are you calling about the shooting?
About 20 of us hiding in the bathroom in Fatburger.
Right now, officials have cleared the scene. They've since handed it back to that management company, Kate, but there is still no firm timeline on when those shops will be reopening to the public anytime soon. Kate?
Okay. Morgan Chesky, thank you.
Today, we're now hearing from the family of the South Carolina bride who was killed just hours after her own wedding. Samantha Miller Hutchinson was hit by an alleged drunk driver as she and her new husband were riding in a golf cart. And now we're learning new details about that deadly crash. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
It's been more than 2 weeks since the Miller family gathered for a beachside ceremony to celebrate the wedding of their beloved Samantha.
My first thought was Sam finally has all the love that she's ever wanted. There was so much happiness.
This weekend, they returned to the same spot for a beachside tribute to the 34-year-old South Carolina bride. Sam, to friends and family, she was killed by an alleged drunk driver last month, just hours after taking her wedding vows. The last person Sam spoke with before the car crashed into their golf cart was her new husband.
She looked at him on the golf cart and said, "I want this day to last forever."
Lisa, you knew when you heard the sirens that something terrible had happened.
I did. I don't know how I did. I'm like, something happened to Sam. I literally screamed it.
Also still grieving Sam's husband, Eric. Hundreds of people joined Eric and the family Saturday, paddling out into the ocean and placing flowers with Sam's name on them into the water to honor her memory. As Eric recovers from injuries sustained in the crash and her family picks up the pieces, new details are emerging about the incident. A recent police report includes this image showing the golf cart that carried the bride and groom, along with 2 other family members, tangled with the car that hit them. The driver of that car was 25-year-old Jamie Koborowski, who, according to a toxicology report, had a blood alcohol level more than 3 times the legal limit. What would be justice for you, Lisa?
Ooh, that's a tough question. A lot of people refer to it as an accident, and we feel like it's not an accident. She made that conscious decision, so it's not an accident.
GoFundMe started by both families have raised nearly $800,000. A life cut short and a story touching and breaking hearts. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Coming up, the cities that are rapidly running out of space to house increasing numbers of migrants. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
The Biden administration is putting nearly $11 billion toward bringing affordable, clean energy to rural communities. Officials say electric companies in those areas will be able to apply for the funding through 2 federal programs. This is the largest round of federal funding for rural areas since President Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal.
Well, Kate, experts say climate change is making severe weather more unpredictable. But now a weather technology company is hoping to get a better understanding of the skies by heading to space. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now to talk about this. Hey, Diana.
Hey, Zane Clay. Yeah, a company called Tomorrow.io just confirmed it quietly launched the first commercially built weather radar satellite ever last month. And it's about to launch a second, changing weather forecasting capabilities globally.
We're going to create a significant revolution when it comes to weather forecasting and climate modeling, and be able to help the National Hurricane Center hopefully have better hurricane forecasting, and help insurance companies insure farmers in India and Brazil, and help airlines fly from JFK to London in a much safer route and wasting less fuel.
3, 2, 1. Before the SpaceX launch of Tomorrow.io's satellite, the U.S. had just one atmospheric radar weather satellite operated by NASA. The lag time for its information could be 3 days or more. Alphabet said he intends to launch more than 24 over the next 2 years, in combination with sensor microwave technology, creating a constellation that he claims will sample every point on Earth nearly every hour. Tomorrow started as a software company, uploading hundreds of weather data points to show clients specifically how future weather would impact operations, supply chains, and employees. Major clients now include Delta, United, JetBlue, Fox Sports, Uber, Google Cloud, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, and the U.S. Air Force, among many others. That list will likely grow as the expanded radar data feeds new AI models.
Because if you don't have radar data, either from the ground or from space, then by definition, the initial conditions of the model are just wrong. And you cannot train the model to get to a higher level of accuracy.
Tomorrow.io has more than $200 million in funding. Combining its existing software with the new radar satellites could be a game changer for global resilience and even global economies in the face of climate change. Clay?
Fascinating reporting. Diana Olick, thank you.
We have remarkable video to share with you out of Florida. A dust devil spun up and surprised everyone in the middle of a youth baseball game. Look at this. Zach Wilcox of our NBC affiliate in Jacksonville spoke to the young umpire who you see saving one child caught in the middle.
I've never seen anything like that in my whole entire life, on and off the field.
As an umpire and a baseball player, Aiden Wiles sees plenty of breaking balls with plenty of spin. But the air around the ball spinning, now that's a new one.
I was looking at the pitch, and then I look to my right and see this dust storm.
Wiles says the rocks scratched up his chest and his stomach as he tried to get out of the way, but he wound up running right back in when he saw the catcher needed help.
And at first, I was freaked out myself until I saw him like trapped in it, so I decided to run in there and grab him out of it.
I asked meteorologist Lauren Rodenkrantz the question plenty of folks on social media are wondering. What was that thing?
It's a dust devil. It's not a tornado. So what happens on a bright sunny day is we heat up really quickly, especially when we have that dry air. And so we had the differences in the temperatures. And so that's why we had that rotating column of air just kind of swirl right up in an unfortunate spot for that little kiddo.
Wiles says the players seemed to be in a bit of shock afterward, but after getting some water splash in his face, he was able to finish catching the game. He plans to check back in with him to make sure he's still doing okay.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
What are the chances of a dust devil, like, right on
where
home
you're
plate?
standing. I have never seen anything like that. Quick thinking by that young umpire.
Yeah, good job to him. Thanks to Zach Wilcox, by the way, for that story, too. Coming up, I'm sorry, not sorry. Why so many women catch themselves over-apologizing.
Yeah, but first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Quite the colorful celebration in Barcelona last night. Fans of the Barcelona Football Club crammed the streets for an epic victory parade.
Forza Barça, Barcelona won the La Liga title for the 27th time. This is their first win since 2019, the first since their star player Lionel Messi left the club. But more NBC News Daily coming up right after this. Love that photo.
Yes.
begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Massive Russian airstrikes hit Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, overnight. One of the biggest aerial assaults in months. Ukrainian defenses thwarted the air attack, shooting down all 18 missiles, demonstrating Ukraine's growing capability to defend itself against aerial weapons. No major injuries were reported, and it was the 8th time this month that Russian air raids targeted the capital.
The San Francisco district attorney has released surveillance footage showing a Walgreens security guard fatally shooting a man suspected of shoplifting. In the video, you see the security guard confront 24-year-old Banco Brown for allegedly shoplifting as Brown tries to leave the store. The two scuffle before the guard fired one deadly shot. The San Francisco district attorney said on Monday that there was insufficient evidence to file criminal charges against the security guard.
Los Angeles Dodgers pitcher Clayton Kershaw is expected to take the mound tonight, just days after his mom passed away. The future Hall of Famer's mother, Marianne, died the day before Mother's Day. Her cause of death was not released. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts said that Kershaw would go on bereavement leave after tonight's outing.
The Biden administration says the number of migrants crossing into the U.S. from Mexico is steadily dropping. But breaking right now, NBC News has learned Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he's sending state law enforcement from Florida across state lines to the U.S.-Mexico border. In a statement, the Florida governor said he said that 800 members of the Florida National Guard, over 100 highway patrol troopers, as well as a number of aircraft and boats would be sent to the border. Meanwhile, up north, hotels and schools have become shelters in New York City. Parents are not happy about that, but the mayor's office says it's running out of options. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez following all this for us. Gabe, let's start with New York and what's happening here. Not just parents, but children voicing concerns.
Yeah, that's right, Kate. This morning at a rally outside one of those schools in Williamsburg, parents were protesting, and so were some of their children as well. Take a listen to what they had to say.
We support asylum seekers not on school grounds. We support asylum seekers not on school grounds.
They were saying we support asylum seekers, but not at school. And Kate, this comes after months of Mayor Eric Adams sounding the alarm over just how many migrants had come to New York City. So far, the city has received more than 65,000. And the mayor says that by next year, city taxpayers will foot the bill for their care to the tune of more than $4 billion. Now, this has been an ongoing situation over the last several months, Kate. As you know, several suburban counties are now fighting back, trying to go to court with New York City to prevent migrants being bused to their area. Surrounding Rockland County as well as Orange County, those suburban counties around New York City. So this controversy certainly boiling over, not just here in New York City, but in other major cities across the country.
In a lot of urban areas, Denver, Chicago. Gabe, I know you also spoke with migrants that came here to New York City. What did they tell you about their journey?
That's right, and they have been here for several months. You see some of them there. Some of the ones I spoke with had been in New York City already for 4 and 5 months. We spoke to them outside the Row Hotel, which is just steps from Times Square. And now the mayor's also announced plans to house migrants in another iconic New York hotel, the Roosevelt Hotel, over the next couple of days. And take a listen to what one of those migrants told me last week.
It's very difficult because people come for the reason of having your kids be well, give them a better future. And to get here sick and not be able to do anything about it in that moment, that's just painful for one to go through.
So while many New York City residents are sympathetic to those migrants, again, Mayor Eric Adams has been blasting the Biden administration, saying that the federal government has not done enough to help and that potentially city services could be cut. Again, a controversial plan now to house some of those migrants in freestanding school gyms is already meeting backlash, Kate.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
Turning now to a story of relief, years in the making for a father in Chicago after his daughter was found after missing for 6 years. Police say Kayla Unbannon was abducted by her mother back in 2017. Her case garnered renewed attention last year after a Netflix series covered her story. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following all of this from our Chicago bureau. Maggie, 6 years? Where and how was this girl found?
Yeah, so essentially police in Asheville, North Carolina, Zinclay, say that someone recognized Kayla's mother from what they're calling published media, which may very well be Unsolved Mysteries, which is the Netflix series that covered this last year and kind of sparked a lot of that national attention. But they're not saying specifically if it is Unsolved Mysteries. And it's also worth noting her case was also featured in a Peacock series, or one that's now streaming on Peacock, called Vanished, the Missing Persons Project. That, again, also shining a national spotlight on her case. And again, Kayla was 9 years old when police say her mother, Heather Unbannon, the woman who was recognized in North Carolina, and who also did not have custody of her, kidnapped her from her home here in the Chicago area. Kayla is now 15, and we're told she's in the custody of the North Carolina Division of Social Services. She is expected to be brought back to Illinois and reunited with family soon. Zinclay, but just crazy to think about after all these years.
Absolutely, and it also shows you the power of media here. I mean, what's next, Maggie, for both the mother, and also have we heard anything from Kayla's father?
Yeah, so first of all, with the mother, with Heather, she is now in custody, we're told, and charged with kidnapping. She's expected to be extradited back here to Illinois on that charge soon. As far as the father goes, he released a statement quickly through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It reads, in part, you can see it there, I'm overjoyed that Kayla is home safe. He wants to thank, he said, the South Elgin Police Department, that's the Chicago suburb where they live, also the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and all the law enforcement agencies who assisted in their case. And he also wanted to thank the followers of the Facebook page. They started to, as you can see, bring Kayla home. And then he added, we ask for privacy as we get to know each other again and navigate this new beginning. Again, he hasn't seen his daughter since she was 9. She's now 15, and they're going to meet for the first time in 6 years, Zinclay. So we wish them well.
We really do. Maggie Vespa, thank you.
Artificial intelligence took center stage today in a high-stakes hearing on Capitol Hill as Congress tries to grapple with what to do about the revolutionary technology. Sam Altman, the CEO of the company that developed ChatGPT, issued a dire warning.
My worst fears are that we, the field, the technology, the industry, cause significant harm to the world.
Harm to the world. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac is following this one for us. Steve, what did we hear from Altman on the promise and the pitfalls of AI?
Yeah, Kate, what didn't we hear? This hearing covered everything from potential disruption on social media. For example, Senator Josh Hawley, one of the people running this committee, brought up the fact that what if AI can be used to manipulate social media? Senator Klobuchar also echoed that. What if it's used to, generate new ads and going into the 2024 election? All kinds of stuff like that. Senator Marsha Blackburn brought up copyright risk, saying what happens when these AI tools scrape copyrighted material, which of course leads into the jobs question, Kate, and what that means for jobs like yours and mine and so many other white-collar jobs that could be disrupted by AI. Here's what Sam Altman had to say about that.
There will be an impact on jobs. We try to be very clear about that, and I think it will require partnership between the industry and government, but mostly action by government to figure out how we want to mitigate that. But I'm very optimistic about how great the jobs of the future will be.
And Kate, that was the theme, really, just from Sam Altman saying we need regulation. Basically, there was surprise on the senator's side saying we never have people like you come here begging for regulation, and yet here you are saying, please regulate us before this gets out of hand. That was a huge theme today.
Yeah, it almost feels like he was saying, please, senators, pass some kind of legislation, take some legislative action. Is there a sense that there might be some legislation pending? Do they even, I hate to say it, understand AI well enough to be able to legislate around it?
Well, on the understanding point, Kate, there was this was more of an educational hearing, I would say. They were trying to get their arms around this technology and what can be done. But look, nothing really solid on the books yet. It's going to take a while. I would note the EU already has an AI law. They've been ahead of us regulating technology industry for a while now, and they're already doing it again with AI. That was another concern brought up in the hearing today, is the EU regulating these U.S. companies for us. No one here wants that to happen. They want the U.S. to be a leader. So that's why we're seeing so much effort now to get ahead of the story, get ahead of any potential regulation, and really own this space, which so many people believe is the future for technology.
All right, Steve Kovac, thank you so much.
Thanks, Kate.
The battle over abortion rights is front and center today in North Carolina. Right now, the Republican-controlled assembly is meeting to try and override the governor's veto of a proposed 12-week abortion ban. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now to dig into this. So, Yamiche, that vote is expected to happen shortly. What can we expect from both the vote and also just break down what exactly is at stake here?
Well, today, the future of abortion access is at stake in North Carolina. This new bill would ban virtually all abortions after 12 weeks of pregnancy. That is a change, of course, from the state's current 20-week ban. This new bill was passed through the North Carolina legislature in less than 48 hours. And now the GOP, which has a thin supermajority in the legislature, is expected to override the veto of the Democratic governor, Roy Cooper. We should note Republicans can do this because one Democrat in the state house, Tricia Cottham, she switched parties in April. She was at one point an outspoken supporter of abortion rights and even talked about having a medically necessary abortion herself, but she's since changed her party and her tune and has voted to restrict abortion access. So the timing of this vote is fluid, but the state Senate opens at 4 p.m. So we're expecting state senators to vote between 4 a.m. and 1 a.m. and the House could also vote today, Sinclair.
So, Yamiche, with all that, what are we hearing from Governor Cooper ahead of the vote?
Well, Governor Cooper, now in his second term, has been barnstorming the state of North Carolina. He's trying to mobilize voters to convince them and convince one GOP senator to vote to stop this new abortion ban. It only takes one Republican in either the Senate or the House to do this. So he's been speaking out, including on Morning Joe today. Take a listen to the governor.
Let's just hope that party politics doesn't rule the day here. And let's hope that one of these Republicans will decide to do the right thing. We need to leave the medicine to doctors and the decisions to women.
The governor also said he's worried that women will, quote, die if this bill goes into effect. Meanwhile, there are protests happening right now outside the North Carolina Capitol. Activists say they're protesting both this bill, they're against it, but they're also against anti-LGBTQ and gun laws that are going through the state legislature, they say. They're calling this the We Are the Supermajority Rally. Sinclair?
All right, Yamiche Alcindor, thank you so much.
Coming up for us, where the CDC is tracking new cases of the disease formerly known as monkeypox and what doctors want you to know about it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. You can see all those names on your screen. The news continues right after this.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In today's Daily Health, less than a week after the World Health Organization said that Mpox, formerly known as monkeypox, was no longer considered a health emergency, there is now new fear over a potential outbreak. Joining us now, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Hey, Natalie, good to see you. So doctors confirmed 13 reported or probable cases. So we're not talking about a lot of Mpox. To public health officials in Chicago, what do we know about these cases? And it's coming after they said we don't need to really worry about this anymore.
I know. Well, Kate, it's a little bit analogous, too, to no longer declaring the COVID pandemic a global health emergency, but that doesn't mean that the infections have gone away. And that's basically what happened here. So of these 13 individuals, we know that none of them was sick enough to be hospitalized. 9 of them we know had 2 doses of the vaccine. And I think that that's excellent news. And I think that should be interpreted as the vaccines will help keep these people out of the hospital and not having severe diseases. All the cases were in men, and all men had typical symptoms.
But people hear the vaccine part, that 9 of them were previously vaccinated against Mpox, and wonder, does that mean the vaccine isn't effective?
So we know that the vaccine is actually very, very effective. So individuals who have not had either dose of the vaccine are 10 times more likely to be infected. And if you've had 1 dose of the vaccine, the Jynneos vaccine is a 2-dose series. If you've had 1 dose, then you're about 7.5 times more likely to be infected. So while it is effective, Kate, it's not 100%. And the thing that we also don't know at this juncture is how long protection lasts. I don't actually think that we have a lot of good studies the way we did with the COVID vaccine, following people out, week to week and month to month. But just like the flu shot, right? It only lasts, 1 season. So I think as we're gathering this information, there very well might come a recommendation to do a booster. But as of now, 2 doses are what is recommended for individuals at high risk, and no booster, because again, it's keeping people from being hospitalized and hopefully preventing severe disease.
Right, and you can't prove a negative. We don't know how many people would have gotten sick, but they had the vaccine and it prevented it, right? Can you remind us quickly how Mpox spreads, the symptoms, just in case, and what are the best ways to protect yourself?
Sure. So again, the number one way to protect yourself if you are at a high-risk individual, again, is to be vaccinated, and obviously to ask partners about any potential, skin lesions or rashes. So the classic presentation is, of course, these blistering, painful rashes. People definitely get, what we call a viral syndrome: fevers, chills, swollen lymph nodes, exhaustion, muscle aches, and headache. And it is skin-to-skin contact, Kate, is the way this virus is transmitted between people.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, great to see you.
In other health news, there's a new therapy program helping to improve the lives of stroke patients who suffer from aphasia, which is a disorder that affects how people communicate. Lauren Petty with our NBC station in Chicago explains.
Well, read it. Tell me. You're the stroke patient.
Limb. After a stroke 11 months ago, Eric Werner struggled with his speech.
It made it very difficult to find words, to put a sentence together.
An anesthesiologist, Dr. Werner, had become the patient, joining the 20 to 40% of stroke patients who acquire aphasia afterwards.
Aphasia is a language disorder that's caused by a change to the brain. So most commonly, that's a stroke.
That inability to communicate can be devastating.
They become, I think, isolated because they feel bad about it.
Card game.
Cards?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. How many other people would say card games?
Dr. Werner joined group therapy at the Northwestern Medicine Aphasia Center at Marion Joy in Wheaton.
There's a lot more understanding and empathy in that setting.
Let's go around, let's talk about it. What's everyone's thoughts?
Michelle Armour runs the sessions.
They all get it. They are living in very similar situations, and they can relate to each other on a level where other people just cannot.
A study about the group therapy program found 100% of participants said it improved their quality of life, and not just their lives, but the lives of their caregivers.
Their caregivers felt more supported and felt less stress and strain as a caregiver.
Companionship.
Dr. Warner also benefited from individual therapy.
My speech therapy, I've had over 50 sessions.
He's working hard to hopefully return one day to anesthesiology.
I do.
Lauren Petty, thanks so much for that report. There's more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
So familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
All right, we're back now with a struggle that many women understand well, the urge to say sorry for things you don't need to necessarily be sorry for.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Whether it's in the workplace or at a family gathering, studies show that women do apologize more than men. Today's show anchor Jenna Bush Hager spoke to experts to understand why.
Stop saying this word if you want to be more respected. Word sorry.
Are women over apologizing?
Sorry. Do you have a minute?
From Pantene commercials to Netflix's The Diplomat, there's growing push to say sorry. I'm not sorry.
You just said I'm so sorry.
I am sorry.
But you didn't do it.
Well, I'm still sorry.
Don't apologize for things that aren't your fault.
Yes, I'm sorry.
For what?
Experts say that verbal tick can get things off on the wrong foot.
Often starts with, hey, I'm sorry to bother you, or I'm so sorry I have to do this. So we kind of give the excuse before we give the reasoning, which discounts a lot of what they have to say afterwards. Because now I'm kind of like, well, what are you apologizing for?
Tish Harrison Warren, a fellow Austinite and a priest in the Anglican Church, recently wrote about saying sorry for the New York Times.
I was raised in the South, where women are often conditioned to apologize compulsively. I've apologized to coffee tables I bumped into and then laughed when I realized it. Some friends tell me to stop apologizing so much. Inevitably, I reply, I know, I'm sorry.
You and I both grew up in Texas, and
there definitely was an emphasis on manners and definitely learning to say please and thank you, but also sorry. Did you have to wrestle with sort of where we were raised in this notion as well?
Yeah, definitely. And because I think women in the South do apologize more. It's a cultural thing. There's times when it can be a way to kind of shrink ourselves or try to disappear this, that you're apologizing for instance, like having feelings and thoughts and opinions in the world.
One study found that women apologize more than men because they report committing more offenses. But Pastor Warren is quick to note, just because men apologize less doesn't mean women should too.
It's another way of saying, well, the way women speak or do things is wrong. And so if men say sorry less than women, which is statistically true, the solution then was not like, well, maybe men need to say I'm sorry a bit more. It's that women need to say I'm sorry less.
Being kind and being empathetic and being humble are definitely things that sometimes we can miss.
There's a humanity that needs to be recognized, that part of it is with things like please and thank you and I'm sorry, and just basic kind of respect in the way we speak.
Tish concludes maybe it's okay to not be sorry for saying sorry.
I'm still not quite willing to let go of I'm sorry. I know I apologize too much, and at the end of the day, I think I'd rather err that way than not say sorry enough. And if that is wrong, which it may be, I'm very sorry.
Jenna Bush Hager, NBC News.
Wow, such an important report. There's a time and place for I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I overuse it.
I can attest to that too. Yeah, all right. Let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
Yeah, okay, so next month's Tony Awards ceremony will proceed as scheduled after members of the Writers Guild of America agreed not to picket the broadcast. According to the Guild, organizers of the Tonys are altering the show in a way that does not conflict with the strike. The Tonys had requested a waiver from the Guild last week, arguing that the ceremony is important to ticket sales, that's for sure, of a lot of the Broadway shows. They look forward to this all year long, and they get the buzz if they do well at the Tonys.
Just the latest show impacted by these strikes. Yeah. All right, and of course, we have to send a very special birthday message to Bobby, the world's oldest dog, who just celebrated his 31st birthday cake. To celebrate the occasion, Bobby's owner held a party with over 100 guests. Partygoers were treated to performances by a dance troupe and a full meal with fish and meat options with extra for Bobby, who apparently only eats human food.
Wait, so he's 31.
He's 31.
Which I'm sorry, I didn't realize
they could be 31.
7?
Yes.
I mean, that's a lot of human years.
It's impressive.
It's amazing, and he looks good. Can we show Bobby?
I know, we should show Bobby again. I think it's the human food that's doing it for him, and probably a lot of love.
Okay, don't tell my dog Bowie, because he really loves the human foods, and he really wants more human food.
Sometimes you gotta treat the little dogs.
He's young at 9. He's only 9.
Well, he's got a lot to work towards.
Aspirations.
All right, I'm Zig Glansom.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake, in for Kristen Welker, and we begin with breaking news at the White House and on Capitol Hill. This was the scene inside the Oval Office just moments ago as President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the Big Four congressional leaders began their latest round of talks as the U.S. inches closer and closer to a potential default that could come as soon as June 1st, unless the folks in that room can come to an agreement. So how serious is the White House taking things? Well, we learned from a source just moments ago that the president will cut his upcoming G7 trip short and return to the U.S. on Sunday. President Biden ignored shouted questions about the negotiation, but says we will hear from them once talks wrap up. We expect that to happen soon, and we'll bring you any remarks as they happen live. Here's what we know about the state of negotiations at this moment to avert a potentially economic calamity. Now, as is always the case in these kinds of high-stakes talks, the devil is in the details. The White House has reportedly signaled an openness to negotiate with Republicans on several issues, including caps on government spending, reforms to help speed up some energy projects, and repurposing unspent COVID funds. But it's not merely the size and the scope of the kind of cuts Republicans want. We've got Speaker McCarthy leaving the White House now. Let's hear what he has to say about these conversations.
Nobody should use default as a hostage. Nobody should say, unless you do this, then we default, because the consequences of default would be devastating for ordinary Americans.
We need to do everything we can to avoid default. House Democrats have acted that way.
Directly with my team, so I found that to be productive personally. But we've got a lot of work to do in a short amount of time. Now, I wish we had been able to be in this place 100 days ago. This is what we requested, but we are where we are. So we will work hard to make sure to try to have this to come to fruition. Well, the great thing about that question is we've already have taken default off the table because the House Republicans passed a bill that raised the debt ceiling, limited our future spending, saved taxpayers money by being able to pull back unspent money and waste, and actually grow our economy by making our economy stronger and lifting people out of poverty into work. And so those are the parameters we'll talk about. Let me give a moment to have Leader McConnell say a few words.
Let me just say what I've said since February. The President and the Speaker are the keys to the deal. I'm prepared to try to deliver as much of my comments as I can for whatever the Speaker and the President can agree to that we know will get a signature.
Mr. Speaker, when do you meet again?
Oh, it's a no-brainer. I don't think anybody in America doesn't think if you had billions of dollars sitting out there that you appropriated 2 years ago, people could not spend, and it's hardworking taxpayers' money, and the pandemic is over, you can't bring it back. It's the only place in Washington that Democrats think you shouldn't do that, but I think at the end of the day, it will be in the bill.
Mr. Speaker, when will they meet again?
Yes, sir.
A lot of Americans watching this are probably wondering, why on earth is this taking so long?
Yeah, I am too. You know, the difficult part here is I came February 1st to sit down with the president so we wouldn't be at this day. So how could we responsibly lift the debt ceiling? Our spending is out of control. That $6 trillion extra dollars the Democrats spent brought us inflation. How could we grow our economy and make us less dependent on China and actually work together? Unfortunately, for all those thinking that, for 97 days, the president ignored us and said we couldn't meet. It wasn't until the Republicans would no longer ignore the problem and actually raise the debt ceiling, pass a bill, did we finally get a meeting. It's unfortunate we are where we are, but the good thing about it is Republicans always look to find a solution.
Mr. Speaker, you said earlier this week that you were still very far apart.
We are.
We're still very far apart at this point.
Yes.
What progress was made in this meeting? And you wanted to see a deal by the end of the week.
Yes.
When do you think a deal could be possible?
When you think about Limit, Save, Grow, the bill we passed, we raised the debt ceiling. We cap future spendings. We grow our spending in Congress by 1% each year. That gives you trillions of dollars of savings. We bring back money that we have already appropriated from the taxpayer that wasn't spent in a pandemic. We put in work requirements that the president voted for as a senator that in Wisconsin just a couple months ago passed by 82%. It lifts people out of poverty, put them into jobs. What that does is helps our supply chain. So no longer do we borrow money from China to pay people not to work. And the only thing we're talking about are able-bodied people with no dependents. That's all you're talking about. It's already in place in certain areas. And so then we make ourselves more energy independent. We change the red tape that we can actually build things in America. So the roads we want to build, the energy projects we want to build to become energy independent. So it lowers the price to Americans, but at the same time creates more jobs and the economy gets stronger.
I would think this opportunity to ask you, why this Congress is not putting any pressure on the Lebanese political class to elect the president? I'm thinking this opportunity because this is very...
All right, come back to me when we're not talking about the debt ceiling.
But this situation is still unresolved. The president, as you know, is about to head overseas for the G7. Should he stay put and not go?
Look, the president is the president of the United States. He can make his decisions of what's best and how to use it. The president has now, what has changed in this meeting is the president changed the scope of who's all negotiating. Instead of all the four leaders, it's really he's finally taking Leader McConnell's advice that he's applied to him. The same advice you gave to President Trump that it worked out, same advice to President Obama and others. Appoint somebody from the president's team who can work with the speaker's team to see if we could come to an agreement. That is what the decision was made in this meeting. So the structure of how we negotiate has improved. So it now gives you a better opportunity, even though we only have a few days to get it done. Had we done this back 97 days ago, we'd already have a bill passed. Yes, ma'am.
The White House keeps slamming Republicans for cuts to veterans benefits. My understanding is the Appropriations Committee rolled out funding that is $18 billion above fiscal year 2023 levels. Can you confirm that, and then also talk about whether the White House is going to be going to?
Look, great question. As you really know, is for many times the White House and the president would say Republicans are going to cut the veterans. We would say that was a lie. Today, out of appropriations, it was proven it was a lie. We actually increased spending for our veterans. It's like any other household. You prioritize where you spend your money. The real question is, how much debt is too much? We're at $32 trillion almost, 120% of our GDP. That means it's larger than our economy by 20%. This is the equivalent of your child having a credit card and they hit the limit again and again and again. And every year when your child hits the limit, all you do is increase the limit. Well, it comes to a point now that you can't afford it. So do you just increase the limit again, or you actually take a serious thought of where you're spending your money? You're still going to fund the things that are most important to you, but you're going to eliminate the waste. Maybe you don't go to Starbucks every single day. Maybe you don't waste the money there. The president just now appointed individuals we will set. I would like to meet today, actually, and just start meeting until we get this done. Yes. Well, that's all up for negotiation. Inside the Republican bill, we lifted it for $1.5 trillion. I mean, when you think about it, the spending has gotten so far out of control, we already borrowed $1 trillion this year. And think about what that means to the average American. We are borrowing money. We are borrowing your future for things that are being wasted upon today. For more than $1 trillion, that means China is funding this. We need to change that behavior and make America stronger, less dependent on China, and actually curb inflation. Yes, sir. You know, look, if this is where we were in February when I first came down, I'd be very optimistic that this would get solved right away. The structure has changed, so we're in a better process. Mitch, you want to say anything else?
Well, let me. 7 of the last 10 debt ceilings have carried something else. What the Speaker and I are advocating here is not unusual. It's more common than not. A perfect example of it is the Congressional Review Acts that we've been voting on periodically in Congress to overturn was done on a debt ceiling during the Clinton administration. So this shouldn't be this hard. Number one, we know we're not going to default. They know it. We know it. We're running out of time. And just finally, as the Speaker has pointed out, the President's agreed to designate somebody to be the lead, as I recommended to President Trump in 2019 when we faced the same situation. Do you think he wanted to negotiate with Speaker Pelosi? Of course not. I said, you have no choice.
We understand that Mr. Biden's cutting short his trip. Did you put pressure on him to do that?
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Can you talk about your discussions during the meeting on the work requirements? Are you just discussing TANF changes now, or is Medicaid and SNAP requirements still on the table?
Look, I'm not going to negotiate with all of you. We know where we need to get to. We know what bill we have passed. Look, the way the founders have developed this country, which is an unbelievable country, you lend your voice to your elected officials. The House passes a bill, the Senate passes a bill, and then you go to conference. Unfortunately, the House is the only body that has passed a bill and raised the debt limit. We are now 15 days away from hitting this limit. Republicans didn't sit back and wait till Janet Yellen told us when the deadline was. We passed it long before she ever said June 1st was coming, because we didn't want to put America into jeopardy like this. And so we have worked to try to solve problems. Just as you looked at Title 42 being lifted on the border, we didn't ignore the problem like the White House. We actually put a border control bill out there so we can secure our borders. And what happened this weekend? A person on the terrorist watch list from Afghanistan was just coming across this border. Why? You know, we caught more people in the month of February on the terrorist watch list than we caught the entire time of the last administration. You can't keep ignoring problems. You got to find solutions. And that's what the Republicans in the House have done. Yes, ma'am. Look, I think America is the #1 economy in the world, and when we get done with this negotiations, America's economy is going to be stronger, because we're going to make the American economy stronger by putting more people back to work, lifting them out of poverty, lowering our energy costs, and more importantly, curving our spending that the runaway. So as the world looks around and look back at America, said they were spending too much, they won't be able to say that when we're done. Thank you all very much. Have a good day.
Our staff meeting today?
All right, we're back now after listening to the two Republican congressional leaders break down what happened in this White House meeting on the White House grounds. I'm joined now by NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba here on set, who's been watching this with me, and NBC's Sahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill. And Monica, I'll start with you. I mean, we just watched these two Republican leaders walk out of the Oval Office and describe the contours of a negotiation here. It seemed like they kind of put the White House on the back foot. They said that there'd be somebody appointed to take over these negotiations directly with Kevin McCarthy. Do we know who that person is yet, or how the White House views what just happened in this last hour?
We don't know who that person is, but I think that's going to be a critical part of all of this. And the fact that you had Speaker McCarthy saying, look, for the first time, in his view, the president is taking our advice. It was Leader McConnell who came in and said, this is something that worked in the past administration. You should maybe take a look at this now. We haven't at all heard from the White House yet on how they viewed this meeting, whether it was productive, whether they felt like that is something that they're going to do going forward. But we do know that the president is going to have to delegate some other people to play a key role here.
Now we've got the Democrats at the microphone. Here's Chuck Schumer.
But we also agree that we need to pass a bipartisan bill with bipartisan support in both chambers. I asked Speaker McCarthy, does he agree with that? And he said yes. And his bill, of course, is not a bipartisan bill. And so the bottom line is that we all came to agreement that we were going to continue discussions in the way that I believe Speaker McCarthy described, which was agreed to by all of us in the room together. And hopefully we can come to an agreement. We don't have much time, but default is just the worst alternative. And having a bipartisan bill in both chambers is the only way we're going to avoid default. Hakeem and I are committed to trying to get that bipartisan bill done.
It was a positive meeting. I thank the president for once again convening us. It was an open and an honest, but a very cordial discussion. We all agreed that the only path forward is to reach a bipartisan agreement anchored in common ground. We all agreed that default is not an acceptable option and must be avoided. And we all agreed that over the next few weeks, we have to proceed with the fierce urgency of now in order to make sure we can reach that bipartisan, common sense, common ground agreement so that we can protect the health, the safety, and the economic well-being of the American people.
Few questions. Yes, yes. Yeah, we're not going to get into negotiations out here. We have to come to common ground. That's the only way this has ever gotten done. It has never gotten done with one party saying you have to do it my way. You have to get both parties in both houses together. Yes.
How do we define a common ground?
Well, you'll know it when you see it, and that what that means is that we'll not sacrifice our values. They'll probably not sacrifice their values, but we'll have to come together on something that can avoid default. Default is a disaster. Full stop. And everyone understood that in the room. I was glad to see that everyone understood what a disaster default was.
Would you say that you're closer to a deal today than you were a week ago? You said it was productive.
Yes, I think it was, as the leader said, it was a much more cordial meeting. There were honest and real discussions about differences that we have on a whole variety of issues. But it was all respectful, and that was a good sign as well. Okay? Do you want to say one thing?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It was. Well, President Biden has done an extraordinary job of bringing us together last week, setting in motion staff discussions that have been positive and productive over the last several days, and then bringing us back together to have another positive discussion with a clear path forward in terms of reaching an agreement, because default is not an option. Everyone agreed that that was the case. A default would be a disaster for the American people. It would trigger a job-killing recession. Default would crash the stock market and hurt the retirement security for millions of older Americans, and a default would dramatically increase costs on people all across the country. And it was a very positive development that everyone agrees we're going to work with the fierce urgency of now over the next week or two, reach an agreement, avoid a default, and continue our efforts to be there for everyday Americans.
The thing that, you'll give the last question, but one thing I want to say, what gave me the most hope, and there are a bunch of things, is that everyone, including the Speaker, agreed we need to be bipartisan. The idea of having a partisan bill we knew would get us nowhere, and everyone freely admitted that in the room. Last question.
Clarifying something that McCarthy said, he said the president appointed appointees or negotiators. What does that mean? Is it new staff? Are you getting?
No, well,
okay, who are those people?
I'll let the president talk about that, but the bottom line is the bipartisan negotiations that we've had are going to continue, but there'll be a few additional players added to those. Thank you, everybody.
Same thing. All right, so I'm back with Monica Alba now, and I'm just struck, Mon, by the fact that the White House is letting everyone else characterize what was just discussed, even down to the point that what Chuck Schumer said about the negotiations going forward is not the same as what the Republicans were saying going forward. We don't really know what's happening right now, but I do think we heard one really clear shift from the Democrats there, that a bipartisan bill is what's coming. The idea of no negotiations, a clean debt ceiling lift seems to be gone now for the White House.
I think so. And it was the president who had said this for weeks, and he had said he didn't even want to negotiate. Then today there was this whole conversation about the semantics of if this isn't negotiating, what is it? Obviously, that's what this is. These negotiations have at least come, though, to a place of some incremental progress. I think that's the big takeaway from today. Both sides calling this at least productive, at least charting a path forward and identifying, again, ways they can get this done, everybody agreeing that default is not an option. Also, just in terms of the tone in the meeting, the fact that this was a little bit more cordial, the fact that it sounds like there was more of an exchange of ideas and a little bit less of the personal fireworks that we saw in the meeting last week. But the backdrop to all of this, Garrett, is the fact that the president is leaving tomorrow for Japan, but he has now, we can report, cut his trip short. That is the backdrop to all of this, because it was Speaker McCarthy who sort of said, if I'm the president, I don't think I should be gone for the entirety of this time. And now that is what the president is doing. He's going to come back early to deal with this. But in the interim, there are going to be these other key players. We just saw Chuck Schumer say introduced to the conversation. That's a bit of a new element, something we need to learn a little bit more about. But at least it does seem both sides have agreed on how to proceed and keep the conversations going in a bipartisan fashion.
I'm also struck by the difference between the tone that the president and the White House more broadly have taken about sort of like, this is fine. The president making comments about it over the weekend while riding his bike, that this was all going to get handled, between then and now with this abrupt cancellation of the second part of the G7 trip. And I should tell folks at home, for our audience, we had the deputy director of the National Economic Council booked on this program, abruptly canceled during those remarks. It seems like the White House has been back-footed by the urgency of where they are right now on a negotiation where they've had the same data that we've had in public this whole time.
For months, and they've been planning this trip for even longer than that, these key summits. So absolutely, you're right to say that the pressure here clearly is something that triggered this decision to cut the trip short. But also, I think it's a White House that is going to come out and say this is because the president is prioritizing this issue over everything else. And they're going to point that to the fact that the Quad Summit and the meeting with the leaders of Australia, Japan, and India that was going to take place in Australia is now going to essentially take place in Japan, and that they can kind of be flexible and have these key meetings on the world stage while monitoring everything that's happening back home. But I do think the president, who did have a way more optimistic view of all of this over the weekend, I don't think actually that's going to change. He's still going to come out here and probably say, look, I wanted both sides to get closer today in this meeting. That is what happened. We're going to continue to proceed. I'm going to go on this trip. I'm going to come back early. We're still going to get it done by June 1st. And we're going to hear from the president, we believe, in the next hour or so at a different event where that's likely what he will say. But it did sound a little bit different in terms of everybody at least agreeing they have a bit of a clearer sense of what needs to happen next. The bigger thing is, can they get it done in the very short amount of time they have to hash out this deal?
He has called himself a congenital optimist. We'll see if that optimism remains when we hear from the president a little bit later. Monica Alba, thank you for your reporting and your analysis on this. I want to bring in my colleague on Capitol Hill, Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, we've been following this together for months now. You speak as fluent McCarthy as anybody. I'm curious what you heard from the speaker there that sounded new. I mean, his tone of frustration about how long this has gone on remained the same. But what did you hear from him that either gives you optimism or, caused you some concern that we might be farther from where we need to be on getting this done by June 1st?
Well, Garrett, from McCarthy, there's still a lot of apprehension and uncertainty, but for the first time, I heard seeds of hope in his comments about averting default in time. He talked about how the structure of negotiations has improved. That is a positive sign from his perspective. He said he wishes that they were at this place 100 days ago. Clearly, this place is better in his view than any place that they had been some time earlier. It was also a good sign, I think, that McCarthy and Chuck Schumer declined to discuss the details of negotiations. It's always a bad sign, as you know as well as anyone else, Garrett, that when they talk about the details of what they're negotiating, then they're not actually close to a deal. They weren't doing that. Chuck Schumer, as well, for his part, insisted again and again that this has to be a bipartisan bill. That's not entirely new for him. He has been saying that, but he did, give a little bit more than he has in the past. And instead of kind of criticizing McCarthy as someone who is jonesing for default, who is, egging the country onto default, he didn't do that. So I think between both of those comments, you can see a path forward. McCarthy also said, and I was struck by this, quote, "It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week." That sounds very optimistic, although the timeline we're looking at, 16 days from now until the X date, and the time it takes to get anything through the Senate in particular, they probably need to get at least an agreement in principle, the contours of this sorted out out by the end of this week if they want a strong chance of passing it through both chambers by June 1st, Garrett.
Right. I mean, you can't pass a deal, right? I mean, getting a deal by the weekend is one thing. Turning it into legislative language and a bill that people support is something else altogether. Sahil, I'm glad you mentioned Schumer because I had the opposite reaction, quite frankly. I thought it was as candid as Schumer and Jeffries have been about the idea that they're not going to get a clean debt ceiling lift. You heard them say this is going to take a bipartisan bill. That's not the language they had been using up until now. Do you think some of that messaging is directed at their Democratic caucus here, that, all right, guys, like, this is a different game now?
I think that's absolutely right. I think a lot of Democrats were caught flat-footed when Kevin McCarthy passed that bill through the House. A lot of Democrats were betting on the fact that McCarthy would not be able to get a bill through with only Republican votes and would have no hand to play. McCarthy did prove them wrong in that element, and it changed the trajectory of this. This meeting, for the first time, seems to have produced this recognition among Democratic leaders as well that there's going to have to be some give on their side. Now, they're likely to structure this, Garrett, as a parallel negotiation that involves some budgetary component, so Democrats can come out of this saying, we held to our red line, we didn't negotiate on the debt limit, we negotiated on the budget. That's what they're likely to say. Republicans are likely to say, we got the concessions, the White House finally backed down, they caved, and they gave us X, Y, Z. It seems like that is going to be the path to a deal. There is still a long way to go, as you heard from everybody, but I do think the nearing deadline, the nearing X date, the cliff getting closer and closer has pushed everyone to this place. One other notable thing, Garrett, about Schumer and Jeffries talking about the bipartisan aspect, that pretty much rules their discharge petition out. Tomorrow is the day where they can start collecting signatures on that so-called discharge petition, which for the uninitiated is this mechanism where they can go around Kevin McCarthy and pass a clean debt limit bill. What I heard there was a recognition that they're not going to get that clean debt limit bill. There's going to have to be some give on their side, even if they will describe it as a negotiation on the budget.
No, it's such a good point. I mean, that and the 14th Amendment conversation presumably goes away a little bit here, too. I mean, you certainly hear the congressional leaders, move around that. Biden's never particularly embraced it, but it looks like we won't be seeing him do that now. All right, Sahil Kapoor, we're going to leave it there. Thank you for your analysis on this. And we've got a whole lot more to chew on this topic and a good person to chew on it with. I'm joined now by Democratic Congressman Jared Golden from Maine. I don't know how much you were able to hear of this news conference afterwards, but I wonder just what your general reaction is, at least to the idea that we heard, from Speaker McCarthy, at least, that he thinks it's a good sign of progress that we've now got a smaller negotiation, perhaps, and maybe now things can move forward towards breaking this impasse.
Well, I was able to listen in, and of course I agreed to come on the show last week, not knowing that they're meeting at the White House today. But what I would say to folks back home is don't pay attention to what gets said at the microphone following a meeting like that over the next 10 or 15 minutes or several hours. Watch what happens over the next 48 hours. Who's meeting with who, and it sounds like everyone has agreed that staff and others are going to be carrying on these conversations. That's no different than last week. People came out after the meeting last week, they postured, they said things, suggested that talks didn't go all that well, but almost immediately we saw progress and understood that the White House and the Speaker's offices were engaged in talks the very next day.
It's hard for me to imagine a coalition in the House that could pass a bipartisan bill on this that doesn't include you. I'm curious what you think this final deal might look like. How big, how small, what seems like it might be on the table for a bill that will, presumably be written in the Speaker's office, but will need Democratic votes like yours to get to President Biden's desk.
Well, the one thing that I really want to stress is that myself and the Blue Dog Caucus that I am co-chairing has been calling for these negotiations since February 1st. We sent a letter to the president. I think we had a very clear message. It's been obvious since the last election that this was going to require a deal, either raising the debt ceiling or getting a spending package agreed to. The voters gave us a divided Congress where the Republicans now have control of the House. The Senate is controlled by Democrats. I think that this has been a foregone conclusion all along. I know that there's a lot of hype and all that stuff around it, but to us, we saw what was going to be necessary from the very beginning, and as a result said, let's just cut to the chase, let's skip the standoff, and let's talk real about our nation's budget. So something that Blue Dogs stand for and that I believe is important is talking about reducing our budget deficit. And from the perspective of Democrats, at a time when we spent more on the interest on our debt in the last budget than we did on transportation, education, and veterans combined. When we can look down the road and see that the same, not only is that going to remain true, but actually grow to a point where almost we're paying more than our entire domestic agenda at this current time. This is something Democrats have to take seriously, because many of the things that we stand for and care about, that our constituents care about, are going to get squeezed out by these budget deficits if we don't take it seriously. I would say that I think we'd be in a stronger negotiating position right now if we had led the charge in saying, let's sit down and negotiate about this starting now, back in February.
Just a quick aside for our viewers, I want to let you know Kevin McCarthy is speaking again now at the Capitol. We're monitoring that. We're going to see if he says anything different than what he said at the White House. But our team is on top of that. We'll bring that to you as necessary in terms of the news value of what the Speaker might say at his second bite at the apple here. And Congressman, I mean, even to that point, you get the Speaker out here talking about this again. You talked about the idea that it might have been better for Democrats to lead on this. Are you satisfied with the urgency with which the White House and Democratic leadership have approached this issue, that we're at a point now where the president's canceling elements of a key foreign trip 2 weeks beforehand because we're still not there?
I've been disappointed with the way they've handled it up until the last week, essentially. Writing a letter to the president on February 1st saying we need to negotiate. I put out a kind of mini proposal to say, well, here's some ideas to kickstart talks. I did that in early April. Of course, just a few weeks ago when Speaker McCarthy put their bill on the floor, the very first statement I made after that vote, joined by Congresswoman Perez and Congresswoman Peltola, 3 Democrats from rural areas, from districts that Donald Trump won in, in previous elections, we said it's time to sit down and commence these talks. So it's good to see the progress that's taking place now. Of course, there's urgency as we're running up against a potential deadline. Of course, we don't know if June 1 really is the X date or not, but it's good to see the urgency. It didn't have to be this way.
You certainly don't want to see it come down to that day. We know that to be a sure thing. I want to ask you, one of the elements that seems to have come up in this discussion over the last couple of days is this focus on work requirements, changing work requirements for some of these various government assistance programs, whether it be for food stamps, potentially Medicaid has been discussed. Speaker McCarthy has said it's a red line for him that has to be in there. Some Democrats have said it's a red line that these work requirements can't be touched. I wonder where you fall on that issue, again, representing a rural district where these benefits are really important.
Well, to date, I've been focused on the process and a desire to get Democratic leadership to acknowledge what was going to happen and how can we position ourselves for these negotiations from the strongest position possible. And like I said, I think we're in a weaker position because the no negotiating stance was always it was not tenable.
Yeah.
And now we're in it. And that's splitting hairs, whether we're negotiating on the debt ceiling or not. I think everyone knows what is going on. Here's the point I want to make. From a fiscal stability standpoint, yes, we need to reduce our deficit, but we can't let it be defined as just cuts to important programs. We can talk about taxes on the wealthiest Americans in this country, rolling back portions of the 2017 tax cut, which largely benefited a lot of very wealthy households and individuals. We can dedicate that to paying off this nation's debt, to getting a handle on our budget deficit.
Should Democrats be insisting
put that on the table?
Should Democrats be insisting on having a tax part of this debate? Like, say to Republicans, if you're really that serious about the debt and deficits, you have to talk about this part of it too.
I would say to folks back home is anyone who claims that they're serious about fiscal responsibility has got to be willing to acknowledge that it is raising revenues, it is making sure that our spending is thoughtful and well-targeted, not wasteful, and it is being open to things like caps and cuts. Sometimes it's going to require that we respond to emergencies like we did with COVID, and Congress responded to that in a very strong bipartisan way, but now's a good time to talk about getting our fiscal house in order. But you cannot cut your way out of our budget deficit or out of the debt that we have, and you cannot tax your way out of it. It's got to be an all-of-the-above approach.
You talk about what you say to folks back home. What do folks back home say to you about this issue? I asked that because we had a story on NBCNews.com, I guess yesterday, about the idea that most people out in the country are not paying close attention to this issue, that they kind of understand there's this theoretical major problem here, both with the debt broadly and the debt ceiling specifically. But it seems like just another one of those Washington things that people get hyped over, but then it never really becomes an issue. What do you hear from your constituents on this?
In general, I think I hear that they're tired of the games. This looks like political, brinksmanship. It looks like partisan fighting. It looks like a lack of leadership coming out of Washington. And really what I think my constituents have largely said to me is, we're sending you down there to get the job done for the country. And we could skip all of the fighting here. The standoff, like I said, would have been better had these negotiations started many months ago. Nevertheless, here we are now. I'm not interested in trying to pick at what may or may not be agreed to by the president and Speaker McCarthy at this point. Because we got to wait and see what comes out of it, and then each of us decide what we can and can't support. But, again, good that they're negotiating in earnest at this point in time.
I've found the only people more motivated by deadlines than journalists have been members of Congress, and this just proves that one more time. Jared Golden, thank you for coming in and talking about this today on a very busy breaking news day. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a quick break now with much more Meet the Press Now. A lot to discuss ahead.
Is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Les?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City, from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
And we're back, and just as I said about Speaker McCarthy, this is now a live picture of Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, back at the Capitol answering some questions from the Capitol press corps now. We're going to monitor this and see if we get any news that's different from what we heard at the White House, as we still also await hearing from the president for the first time after this apparently pretty newsy meeting today. Now, I'm joined by our panel for today. White House correspondent for Politico and Playbook co-author Eugene Daniels is here. Democratic strategist Margie Omero is here, and former Republican Governor of New Jersey, Christine Todd Whitman. She's also the current co-chair of the Forward Party. I want to start, Eugene, with what we just saw at the White House. I am so struck by the fact that you had, coming out of this meeting, two Republicans standing on President Biden's lawn, basically, describing his position in a debt ceiling conversation. The White House seems back-footed by all this. What's going on inside the West Wing right now to regain control of this narrative?
Yeah, one, describing his position, but also announcing eventually that he's going to have negotiators while he's in Japan and who they're going to be. We're going to see Steve Ricchetti, one of his counselors, and also Shalanda Young. That's according to Kevin McCarthy. Yeah. The White House has said nothing about that. I will say this White House doesn't seem to care about that, right? We have seen over and over in the last 2.5 years different leaders from around the world come in, and they have their own readout of the conversation, and the White House sends their 3-paragraph, 4-paragraph readout and kind of leaves it at that. And they are fine doing that. What you're going to continue to hear from folks, and I have already heard, we're not going to negotiate with you guys. We're going to negotiate behind closed doors, so we're not going to do it. But it does make them look bad, right? Like you have the 4 leaders coming out and saying different things and breaking the White House's news. It doesn't look great.
Margie, we had the president cancel the second half of his foreign trip just as basically as they were in this meeting is when the news came out. I mean, we were supposed to have someone from the NEC on to talk about the White House's policy on debt and the deficit coming out of this. What would be your advice to them to regain control of this issue that seems to have hijacked what Joe Biden would like to be talking about right now, this big foreign trip, the pivot to Asia, which we have heard described since the Obama administration?
Look, I think what's important is that we avoid defaults. That's what all the polls show. That it's polls and focus groups. People don't say, oh, I wish somebody would say X, Y, and Z on the lawn versus the Capitol. That's not what voters say in focus groups. What we saw in a poll is that a majority say the worst thing that could happen is we have to cut things that are part of the Republican plan, cutting Medicaid, cutting, support checks for veterans. The thing that they're least worried about, that they would see as the least bad thing, is raising the debt limit. So people want to see this resolved, and anything that could furthers that goal, I think voters would find.
Does Joe Biden get positive credit from voters if they avoid default, or is this purely a don't lose this game situation if you're the White House?
Well, I think that's a fair question, right? Because it's not something that necessarily everyone's following every twist and turn. So there are very serious consequences if we go into default, and there may not be a similar hooray if we avoid it, right? And that's true no matter who the players are in every kind of situation that we've had like this. That's always been true.
Christine, something that I feel like the Forward Party would like, you heard the Democratic leaders come out and say, we're going to do this in a bipartisan way. They're really hammering the idea that the solution to this is bipartisan. Is that the way to make people in the rest of the country whose eyes have glazed over at this debate at least reconnect with it in some way and root for a resolution, if not, the policy outcome of their choice?
They're already rooting for a resolution. I mean,
are
that's
they rooting
what they
at
want.
all? I mean,
when they think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not their #1 topic on most people's list because they've got to worry about day-to-day issues that are facing them. But they're tired. This is exactly what is wrong with our political system. They're tired of these two parties coming out and looking for talking points and just refusing to agree on anything so they can carry something along a little bit longer. And this has real consequences for our country. That's what Forward is trying to work to ensure, that we get the kind of representatives who are free from the party dictates and they can vote their conscience and vote what's best for the people they represent.
And we just heard some of that from Jared Golden, who I feel like is one of those guys right in the middle, exactly the kind of space you're talking about. This is Meet the Press Now. I think we're contractually obligated on Tuesdays to talk about the elections that are happening around the country. So I want to talk about the Kentucky governor's primary, the Republican primary that's happening today. And Christine, I'll start with you. We saw Ron DeSantis make a late entry into this race, endorsing Kelly Craft at the last minute. Right. She is arguably the Trumpier candidate, but not the one that Donald Trump has endorsed. Why do this if you're Ron DeSantis? Why inject yourself into this race at the last minute?
There are a lot of things that Ron DeSantis is doing that I don't understand. This would be one of them. I really don't get why he wants to have a horse in this race. But I think maybe he's feeling the pressure because he seems to be slipping in the polls to show that he's active and to show that he does have candidates, and because she is the Trumpier and had Trump, she endorsed Trump before, and the two of them are fighting over who's the real Trump candidate. I think he just thinks this is a place he should play.
Eugene, the former president loves to keep track of this metric, right? His endorsees that win. How seriously should sort of 2024 presidential watchers be caring about what's happening in the bluegrass state over the next 24 hours?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at it to try to figure out what's going to happen in the primary, probably not much, right? A lot is going to change over the next year and a half, or the next year and some change. We haven't even seen DeSantis actually say that he's going to run. There are a lot of other maybe candidates that are walking around. I think what's really fascinating is that, like you said, DeSantis jumping in, he's just trying to make sure that he's a national player, right?
He's in the conversation.
Right, he wants to be in the conversation. Whether or not his candidate actually wins the primary, it doesn't actually matter. What I have heard from donors, from Republican strategists who've been looking for a campaign to jump on, is that they have wanted to see him step up into the national spotlight and not just be talking about kind of the culture wars, right? This is him talking about actual policies and talking about candidates that he thinks he can help push over the finish line.
But that's what Kraft's ads are all about. about the culture wars. I don't know if you saw Pat Kraft's ad, and she has people literally parachuting into a school and singing CRT instead of ABCs. I mean, it is like cartoonishly ridiculous, and it is maybe in that respect, it is like DeSantis and the culture war. Maybe that makes a good fit for them. But Cameron has been up in all the polls, so we'll see. It's a closed primary, which means that maybe that benefits the more Trumpy candidate. At the same time, Trump's record in primaries has not been very good either. So,
if you're Governor Beshear, are you pleased that Ron DeSantis got into this? Like, does nationalizing the race in some way help you, or does it hurt you as the popular Democratic governor of a very red state?
It actually helps you if you're a Democratic governor in a red state. We worked with Laura Kelly in Kansas, who is a Democratic governor, won twice.
Still the Democratic
won twice, but was where you have the sort of nationalization of what Republicans are talking about, and she could just focus on cutting taxes in Kansas, and that was something that people really responded to her personally. What she'd done for Kansas is very similar to what Beshear's been doing in Kentucky.
And Beshear is one of the most popular governors.
Yeah,
I mean, he's polling
like
at 63% or something.
Yeah.
So it's going to make it a very interesting race to see how well the Republican side does against him.
Yeah. And for Democrats, for those Democratic governors like Beshear, they can just sit back and let Republicans look messy, right? That is what you hear from folks in the White House about what the 2024 race is going to look like for President Biden. They're just kind of going to let these governors and these presidents and vice presidents that they already have, these incumbents, look presidential and look like governors, and have primaries in the Republican side look messy. And that is what they're hoping to have, because then you have voters looking for, okay, there's a lot of chaos on this side, maybe the Democrats.
Yeah, you don't need to hope. It happens all on its own.
To that end, I want to play a bite from Ron DeSantis talking about his abortion comments and the abortion ban that was signed into law in Florida, because this is another one where Democrats are very happy to let Republicans just keep talking about this issue. Let's hear from Ron DeSantis.
I think that as a Florida resident, he didn't give an answer about would you have signed the heartbeat bill that Florida did. They had all the exceptions that people talk about. The legislature put it in. I signed the bill. I was proud to do it. He won't answer whether he would sign it or not.
Now, the he that's being referenced there is Donald Trump, which is interesting in its own right that he won't use Donald Trump's name. But here you see Ron DeSantis trying to stake a claim to this 6-week abortion ban that he signed in Florida that Donald Trump cannot run away from fast enough. I'm curious how you guys think that issue is going to play in that primary, because you are seeing two very different strategies.
They're both bad. They're both bad in a general election audience. I mean, you either are saying whatever kind of word salad that Trump said during the town hall, which, to DeSantis' credit, it was not very coherent. And what DeSantis' position is, which is so not what the general election position is, it's barely a Republican primary position. I mean, it's a single-digit position in the country to have such an extreme abortion ban on nearly all abortions before most women know they're pregnant. That's not what voters want. That's why you see Trump and others and North Carolina legislature, all these places, like trying to kind of pretend that this is not really their position and finding some way to kind of circumvent what their unpopular position is.
But they're about to, in North Carolina, they're about to override the veto, the governor's veto, when you've got 62% of that state that says that abortion should be legal in most instances.
A state that the Biden campaign just made clear they want to compete in. I don't think this is a coincidence that timing is what it has been. Folks, thank you very much. We could do an hour on this. We really should, but we got to leave it there. Thank you all. And after the break, tech execs testify before Congress as lawmakers grapple with reining in a potentially dangerous AI arms race. Key moments from those hearings are next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Congress held dueling hearings on artificial intelligence this morning as Washington grapples with how to regulate the emerging technology. A Senate Homeland Security Committee focused on AI's use in government agencies, while the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Privacy and Technology spoke to industry leaders on the best ways to oversee and regulate the broader industry. Lawmakers expressed their desire to get ahead on AI and address the potential dangers the technology poses.
Congress has a choice now. We had the same choice when we faced social media. We failed to seize that moment.
So I've been keeping a little list here of the potential downsides or harms, risks of generative AI. Loss of jobs, invasion of privacy, personal privacy, on a scale we've never before seen, manipulation of personal behavior, manipulation of personal opinions, and potentially the degradation of free elections in America.
Now, for their part, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, whose company is behind ChatGPT, which is now the fastest growing app of all time, and IBM's Christina Montgomery were forthcoming about their fears around AI, pointing to those concerns as reasons they actually want regulation from the government.
I think if this technology goes wrong, it can go quite wrong, and we want to be vocal about that. We want to work with the government to prevent that from happening.
That's why we're here advocating for precision regulatory approach. So we think that AI should be regulated at the point of risk, essentially, and that's the point at which technology meets society.
Following his testimony, Mr. Altman also met with House members to discuss AI. Earlier this afternoon, I spoke with one of the congressmen who attended that meeting, Republican Congressman Jay Obernolte, the only member of Congress to actually have a degree in AI. You can find that entire conversation on our website. And while you're there, be sure to check out the newest episode of Meet the Press Reports. It takes a deep dive into the power of AI, featuring exclusive interviews and analysis. It's available to stream on demand right now via Peacock or YouTube. And still to come, President Zelensky shores up support from his European allies as Ukraine's military gains ground in the east and prepares a major counteroffensive. The latest developments are next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Overnight, Kyiv was once again the target of a massive Russian missile attack. The 8th time this month the capital city was targeted. As you can see in this video, bright flashes of light could be seen in Kyiv as Russia launched its latest wave of attacks. Ukraine's Air Force says the country's air defenses were able to intercept all 18 missiles, including 6 hypersonic missiles. According to Kyiv's mayor, several cars and buildings were damaged as a result of the intercepts, and at least 3 people were injured as a result of the falling debris. Now, this attack comes as President Zelensky wraps up his blitz across Europe, where he met with multiple European leaders as he tries to secure more military aid ahead of Ukraine's planned spring counteroffensive. Joining me now is Ukrainian Member of Parliament Kira Rudik. And Kira, what's your reaction to this latest strike? What have you been hearing from people on the ground in Kyiv about the really successful defense of the city overnight?
Hello, Gareth. Thank you so much for having me. Well, first of all, I can tell you one thing. Last night was really, really scary. We are so grateful that nobody was hurt to death. And we are so grateful that right now we are a living proof that our air defense systems are able to take down all kinds of missiles that Russia can send our way. It's a fantastic proof of that we can put the weapons and supplies that all our allies send us to a good use, because it literally saves life, because we did not know if we are going to go through this night. It was really fighting in a worst case Star Wars in our skies. Yeah. So make sure that we would not experience similar things again. We need fighter jets because they will add additional layer of protection to our skies and to our peaceful cities.
Talk to me more about that, because that's something that President Zelensky's been saying as he's been traveling across Europe, the idea of creating a jet coalition. Why do you think the West has been so reluctant to send fighter aircraft to Ukraine? And explain why you need more jets than what Ukraine's Air Force already has.
Well, every time we are asking for a new kinds of weapons or a new systems of weapons, there is a hesitance because it can be taken as an escalation by Russia. However, we absolutely do not believe that, because Russia already committing all kinds of war crimes on our territories, launching terrorist attacks almost every single night. Fighter jets is not only a very important tool for us for the counteroffensive that is upcoming, but it is also an essential additional layer of protection to hold Ukraine that is not actively fighting in the war, to the peaceful people in their homes. Can you imagine how it feels when every single night when you're going to bed, you do not know if you're going to wake up in the morning? But this is what we feel. And though our air defense systems work right now at their 100% capacity, we still understand that they do not guarantee us that we will be safe. This is why we need fighter jets. It is not because we like fighter jets or we want fighter jets. It is a matter of life and death for us. And this is why we keep asking for them to be sent to Ukraine so we can defend ourselves and make sure that we stay alive.
Now, that's not something that can be kind of delivered off the back of a truck and turned around and used in this spring offensive. How critical are these jets, is air power in general going to be for this spring offensive we've now heard so much about?
Well, if you think about any kind of major war, even Second World War, you would think that it would be impossible to win it without domination in the air. And this is what we are trying to build here, being able to dominate in the air, to both defend our troops and also people who are not actively fighting. We understand that it's a long process to deliver fighter jets to Ukraine, but we will not be able to finalize the victory, to push as hard as we need without them. And it is not something new that we are talking about. We have been talking about it since the day one of the full-scale invasion, that to win the war, we would need our ability to push Russia out of the sky.
Ms. Rudik, I only have about 30 seconds left, but I want to ask you, China's special representative is in Ukraine today. The Chinese are saying they want to negotiate a political settlement. What do you want to see come out of that meeting? Is it too early to be talking a political settlement with China or anybody else?
Whoever is trying to be in between this, we are saying one thing. While Russian soldiers are on our territory, there is no negotiation. We need to regain our sovereignty, our independence, and then we can talk.
All right, Kira Rudik, Ukrainian MP, thank you so much for coming on with us, and please do stay safe.
Thank you, and glory to Ukraine.
Thank you all for being with us this hour. Chuck will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson.
We are coming on the air with a lot of moving pieces here, including President Biden cutting short his overseas trip, planning to try to cut a deal to raise the debt ceiling, with time running out to prevent widespread suffering. Don't take our word for it. That's what the Treasury Secretary says will happen if there's no deal. The House Speaker just in the last few minutes walking out of the White House, and the vibe check is like, maybe hopeful? We'll explain. Also tonight, new details on a shooting in New Mexico after an 18-year-old apparently killed 3 women, all older than 70. We are just learning their names. Why police say this attack was, in their words, purely random. Plus, a wild story out of Chicago. A missing child found after 6 years after somebody apparently spotted her in a store 600-plus miles away. How a Netflix show may have helped. And in the backstory, an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at our team's interview, our colleagues' interview with the head of Microsoft, all about the race to come out ahead on AI. Then, who pays the bills in your relationship? Who should pay? Why one celebrity couple's open conversation about money is lighting up everybody online. We'll get into it later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we're just now learning that President Biden is cutting short his planned trip to Asia so he can be back here in Washington to try to stop a global economic meltdown. As we've seen just in the last little bit here, this very high-stakes meeting with top members of Congress, top leaders, just wrapping up. And the vibes, it seems, are actually kind of promising right now. You're seeing the meeting here, right? The president, the so-called Big Four negotiators here. But importantly, this guy, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, the main person the president has to talk with to get a deal done. If they can't, we're talking the possibility of a stock market crash, maybe millions of people losing their jobs. We don't really know because it's never happened before. But the glimmer of good news, the president says he'll check in with lawmakers by phone later this week since he's going to Japan for the G7, that he thinks there's a path for a responsible bipartisan budget agreement. And while Speaker McCarthy's clear these two sides are still far apart, everybody seems to agree that things are at least moving in the right direction. Listen.
The president agreed to appoint a couple people from his administration to sit down and negotiate directly with my team, so I found that to be productive.
There were honest and real discussions about differences that we have on a whole variety of issues, but it was all respectful.
And they are up against the clock here, right? We know the date when the Treasury Secretary thinks we'll run out of money as early as June 1st, and she says there's no time to waste.
The U.S. economy hangs in the balance. The livelihoods of millions of Americans do too.
Ali Rafa is joining us now live outside the White House. So, Ali, the whole point of this, right, is the U.S. going to be able to pay its bills when they come due in just about 2 weeks? We don't know the answer yet. Are we getting closer to an answer?
Yeah, Hallie, well, we're still waiting to see if President Biden talks about what he's thought of this meeting that lasted about an hour when he talks at this event in the next hour now. But really, what we heard from these leaders coming out of this meeting is certainly not what the White House wanted to hear today, especially the day before the president is slated to leave on what was supposed to be this historic overseas trip going to 3 countries. Now that's been cut short. 2 of those countries not in the works anymore. And Speaker McCarthy was the one that dropped really the biggest headline that came out of this meeting, saying the only thing to come out of it was the president shrinking the crowd of people involved in these talks. The two coming to an agreement that the counselor to the president, Steve Ricchetti, and OMB Director Shalonda Young will be the ones to lead these efforts. And that comes after there's been complaints in some cases from both sides of the aisle that there were essentially too many cooks in the kitchen here and not enough progress was being done in this really short time frame. As far as what progress was made, Speaker McCarthy said that there are still many differences, but that he still thinks that a deal can be done in the next week. That is incredibly ambitious of Speaker McCarthy to say, considering not only the fact that President Biden will be on this overseas trip, even though White House officials say he'll be plugged in, but just the fact of where the timeline goes once it hits the House and the Senate. It's going to take a week for the Senate alone to reach an agreement here. So I think the big looming question here is how much, if at all, does this time crunch affect the concessions, or how this needle moves in either direction?
Right, and the timing, right? You've got McCarthy saying a deal is possible by the weekend. He's sort of saying to Republicans, unsurprisingly, you got to stick together. You talked about some of the issues at play here. We know President Biden, as we mentioned, and as you well know, right, had this huge trip planned. He's only going to do like half of it, come back home to be able to sort of finish up any negotiations here. Walk us through what that looks like, right? Walk us through how this is going to go down.
So there are a couple areas of common ground that we're hearing of. That's permitting reform, essentially streamlining the ability to get energy permits for some energy projects, and clawing back of unspent COVID funds. What there is disagreement over, which McCarthy says is a red line for him and is demanding it, are these work requirements for some federal assistance program, essentially making it harder for some people to reach those requirements to be able to receive that federal aid. President Biden seemed to suggest this past weekend that he'd be open to those work requirements for certain federal programs besides Medicaid. That ignited a firestorm among progressives who were staunchly against that. But at this point, the White House is not saying clearly whether or not that is still in the works. So that's something we're going to be keeping an eye out for, if that is still involved in these talks as they progress.
Ali, Rafa, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We've got some breaking news to get to with the Secret Service here in Washington, investigating how somebody apparently broke into the house of the National Security Advisor in this country, Jake Sullivan. A spokesperson for the Secret Service says even though Sullivan wasn't hurt, they're taking this seriously. They're reviewing their procedures, telling us if any of these protocols were not followed, then people will be held accountable. Monica Alba joins us now. This is a bananas story, right? Because apparently this happened a few weeks ago. We're just now learning about it, that Jake Sullivan, again, the National Security Advisor at the White House, had somebody just in his house, right? I mean, this feels strange, Mon. Walk us through the details.
Strange and scary for anyone, right, Hallie? And there's still a lot we don't know about this encounter, but what is significant is the fact that the Secret Service is investigating, reviewing how this happened, because the National Security Advisor is somebody who has Secret Service protection round the clock. So not just when they're doing important government work or going on foreign trips or when they're near the president, but also when they're at home or when they're doing anything else in their personal life because of their public profile. So we are learning from the Secret Service statement here that this did occur in the middle of the night a couple of weeks ago. It appears in the encounter, and we do know a couple more details from the Washington Post, that reported that essentially this man got into the home. It's unclear how he got into the home. And then he left before National Security Advisor Sullivan could get outside to let the Secret Service agents know that somebody had been in his home. So they weren't able to detain this person and question him, which normally, if this were to happen in another case where that would be the scenario, they would likely then arrest or charge somebody potentially with trespassing. That's not what occurred in this situation. So that's why they're going to try to continue to review, see if there's any other information pertinent to the scenario that they can kind of piece together why this happened, where the entry occurred, and any other relevant details. But the important thing, Hallie, here too, is this atmosphere of some just more scary incidents and some kind of that venture into violence, as we saw, of course, with the speaker, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, and then just in the last 24 hours with his district in Virginia with a man entering there. Of course, there's still a lot we have to learn about the Jake Sullivan incident, but something that clearly raised some concern with the Secret Service.
That is for sure, understandably. Monica Alba, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Out west, we're just getting some brand new details in about that chaotic shooting in New Mexico where an attacker killed at least 3 people. In just the last couple of minutes, we've heard from police sharing more about who these victims were. Listen.
Shirley Vojta, Melody Ivy, and Gwendolyn Schofield. Shirley, Melody, and Gwendolyn were valued members of our community, and their untimely deaths have left a void that can never be filled.
Here is what we know about this shooting in New Mexico, that at least 3 people were killed, of course, as you just heard, 6 people injured. The suspect was killed on the scene. The shooter seemed to fire at random. This person had 3 different weapons, but there's still no word on motive. I want to bring in Rahima Ellis, who is covering this story for us. And again, I want to zero in on something that we showed there, Rahima. Random, right? Purely random in the words of police. Help us understand that. What else do they know and what comes next?
Well, they know that this happened over about a quarter-mile area, large area, the officer said, that they were working with and investigating this. They also have identified who the shooter was, and that he was not someone who they said was on their radar. He had some minor infractions as a juvenile, but nothing that would rise to the level of this. Take a listen.
So the suspect has been identified as Bo Wilson. He is a student of Farmington High School. He was armed with multiple firearms, including an AR-style rifle. We believe that a family member was the legal owner of those firearms.
But the officers also said that this teenage suspect also had legally purchased a firearm right after his 18th birthday in October. He purchased this firearm in November. They talked about having 3 weapons, including one he said it was like an AR-style rifle. He didn't say it was an AR-15, but he said it was like that style. And he also pointed out about the fact that while there were people who were injured in their cars and they were shooting at the houses and cars, no one was injured in their homes. Something more about the victims he told us in terms of the 3 women who were killed, 2 who were 70, and 1 woman was in her 90s, he said. One of the women also had 5 children, and their families, as we can probably just imagine, their families are really mourning tonight. There was a question asked of the police, and that is whether or not the family owned these weapons that the suspect had possession of, and if they were aware of that. The officer says it is part of their continuing investigation, and that there were, I think I mentioned that there were more than 150 shells that they found in the crime scene area. They can't say how many of those shells were fired by the teenage suspect or how many were fired by police and authorities, but that's part of the investigation that they're trying to sort through right now. Hallie?
It is the horrific reality in this country, Rahima, that after attacks like these, shootings like these, there is a sort of awful rhythm, right? The revelation of what happened, the details about the lives lost here, anything we might learn about motive, and then this piece that comes up of, will anything change, right? Could any laws change here? We know the answer to that, at least so far in the federal level. What about the state level? Is there any appetite for that there?
Well, it's one of the things that they're talking about. In fact, I want to share with you something coming from members of the New Mexico delegation, and they said today is a painful reminder that we must do more. We are committed to fighting for sensible gun safety measures that will keep New Mexicans safe. The question becomes one of what will that translate into in terms of gun safety legislation? The answer to that is not clear at this moment. Hallie?
Rahima Ellis, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So listen, the CEO of OpenAI, you know, the company that makes that ChatGPT chatbot, basically begging Congress today to regulate his own company, companies like his, the whole AI thing ASAP before the tech gets ahead of itself. You have this guy laying out a 3-point plan for how the government should actually do this, right? Put some rules in place, create this new government agency to license models, put a set of safety standards in place, make sure that there are independent audits of this kind of stuff, comparing it in some ways to the printing press. Right? Congress is trying to figure out, like, what is AI? What can it do? They're trying to get ahead of any possible risks with more and more companies exploding into this space. Interestingly, it also played a part at today's hearing. Listen to how one senator kicked off this whole thing today in Congress. Listen.
The lack of transparency can undermine public trust. If you were listening from home, you might have thought that voice was mine and the words from me. But in fact, that voice was not mine.
Tom Casello is joining us now. That was Senator Richard Blumenthal basically using AI and deepfakes to simulate his own voice speaking in a hearing. I mean, a demonstration of this powerful technology and what it can do. Those concerns were raised today. What could it mean for election interference, for example? Talk us through this.
Well, this is magnifying by the hour. That is how fast AI is developing and growing. And you're absolutely right. The concern is, of course, that because you couldn't tell the difference with Senator Blumenthal, the real one versus the fake one, by the way, completely created by ChatGPT, the whole point being, how will you and I determine what's real and what's fake when it comes to news, when it comes to determining whether a candidate is real or fake, when it comes to actually deciding whether medical advice is real or legit. The concern is that this is developing so quickly that it is quickly going to undermine confidence in governments, in news, as if it's not already, also in our very society going forward. And so the bottom line is that they are trying to get a handle on it, and even the CEO of this company says, regulate us. Please regulate AI before it gets out of control, and they're warning it's going to get out of control.
My worst fears are that we, the field, the technology, the industry, cause significant harm to the world.
Significant harm to the world.
Scary.
By the way,
That's like a scary thing.
I talked to the godfather of AI last week, the guy from Google who left because he's worried about AI potentially taking over humanity. He gives us 5 years. 5 years until computers are smarter than we are.
I don't think we've wrapped our heads around what this means yet. And the thing that is sticking in my sort of mind on this is, okay, so he wants regulations on the sort of industry writ large. Boy, have we been talking about regulations on tech companies for years related to social media companies, related to other...
Which has failed.
And Congress hasn't been able to do it. So what now? Like, what would the next step be? We mentioned that printing press comment from Senator Josh Hawley saying, like, maybe this is kind of the new printing press. Okay, so, like, what's Congress actually going to do?
So Hawley said this could be a printing press moment that revolutionizes the world, or it could be the atom bomb moment that we regret forever, and there's no taking it back. What's interesting, having watched this hearing, and then last week we had a White House summit on this as well, there is bipartisan agreement now that they need to come up with some firewalls, so they say.
Okay, but what, Tom? Because there's bipartisan agreement on protecting kids on social... Like, there's different bipartisan agreement, and yet tangibly, not much has moved the ball.
Here's what they want to do, they say right now, and by the way, even Senator Graham today was on board with this, create an office that is similar to the nuclear energy office, which regulates nuclear energy, or the FDA that regulates meds, or the FAA that regulates air traffic. You've got to do something to get a hold of this before it's absolutely too late. And it is growing so fast. Look at the ChatGPT monthly visits. We had 266 million of them just in December. Look at it now. 1.76 billion in April 23. Wow. That is not just kids writing their term papers.
Or senators making deep fakes of their voices, right? Yeah. That's
or Hallie Jackson on News Now. It is not
We've
that.
done it. I mean, we did a politicians kicking puppies type, but, images. Yeah. It's crazy the things that you can kind of come up with here. Tom Costello, fascinating.
You bet. Scary times.
To North Carolina now, where Republicans in that state think they have the votes that would overturn a veto by the state's Democratic governor to put in place an abortion ban that could very much restrict access to those reproductive health issues in that state. We're going to show you a live look at the state Senate. Looks like that camera just went down, but in Raleigh, there is a vote that is planning to happen tonight. And the woman you see here could be key. Tricia Cotham, a Republican who switched parties after winning her seat as an abortion rights-backing Democrat just in the last couple of months. Just one vote in either chamber would stop this bill. This is what it comes down to, folks. It is down to one vote here. And right now, Republicans feel confident that one vote is not going to defect from them. You see what's at stake here. 12 weeks is the current law. The current law is a ban after 20 weeks. What's on the table is 12 weeks or 20 weeks for rape or incest exceptions. There are 24 weeks for what they describe as life-limiting fetal anomalies. The only exception in place is that if there is any threat to the mother's life. Yamiche Alcindor is following this from Washington. Okay, Yamiche, that's a mouthful there, right? But this has been building and building and building in North Carolina for a while. The governor has basically been trying to lobby for just one vote for a while now so that this veto would not happen, right? His decision would not get overturned. Where does this go?
Well, Republicans, who, as you said, have a thin but supermajority in the North Carolina legislature, they're expected to override the veto of the Democratic governor, Roy Cooper. And as you mentioned, the state Senate there is now in debate over that vote, over that veto. So they're meeting right now, Hallie. But the GOP's push to further restrict abortion access is not in line with public opinion in the state, according to polling that we've been looking at. Let's put up some numbers for folks. From a Meredith College poll, 31% of North Carolina voters want the state to keep its current 20-week abortion ban. Another 26%, well, they want abortion access to be even further expanded. That means even more access to abortion. And then you have a much smaller number who want further restrictions, including just 9% of North Carolina voters who want access to be under 15 weeks of pregnancy, which is what this new bill would do. And we have to remind folks, not only is this bill going to be going to 12 weeks of pregnancy to ban abortion, you're also going to have in-person visits 72 hours before a surgical abortion. You're also going to have doctors needing to be present for medication abortions. So there's a lot of other things in this bill, along with the 12-week abortion ban.
Let me put up a map here, because I think there is an illustration of why this matters to people, not just in North Carolina, but outside that state's borders as well. You can see how bans on abortion have been put in place across the South. Right now, there is South Carolina that remains the only state now without a so-called pre-viability ban. That's only because the state's court has intervened, at least at this point. They're literally voting on a 6-week ban today. If North Carolina does put this ban in place, there would be a repercussion for millions of women in the region, not just in the state, right?
That's right, Hallie. And that map that you put up is so important, because these new restrictions in North Carolina, well, they would have sweeping effects for women across the South. Since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last June, North Carolina and South Carolina, by the way, have become top abortion destinations for people from states where it is banned or severely restricted. It's clear in the numbers. North Carolina had 37% jump in abortions being performed that year. South Carolina, there are about 1,000 more abortions performed, nearly half of the patients from out of state. So definitely a long and hard place to look there. And also, if you look at it, there are people that are driving up to 4 hours from places like Tennessee to get access and waiting more than a month. So a big change there and a big impact, Hallie.
Yamiche Alcindor, thank you very much. Relief tonight in Chicago for a father whose daughter has been found after 6 years. Kayla Nbihan was just 9 years old when she was allegedly kidnapped by her mother, who did not have legal custody of her. Her father reported her missing. Police have been looking for her ever since. Kayla is 15 now, found just this week in Asheville, North Carolina, when somebody at a store recognized her mom from a media report and called police, according to law enforcement. This is a case that got national attention last year when it was featured on a Netflix show called Unsolved Mysteries. Maggie Vespa joins us now. This case had basically gone cold until somebody recognized Kayla's mother from what they describe as media reports. We don't know, right, that it's the Netflix show, although we know that Netflix show featured this case. Talk about sort of the incredible reaction here from her family and where this goes.
I mean, incredible is the perfect word, right? We're talking about 6 years later, and we know, and there are a number of statistics out there, and actually an expert that we just spoke to from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children didn't want to nail anyone in particular down, because he said every case is different, and this is kind of a perfect example. This girl's been missing for 6 years, right? Her mother, police said, took her after a judge gave the father custody, and basically he went to pick up his daughter at mom's house, and both were gone, and that was 6 years ago. Police have been zeroing in on the East Coast, knowing that she had family in the Southeast, but at this point, officials with that national center say they don't know what the connection is to Asheville, North Carolina. Will enter these national media reports. They're calling it published media in Asheville, but of course that Netflix show, Unsolved Mysteries, is a possibility. There's also a series called Vanish that right now is available on Peacock. That also featured this case, and now we have someone recognizing the mother, and suddenly tonight Kayla is home, and the family overjoyed. The father, Ryan, Kayla's dad, releasing a statement saying in part that he is, again, his words, overjoyed that Kayla is home safe. He wrote, "We ask for privacy as we get to know each other again and navigate this new beginning." He just saw his daughter last when she was 9. She's now 15. And of course, she's been through an incredible ordeal. Also, her mother, again, now charged in this basically custodial kidnapping. She faces 1 count of child abduction. She's being held right now on a $250,000 bond. There she is, Heather Nbihan. And again, more charges are possible. We're awaiting her extradition from North Carolina back to Illinois to face that charge. But this girl's world, Hallie, as you know, has been turned upside down, to say the least. And now this family is just going to try to put the pieces back together. But everybody just thrilled and amazed that it came together after this many years and kind of in that way. Just seems so against the odds, Hallie. It's crazy.
And part of the reason for it, Maggie, seems to be some of the publicity around this case, right? It was featured, it was publicized by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which is obviously, as you talked about out with Reaction Today. There was a Facebook page dedicated to bringing her home. That we mentioned the Netflix series here. That seems to have played a part in publicizing at least the images of these people, of Kayla's mom, for example, which is how this happened.
It's played a huge part, and definitely, it's played a huge part, and really in this modern world, those true crime shows that we're talking about, that you're talking about, that's kind of a new tool that these advocates are using, like Unsolved Mysteries and the John Walsh show that's aired on a number of different platforms on CNN as well, and then, of course, the one on Peacock that I mentioned, because those series, they don't just reach broad audiences, but they keep reaching audiences. People keep finding them, right? If they're available on streaming platforms, new eyes stumble upon them every day, and that's how you have something like Unsolved Mysteries that came out last fall. Suddenly someone sees it, potentially, again, that could be the link here, police say, and now we have a case that has indeed been solved, Hallie.
Maggie Vespa, thank you. The CDC tonight putting out a new warning that the Mpox outbreak is not over. It's looking into a new cluster of cases in Chicago, raising some concerns ahead of the summer. So here's the deal. Between April 17th and May 5th, Chicago reported 13 cases. All were in men who had symptoms. They were not hospitalized. 9 of those 13, interestingly, had been fully vaccinated against Mpox. The CDC says this spring, the rest of it, and the summer could mean a resurgence, maybe, of Mpox, with people getting together for festivals and other events. Remember, this spreads by person-to-person contact. It mainly affects gay and bisexual men. For a while, it seemed like the spread was slowing down, right? Literally just last week, the World Health Organization said it was no longer a global health emergency. This country's public health emergency over it expired at the end of January. I want to bring in Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Natalie, let me pull up this sort of cluster of cases in Chicago, a graph of this over the last few weeks, right? Sure, but look at the peak last summer. Way, way, way more, right? Context is key here. So help us understand the level of concern for public health experts, given where we are now.
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting, right, that less than a week since the World Health Organization said it no longer designated Mpox as a global health threat, that it could still remain a public health challenge. And I think what's important to understand here, again, as you said, context, of course, is that only 1 out of 4 high-risk individuals actually has been vaccinated. And we don't know how long protection lasts. The use of this smallpox vaccine for Mpox was actually a novel intervention. I think it's important for people to understand, again, that the vast majority of people who are going to get infected with Mpox are going to be just fine, but there are going to be vulnerable individuals who can get sicker. I think there's a few things to take from this new cluster. As you mentioned, 9 of the individuals were fully vaccinated. As I mentioned, we don't know how long protection lasts. None of the individuals was hospitalized. We don't know their underlying health history, but that's obviously encouraging because experts do believe that the vaccine, even if it doesn't protect you against infection, will prevent you from severe disease, much like COVID vaccines.
Dr. Natalie Azar, it is interesting to watch. We'll keep an eye on it. Thank you very much for the breakdown. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, just 9 months after a stabbing that left him blind in one eye, author Salman Rushdie is out with a pretty serious warning in a rare public speech. And the feds charging a former Apple employee after they say he passed on some big secrets to China. That's later on in the 5 Things. day.
A new study is putting the focus back on a decades-old antibiotic, how it could be key in the fight against a deadly disease later on in the 5 things. But first, tonight, a rare public comment from author Salman Rushdie, who was, you remember, attacked and badly hurt on stage 9 months ago, now warning about what he calls remarkably alarming censorship threats to publishing, to libraries, and to kids' books in this country. Listen.
We live in a moment, I think, at which freedom of expression, freedom to publish, has not in my lifetime been under such threat in the countries of the West.
So you saw Rushdie, of course, making those comments on like a video Zoom type thing when he was honored by the British Book Awards. He was blinded in his right eye, had nerve damage to his hand when he was attacked at a literary festival in New York back in August of last year. Ron Allen is joining us now. So you have Salman Rushdie, who's been physically attacked for his own writing, talking about the freedom to publish at a time when there has been a broader discussion in this country about what should and shouldn't be published and taught, right?
Exactly. He says that, this has always been the case in places like Russia and China, the communist world. But he notes that here in the United States, there are a lot of discussions, a lot of fights, if you will, about what books can be in libraries and schools. A lot of it has to do with history. A lot of it has to do with race. A lot of it has to do with gender identity. There's an organization called PEN America, that says that there are now more books being banned in more school districts, in more states, as many as 35 states, and that this is an alarming thing, and it continues. And here's what Rushdie had to say about that issue generally. Take a listen.
And the freedom to publish books that ought to be published, that need to be published, and sometimes are difficult to publish because of pressure from this or that group. It's very important, I think, that such pressure should be resisted.
There's another thing that PEN America said is that it's not just parents who are trying to have books banned. There are now more advocacy groups involved in this, and many of those groups are connected to state lawmakers in different places who are trying to get bans in an organized way. So that's different. And this is, yes, something that's being fought all over the country, particularly in certain states. Hallie?
I also wonder what Rushdie's thoughts are on this issue, and we've covered it a lot on this show, like the idea, and it comes up every few months, editing books by somebody, we've talked about it, Agatha Christie, Roald Dahl, right, to remove language that is now seen as offensive. At the time was, the argument goes, critics would say, like, at the time it was put very different now, right? He talked about this, too.
He does, and here's what he basically says. He says that books have to come to us from their time and be of their time. And a lot of people would disagree with that notion because they want books to be relevant to the times that we live in. There's a whole industry of people called sensitivity readers these days in the publishing world. Mm-hmm. And yes, they're rereading books and making huge edits in books. Ian Fleming, for example, wrote the James Bond series. But think about the fact that he was born in 1908 and died in 1964, and the books were written in the 1950s. So a lot has changed since then. And so there are references, for example, to African criminals who are drunken all the time, and that's been removed. There's reference to a couple in Harlem having a conversation, and he describes their accent as straight Harlem, deep South, with lots of New York thrown in, which some people find, well, Harlem is a little bit more complicated than that. In Dahl's books, these children's books, there are even references to mother and father that have been changed to parents and family because of sensitivities. So again, this is going to vary book by book, region of the country by region of the country. Some of it may go too far for some people. Some people like to read books in their time, of their time, with a language of their time and the stereotypes and so on and so forth. Some don't. And as I said, this is something that's being fought, debated all across the country.
Yeah, for sure, writ large. Ron Allen, thank you very much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the CIA is trying to get Russians to talk to them by posting this video online, offering people in Russia a secure way to communicate with the agency. CIA saying it would protect their safety if they share secrets about the war in Ukraine or other information with U.S. spies. Spokespeople for the Russian government says they're monitoring this space. They called it a convenient resource for tracking potential leaks.
Number 2, the Justice Department saying it's charged a former Apple engineer for allegedly stealing the company's self-driving technology for a Chinese company. According to this indictment, the man worked at Apple for 2 years, where he was given broad access, they say, to databases. He's the 3rd Apple worker to be accused of stealing autonomous trade secrets for China. Apple declined to comment. Number 3, shares of Vodafone took a hit today after the British telecom company announced plans to lay off 11,000 people. It'll reportedly be the biggest round of layoffs ever for that company, set to happen over the next 3 years. The CEO says the cuts will focus on cutting out complexity to get competitiveness. Number 4, new research suggests a really old antibiotic could work against drug-resistant bacterial infections. It's called orthothricin. It was discovered back in the 40s, but dropped from development because it was toxic for people's kidneys. But now, scientists say they found way less toxic versions that are still effective, something they're exploring. Number 5, the world's earliest, mostly complete copy of the Hebrew Bible is up for sale at Sotheby's. Could sell for like $30 to $50 million. Officials say it's believed to have been created in the late 9th or early 10th century. The codex contains all 24 books of the Hebrew Bible. It's only missing 12 pages. Incredible. Still to come, elections with huge implications in May. Do we have the timeline right? We sure do. We'll tell you what we're watching for tonight as voters are voting and what it all means next.
So familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We are learning more about the suspect in that violent baseball bat attack at a Virginia congressional office. More on that later in the local. But first, it is election day in some spots around the country. But these races aren't just local, right? Otherwise, why would we talk about them on the national news? The reason is because they could give us some insight into what could happen next year, come 2024. Let's start down in Kentucky, where it's a battle of dueling endorsements as Republicans are voting on who they want to take on the Democratic governor of that state, Andy Beshear, this fall. Former President Trump is endorsing one leading candidate. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is endorsing the other. You picking up the proxy fight vibes? DeSantis is expected to announce his run in the 2024 race any day now. In his home state, a close mayoral runoff in Jacksonville could answer a couple of questions. How strong is a DeSantis endorsement? And can Democrats win a key race in a state that's been leaning more Republican? I want to bring in Jack Brewster, who is live for us in Jacksonville. This runoff has a lot of money and some star power, right? The Democrat, I hate to say like star power for a news anchor, but at least a familiar face for people. The Republican is a big player in Jacksonville, and there's a lot of money that's getting spent here.
That's right, Allie. News anchor, and she was a big contributor. She has her own marathon here, her own race, and she also is pretty well known in the community. So there is some star power there. That's a legitimate phrase to use here. But, you know, yes, there was a lot of money spent on this. Polls coming into today showed this race extremely close. And when you talk to the voters locally, yes, they're focused on things like crime, housing, infrastructure. But if you take a step back, the big question here is whether or not Democrats still have the juice in Florida. Can they still win in a state that has become increasingly conservative? In a place like Jacksonville, Duval County, this is a county that was an old Republican stronghold, but Democrats were able to win in 2018. President Biden won in 2020, and then came Governor DeSantis and his reelection effort, and he won this county easily. I talked to both party chairs, Democratic chair and Republican chair, about how they're viewing this county now. Listen here.
The governor's race was definitely a lack of enthusiasm that really kind of resulted in his ability to not only win this county but in the state. But it wasn't an indication that we have suddenly shifted red in 2 years.
In a microcosm, it epitomizes the great struggle between the right and the left that's been involving our nation for years now.
One other thing, they both said that this is a battleground county, and they both said that tonight's result will be close. So we'll definitely be watching to see who ultimately wins this tight contest.
It's so funny to be like, okay, here we are talking with Shaq out on the campaign trail in May of 2023. Like, my head is hurting because we're going to be doing this for 18 months. But it's interesting because of what I described as like the proxy fight vibes here. And that is a big deal, right? These candidates running for president endorsing. How much that matters, who endorses them, too. We look at New Hampshire. Several people up there who endorse Mr. Trump are also or flipping to endorse Governor DeSantis. Help us think about this big picture as it relates to next year, right? What we can read from these local races into the big national one that we're all sort of looking towards in 18 months.
Yeah, Hallie, because this is another test of if endorsements matter, and if they do, what kind of power do they carry? And Governor DeSantis, he endorsed the Republican candidate in this race, Daniel Davis. It was a statement. He didn't come here and campaign with him. But if you look at television ads, you see Governor DeSantis and Dan Davis together. You see the statement. First thing on his website, you see the quote from Governor DeSantis. So the Republicans surely thinks it's a big factor. The Republican Party chair said, yeah, Governor DeSantis' endorsement played a major role in this race. But when you talk to the Democratic chair, they say, it's not really a factor at all. And some voters today, voters who voted for the Republican, voters who voted for the Democrat, also said it wasn't top of mind for them. So this will ultimately be a test of the power of those endorsements that, yes, will continue to happen as we get closer to that presidential race, Hallie.
Shaq Brewster live for us in Florida. Shaq, thank you. Coming up, we'll take you behind the scenes of a big interview with the tech CEO pouring billions of dollars into AI. Andrew Ross Sorkin joins us for the backstory in just a minute. And later in the local, some video you got to see of a kid getting sort of stormed by a dust devil. The person who got him out of there is saying. Stay with us.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It is time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, we are hearing exclusively from Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella about his concerns over where AI is heading. Listen.
What scares you about this?
What, I'll call it, societal choices do we make given this new technology? We definitely want the benefits of this technology, and we want to mitigate the unintended consequences.
That conversation coming from a sit-down at the company's campus just outside Seattle with a guy you probably recognize, our own Andrew Ross Sorkin from over at CNBC, for a special airing tonight right here on NBC News Now. Remember, Microsoft made some bananas huge, multi-billion-dollar investments into OpenAI. That's the company that created ChatGPT, which is now becoming one of the fastest-growing apps ever. Nadella tells Andrew that AI is moving fast, and he thinks that's a good thing.
Fast in the right direction, moving fast where humans are more in control.
We are lucky to have Andrew joining us now. Andrew, thank you very much for being here.
Thank
you
you
know
for
this
having
segment,
me.
right? The
I
behind-the-scenes
know it well.
look. And
I'm very excited.
Okay. Well, our viewers know you, and they know that you talk to, like, big-name people in the business world all the time, right? But this is, like, especially with how fast AI moves, especially with how big, like, high-profile this is, did you approach this interview differently than you've approached other interviews? Tell us about your process.
Well, I think what we're trying to do, I mean, first of all, we're trying to get Satya Nadella, who really, I mean, has transformed Microsoft as a result of his partnership with ChatGPT. I mean, they went, I mean, the other piece of this was, you know, Google, we all search on Google. All of a sudden, Bing, people are talking about Bing in a way they never did before. So I was desperate to talk to him. But then in terms of the conversation itself, I wanted this conversation not to be a business conversation. I wanted this almost to be a philosophical conversation about the pros and the cons, and to try to get as honest a perspective as I could about it, to talk about, we talked about education and what it's going to do to our kids, and we talked about plagiarism and what that means, and the value of content, the media industry that we're in. And I think we really got behind a lot of the issues that sort of are festering underneath what is going to be a transformative thing, both in fabulous ways and probably some less fabulous ways, too.
I'm super interested to hear you say this, because one of the things I wanted to ask you about was whether or not you sort of framed this thinking about, like, the quote-unquote CNBC viewer, right, which maybe is a different kind and type of viewer. It sounds like you did not. It sounds like you specifically wanted this to be broader.
There were lots of questions I had that I knew that business viewers of CNBC would want asked, and we asked some of those. By the way, we ran some of that on CNBC. But for this special, what we really wanted to do was sort of capture really the way I think the public, the broad public, maybe not interested in business at all, but recognizes that their kids are using it. I've got 3 kids. We're, you know, they're playing with this thing. We're all trying to figure out, what does it mean? Are we going to keep our jobs? What's going to happen to us? I mean, that was really, I think, what this was about. And I think we got underneath a lot of it.
Did anything surprise you? You know a lot about this topic. You know a lot about it. Was there anything that he said that you were like, huh, that is actually shocking to me? You know, I think, well, first of all, and maybe this is true of all people in tech, he's very optimistic about the technology, and that's clear. You know, I would say is maybe not something that he said, or maybe he referenced, in fact, Bill Gates, who had said that he saw 2 demos in his whole life that he thought were transformative. One was back in the 80s. He saw graphical interfaces. I mean, what effectively became the Mac interface and the Windows interface. And he said it wasn't until last fall when a bunch of folks showed up with ChatGPT in his home to give him a demo, and he said this was such a profound thing. And I also got a chance to see some of what they're working on at Microsoft. And it's profound. I mean, profound in a sort of scary way, but also in a super exciting way. So
there's a little bit for everybody.
Well, but that's the thing, too, is stuff like this. It can sometimes be a double-edged sword. So we are excited to see the special. We are thrilled to have you on, giving us that peek behind the curtain. Thank you so much for doing this. Andrew, really appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
And you got to watch, folks. It's tonight right here on NBC News Now. However you're watching, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time with Andrew Ross Sorkin. Do not miss it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our D.C. bureau, the Virginia man accused of attacking two of Congressman Jerry Connolly's staffers with a baseball bat apparently refused to show up in court today. He's facing 3 felonies, 1 misdemeanor charge. Police say the congressman was not in his office at the time and that both staffers are expected to be okay. Out of our Western Bureau, Washington Governor Jay Inslee just signed a bill that would ban certain toxic chemicals found in some common beauty products, stuff like lipsticks, powder, hair gels, leave-in conditioners. Companies are going to be fined for each offense, although they have until 2026 to phase out their current supply of these banned chemicals. And from our Southern Bureau in Jacksonville, Florida, look at this. A teenage ump at a kid's baseball game saved a kid. Look, this dust devil pops up out of nowhere right at home plate. The ump, again, 17, bops in, the catcher's kind of caught up in this vortex, pulls the kid out of the way. He was able to finish the game. He said he'd never seen anything like that before in his life, on or off the field. Pretty amazing, and amazingly quick work by that teenager. So tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight it is all about money. Your money, maybe your partner's money. How do you share it? How do you split it? All of it sparked by some new comments from actor Gabrielle Union. Her husband, former NBA player Dwayne Wade, of course, have a household together. They pay their bills. And now Union, in a new interview she did with Bloomberg, says she and Wade split everything 50-50. That has so many people online talking about this, what it means for them, how they see it in their own families. One expert our team talked with says it's not surprising considering how touchy of a subject money can be for people, especially people in relationships. Listen. New money talk from actor Gabrielle Union, revealing she and her husband, former NBA player Dwayne Wade, split their money right down the middle.
It's weird to say I'm head of household because in this household, we split everything 50-50. But in the other households that each of us have to support, it puts this, there's always this like gorilla on your back that it is like, you better work. You better work.
Union opening up in an interview on a Bloomberg original series called Idea Generation.
I get nervous, like, oh God, that movie didn't open. You know, well, what does that mean? Am I going to have enough to hold everybody up? And everyone's like, it's coming. Like, calm down.
All of it clearly hitting a nerve online. Union's comments going viral as a lot of people talk about how they handle their money and how couples handle cash.
Now, how are you living paycheck to paycheck when your husband got money?
50-50. The back and forth over how to split the bills, nothing new for most couples.
For some reason, people just don't want to talk about their money, couples especially. And having that money talk with your partner is one of the most important things that you can do in your financial life and for financial security for both of you.
These days, about 29% of marriages are something described as egalitarian, according to a new study, which basically means that both partners contribute about half of what they make. To put that number in perspective, back in 1972, it was just 11%. The generation most likely to have separate accounts? Millennials. 69% of them report having at least some cash in separate places.
There may be couples that decide to split 50-50, but there are also couples that may say, hey, we're going to look at our household income, how much we each contributed to that number as it's combined, and then we're going to split our finances based on that.
Money can be one of the biggest flashpoints in a relationship, with 64% of couples saying they're financially incompatible with their partners. That's not the case for Alexandra Hayes Robinson and her husband.
I think we're very lucky that money has never been a touchy subject for us.
So how do they do it? She says they decided long ago to split the bills based on how much money each of them made. The one who makes more pays more. And today, they're happier for it.
We haven't officially merged our finances in the way that, like, we have one bank account and everything we both make go into one account. But we've merged our finances in, like, the spiritual sense, I guess. We think about everything we have as one pot. There will be a lot of opportunity for us to have lots of kind of financial tension in our relationship, and there just isn't.
Experts say being open and transparent about money stuff is sometimes a good key for people in relationships. Still to come, after historic snowfall in California's mountains this winter, locals are bracing for a big melt. We've got to look at new technology helping to prep for what could be a big threat. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
California's weather whiplash means the threat there has gone from historic drought to the opposite, historic risk of floods, right? So now the state is bracing for what's being called the big melt. There's a ton of snow on mountains all across the state thanks to those big winter storms. Well, you know what happens now that we're getting close to summer? Obviously, the weather warms up. What happens when the weather warms up? The snow melts into streams and rivers, which means downstream, downriver, you've got major risk of places flooding. Well, now officials in California are using some new technology to figure out just how much snow is actually in those mountains, flying thousands of feet above them in a plane with specialized devices scanning this whole area to map out the snow to get an idea of what kind of water they're looking at. Steve Patterson is joining us now. This is sort of mind-blowing as a honorary temporary former Californian, Steve. You know, all we talked about was how there was no water. Like in my personal life, I mean, like it was just like a huge thing. Yep. No water, no water, no water. Now the risk is like too much water could be coming, and there's all this new tech getting deployed to help officials there figure out how much.
Yeah, I mean, because you're talking about more water than this state has ever expected. Like 55 billion tons of snow is up there, 40 million acre feet of water, 85,000 Rose Bowl football stadiums was told to me. That's the amount of water we're talking in the mountains. That's the image that you're looking at right there. And really, until recently, we haven't really had a sense of how it looks, like the 3D image of it, because we've been really relying on rudimentary, statistical information that's already there, like automated sensors that's already up there. Gives you a very basic sense of the numbers. So this is new. I mean, the fact that they are flying on top of this 6 hours a day, every single day, 23,000 feet, and mapping this, almost like giving you a 3D image of the entirety of the snowmelt, is so important because all of that snow means it's a lot of water, means that, as you said, it will melt, it will come down, means it's very dangerous.
It means like local water districts and state water districts, and the state itself needs to know exactly what is up there, because if there's a certain snow cap that's 80 feet that's melting, they know that. They know exactly which river system that's going to hit, so they know to maybe release water from a reservoir that's there, or to prepare people to take shelter or to leave. So that's why this is so important. And the guy I was talking to basically said our knowledge of the snowmelt is going to go from basically radio to HD television